After being reborn, Shang Tingli discovered that her husband had become someone else. It turned out that her haughty cousin, Yu Lanxi, had also been reborn. In her past life, she married a sixth-rank military general and eventually became a revered first-rank lady, while her cousin wed the heir of a noble prince and met a tragic end. No wonder her cousin sought to change her engagement upon returning, but what Yu Lanxi did not realize was that without her support, there could be no later formidable general. In this new life, since her cousin was willing to endure hardship alongside the sixth-rank military general, so be it. However, Shang Tingli's circumstances were also far from ideal, but she remained unafraid, for she could save herself. Thus, she painstakingly devised a plan to rescue her husband's family, prepared for the arduous journey ahead, and to her astonishment upon her utterance, her entire family complied. Shang Tingli found herself questioning, where were the rebellious and defiant family members she had expected? On her wedding night, gazing at her new husband, Shang Tingli could not help but recall his tragic fate from his past life. He doesn't seem like a foolish brute. How could he have been so blind as to pledge loyalty to a worthless scoundrel, leading to the demise of his entire family? Her new husband thundered, "Are you cursing me?" Shang Tingli replied. Chapter 1. Reborn to marry the heir. A vibrant red bridal sedan chair entered the gates of the Ren Prince's residence. "Miss, we have arrived," the voice of Feng Ji echoed in her ears. Shang Tingli took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and gently kicked the sedan chair. The matchmaker extended a hand from outside, and Shang Tingli resignedly placed her hand in hers, using her strength to descend from the chair. "Please, Lady Heir, step over the fire basin, and may your days be prosperous." The matchmaker's joyful voice rang in her ears, causing Shang Tingli to pause. Lady Heir? How could she be the heir? She was merely marrying a sixth-rank blue feather guard. What claim did she have to such a title? The new house was adorned in red, vibrantly lit, celebrating a joyous occasion. As the moon rose above the willow branches, the candlelight flickered in the new room, mirroring the anxious heartbeat within. Filled with confusion, Shang Tingli was about to lift her veil to seek answers when Feng Ji hurriedly stopped her. "Miss, that is inauspicious." Shang Tingli lowered her hand and beckoned Feng Ji closer. Once she approached, she whispered, "Why is it particularly lively outside?" During the wedding ceremony, she had sensed something amiss. Although marriage was a significant affair, the residence of a sixth-rank military general should not be so ostentatious. Shang Tingli was taken aback. Marrying the heir of the Ren Prince? Feng Ji paused, then chuckled lightly. "Are you exhausted? Have you lost track of such an important matter?" She glanced toward the door, wary of eavesdroppers, and leaned in to whisper in Shang Tingli's ear, "Have you forgotten? A few days ago, Miss Lanxi suddenly insisted on marrying Guard Ji, refusing to wed the heir. She was so distraught that she sought death. What could the Marquis do but indulge her?" Shang Tingli narrowed her eyes. This was utterly out of character for Yu Lanxi. Such a proud and domineering young lady could not possibly lower herself to marry a sixth-rank guard. There must be some unknown circumstances at play. Could it be that Yu Lanxi had also been reborn? Feng Ji continued, "Not only that, but Miss Lanxi also implored her mother to approach the Empress Dowager." Whatever was said, the very next day, the Empress Dowager's decree arrived. "Your marriage was swiftly exchanged." With a sigh, Feng Ji added, "Those unaware might think Miss Lanxi feared you would refuse." Gonteng chimed in, "If you ask me, Miss Lanxi must have lost her wits." Shang Tingli frowned at the words. It was not that Yu Lanxi had lost her mind, rather, she was simply not astute. Shang Tingli was certain that Yu Lanxi had been reborn, and before her. The request to the Empress Dowager was not out of fear of her refusal to marry into the Ren Prince's residence, it was to guard against the possibility of Shang Tingli divorcing. The heir, having lost her parents early on, she was taken in by her uncle's family, and as a distant relative of the Yizhong Marquis' household, her future was entirely at the mercy of her aunt, Madame Pan, a solitary girl. She could only comply with Madame Pan's choice of suitor. Meanwhile, Yu Lanxi, who married into the Ren Prince's residence, had perished alongside her husband for standing in the wrong faction. The decree from the Empress Dowager effectively sealed Shang Tingli's fate upon a path leading to death. Ever since she moved into the Yizhong Marquis' residence, her cousin Yu Lanxi had regarded her with disdain. In the past, they had often competed for superiority, but now, Lanxi wished for her demise. Such malice was unforgivable, Shang Tingli gritted her teeth and muttered, "Good for you, Yu Lanxi." "Greetings, Lady Heir," a voice from outside announced the arrival of the groom, causing Feng Ji and Gontang to step aside. The groom entered, tall and elegant in a bright red wedding robe, exuding an air of confidence that could not be contained. The maidservants averted their eyes, hastily greeting him. The groom waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Feng Ji and Gontang exchanged glances before exiting, gently closing the door behind them. The room fell silent, the only sound the crackling of the dragon and phoenix candles. After what felt like an eternity, just as Shang Tingli was about to lift her veil in impatience, someone gently lifted it, unexpectedly revealing her face to the groom. Both were taken aback, their eyes locking in surprise. The groom was strikingly handsome, his features exquisitely sculpted, with captivating almond-shaped eyes that sparkled, and a beauty mark enhancing his allure. Shang Tingli found herself in trance, in her previous life. She had seldom attended banquets, and had never seen the heir of the Ren Prince. Her heart was a whirlpool of emotions. The heir of the Ren Prince is such a dashing young man. How could he have been so blind as to pledge loyalty to a worthless scoundrel, leading to the demise of his entire family? Ku Xian instinctively rebuked, "Are you cursing me?" Shang Tingli responded, "Did she speak?" Yet, observing his expression, it seemed genuine. Shang Tingli felt a surge of complex emotions. Could it be that the heir suffers from some delusion? She pondered. No wonder his family met such a tragic end. She merely regarded him with a blend of emotions. Ku Xian furrowed his brow. He had indeed heard a woman's voice. There were only the two of them in the room, and there could not possibly be a third party. Could it be that he was hearing her thoughts? Chapter 2. A Distressing Outcome. Shang Tingli obediently nodded yes. Her sweet, soft voice matched what he had heard. Ku Zin's eyes widened in astonishment. It truly was her voice. Had he gained the ability to hear others' thoughts? He shook his head, thinking he must have drunk too much that night. Shang Tingli cautiously observed him, her mind racing. This heir does not seem particularly clever. Among the princes, there are many capable individuals, yet he supports the most incompetent and ruthless character. Ku Xian took a strange step back. Do not be deceived by the fourth prince's gentlemanly demeanor. He is quite the petty man. How do you know I support the fourth prince? He stammered. Though he was unsure how he could hear her thoughts, his instinct urged him to keep this matter to himself. Ku Xian's mind was in turmoil. He had indeed allied himself with the fourth prince, not merely entertained the thought, but had committed. Shang Tingli gazed at him expectantly, but he remained silent, prompting her to inquire, "What were you about to say, my lord?" Ku Xian forced a smile. "Nothing," Shang Tingli replied. "Oh." The room fell silent once more, the candlelight flickering gently. Shang Tingli contemplated the future of the Ren Prince's residence, her brow furrowed with concern. The path ahead seemed fraught with obstacles, and she felt an overwhelming urge to sigh in frustration. However, with the presence of her betrothed, the heir, she restrained herself. Her inner turmoil was a stark contrast to her composed exterior. If the tragic conclusion of my past life were to repeat itself, it would be utterly disheartening. To think that Yu Lanxi met her end being torn apart by horses alongside the heir, could it be my fate this time? I truly wish to avoid such torment. Ku Xian cast a fleeting glance at her, his gaze deepening with understanding. Indeed, if not for the Empress Dowager's abrupt decree of marriage, he would have been wed to the legitimate daughter of the Yizhong Marquis. What did it mean that in his past life, the legitimate daughter of the Yizhong Marquis suffered the same fate? What had led him to such an end? Did a past life truly exist? If not, how could the Yizhong Marquis' residence so recklessly offend the Ren Prince's household by seeking the Empress Dowager's intervention to change the marriage? Was it possible that a mere sixth-rank guard held more weight than the esteemed heir of a princely house? Ku Xian couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Why did he stand with the fourth prince? Not only did he remain oblivious to his own demise, but even in his final moments, he expressed gratitude towards the architect of his misfortune. How ironic, considering that everything was orchestrated by the fourth prince himself. The mere thought of the fourth prince sent shivers down Shang Tingli's spine, causing her discomfort. In her past life, the downfall of the Ren Prince's residence was entirely scripted by the fourth prince. He first orchestrated the death of the heir's younger brother, framing it on the second prince. Then, He persuaded the emperor to marry off the heir's legitimate sister, leading to her tragic demise en route to her marriage, which he subsequently blamed on the crown prince. As if that were not enough, he struck a deal with the Run prince, resulting in the death of the Run princess. In the aftermath, he feigned righteous indignation, claiming to seek vengeance for the heir. Yet, everything he did was merely to gain the heir's trust. He had never truly trusted him since the heir's submission. Xian listened in silence. Oh, how foolish the heir is. He tirelessly attends to others, yet not only is he met with distrust, but the very person he serves plots his ruin while he remains steadfastly loyal. In the previous life, he succeeded in his schemes. Even at the last moment, the heir willingly stepped forth to take the blame for him. Little did he know, this was a trap laid specifically for him. The fourth prince drained him of his value, fearing that the truth would emerge, and that the very knife he had once wielded against him would be turned back upon himself. Alas, he overestimated the heir. He died without ever seeing through the fourth prince's true nature. Xian clenched his fists hidden within his sleeves, unable to fathom that he had sworn allegiance to such a wretch. If these events truly unfolded in a previous life, it would be a testament to his naivete. How utterly foolish he had been. Despite his pride, he had proven himself a simpleton. Should such a scoundrel ascend to power, he would find no peace in death. Fortunately, it was the crown prince who ultimately claimed the throne. Otherwise, how would the common folk endure under the rule of a tyrant? In the previous life, after Yu Lanxi and the Ren prince's heir suffered the fate of being torn apart, the royal struggle for succession reached its inevitable conclusion. The fourth prince was defeated, and the crown prince ascended to the throne. Shang Tingli felt a deep-seated hatred. She had not anticipated that Yu Lanxi would also be reborn, and even in front of her, severing her most direct path to vengeance. Not only that, but she had also unwittingly presented her with a dead end. With a resigned sigh, Shang Tingli realized that as long as one is alive, there are infinite possibilities. She must not resign herself to despair. After much contemplation, Xian reluctantly accepted the information he had gleaned from his new bride. His heart was heavy, filled with echoes of her whispered thoughts. Was the crown prince truly the victor? Xian had lost interest in romantic pursuits. Silently, he removed the heavy phoenix crown from her head and instructed for warm water to be brought forth, taking his leave to bathe. Shang Tingli exhaled with relief. In the presence of Xian, she felt compelled to maintain her composure, uncertain whether her instincts were misguided or if the heir genuinely exhibited signs of madness. She could not afford to be careless. When Xian emerged, she instructed the servants to prepare water anew. After bathing, she found Xian lying on the bed, deep in thought, looking far from ready to act. Pausing for a moment, she quietly approached and lay down beside him with gentle care. She had expected that sleeping in unfamiliar surroundings next to a man she hardly knew would be impossible. However, perhaps due to the weariness from the elaborate wedding festivities, her eyelids felt heavy and she soon fell into a deep slumber. Noticing the gentle rise and fall of her breath, Xian turned to observe the sleeping visage beside him, furrowing his brow. She possessed a strikingly beautiful face, her features delicate as jade, her skin as pure as snow. Her long lashes cast soft shadows over her cheeks, and the small mole on her right cheek was perfectly placed, enhancing her beauty. He remembered her eyes, exceptionally captivating, full of life, sparkling like clear streams. Now, with her eyes closed, she appeared utterly innocent, not in a feigned manner, but genuinely docile. Before him, she seemed perfectly compliant, yet internally, she dared to call him a fool repeatedly, revealing that her apparent meekness was merely a fraud. Chapter 3. Enemies Across 2 Lifetimes. The following morning, the newlywed couple awoke almost simultaneously. Last night, Shang Tingli slept soundly, better than on many previous nights, rising with a sense of refreshment. Conversely, Xian bore the telltale signs of a restless night, dark circles under his eyes revealing his troubled sleep. The echoes of his bride's thoughts lingered in his mind, and the realization that he could have been so foolish left him uneasy. Uncertain if he had merely dreamed the previous night, he felt compelled to seek the truth. Otherwise, the thought of his folly leading to the demise of his entire family would haunt him. After dressing and preparing, the couple exited the prince's residence together. Due to the Empress Dowager's decree, they were to first enter the palace to express their gratitude. The coachman had received the news and was already waiting with the carriage outside. As the heir and his bride emerged, the coachman hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. Greetings to the heir and his wife. Both nodded in acknowledgement. Xian then assisted Shang Tingli into the carriage. Along the way, they sampled some buns and pastries prepared by the kitchen to stave off hunger. The journey from the Ren prince's residence to the palace would take over half an hour. It would not do to travel on empty stomachs. Whoa, Your Highness and his lady, we have arrived at the palace gates. The carriage came to a halt before the grand entrance, where red walls and golden roofs displayed the opulence of the royal court. Cousin, a sultry voice called from behind. Shang Tingli and Xian turned to see a pair of young couples approaching. The woman was clad in a white long robe and a white skirt, topped with a red overcoat, her beauty striking with delicate features and a proud demeanor. Beside her stood a man in a red robe, handsomely attired, with a gentle expression that betrayed no arrogance, appearing quite agreeable. It was evident to any observer that this was a case of a strong wife and a submissive husband. Being similarly bound by the Empress Dowager's decree, they too were here to express their gratitude. Confronted by the embodiment of her past enmity and her present foe, resentment surged within Shang Tingli, an overwhelming urge to confront them rising within her. Yet she ultimately restrained herself, silently vowing that a gentleman's revenge takes time. She thought, but what if I do not have 10 years left to live? Vengeance must be swift. If I wait a decade, there may be nothing left of my enemies. Xian's clenched fists tightened further behind his back. Last night was not a mere figment of his imagination. He could indeed hear his bride's thoughts. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Revenge? What vendetta was there to pursue? The grudge over the marriage exchange? He discreetly glanced at Shang Tingli. After the engagement was annulled, he had not neglected to investigate the Yizhong Marquis residence, including her. He had initially thought that if she harbored feelings for another and was forced into marriage with him, he would ensure she was relegated to a separate wing, allowing them to coexist without interaction. She had only encountered that sixth-rank guard on 2 occasions, and there was no romantic involvement between them. Yet, it appeared that her feelings had run deep. Was the grudge against her husband such that it could not coexist with her? Zin's mind was awash with thoughts that wandered far from reality, but he heard his wife beside him shed her previously demure demeanor, leveraging his influence to reprimand. Shouldn't Lady Ji first pay her respects to me and the young master? As the saying goes, while uncles may endure, aunts cannot. You wish to grant me a fortuitous encounter? Very well, here I am, a solitary maiden, boldly challenging you. Can you bear it? Xian raised an eyebrow, his gaze coldly assessing the two standing before him. Yu Lanxi glared at Shang Tingli with resentment. You are quite something. Your former docility was indeed a mere fraud. Upon meeting Zin's indifferent stare, ripples of emotion stirred within her, a bitter sensation spreading through her heart. He said nothing, yet his unspoken support for Shang Tingli was palpable. A flicker of unwillingness and jealousy crossed Yu Lanxi's eyes. This was the man she had married in her past life. When she wed him, like any infatuated girl, she was filled with joy, only to be neglected throughout her life, and ultimately met a gruesome fate. Oh, heavens, have mercy! She had been reborn before her marriage in this life. She vowed never to set foot in the Prince of Ren's residencia, veritable tomb. How absurd her previous life had been. Why should she, who met such a dismal end, see Shang Tingli, a mere solitary girl, ascend to the status of a first-rank noble consort? Her mother was the current empress's niece. Had the empress not died early, her fate would have been entirely different. Fortunately, in this life, she had the chance to reclaim her destiny, allowing her cousin, with her lowly fate, to take her place in the Prince of Ren's residence. The title of first-rank noble consort rightfully belonged to her. Does Lady Ji not realize that times have changed? Shang Tingli responded, not in anger, but with a smile. The beauty's radiant smile made the mole on her face shimmer in the sunlight. She was truly a vision. While Yu Lanxi had always known Shang Tingli was beautiful, otherwise, she would not have felt immediate disdain upon their first meeting. Now, witnessing the once timid figure before her suddenly unleash her claws, she felt even more displeased. Still smiling, Shang Tingli continued, in that case, my benefactor is being a tad impolite, but I can endure. This was a blatant mockery of Yu Lanxi. Shang Tingli had personally elevated her from a mere solitary girl to the position of the young master's wife. transforming into a royal relative, and could even participate in royal ceremonies today and the future. Yu Lanxi would still have to pay her respects to her. If it weren't for the looming threat of dismemberment, she dared not imagine how she might awaken from such a dream with laughter. Yu Lanxi scoffed disdainfully. 10 years change, all do not rejoice too soon. Let alone 10 years. The Prince of Ren's residence would surely collapse within 5. In 5 years, she would relish watching her arrogance crumble. Feigning ignorance of her veiled insinuation, Shang Tingli replied calmly, 10 years hence, regardless of Lady Ji's status, I shall remain the young master's wife. Yu Lanxi's eyes flickered. This was impossible. She smiled enigmatically. You speak truly. Has Lady Ji perhaps forgotten something? Yu Lanxi frowned, silent. Lady Ji has yet to pay her respects to me and the young master. Shang Tingli extended her hand. Please, Lady Ji. A surge of indignation welled up within Yu Lanxi. Shang Tingli's eyes curved like a crescent moon. Lady Ji? An overwhelming sense of humiliation gathered in Yu Lanxi's heart as she reluctantly knelt, her teeth clenched. I pay my respects to the young master and young master's wife. This humiliation of the day, Yu Lanxi would not forget. Chapter 4. The bride's tea ceremony. Yu Lanxi harbored a cold, mocking smile within her heart. Just moments ago, she had been referred to as Madame Ji. And now she was suddenly deemed a cousin? However, as the so-called cousin, Yu Lanxi devised a plan, swallowing her humiliation and turned to Concubines with a smile, saying, Young master, since my cousin has wed you, it is only proper for you to call me cousin as well. Shang Tingli was momentarily taken aback, secretly admiring her audacity. A mere wife of a 6th-rank guard dared to demand such respect from the heir of a royal family. Truly a remarkable display of bravado. Oh, is that so? The young man replied casually, as if pondering the matter. Naturally. A hint of smugness crept into the corners of Yu Lanxi's smile, as she envisioned the scene of this arrogant man who had never acknowledged her in a previous life, bowing down to her in submission. Yet, before she could revel in her triumph, a cold voice interrupted. This young master is of royal lineage. Are you as well? Concubines gazed down at Yu Lanxi with disdain, a smirk playing on his lips as he arrogantly declared, Do you think you are worthy? She unworthy? His blatant belittling of her was infuriating. She felt as though she deserved a fate worse than death for enduring such indignation. This time, she would not indulge him. The rules of the eldest daughter of the Yizhong Marquis' residence were not to be trifled with. With that statement, Concubines turned away from Yu Lanxi, wrapping an arm around Shang Tingli's shoulders as they entered the palace. A pair of eunuchs awaited them with a shoulder litter, and once seated, they set off towards Shang Palace. This was a privilege reserved for the heir and his bride. Others lacked such fortune. The journey to Shang Palace was long, and those without the blessing were left to walk. Shang Tingli sat beside Concubines, secretly amused. What difference does it make if some live a long life? It does not guarantee they possess any wisdom. In this regard, the heavens are not overly biased. Indeed, it was proven that rebirth does not confer intelligence upon the foolish. Upon arriving at Shang Palace, the Empress Dowager did not greet them. Instead, an elderly matron in her service led the four to a side hall to offer tea, subsequently distributing the gifts bestowed by the Empress Dowager before ushering them out of the palace. As they exited, Shang Tingli and Concubines once again took their seats in the shoulder litter. The current Empress Dowager was not the Emperor's biological mother. That honor belonged to the late Empress Dowager, who had been posthumously titled. The previous emperor had passed away long ago, and the Empress Dowager had only one daughter, the princess with no sons to nurture. She sought to elevate her maternal family and had once hoped for the emperor to marry her niece, Miss Pan, and promote the Pan family, only to be rebuffed. Undeterred, she resorted to underhanded tactics, compelling the emperor to promote her relatives. Thus, the relationship between the Empress Dowager and the emperor was strained and cold. However, the Empress Dowager's passing was not the emperor's doing. It was a natural consequence of aging and mortality. Soon, she would be unable to rise from her bed. Within a month, her death would be announced, and the nation would mourn. Ku Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing this news. Would the Empress Dowager not survive a month? Not only Shang Tingli pondered this. Yu Lanxi was equally contemplative. This aunt had departed so early. In her previous life, she had gained nothing from her influence, suffering greatly instead. The only purpose this aunt served in her life was to fulfill her mother's wishes and arrange her marriage. Shaking her head, Yu Lanxi took in the early summer atmosphere, with a gentle breeze stirring the crystal curtains and the sweet fragrance of roses filling the courtyard. The tea ceremony for the bride was a significant event, and all within the household gathered in the hall, awaiting the young master and young mistress to acknowledge their relatives. So many people, Ku Xian remarked. Kudi? Kui-chang? Princess Ren? Who is speaking? As the three strained to listen attentively, silence fell. They scanned the room but found no one speaking. At this point, they began to suspect they had merely imagined the voice. At the head of the room sat a handsome middle-aged man and a serene, dignified noblewoman, Prince Ren and his wife. Ku Xian knelt on the mat before Prince Ren, with Shang Tingli to his right, kneeling before the princess. Son pays respects to father and mother. Daughter-in-law pays respects to father and mother. They each offered tea to Prince Ren and the princess. Father, please enjoy your tea. Mother, please enjoy your tea. Prince Ren, Kiwei, wore a stern expression. After drinking the bride's tea, he presented her with a customary red envelope, albeit without any public display of disdain. Thank you, father. Shang Tingli obediently accepted the red envelope, discreetly squeezing it in her hand, unable to suppress a smile moments later. I never anticipated that this prince would be so generous. This envelope is quite substantial. I adore money. Who understands the joy of having wealth in hand? Upon hearing the voice she had previously thought to be a figment of her imagination, Princess Wenwei paused in her preparation of a gift. Would it still be possible to prepare another red envelope? I wonder what the princess's gift will be. I am quite eager to find out. Feeling a gentle and expectant gaze upon her, Wenwei smiled warmly, affectionately taking Shang Tingli's hand and adorning her wrist with a red jade bracelet. The beautiful woman's arm, pale as snow, was now graced with the vibrant red bracelet, akin to a winter sweet blossom blooming amidst the cold, particularly enchanting. Wenwei nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, such a meticulously crafted bracelet was most fitting for the lovely bride. What a beautiful bracelet! Look at this red jade and the exquisite craftsmanship. I have never encountered such quality in the Marquis' residence. Shang Tingli admired the new bracelet on her wrist, her bright eyes reflecting her delight. She genuinely cherished the gift bestowed upon her by the princess. Seeing her expression, Wenwei felt a twinge of bittersweet emotion. Everything is the fault of the Yizhong Marquis' residence and the Empress Dowager. What fault lies with my son's bride? She is merely a victim of circumstance. If not for the turmoil instigated by the Marquis' residence, who could have imagined that the esteemed daughter of the Marquis would marry a sixth-rank guard? Now, that young lady from the Marquis' residence seemed to have lost her mind, abandoning her son for a mere sixth-rank guard. Wenwei resolved to closely observe her fate. Suppressing her thoughts, Wenwei lovingly helped Shang Tingli to her feet. All right, everyone. Come meet the young mistress. In the room, only the prince and princess were the official elders of the young master, so Shang Tingli was not required to serve tea to others. They merely awaited the relatives to introduce themselves. Ku Xian and Shang Tingli took their seats in the empty spot beside Wenwei. The first to rise from the crowd and introduce herself was a splendidly dressed young lady in a violet dress with a white skirt, her beauty striking. She appeared to be of marriageable age. Lingyun has met her sister-in-law. So this is Princess Lingyun, the only princess of the Prince Ren's residence, the biological daughter of the princess and the sister of the heir, Kui-chang. Although Yu Lanxi had attended a few banquets alongside her, she had only ever observed from a distance, knowing her to be a beauty but unaware of the depths of her character. Lingyun initially thought she had imagined it until she fully confirmed that she had indeed heard her new sister-in-law's thoughts. Eager to listen, she perked up her ears. Sister-in-law's first impression of me must be worth noting. Princess Lingyun is so beautiful. It is truly a pity that she is being forced into a marriage alliance with the northern barbarians. Ling Yun was rooted to the spot. Marriage alliance? There were 3 princesses of suitable age in the palace, not to mention the already engaged Princess Ryu. There were still 2 princesses unbetrothed. Why was she being chosen for a marriage alliance? Moreover, in the current tripartite division of power, their Tianzhou kingdom was the most prosperous. Even if a marriage alliance were to occur, it should be the northern barbarians or southern Yu sending a princess to Tianzhou. Uncertain as to how the sister-in-law obtained such information, it must surely be false, right? The strongest has fallen to the weakest. The 4th prince is indeed to blame. Had he not secretly forged an agreement with the northern barbarians, and had the generals dispatched by the emperor to guard the borders not been his allies, they would not have suffered such a humiliating and absurd diplomatic marriage. Those who could hear Shang Tingli's innermost thoughts were struck with a profound shock, as if thunder had reverberated in their ears, leaving them momentarily stunned. The next moment, fear and panic began to creep in. They could hear this intimate thought. What of the others? After cautiously observing the expressions of everyone present, they breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that only they could hear the thoughts of the young master's wife. Before the marriage, the 4th prince had already promised the princess of Confronting to another. Thus, the responsibility for the diplomatic marriage naturally fell upon Princess Baozhen. Initially, Princess Baozhen had prepared herself for the marriage, but unexpectedly, the 4th prince had met with the emperor in secret, persuading him to choose Princess Ling Yun instead. Subsequently, Princess Ling Yun embarked on a journey to marry into the northern barbarians, only to meet a tragic end along the way, falling victim to bandits. But that is merely a fade. The truth is that the 4th prince colluded with the northern barbarians. They brutally tortured Princess Ling Yun. Keishang felt a shiver run through her body turning cold as if she were trapped in an ice cellar. Xian clenched his fists in silent fury, cursing the 4th prince under his breath. Shang Tingli, unaware that her thoughts were being overheard, glanced back at Feng Ji. Understanding, Feng Ji handed her something. Shang Tingli accepted it and offered it to Keishang with a gentle smile. This is a small token from your sister-in-law. I hope the princess does not find it lacking. Keishang stared blankly, seemingly lost in thought. Shang Tingli blinked, calling out, Princess? Had she not applied lipstick today, everyone would have noticed her pallor. Shang Tingli smiled at her and reiterated her earlier words. No offense taken, I will gladly accept your sister-in-law's kind gesture. Very well. Shang Tingli agreed with a smile. Little Wu had met the sister-in-law before. A small boy, dressed in a red round-collared robe, stood out no more than 10 years old. His appearance quite endearing. Kui was filled with curiosity about this sister-in-law, his round eyes brimming with wonder. Responding to such innocent eyes, Shang Tingli gifted him a set of writing tools. Thank you, sister-in-law, Kui replied, his brow furrowed as he accepted the gift. Ah. So this is the appearance of the young master's short-lived younger brother, someone thought. Hearing this thought, Xian and Wen Hui exchanged glances. A short-lived ghost? Being still a child, Kui panicked at the notion of an early death. He glanced at Shang Tingli, wishing she would refrain from uttering such frightening words. Yet, despite his youth, he understood certain truths. For instance, the fact that he could hear his sister-in-law's thoughts was something he must never disclose to outsiders. However, his teachers at the academy often praised his agility, implying that he would not be a short-lived ghost. Surely my sister-in-law must be mistaken, he thought. Shang Tingli observed the little boy, noticing his posture had slumped from its earlier straightness, her brow slightly furrowing. Had he fallen into the trap of such vices? As they approached their seats, Kui stumbled slightly, nearly falling and causing quite a commotion, drawing the attention of the entire room. In front of everyone, Kui flushed red. I truly like the gift my sister-in-law has given me. I couldn't help but be a bit too excited. What affection could there be in such a statement? Yet everyone chose to remain silent about their understanding. Xian kept a close eye on Kui, finding his reaction oddly peculiar, as though it were not merely a slip, but a response to something shocking. Could it be that he could hear his sister-in-law's thoughts? Shang Tingli had been observing Ke for a while, recognizing that his words bore no malice. She knew he had merely grazed the surface of gambling, not yet spiraling into its depths. With a silent sigh, she contemplated, one cannot overlook the depth of the fourth prince's schemes. He lurks in the shadows, using the second prince's cousin to lure the fifth young master into gambling, waiting for the right moment to strike two birds with one stone. Since earlier, Xian had not shifted his gaze from Ke, noticing the boy's eyes widen in disbelief, which suddenly darkened his heart. Shang Tingli's words rang true. At this moment, Ke had indeed fallen into gambling's grasp, influenced by the second prince's cousin. As Shang Tingli recalled events from her past life, her thoughts surged like a flood. Once the fifth young master encounters gambling, under the guidance of unscrupulous individuals, his temperament will worsen, and he may even become violent, prone to fighting and scolding. Later, at the Empress's chrysanthemum banquet, he would behave disgracefully, clashing with the Emperor's favored concubine Yun, arguing vehemently, even pushing her to the ground. Had it been an ordinary incident, perhaps he would have simply endured a beating. However, concubine Yun was with child, and the push would lead to dire consequences. The dragon's heir could not be saved, nor could the fifth young master retain his life. A mere child, yet he would meet a tragic end. Ke was so terrified that he felt as though his soul had fled, shrinking into his seat and trembling uncontrollably. I only wanted to gamble a little. Must it be so severe? Shang covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her gaze lowered to conceal her emotions. She realized she was not the only one who had met with an untimely death. Was it possible there had been a massacre? When Hui nearly lost her composure. The thought that her daughter and young son could face such a brutal fate was unbearable. Xian observed Wen Hui discreetly, pondering if she could hear Shang Tingli's thoughts. He glanced at Shang, wondering if Ling Yun could hear as well. Xian silently resolved to act. While the four of them were shrouded in clouds of despair, the others remained oblivious, unable to hear each other's thoughts, and thus continued as they would. Following Ke, others began to greet Shang Tingli. As the eldest brother, Xian was surrounded by his younger half-siblings, all coming to pay their respects. She had to present them with gifts. Shang Tingli treated them all equally, though naturally. The gifts could not compare to those given to Shang and Ke. Once the young ladies and gentlemen of the residence had greeted her, it was time for the concubines of Prince Ke. Although there were no secondary wives, Prince Ke had taken numerous concubines. There were 3 favored concubines and more than 5 esteemed concubines, not to mention those of lower status. Shang Tingli only had a general impression, as she seldom needed to interact with them, merely familiarizing herself with their faces would suffice. During this time, Xian and the others had not heard Shang Tingli's thoughts, likely deeming them insignificant. The concubine Zheng appeared before the young master's wife. A voice as sweet as honey reached her ears, and Shang Tingli beheld a delicate woman, reminiscent of a willow swaying in the wind. This was the last of the prince's favored concubines to greet her. Zheng was different from the previous few. She was younger and more beautiful, appearing not yet 20, perhaps even younger than the young master. Zheng, Shang Tingli recalled her well. Isn't this the concubine the fourth prince arranged for the prince? She sold herself to bury her father, and while it seems the prince took pity on her, it was merely a matter of desire. One concubine after another was introduced, and her bond with the prince had long since faded. The addition of one more favored concubine made little difference to her. However, now when Hui cast a discreet glance at Zheng, pondering if she truly was the fourth prince's spy. Look at Zheng's frail appearance. She could very well be the one to bring ruin to the princess. Shang and Ke stealthily glanced at Wen Hui. Could it be that even the Empress Mother met with an unfavorable fate? Xian first cast a glance at Shang, noting her gaze fixed on Wen Hui, confirming that she too could hear Shang Tingli's inner thoughts. He then focused his attention on Wen Hui, observing the cold light in her eyes as she stared at Zheng Shi. Xian understood that she could also hear Shang Tingli's thoughts. He furrowed his brows tightly. At present, only the 4 of them, Mother and sons could hear Shang Tingli's voice. However, since they began hearing the thoughts of the young lady, it seemed they had yet to encounter any good news. Moreover, it was the fourth prince who orchestrated everything from the shadows. No wonder the young lady scolded him as a fool, condemning the entire family to ruin. The heir apparent would increasingly gain the emperor's favor, creating an undercurrent that urged the prince to retire, which only fueled the prince's dissatisfaction. With the fourth prince stirring the pot behind the scenes, the prince, in an attempt to suppress this disobedient son, agreed to collaborate with him. Ultimately, they conspired with Zheng Shi to bring about the demise of the princess. Under the fourth prince's directives, Zheng Shi enchanted the prince, leading him into a daze. The prince, that fool, lost himself in such illusory pleasures, foolishly hoping to elevate Zheng Shi's status. Upon hearing this, when Hui glanced at Qiwei, Hu frowned slightly, seemingly feeling pity for Zheng Shi. A concubine able to pay her respects to the heir's wife and present gifts was indeed fortunate. The prince actually felt pity for her. When Hui gripped the armrest of her chair tightly, her knuckles starkly defined. A cold laugh echoed in her heart, fool. Later, Zheng Shi became pregnant, and the prince's desire to dethrone the heir grew stronger, even wishing to establish the fourth prince's illegitimate child as the heir. First, they framed the princess for having an affair with the steward, then they caught her in the act with irrefutable evidence. With all proof laid bare, the princess had no defense and was disgracefully driven out by the prince, becoming a laughingstock in the capital. Unable to bear the humiliation, the princess hanged herself in the woodshed. After her death, everyone assumed she succumbed to shame and anger. Zheng Shi had orchestrated a masterful scheme. Kui bit his lip fiercely, fearing he might burst into tears. He had met an early and tragic end, and to discover that his third sister shared a similar fate, along with their mother, was too painful. The pain was unbearable. Kui Shang discreetly wiped the corner of her eye, maintaining her composure despite the tragic circumstances of herself and her younger brother. However, the thought of their mother meeting such a humiliating end weighed heavily on her heart. When Huey's expression seemed to age 10 years in an instant. It is said that a day as a husband brings 100 days of affection. One marries a chicken, one follows a chicken, one marries a dog. One follows a dog. She had married a beast. Chapter 7. Dowry. Zheng Shi did not dare to be presumptuous, respectfully presenting her token gift, softly saying, "This is a small trinket I made myself. I hope the heir's wife will not find it lacking." It was a red pouch embroidered with mandarin ducks, accompanied by a line of small characters wishing for a harmonious union for 100 years. Regardless of her inner thoughts, Shang Tingli smiled as she accepted it. Aunt Zheng is very thoughtful. Zheng Shi smiled and bowed. Upon returning to the new courtyard, Ku Xin arranged lunch. From now on, all matters in the new courtyard would be your responsibility. Whatever you wish to eat, just have the kitchen prepare it. You are the heir's wife. They will not dare to neglect you. Oh, good, Shang Tingli replied. Although she did not fully understand his intentions, she knew that complying would not lead her astray. Ku Xin never required anyone to serve him during meals, and Shang Tingli was no different. At this moment, only the two of them were in the room, as Fong Ji and Gontang had been sent away to eat. Reflecting on her desire for revenge, Ku Xin feigned casual conversation and casually remarked, "The Empress Dowager's intervention in our marriage matters was quite sudden." As soon as the words left his lips, he furrowed his brow, realizing that the statement sounded rather deliberate. Shang Tingli nodded in confusion. Why did he suddenly bring this up? All right, if the heir has no topic to discuss, he could simply eat in silence. Ku Xin observed her. "I know you never intended to marry into my family. If you still have lingering feelings, I can arrange for you to live in a side courtyard where we can mutually avoid interference." Without expressing his full intent, he felt that they should understand each other tacitly. What does that mean? To turn a blind eye to the primary wife laughing and joking with outsiders? Shang Tingli was exceedingly curious. Ku Xin sneered. If it truly came to that, I would break that guard's leg. While he thought about it, Shang Tingli obediently replied, "Regardless, I am now married to the heir. In life, I am yours, and in death, I am your ghost. I have nothing to do with others. Lingering feelings? If it were the kind that wished to stab him to death, the kind that wished for his demise, I could begrudgingly admit that I indeed have lingering feelings. Ku Xian raised an eyebrow. I thought Miss Shang was deeply infatuated with someone. Shang Tingli's expression stiffened, her face somewhat pale. Ku Xian, am I still infatuated with him? Don't let me catch the opportunity to stab him to death. Let him understand the weight of my feelings. A tremor ran through Ku Xian's heart. It turned out she too had not met with a good ending. Shang Tingli beamed brightly, sweetly saying, I have never had feelings for anyone before, and in the future I will only feel this way for you, heir. Wherever you are, my heart shall be there. Observing her coy demeanor, Ku Xian silently tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had seen clearly and heard distinctly that not only had she rolled her eyes at him, but she had also called him a fool in her heart. Unable to catch her in the act, Ku Xian could only remain silent. After finishing lunch, he left the residence. Shang Tingli instructed Feng Ji and Gontang to inventory the dowry in the storeroom. In her previous life, this had not occurred. Under the oppressive control of Panshur, she had never been able to come forward. Had she not lived cautiously, she would still be hiding in some corner today. In truth, even if Yu Lanxi had successfully secured the Empress Dowager's decree, pinning her down in the prince's residence, she would still sincerely thank Yu Lanxi for the marriage exchange. Regardless of the final outcome, she could finally hold her head high and no longer live in the humiliation of being dependent on others. However, one thing was certain, Yu Lanxi wished for her demise. And she certainly would not let Yu Lanxi have an easy time. Let us wait and see. Heir's wife. Feng Ji and Gontang walked in from outside. Shang Tingli smiled and asked, How did it go? Was there any mistake? You are not marrying the guard, Ji. How could the lady of the Marquis dare to withhold what was left for you? Gontang's eyes sparkled with delight. If she were to do so, Yu Lanxi's dowry would surely be lacking in dignity. Even for Yu Lanxi's sake, Panshur had no reason to withhold what the lady had left for the heir's wife. Shang Tingli smiled. As long as there are no mistakes, that's fine. Times have changed. Panshur is also from a prominent family and would naturally not dare to tamper. Shang Tingli understood her concerns. Feng Ji and Gontang had been by her side since she was 7. They were the maids her mother had chosen for her. After her parents passed when she was 10, they entered the Yizhong Marquis residence with her. From then on, wherever she went, they followed, remaining loyal to her. The two girls were quite different in temperament. Feng Ji was more composed and tended to worry more, while Gontang was more lively and a bit careless. Gontang grumbled, You never know. The lady of the Marquis is known for looking down on others. Feng Ji tugged at her sleeve, advising, We have just arrived at the residence, and we are still in the dark about everything. If someone hears you gossiping about the lady of the Marquis, what will others think? It might lead to misunderstandings, making it seem as if our heiress wife is an ungrateful wolf raised by others. Chapter 8. Demands. Feng Ji lightly tapped Gontang's forehead, speaking earnestly, You, be careful of your words. Trouble may come from your mouth. Gontang's eyes widened in fear as she covered her mouth. Shang Tingli watched, laughing. Don't tease her. It looks like she is about to perform a river of tears. Gontang blinked in surprise. Feng Ji smiled. I am doing this for her own good. Although the princess does not seem like a harsh woman and appears to care for herself, no one can be sure if her actions are merely a facade because of the heir's presence. It is imperative to prepare in advance. One cannot afford to be caught off guard tomorrow, hastily preparing only at the moment of departure. Shang Tingli never allows anyone to grasp her vulnerabilities. The two individuals accompanying her are her trusted confidants, who understand her intentions without needing further elaboration, simply following her towards the storeroom. As the three of them stepped out of the hall, they were met by the second-tier maid, Jiha, who hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Shang Tingli, she promptly paid her respects. I have seen the young lady. Shang Tingli paused, observing her. What brings you here in such haste? She inquired. Shang Tingli nodded. I understand. Please invite the matron in. Yes. Moments later, Jiha led Matron Wen to Shang Tingli. Matron Wen bowed respectfully. This old servant pays her respects to the young lady. Please rise, matron, Shang Tingli said, extending her hand to assist her. Fangji, serve the matron some tea. Matron Wen accepted the teacup from Fangji, beaming as she remarked, the young lady is truly gracious. Shang Tingli smiled in return. Matron, you have served the Empress Mother for many years. It is only proper. I appreciate your trouble, matron, she continued. Take care, matron. Matron Wen bowed again. Shang Tingli exchanged a knowing glance with Gontang. Gontang stepped forward, cheerfully supporting Matron Wen and presenting her with a plump purse, acknowledging the effort of her journey. Oh, this is merely my duty. It is too much, Matron Wen protested. As they distanced themselves, Gontang whispered something that made Matron Wen chuckle brightly. Fangji and Shang Tingli exchanged glances, uncertain, and Fangji ventured to ask, do you still wish to go to the storeroom? Shang Tingli shook her head. Since the princess has sent Matron Wen on this errand, it must be well arranged. There is no need for us to labor in vain. Indeed, Fangji replied. Shang Tingli appeared lost in thought. This suggests that the princess is not entirely unkind. Matron Wen replied, indeed. What can be discerned? When Hui inquired, fearing that she might unexpectedly hear the young lady's true thoughts, which could vanish at any moment. She reflected that a mere brief encounter cannot reveal the depths of a person's character. When Hui expressed surprise, oh? Matron Wen pulled out the purse Gontang had given her. She appears to be quite astute. When Hui sighed in relief, that is reassuring. Matron Wen comforted her. Do not worry excessively. After all, she is a young lady raised in the Marquis' residence. How could she be too lacking? When Hui shook her head, one cannot speak too confidently. Looking at Matron Wen, both are daughters of the Marquis' household. How could one be promised to the young master while the other is only fit for a 6th-rank guard? Cousins are still young ladies. Why should one be relegated to such a lowly match? Matron Wen could not respond, as she was not deeply acquainted with the wife of the Marquis of Yizhong, thus lacking insight into her thoughts. No, one must look beyond appearances. When Hui pressed, what do you think of the young lady's demeanor? Is she perceptive? Matron Wen nodded, affirming, yes. Every family has its own burdens. I fear the Pan family may be inclined to suppress her. Otherwise, how can one explain the young lady's previous seclusion? When Hui recalled what she had heard, that child had not even touched a red jade bracelet in the Yizhong Marquis' residence, indicating her dire circumstances. What Yizhong Marquis' residence? Bah, they are all hypocritical. Matron Wen hesitated. This old servant has seen Miss Yu many times at banquets, yet I have never encountered our young lady. With this realization, she began to understand certain matters. It is likely, as the princess suggested, that the Marquis' wife had intentionally suppressed their young lady. Although she is a cousin of the Marquis' family, her father was once the top scholar appointed by the late emperor. Had it not been for that incident leading to his demotion, she would not be ranked below the 3rd grade now. If Shang Wangyuan and Miss Yu were still alive, the Pan family would not dare to belittle their only daughter in such a manner. Contemplating this, Matron Wen suddenly realized that the young lady seemed to lack a matron for her dowry. How ungracious of the Marquis' wife to deny her own niece even a matron for her dowry. Is that true? When Hui asked in astonishment, Matron Wen nodded firmly. I would never deceive you. When Hui sighed, please look after that child a little more in the future. Do not let anyone bully her. Yes. Gather all the maids and servants from the new courtyard to see me. Once she issued this command, she felt the weight of her responsibilities intensifying. She was still unaware if there were spies from the 4th prince in the courtyard. To ensure a peaceful night's sleep, she needed to address this matter swiftly. Gontang inquired, shall we also summon the maidservants from your dowry? Shang Tingli replied, yes, bring them all. Before long, 2 maids had gathered all the servants working in the new courtyard. Shang Tingli refrained from speaking immediately. Although the others did not comprehend the young lady's intentions, none voiced their discontent, patiently awaiting instructions. After a quarter of an hour, Shang Tingli slowly stated, "What you have done in the past, and how you have conducted your duties will remain unchanged. I have but one request: loyalty." Her smile was gentle, yet her gaze was piercing. "Do not let me discover anyone acting treacherously, otherwise you will face dire consequences." Understood. The resounding affirmation echoed throughout the corners of the courtyard. The individuals from the new courtyard had previously been under the princess's management, while the young master had seldom concerned himself with such trivial matters. Due to the young master's affairs, only his own secret guards were entrusted with all matters besides meals, thus there were no first-tier maids in the courtyard. From now on, they would be under the young lady's command. Shang Tingli pondered for a moment and asked, "How long have you all been in the residence? How long have you been in the new courtyard?" In a crowd, anyone who lied would be easily monitored. She believed no one would dare deceive her. After speaking, Matron Zhao recounted the entry times of the others into the residence and the new courtyard. Most had entered the residence 3 years ago and were assigned to the new courtyard 2 years prior. Shang Tingli felt reassured. Xian had only decided to pledge allegiance to the fourth prince 3 months ago, and prior to that, the fourth prince had never considered courting Xian. Therefore, there should be no spies from the fourth prince in the new courtyard. In the future, with the addition of 2 second-tier maids, Hua and Levi, there would be 4 individuals, while Xiao and Xiaoya would continue to serve as rough servants. Does anyone have any objections to this arrangement? The group replied in unison. "We have no objections, mistress. You may all leave now and resume your duties." Yes, the Pan family harbored resentment towards her but ultimately failed to conceal their intentions. Her dowry maids, apart from Fangji and Gontang, 2 first-tier maids, consisted solely of Hua and Levi, 2 second-tier maids, along with Xiao and Xiaoya, 2 rough servants. Pan had not even provided her with a matron for her dowry. Displeased, Shang Tingli found joy in the situation. What could her discontent achieve? This was a consequence of her own daughter's actions. Yet Pan, fully aware of this truth, could not bring herself to blame her precious daughter, redirecting her frustrations solely towards Shang Tingli. The 4 maids had been chosen without much thought, selected for their lack of sharpness and somewhat dull demeanor. Shang Tingli was left speechless. Pan had not considered that her actions would ultimately bring more embarrassment upon herself. A woman returns to her family 3 times after marriage. Shang Tingli rose early. Xian also got up, readying himself as she finished her preparations. Shang Tingli did not dwell on it. Assuming he had business that required an early departure, Xian glanced at her sideways. Is it not obvious? Shang Tingli tugged at the corner of her mouth. It is evident. Xian's expression darkened slightly as he smirked. Are you pleased? How could I claim to be displeased? Shang Tingli smiled. I am pleased. Xian replied, as long as you are pleased. Shang Tingli smiled in silence. The carriage headed toward the Shijia Yizhang Marquis' residence, and while Xian rested his eyes, Shang Tingli chose not to initiate conversation. In her mind, it was best if he kept his eyes closed until they reached their destination. The 2 remained silent on their journey. While no words were exchanged, Shang Tingli's thoughts were abundant. She was absorbed in her reveries and did not notice the young man beside her, whose eyelashes trembled slightly in his closed eyes. He felt anxious, afraid that his secret might be revealed. Could it be that the exchange of affections between myself and Yu Lanxi has triggered some unforeseen butterfly effect? This was the only explanation that Shang Tingli could conceive. Before she could fully comprehend it, they arrived at the residence of the Duke of Yizhang. Before the grand vermilion doors, a pair of stone lions stood majestically, while a group of individuals awaited at the steps, peering in anticipation. Xian dismounted from the carriage a step ahead of Shang Tingli, then extended his hand to assist her down. Leading Xian, Shang Tingli approached the Duke Yu Jing and his wife, Lady Pan Yang, and as she raised a perfectly measured smile, she had yet to utter a word when Yu Jing greeted them. I pay my respects to the young master and young mistress. The entourage behind him followed suit, bowing to Shang Tingli and Xian. The young master, as a prince, held the highest rank, while the duke was of the second rank, thus Yu Jing, being 2 ranks lower than Kexian, was obliged to show respect. Shang Tingli's status elevated alongside Kexian's, and even though Yu Jing was her maternal uncle, he could not overstep his bounds. Observing this, the couple, Yu Lanxi and her husband, could only step forward to pay their respects as well. Kexian lightly supported Yu Jing, speaking in a calm tone, "Please rise, Duke Yu." Shang Tingli echoed, "Everyone, please stand." Kexian glanced at her, and she offered a pleasing smile. "May the young master and young mistress follow us into the estate? Shall we proceed inside?" Yu Jing inquired cautiously. If not, it would have been a futile endeavor. Yet now that he had come, it would be inauspicious for him not to greet them. Fortunately, the young master had arrived. A crowd had gathered to witness the events, for the exchange between the esteemed daughters of the Duke of Yizhong was known far and wide. The Empress Dowager's decree regarding the marriage was common knowledge. Everyone had been eagerly awaiting the return of the 2 ladies from their 3-day visit, hoping to witness some lively spectacle. Keen to avoid being the center of attention, Kexian promptly agreed to Yu Jing's suggestion. "We would be grateful if Duke Yu could lead the way." The group entered through the Duke's grand entrance. As the doors closed, the prying eyes of the crowd were effectively shut out. Watching her father exhibit such deference towards the 2 individuals she despised most, Yu Lanxi could no longer contain her frustration and exclaimed, "What is my father doing? Is he trying to curry favor with that wretched girl, Shang Tingli?" Her gaze turned icy as she fixed it upon him. "Cousin?" Yu Lanxi seemed somewhat pleased with his remark, snorting in response, "That would be for the best." When they arrived in the main hall, they found no sign of Shang Tingli or Kexian, only Lady Pan Yang seated at the head. With a lackluster acknowledgement, Lady Pan Yang replied with a noncommittal baffled. Yu Lanxi asked, "Mother, where is father?" Lady Pan Yang furrowed her brows. "Where else could he be? He is likely gone to that wretched girl's chamber." Chapter 10. The crepe myrtle. The sunlight at the hour of the snake cast its slanted rays across the eaves, bathing the crepe myrtle tree in the courtyard with a gentle glow, accentuating the clusters of pale red blossoms to appear even more vibrant. It was no wonder that in the height of summer, the green shade obscured the view, for this flower adorned the premises with its rich hue. A refreshing breeze occasionally swept through, carrying the sweet aroma of flowers and grass, rich yet not overpowering. Shang Tingli sat quietly on a stone bench in the courtyard, resting her chin on her hands atop the stone table, gazing vacantly at the blooming crepe myrtle by the wall, her eyes devoid of focus, her thoughts adrift. This crepe myrtle was planted by her own hand in the year she first entered the Duke's residence. In truth, she held no particular fondness for crepe myrtles. It was her mother who cherished them. In their former home in Nanwo, their small courtyard had been filled with the crepe myrtles her mother adored. There were red, purple, and white blossoms, and when in bloom, the courtyard was awash with fragrance, alleviating the summer heat. She had once found crepe myrtles unattractive, too gaudy, too common. Her mother would laugh and say, "You're still young. How could you possibly understand what is common or gaudy?" She had pouted. In short, they're just not pretty. Her mother had gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. "Have you heard that planting a crepe myrtle in front of your home brings wealth and prosperity? In folklore, crepe myrtles can bring good fortune and peace." In her youthful ignorance, she had asked, "Can planting a flower really make our family rich?" Her mother had fallen silent. After a long pause, she sighed and smiled gently, littly. "Our family does not seek great riches. Being warm and well-fed as we are is sufficient." She distinctly remembered the moisture in her mother's eyes. Her mother had continued, "As long as we are well together, that is the best." The young girl, in her half-understanding, nodded. Oh. Her mother had embraced her, saying, "Look how beautifully the flowers bloom. Heavenly beauty, the first to bloom in summer. How could that be common? What are you thinking about?" After a moment's daze, she shook her head. "Nothing." Shang Tingli silently lowered her gaze. Even to this day, She still could not comprehend her mother, nor understand why her mother had such a fondness for crepe myrtles. Xian glanced casually at the vibrant clusters of blossoms. Speaking calmly, "Do you enjoy crepe myrtles, young mistress?" Upon his arrival, he had surveyed the entire courtyard. His first impression was one of remoteness and neglect. He had not anticipated that a daughter of a duke would reside in such a dilapidated place. A closer inspection revealed that while the courtyard was old, it was nonetheless well-maintained and habitable. With a few more glances, he felt that it was indeed a bit shabby, yet still acceptable for living. He wondered what mindset the owner possessed, for only a single, monotonous crepe myrtle thrived in the neglected garden. Shang Tingli replied, "Not particularly." Sensing his gaze upon her, she offered a slight explanation. "My mother liked them. This was once her residence." It was clear that her mother must have been the beloved sister of Duke Yu, and in the past, she must have been a cherished daughter of the household. Xian inquired with surprise, "How could your mother reside in such a shabby courtyard?" Shang Tingli understood the unspoken sentiments behind his words and replied coolly, "When my mother lived here, it was certainly the finest. It was merely that by the time it became her turn, the courtyard had undergone a complete transformation." Xian frowned. Shang Tingli smiled, once. This courtyard was filled with crepe myrtles. When the previous owner no longer resided here, it gradually became overgrown. When the new master moved in, the mistress ordered that the crepe myrtle trees be cut down for convenience. When I moved in, Pan Yang only instructed the servants to tidy up the courtyard. She did not renovate it for me. Thus, it was merely fit for habitation, and I have lived here for 5 years. In my previous life, it was even more outrageous, as they dared to consume the dowry my mother left for me. Xian's expression grew complex. Your mother must have been favored by the old duke and duchess, and one would expect that even after her marriage, her courtyard would not be left unattended. Shang Tingli offered a bitter smile. What if all that affection was merely built upon interests? Xian fell silent, his thoughts lingering. When there was no longer any benefit to be gained, who would care for a mere pawn? Shang Tingli turned her gaze back to the crepe myrtle, her eyes reflecting emotions that others could not decipher. Xian remained silent, and Shang Tingli too kept her thoughts to herself. After a quarter of an hour, Xian asked, "Why is there only one planted?" Shang Tingli responded, "Things change, and I am no longer my mother. If that were the case, why plant crepe myrtles?" To plant crepe myrtles was to reminisce about her mother. To plant but one was a testament to the fact that the courtyard that belonged to her mother had long ceased to exist. Another silence ensued. Seeking to divert the conversation, Shang Tingli turned her head. "Why did you refuse my uncle earlier?" As they entered, passing through the main hall, Yu Jing had invited Xian to the study to converse, yet Xian declined and chose to accompany Shang Tingli here. She found him inscrutable. This thought is rather difficult to fathom. Could it be that my intellect pales in comparison to the fourth princess? Xian lifted his eyelids slightly. Why suddenly mention the fourth prince and draw a comparison with me? Her thoughts seemed to leap, and he found it somewhat challenging to keep pace. Moreover, he reiterated, he was no fool. Is it not permissible to refuse? He regarded her with a calm gaze, his expression imbued with pride. Shang Tingli stammered, "You are the young master." "Of course, you can. Isn't it merely a refusal? If you wish, you could kick him twice, and no one would dare to utter a word." Rumor had it that the young master of Renqin Wang was haughty and difficult to approach. Now, it seemed that such tales were not entirely unfounded. The person before her did indeed exude considerable arrogance. "I seem to understand why the fourth prince does not trust you." Upon hearing these words, Xian furrowed his brows and instinctively inquired, "Why?" Shang Tingli was taken aback. Why what? Do I need to explain why I compliment you?" Xian touched his nose, his gaze wandering to the crepe myrtle flowers by the wall, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, revealing a hint of confusion. Shang Tingli, engrossed in his own thoughts, did not perceive Xian's oddity and patiently offered more flattery. "You are, after all, the heir. What is it that you cannot do?" He must be having a moment of madness. Xian's taut nerves began to relax. Oh, he hadn't noticed that. Chapter 11. Cousins Bang. A teacup was hurled to the ground, accompanied by a woman's irate voice. All right, now you seem to be in a hurry. Where were you earlier? Mother. Yu Lanxi felt a swell of injustice, caught in a storm of emotions, and retorted angrily, I simply cannot bear to see that wretched girl thriving. She is nothing but a dog raised by our family. Why should she eat better than her master? Pan Yang shot her a glance and chuckled. Now you realize your mistake? Yu Lanxi's expression stiffened momentarily, as thoughts of her past fate sent a shiver down her spine. Narrowing her eyes, she gritted her teeth and resolutely declared, No, I do not regret it. Pan Yang observed her coldly, If you do not regret it, why come here to make a scene? After all, she truly did not regret it. Pan Yang questioned her. That day, upon waking from your nap, you insisted on changing your engagement, throwing a fit, and even involving the Empress Dowager. What was the reason behind it? Yu Lanxi lowered her head, only allowing her hair bun to be seen by Pan Yang. She knew full well that her actions would raise suspicions and seem unbelievable. However, upon learning of her rebirth, and with the wedding day approaching, she was terrified of enduring the agony of being torn apart again. Her only thought was to distance herself from the Prince of Ren's residence, and the quickest solution that came to mind was to exchange her engagement with Shang Tingli. She was acutely aware that her father would never approve of her withdrawing from the engagement with the Prince of Ren. After all, everyone leaves from the Marquis' residence. Who doesn't marry? Proposing the exchange and successfully executing it brought her immense relief. The thought of her past life, where Shang Tingli ended up so well while she suffered terribly, ignited an unprecedented level of jealousy. She wanted Shang Tingli to experience the suffering she had endured. With this in mind, she also realized that Shang Tingli's path would be easily resolved by a divorce, sparing him from the torment of being dismembered. It was at this moment that she contemplated that if she were to continue marrying into the Prince of Ren's residence, she too could divorce the heir. However, at this point, she was unwilling to let Shang Tingli off the hook. Divorce? How could she allow such an unforeseen event to occur? Thus, she recalled her late grand-aunt, the Empress Dowager. Her mother was the Empress Dowager's niece, and after much coaxing, the Empress Dowager indeed acquiesced. In this life, she would be the esteemed lady, while the fate of dismemberment would belong to Shang Tingli. Regret? She would never regret it. Seeing her silent and head bowed, Pan Yang, frustrated, asked, Do you know how people are mocking you outside? Yu Lanxi lifted her head, disdainfully retorting, The world is rife with gossip. They are merely a bunch of opportunistic individuals. Besides, this is only temporary. Once I become an esteemed lady, you will see their true faces. Pan Yang remained unfazed, her expression icy as she replied, Wake up, you are currently just the wife of a 6th-rank guard. Yu Lanxi smiled, That will not be the case for long. Pan Yang frowned, What do you mean by that? Yu Lanxi leaned in and whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing them, Pan Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Yu Lanxi nodded, Of course, it is true. I would not sully your ears with falsehoods. After sharing in her excitement, Pan Yang composed herself, unable to resist dousing her enthusiasm with cold water. Even if you become an esteemed lady, they will still not bow to you. They referred specifically to Shang Tingli. Yu Lanxi dismissed her concerns. Who says the Prince of Ren's residence will endure forever? Perhaps in 5 years. The Prince of Ren's residence will cease to exist. She was indifferent. In 5 years, the Prince of Ren's residence would indeed fall, and Shang Tingli would perish as well. You must cease this talk. Pan Yang was startled by her audacious words, breaking into a cold sweat. With a stern expression, she admonished, Do not speak recklessly. Do you wish to bring disaster upon our family? If such words were overheard, one would lose their head for it. Yu Lanxi replied, Oh, after all, she was merely stating the truth. She was well aware of the future's trajectory and felt no concern. Pan Yang, overwhelmed by fear, swiftly changed the subject. Does that lad named Ji truly possess such abilities? She still found it hard to believe. To her, this lowly son-in-law seemed devoid of any remarkable qualities. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen for that solitary girl. Yu Lanxi patted her chest confidently. Rest assured, my judgment is infallible. Reflecting on the fact that the engagement had been changed and the Empress Dowager's decree had been issued, leaving no room for alteration, Pan Yang sighed. I hope so. Yu Lanxi affirmed, it will surely be so. Pan Yang could not help but exclaim, that poor girl has truly been given a bargain. Yu Lanxi mused. Indeed, it was a bargain for her. She would enjoy another 5 years of good fortune. Recalling the matter at the palace gate from yesterday, Yu Lanxi's dissatisfaction resurfaced. You have no idea. That wretched girl's arrogance yesterday was infuriating. She usually acts so demure. Yet yesterday she dared to force me to pay my respects. Wretched girl. Pan Yang glared at her. What did your mother teach you? Yu Lanxi replied, to remain composed. Of course. At the courtyard entrance stood a group of well-dressed young masters and ladies, who appeared out of place against the old courtyard door. One of them called out from a distance. The group attempted to enter the courtyard, but the maids, Fangji and Gontang, could not stop them. Shang Tingli signaled for them to let the guests in. Xian raised an eyebrow, chuckling, quite a number of visitors have arrived. Shang Tingli smiled. I apologize for the inconvenience, my lord. The group approached slowly, halting at an appropriate distance, and respectfully greeted Xian. We pay our respects to the heir. However, they showed no intention of greeting Shang Tingli. Xian, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, toyed lazily with the bells and tassels on his waist sash, displaying no intention of acknowledging anyone. One individual boldly approached Shang Tingli, reproaching, Tingli, why are you hiding here with the heir? You should be leading people to the back garden. That place is much more entertaining. Shang Tingli evaded the outstretched hand and looked at her with a half-smile, half-sneer. This person was Yu Lanxi's half-sister, Yu Lingling, the second daughter of the Marquis' favored concubine. Yu Jing doted on her to such an extent that she believed she could rival Yu Lanxi. In their past confrontations, she had always ended up as the unfortunate one. Shang Tingli held no affection for either Yu Lanxi or Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling, glancing at her empty hand, seemed embarrassed by her failure to grasp his hand. Her eyes reddening in disbelief, Tingli, are you trying to ingratiate yourself with my family's heir? Is that the custom of the Marquis of Yizhong? Chapter 12. The heir's authority. Though he wore a smile, his eyes were icy, rendering that smile merely an illusion to others. Shang Tingli remained momentarily stunned. The young man's reprimand rendered Yu Lingling speechless. It was a man slightly older than her, standing behind her, who first reacted. Bowing to Shang Tingli, we pay our respects to the heir. Seeing this, the others followed suit. We pay our respects to the heir. Shang Tingli offered a faint smile, silently observing Yu Lingling. Finally, Yu Lingling, begrudgingly, performed a curtsy. We pay our respects to the heir. Shang Tingli chuckled. Oh my, why so formal? The crowd murmured. Is this a case of hindsight? As Prince Ren's heir exerted pressure, why did you remain silent? How about the heir accompanying us to stroll in the back garden? Tea and snacks have already been prepared, along with numerous intriguing amusements. The person who approached Xian is the man who had earlier bowed to Shang Tingli. He stands over 7 feet tall, clad in a copper-blue round-collared brocade robe, with a fair complexion and a handsome demeanor, possessing the scholarly air of an educated man. However, his words lacked substance as soon as he spoke. Shang Tingli glanced at him. This is Yu Rongbao, the eldest son of the Marquis family, and the legitimate heir. Yu Jing has already requested his designation as heir. If it weren't for Pan Yang as scheming on his behalf, his position would hardly be secure. Xian remained silent, while Yu Rongbao's smile began to stiffen, still failing to elicit even a glance from Xian. In desperation and frustration, he could only cast a pleading look at Shang Tingli, who pretended not to notice. Infuriated and helpless, Yu Rongbao's ire towards Shang Tingli surged, and he reluctantly shifted his gaze to Yu Lingling. Shang Tingli tilted her head and winked at her. Yu Lingling smiled and corrected herself, The heir's wife. Shang Tingli replied with a smile. Cousin Lingling, feel free to speak your mind. Yu Lingling no longer hesitated. Heir's wife, why don't we invite the heir to the back garden? It would be delightful for us sisters to gather and chat. She turned to her sisters and asked, what do you think? The group of young ladies echoed in unison, yes, yes. Shang Tingli found it amusing. Besides, she had no fondness for engaging in their chatter. It was always either a competition or an attempt to belittle someone. She found such frivolity utterly uninteresting and meaningless. Shang Tingli directly refused. There's no need. We've gathered enough in the past, and I'm sure Cousin Lingling and the rest of you aren't that clingy. Yu Rongbao shot a dark glance at Shang Tingli, then turned back to flatter Coxian with a smile. Heir. Coxian, having grown weary of the golden bell, finally deigned to bestow a glance upon the man before him, lifting his eyelids slightly and raising his chin. Stating calmly, the heir's wife has spoken, so we shall not go. Is there anything else? No, nothing more, Yu Rongbao stammered, nearly tripping over his words in shock. He cast a puzzled glance at Shang Tingli, thinking to himself that this girl indeed had good fortune. Even Prince Ren's heir bowed to her. Coxian disdainfully lifted his chin, saying nothing more. They understood this was a dismissal. Just then, a maid called from outside the courtyard, Heir, the lady of the house requests your presence at the Bauda courtyard. Though there were 2 heirs in the courtyard, this was clearly addressing the heir and his wife, and no one would assume the maid meant Coxian. The young master seized the opportunity to depart, leaving only Yu Lingling and her companions reluctantly wanting to say something more. Before they could concoct an excuse, they heard that indifferent voice, aren't you all leaving? Or do you wish to experience the sensation of being escorted out? This invitation was far from courteous. Yu Lingling's heart trembled. I will go see my elder sister. I wouldn't want to disturb the heir and his wife. She curtsied and hurriedly turned to flee, as if a rabid dog were chasing her. Once she left, the others quickly followed suit, not daring to linger. Shang Tingli watched their retreating figures, shaking her head. She turned to Coxian and said, thank you for your words today, heir. Without your intervention, I would have had to engage in further discourse with Yu Lingling, which would not have been as effortless. Coxian smiled slightly. It was but a trifling matter. After a pause, Shang Tingli inquired, what prompted you to say such a thing? After all, in the face of familial ties, their actions could be deemed somewhat justifiable. She propped her chin on her hand, looking at him with curiosity. I never would have guessed you were a good person. How could you so readily speak on my behalf? Coxian's gaze sharpened, scanning her with cold arrogance. You are now my heir's wife, and when you step outside, you represent my dignity. How could outsiders belittle you? To belittle you is to dishonor me, and I cannot tolerate that. Shang Tingli exhaled, feeling significantly relieved. It was as she thought. I knew it couldn't be because I was more beautiful than Yu Lanxi, or that I am obedient and sensible. The foolish heir must have acted out of pity. Coxian's expression shifted subtly, internally scoffing. You think you're beautiful? You must be joking. Who is so timid and spineless? Was it not you who hastily expressed your opinion and usurped my chance to speak? I hadn't even had the chance to criticize you yet, and you let me no opportunity to assert my authority. Shang Tingli silently raged, though her demeanor remained meek. Understood. I shall ensure I do not bring shame upon the heir next time. Coxian frowned, leaning over the table with his elbows propped up, his head inching closer to hers before halting at a certain distance, his eyes examining her expression with perplexity. How could someone act so seamlessly without any flaws? Shang Tingli blinked in confusion. Heir? Chapter 13. A lesson. Shang Tingli glanced at the azure sky, realizing it was indeed time for lunch. Upon entering the dining hall, the seating was divided into 2 large tables, one for men and one for women. Shang Tingli was consumed with her own meal, not even sparing a glance for her. Yu Lingling detested her indifferent demeanor, yet was powerless to change it, nearly driven to exasperation. At that moment, Yu Lanxi spoke, unexpectedly siding with Yu Lingling. Isn't that so? Quite imposing, she can't even call her cousin. Yu Lingling shot her a glance, reproaching, "Elder sister, what were you thinking at that moment?" She despised two individuals, Yu Lanxi and Shang Tingli. She could not bear to see anyone prosper, especially those who seemed to thrive. Yu Lanxi, as a legitimate young lady of the Marquis family, could be betrothed to the prince's heir, but why should Shang Tingli, a mere orphan, overshadow her? The incident that led to the betrothal switch, which even attracted the attention of the Empress Dowager, must surely have been a result of Yu Lanxi's folly. If she had not wished to marry Prince Ren's heir, she should have voiced it. She could have married someone else, and now it seemed Shang Tingli had benefited. Yu Lanxi frowned, glaring at Yu Lingling. "What I think is of no concern to you." She could discuss Shang Tingli with Yu Lingling, but that did not grant Yu Lingling the liberty to speak of her. What she decided was none of Yu Lingling's business. Yu Lingling, Yu Lanxi no longer looked at her, maliciously smiling at Shang Tingli. "My dear cousin, your current life is hard-earned, so cherish it." Shang Tingli first placed a piece of braised pork trotter into her bowl, then set down her chopsticks. Smiling radiantly at Yu Lanxi, "It was delivered to me by cousin Lanxi herself. How could it be deemed hard-earned?" Laughter erupted from someone at the table. Yu Lingling sarcastically remarked, "Indeed, it came effortlessly." Yu Lanxi glared at her. "Be quiet." Yu Lingling retorted, "May I ask, sister, what have I said wrong?" As it seemed that the two were about to bicker again, potentially causing a scene, Pan Ying discreetly signaled to the lady of the house, Fang Qian. "The bond between the two sisters is truly remarkable," Fang Qian remarked with a smile, scooping a spoonful of lotus seed and silver fungus soup into her mouth. After swallowing, she continued, "Much like the soup, sweet and clear." The two sisters fell silent, rendered speechless. Who is close to her? Pan Ying's eyes twitched. She had simply hoped for her to mediate, not to stir trouble. Noticing the attention of the entire table upon her, Fang Qian added, "I am not exaggerating. Everyone can taste for themselves." She certainly understood her mother-in-law's intent, wanting her to step in and mediate between the two young sisters, which could easily lead to a messy situation she had no desire to navigate. Moreover, hadn't they just quieted down? This sister-in-law is truly amusing. Too bad she is wed to Yu Rongbao. Ko Xian's ears perked up, scanning the female table, his gaze fixing on the beautiful lady who was engrossed in devouring the braised pork trotter. Would the heir like another cup? His wine cup was already empty. No need. Yu Rongbao had no choice but to relent. Heir, our dear Tingli has been raised in a small place called Nanwu with her parents. My sister was rather unfortunate, and she lost both her husband and wife early, leaving Tingli all alone. Yu Jing spoke with a pang of sorrow, her voice thickening with emotion. As her uncle, I felt it inappropriate to constrain her. Ko Xian's eyelids flickered. This was hardly the demeanor of a caring uncle, more reminiscent of a cold-hearted stepfather. He managed a wry smile, remarking that the young princess was both clever and sensible, suggesting that Yu Ho was overly concerned. It seemed her talent for acting had indeed been inherited from her uncle, surpassing his own abilities. Yu Jing choked back her emotions, her eyes reddening yet refusing to shed tears, which only added a touch of absurdity to the moment as she stammered, "That would be quite good." Ko Xian had lost interest in conversing with Yu Jing, casually partaking in the meal while his ears perked up at the sudden outpour of feelings. Was it due to her excellence? How audacious of her to voice such thoughts. Suddenly, Ko Xian felt a desire for wine, swirling the cup in his hand before ultimately deciding to pour another drink. Perhaps concealing certain sentiments was not entirely detrimental. His brow furrowed as he listened intently. Shang Tingli's gaze turned icy, the corners of her mouth slightly curling upward. What does it mean by this? Pan Yang placed a pig trotter in her bowl, smiling with the demeanor of a benevolent mother, and is praising our Ting girl for her capabilities. After all, she is the esteemed princess and must not forget the kindness of the family. Her words bore an unmistakable hint of admonition. Shang Tingli hesitated, quickly wiping her eyes. My marriage was arranged by Aunt herself. Whatever Aunt decrees is to be followed. It was only through the agreement with cousin Lanxi that I achieved my current standing. How could I ever forget your magnanimity? She pondered how her status as the princess had come to be, all thanks to her esteemed daughter's machinations. Upon mentioning Yu Lanxi's foolish deeds again, Pan Yang's expression darkened as she grit her teeth, saying, I trust our Ting girl's character. But I hope you will remember the kindness shown by cousin Lanxi and support her more. Shang Tingli refrained from responding immediately. Yu Lanxi, eager to interject, exclaimed, Who needs her support? Chapter 14. Filial piety. Shang Tingli remained composed, curious about what her dim-witted cousin would say next. Ignoring the gazes around her, Yu Lanxi directed her scorn solely at Shang Tingli, her eyes glimmering with disdain as she smugly declared, My husband is ambitious and capable. He will soon be promoted, and does not require anyone's assistance. Shang Tingli replied with a smile, Cousin Lanxi, do not sacrifice your dignity for a fleeting moment of pride. Even if your husband is a blue feather guard, a promotion does not equate him to a general, nor will he gain military merit. In her previous life, such a situation had never occurred. She did not doubt Yu Lanxi's words. Her bold proclamations indicated that the matter was already settled. Shang Tingli glanced at Yu Lanxi, recognizing that this twist of fate lay at her feet. Unable to tolerate the doubt cast upon her, Yu Lanxi was about to raise her voice in protest when her words were abruptly cut off. She was seated beside Pan Yang, who pinched her under the table and shot her a warning glare. Turning back to Shang Tingli, she smiled. Do not heed cousin Lanxi's wild claims. This matter is far from certain. You two are blood relatives and should support one another. Reluctantly, Yu Lanxi fell silent. She had not spoken in vain. She merely longed to witness her unfortunate cousin suffer a fitting punishment. Aunt's words are quite severe. As an inner household woman, I cannot meddle in affairs of the men. This was her subtle refusal. Pan Yang narrowed her eyes. Shang Tingli had certainly not missed the scornful glance Yu Lanxi had thrown her way. She smiled and recalled past events to silence Pan Yang. If any lady hosts a lotus or chrysanthemum feast in the future, I would happily include cousin Lanxi. As for other matters, I fear my abilities may fall short. In the past, she had not enjoyed the benefits of the Marquis, yet now she was willing to repay kindness with kindness, which was commendable. As for other matters? Shang Tingli smiled. Koxian raised an eyebrow, taking a sip of his drink with a smile. This person was nothing but flattering. Where was the backbone of a general? Pan Yang's expression turned cold, losing her previous warmth, and her tone grew reproachful. Ting girl has truly achieved great things, and can no longer sway you. If you are so dismissive of such trivial matters, will you still regard aunt in the future? Will you come to visit me? This little wretch indeed seemed to betray her family, lacking any sense of familial honor. If not for Lanxi's ignorance, how could this lonely girl be so audacious today? Her wings had clearly grown strong. Shang Tingli's mouth fell agape in shock, her eyes reddening with tears as she covered her heart, choking back sobs. Aunt, are you truly trying to pierce my heart? Is this how you see me, as a heartless and ungrateful person? Do you think to use filial piety to suppress me? Bah. Her sorrowful cries, mingled with rebellious sentiments, reached the ears of those present. Koxian turned his head. It seems I have heard the princess weeping. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was perfectly pitched for the two tables to hear. The gathering fell silent, all eyes turning to Shang Tingli, who indeed was dabbing at her tears, sobbing pitifully. No one knew that beneath the handkerchief, the beautiful maiden was secretly glancing at everyone. Yes, 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 look at me. See how wronged I am. I am terribly wronged. Koxian, Yu Jing was taken aback. What has happened? Why is Ting girl crying? He discreetly observed the expression of the prince, noting his displeasure, which made his heart sink. This heir seemed to truly cherish Ting girl. Yu Jing furrowed his brow. Pan? Under the gaze of so many, her husband questioned her so. Pan Yang, feeling wronged, stammered, Ting girl is truly delicate. I merely suggested she and cousin she support each other in the future, yet she has caused such a commotion. She too began to dab at her eyes. Is it merely crying? She could do that too. Yu Lanxi, unable to bear her mother's plight in front of so many, stood up and said, "My mother did not scold her. How could she cause such a ruckus?" The wives and daughters speaking thus swayed Yu Jing's heart, and, constrained by Xian's presence, he could only politely inquire of Shang Tingli, "What do you have to say?" "What do I have to say?" "I say this mother-daughter duo is adept at turning the tables." Xian's gaze sharpened as it passed over Pan Yang. A jolt of anxiety shot through Pan Yang. "Ting girl, do not speak carelessly. Aunt says I have achieved great things and can no longer be swayed. Yet she accuses me of lacking regard for her. Is that not stabbing at my heart?" Shang Tingli said, raising her hand to wipe her eyes once more. Chapter 15. Apology. Pan Yang, deflecting the conversation, said, "Ting girl, your esteemed status prompts Aunt to think of you and cousin she as close relatives, who should support one another as you once did." She had not anticipated that she would instigate a quarrel. "Do you not understand our situation with Yu Lanxi? Closer than family? You truly can say such things with a straight face." Xian listened, sensing her frustration bubbling to the surface. "Yet," Shang Tingli feigned a delicate and wronged expression, "Aunt wishes for me to assist cousin Lanxi. It is only proper. Regardless of whichever lady's feast I attend in the future, I would gladly bring cousin Lanxi along. Yet even in my efforts, Aunt remains unsatisfied and seeks to wound my heart." With that, she was about to shed tears again. Truly feeling the weight of her emotions, Xian watched in astonishment. What a performance! Pan Yang, enraged, felt as if her teeth might shatter. "Ting girl, you know full well that Aunt did not mean it this way." Shang Tingli ceased her tear-drying actions and inquired, "What does that Aunt mean?" Pan Yang retorted, "You silly girl, are you feigning ignorance? Enough is enough, making such a fuss over a trivial matter. Sister Shi, you are becoming increasingly unreasonable." Yu Jing directed his ire towards Yu Lanxi. He was reluctant to undermine the dignity of the matriarch Pan in front of the younger generation, especially with the heir of the Ren prince present. Thus, he decided to chastise his most beloved eldest daughter instead. "Father?" Yu Lanxi exclaimed in disbelief. Yu Jing shot her a glare, prompting her to close her mouth in vexation, suppressing her anger. He then turned to Xian and bowed slightly, saying, "My lord, this is all a misunderstanding." "You see." Xian did not immediately respond, causing a wave of unease to wash over Yu Jing. His sharp gaze fell on Yu Lanxi, resolutely commanding, "Apologize to Shang Tingli." "Apologize? To whom? To Shang Tingli?" Yu Lanxi's pupils dilated in shock, unable to believe her ears. Anger surged within her, and with a contemptuous smile, she quickly adopted a cold demeanor, firmly declaring, "I refuse." The atmosphere grew tense. Yu Jing's face shifted between shades of green and white, clearly unprepared for his eldest daughter's blatant defiance. As he turned to Shang Tingli, eager to see how his niece would react, Shang Tingli's lips curled into a smile. "Cousin-in-law, your righteousness is commendable. It is no wonder you have been promoted twice in succession. Allow me to extend my early congratulations on your rise in rank." Ultimately, one was insincere, while the other was particularly adept at pretense. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could not guarantee the outcome. What unforeseen circumstances could arise? Cousin said it herself. "You are undoubtedly the guide general," Shang Tingli remarked. "From the Blue Feather Guards to the guide general? I recall my brother-in-law being a Blue Feather Guard. Even if he is promoted, he remains a guard, does he not? Shouldn't a Blue Feather Guard move up to the 4th or 3rd rank?" Yu Rongbao and the other young masters expressed their confusion. Yu Lanxi and Yu Rongyan asserted, "This is not merely luck. It is evident that your husband possesses exceptional abilities. And the 4th prince is a discerning judge of talent, much like her." Shang Tingli's eyes darted around. I see. It is well said that it is merely luck and the 4th prince's keen eye, but in truth, it is a matter of aligning oneself with the 4th prince." Does Yu Lanxi believe that the ultimate victor will be the 4th prince? How mistaken she is. The true winner will be His Highness the Crown Prince. Xian lowered his gaze, his thoughts concealed. The border between Sha Bei and Bei Man had recently become restless, and the emperor sought to send several princes to Sha for oversight. Before the selection had been finalized, the fourth prince had voluntarily requested to go. If what she suggested were true, then collusion with Bei Man would indeed be the fourth prince's motive for his request. In truth, many of the things she mentioned remained unverified, yet they were not entirely without basis. Cousin mentioned a promotion in a few days. I genuinely believed my brother-in-law would be promoted soon, but it seems we must wait a little longer, Shang Tingli mused humorously. Yet, she was resolute in her intention to protect Xian's family, vowing not to allow this couple to revel in their triumph before her. Yu Lanxi raised her chin defiantly, stating, "A few days and some time are hardly different. It is only a matter of time." "As long as you are happy," Shang Tingli replied. The situation had unexpectedly transformed into a premature celebration. Following the earlier uproar, Pan Yang was disinclined to engage further with Shang Tingli, setting aside any further reprimands and forbidding Yu Lanxi from provoking her. Yu Lingling, adept at reading the room, also refrained from instigating trouble. Chapter 16. The review of the brother-in-law. Pan Yang pulled her daughter into the main hall, dismissing the servants. "You are far too impulsive." Yu Lanxi paused, expressing her dissatisfaction. "I simply cannot stand to see her happy." Pan Yang could not help but chuckle darkly, "But she is even happier now." Yu Lanxi protested. Pan Yang regarded her. "What if the outcome is less than satisfactory when you broach this matter prematurely?" Yu Lanxi frowned. "Do not speak such disheartening words. Since the fourth prince has promised, it must be true, regardless of the circumstances. A gentleman's word is his bond." In the study, Yu Jing observed the young man before him, his emotions complex. "I was reluctant to let Xiao marry you when she wished to change her fate." After a long silence, Yu Jing asked, "Are you truly confident in this promotion of yours?" "Very well." The maid from Ronghua Hall knelt upon seeing the two, greeting. "I have seen the young lord and the young lady." Inside, when Hui was startled by the noise, hastily closing the booklet in her hands and nervously gathering the small items on the desk. "Quickly, put these things away. Have you read everything?" the matron inquired, perplexed. Before she could finish speaking, they heard, "Pay your respects to the Empress." When Hui's actions paused, but she was still unable to complete them. The matron pondered why the princess seemed so tense upon meeting the young lady. The items in the princess's hands appeared to be portraits of young men. As Shang Tingli approached, he noted not only the images of young men, but also several booklets on the desk, leading him to a realization. Is this for Ling Yun's potential suitors? When Hui froze, unable to move, feeling as though she were sitting on pins and needles, her heart racing with anxiety. Would the secrets she held be discovered? However, at this time last year, there was no rumor that the princess was reviewing suitors for Ling Yun. She likely had no intention of doing so then, or perhaps she had not found anyone satisfactory. Though Shang Tingli found this curious, he held no doubts. Is the Empress selecting a husband for Ling Yun? May I also take a look? The sooner we review, the better, if we can finalize the engagement soon. Ling Yun will not have to go to the marriage alliance next year and face potential disaster on the way. Moreover, we must act swiftly. The Empress likely will not survive the month. If we delay, it will be too late to make arrangements. After her passing, Ling Yun must observe a year of mourning, and that year will coincide perfectly with the time for her marriage. When Hui's heart quaked with fear, the Empress might not see the end of this month? Of course. You may. When Hui suppressed her shock and smiled calmly, you might as well provide your opinions. We can keep those we find agreeable and let Ling Yun review them herself later. If Ling Yun is satisfied, then we are nearly done. She still found it an utterly astonishing matter. Shang Tingli, unaware of his mother-in-law's thoughts, cheerfully replied, "Very well." When Hui glanced at Xian, who stood nearby, Shinchin. "Would you like to take a look as well?" Xian was about to decline, but when Hui interjected, "You should know those young men better than your mother. Ling Yun is your biological sister, and you cannot allow her to suffer." With his refusal rendered moot, Xian had no choice but to join the review. "Shen? The pearl returns to the river, it ought to be sought after by the stars." The foolish young lord writes quite well. The foolish young lord? He certainly did not consider himself as such. Coxin cast a silent glance at Shang Tingli, who was engrossed in perusing the booklets on the table, seemingly just speaking her mind. Hearing his sister-in-law's internal monologue, Wen Hui glanced at Coxin. In their previous life, this description seemed quite fitting. The second son of Minister Ruan's family possesses a gentle demeanor, is courteous, and well-educated. What do you think? Wen Hui displayed a portrait of a young man on the desk and handed a booklet with the young man's name to Shang Tingli. Shang Tingli was momentarily taken aback by the princess's address. The princess calls me Ali? Wen Hui was similarly surprised. It is quite affectionate. However, my parents always called me Little Carp, saying I would bring good fortune like a lucky koi. If I could relive my life. Would that not be considered a blessing? Coxin observed closely as the beautiful lady recalled her deceased parents, her delicate features quivering slightly. Her sorrow lingered in her heart. With such trust from the Empress, I must not disappoint her. How should I broach the subject with her? This Master Wan is certainly not a suitable match. Before he has even taken a legitimate wife, his household is already brimming with concubines, and he has more than one mistress. These are the high society secrets I learned in my past life, and I can't help but feel troubled and distressed. Mother has already anticipated this and is contemplating how to express her thoughts. Just as the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were deep in thought, Coxin scoffed dismissively. Gentle and courteous? He is merely a dandy who flits from flower to flower, putting on a faughty. Highly educated? Yet, he has failed to make the list 3 times. The two women exchanged glances, relieved to have someone like him. Wen Hui said, well then, let us consider the next candidate. She unfolded another portrait alongside a pamphlet, introducing the third son of the Zhao Yushi family. A man of quick wit and handsome as Panin. What do you think? Shang Tingli glanced at the portrait of Zhao San Shaoya and skimmed through the pamphlet, finding herself in a predicament once more. Wen Hui, observing her expression, felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon her heart, sinking deeper with each passing moment. This gentleman, though charming and clever, does not fancy women, preferring the company of men. Wen Hui exclaimed, what nonsense is this? The Wan and Zhao families truly dare to present anyone to her. Noticing the similar contemplative expressions on the mother and daughter, Coxin interjected again. That fellow is known for his affinity for Dragon Yang. Would mother allow Ling Yun to marry someone like him? Naturally, she would not. The two women sighed in relief again, secretly grateful for Coxin's presence. Chapter 17. A Heart's Belonging. Wen Hui nodded and presented a new portrait along with a new pamphlet, saying, now, let us consider this one, the eldest son of the He Taifu family, only 16 years old, yet already a blooming talent. This one is promising. Wen Hui paused, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Shang Tingli, however, did not pay much attention. The eldest daughter of the He family is destined to be the future crown princess, the future empress. He Xiaoya will be the youngest uncle in history, brimming with talent and elegance, full of promise. As her monologue concluded, when Hui finished reciting the merits of He Xiaoya, Coxin spoke with ease. This young man from the He family appears commendable. I have yet to detect any faults. Wen Hui and Shang Tingli exchanged knowing glances. Then let us keep him. Coxin sat by, expressionless, savoring his tea. After a thorough evaluation, they ultimately decided to retain the portraits of 2 young gentlemen, He Taifu's eldest son and the third son of the Yong'an Marquis family. A quarter of an hour later, Wen Hui summoned Kuichang. She stated directly, after much contemplation, mother believes it is time for Ling Yun to consider suitors. Regardless of any reluctance, we cannot allow our daughter to remain unwed. Meeting Shang Tingli's unwavering gaze, Kuichang's cheeks flushed, and she said to her mother, Ling Yun has just reached the age of maturity. There is no rush. I am anxious. A sudden voice drew the attention of all 3. Why is everyone suddenly looking at me? When Hui responded to Kuichang, young men who are yet to be betrothed in the capital are highly sought after. We cannot allow Ling Yun to choose from the leftovers. We must act decisively. Shang Tingli supported her. It is merely a matter of establishing an engagement. Not an immediate marriage. It is beneficial to start looking early. What others do is of no consequence, but you cannot afford to be indifferent. Delays could lead to dire consequences. Kuichang feigned shyness, covering her face with a handkerchief, lowering her head, fully aware that her pale complexion might reveal her secret. When Hui smiled and said, "These are the young men your brother and sister-in-law have selected for you. Take a look and see if any of them catch your fancy." After a moment of contemplation, Kuichang felt a bit calmer and raised her head, knowing that her mother and brother-in-law's judgment was sound. Shang Tingli laid out the portraits of Hida Xiaoya and the third son of the Yong'an Marquis family on the table. "What do you think, Lingyun?" Kuichang approached and glanced at the two portraits, not expressing preference for either, only blushing as she said, "I leave it to mother to decide." She understood that her mother would certainly hear her sister-in-law's thoughts. Otherwise, there would be no urgency to find a suitor for her. Shang Tingli noticed Kuichang's gaze lingered longer on one gentleman's portrait than the other, signaling to Wen Hui with a glance. Wen Hui understood and picked up the pamphlet of the third son of the Yong'an Marquis family, handing it to Kuichang. "Mother believes this young man from the Sima family may be a better match for Lingyun. What do you think?" Secretly observing her daughter's expression, she noticed the blush visibly fading. When Hui found it peculiar, was she not fond of the young man from the Yong'an Marquis family? Turning to Shang Tingli, she saw her daughter-in-law wink at her, and suddenly, enlightenment struck. Kuichang's blush had returned to normal, and she spoke calmly. "Does mother truly feel this way?" When Hui suppressed a smile, maintaining a serious facade, "Of course. Compared to the He family's young man, the Sima family's son is a few years older, which means he will be more considerate and gentle." Kuichang's eyes dimmed slightly as she disagreed. "Mother, your words seem a bit biased." When Hui, unfazed, replied, "Naturally. I lean towards the Sima family's son. I find him more suitable." Her demeanor took on a hint of playful defiance. Kuichang could not help but exclaim, "What are you saying?" When Hui fixed her gaze on her, a smile playing on her lips. "What is wrong with what I said?" Kuichang bit her lip. Was Lingyun unwilling to consider? Shang Tingli, unable to hold back, teased, "Lingyun is not unwilling to consider. She simply does not wish to consider the third son of the Sima family, am I right?" "Oh dear. It seems she has her heart set on someone." When Hui covered her mouth, laughing, Kuichang's face was ablaze with embarrassment. "Lingyun has a preference for the young man from the He family." Having confessed, her cheeks became an even deeper shade of crimson, resembling a ripe red apple, rosy and radiant. This meeting to discuss suitors proceeded remarkably smoothly, and when Hui felt a weight lift from her heart, the day was drawing to a close, and tomorrow she would arrange for a meeting between the matriarch of the He family and Lingyun to discuss her potential match with Hida Xiaoya. Kuichang's face remained flushed. "As you wish." In the courtyard, against the wall, a pomegranate tree flourished, beneath which sat an exquisite daybed. A swing hung nearby, while a round stone table with 4 low stone stools graced the center of the yard. The new branches bore light green hues, and the late blossoms displayed subtle pinks. Instead of the vibrant May pomegranate flowers, one could see lanterns hanging from the branches in June. Shang Tingli looked up, gesturing toward the small pomegranates above, murmuring, "Pomegranates are indeed beautiful. At least they are edible." As for Lingyun, she had yet to begin her efforts, yet it seemed she had inexplicably succeeded. Meanwhile, in the study, large swathes of orange sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window, casting mottled shadows onto the landscape painting hanging opposite, as if the sunset had left its mark, embellishing the water's surface with shimmering reflections, almost transporting one into the scene. A young man sat at the desk, clad in a golden-hued, round-collared silk robe that accentuated his spirited demeanor. At this moment, his striking peach blossom eyes appeared dim, reminiscent of autumn waters. 2 dark-clad guards knelt on the ground, confessing their errors. "We have failed in our duties. Please punish us, master." Ko Xian turned slowly, speaking coolly. Each of you shall receive 20 lashes. If there is a next time, do not bother to see me again. Understood. The two guards quickly retreated. Once they had distanced themselves, they dared to breathe freely, whispering, "By the way, where exactly did we fail?" Chapter 18. A change of heart the following day. When Hui invited the matriarch of the He family to her residence, they engaged in conversation for half an hour before planning a leisurely stroll by the spring pool, accompanied by Kuichang. When Hui, considering the situation, sent someone to the Xin Yuan to invite Shang Tingli to join them. However, Shang Tingli was aware that this outing was merely a pretext, primarily intended for Kuichang to meet the He family's eldest son and have another face-to-face encounter. Thus, he declined the invitation. For Kuichang, this was a fortuitous turn of events, momentarily alleviating a burden from her heart. She felt no urgency. Unlike others who might fret over dowries, she was free from such worries. The dowry left by her mother had already been converted into banknotes at a shop in the capital, and what reached her hands were merely those notes. As for the shop in Nanwu, it was managed by her mother's acquaintances, and she had no intention of traveling there. The dowry from her maternal uncle's family consisted solely of banknotes and some fine fabrics. Shang Tingli sat on a stone stool in the courtyard, resting his chin on his hands atop the table. It was likely during the matriarch's visit that Xian had ventured out. The day was splendid, with an unblemished blue sky stretching above, exuding a clarity akin to jade. The sunlight cascaded unobstructed, filtering through the verdant leaves of the pomegranate tree and casting a kaleidoscope of hues. A gentle breeze wafted through the pomegranate branches, seemingly infused with the fruit's sweet fragrance. "Feng Ji, Gontang, let us take a stroll," Shang Tingli announced as he rose. At this time in her previous life, she had been preoccupied with managing her modest household in the Ji family courtyard, leaving no room for leisure outings. The breeze fluttered the curtains, and the scent of tea lingered in the air. From the other side of the wall, a faint, melodious tune from a performer could be heard. In the elegantly adorned hall, the fragrance of tea enveloped the space, where two young men sat across from each other at a low table. One of the young men, of marriageable age, donned a vibrant red round-collared brocade robe. This striking color, rather than appearing effeminate, accentuated his brilliance akin to a crescent moon. His almond-shaped eyes sparkled with clarity, concealing a youthful pride and rebelliousness, while a beauty mark below his lip added a touch of charm to his summer visage. This breathtakingly handsome youth was none other than Xian, who had left the house earlier. Opposite him sat another young man clad in a verdant round-collared brocade robe, his demeanor aloof yet refined, possessing the elegance of one with a jade-like visage. He held a pale white teacup, gently blowing on it before savoring a sip and placing it down. "Where did Xingchen obtain this information?" Xian inquired, raising his gaze. "Does Brother Yunyan trust me?" Yu fixed his gaze upon him. "How can you prove your trustworthiness?" After sipping from his cup, Xian chuckled lightly. "I shared two matters with Brother Yunyan. First, the truth shall be revealed by the end of the month. Second, he has set out today to lead a team to Shabei. You might consider placing an informant among them to ascertain the truth." Calmly, Yu replied. "If what you say is true, some matters may be too late to remedy." Xian asked, "Which matter does Brother Yunyan refer to?" Yu countered, "What do you believe, Xingchen?" "Well, I think," Yu observed him as he took another sip of tea, suddenly breaking into a smile that revealed a charming set of white teeth, his youthful spirit shining through his adorable little canine teeth. Yu remained silent. If they won the gamble, it could be a mutually beneficial outcome. Setting down his teacup, Yu glanced at him. "Then, how did you discuss things with fourth brother 3 months ago?" "Good brother, a true hero does not dwell on past glories," Xian replied, his smile faltering slightly before he regained his composure, raising both hands and closing his eyes, only to smile again as he uttered 4 words, "A change of heart." "Understood." In the Taoli alley of North Street, the Liangzhu Pavilion stood as the most affluent jewelry store in the capital. Constructed entirely of wood, it spanned 3 floors, each level showcasing different jewelry styles and price ranges, with the most exquisite pieces displayed on the uppermost floor. Shang Tingli, accompanied by two maids, unwittingly found herself wandering into this establishment. Upon entering, a shop assistant approached her. "Madam, which floor would you like to see?" Assuming that Shang Tingli, adorned in finery, hailed from a distinguished family, the assistant suggested, "The jewelry on the third floor is the most exquisite. Perhaps you would like to take a look?" Before Shang Tingli could respond, the shopkeeper pushed the assistant aside and approached with a bow. "Ah, it is an honor to meet the young lady of the He family." The news had spread in the capital that the eldest daughter of the Yizhong Marquis had been betrothed by decree from the Empress, and having seen Shang Tingli several times, the shopkeeper recognized her now. When she was merely a distant cousin of the Yizhong Marquis, the shopkeeper would not have been so warm. But now that she was the young lady of the Prince of Ren, it was only fitting for him to come forward and extend his courtesy. "Would you like to head straight to the third floor? Do you require an introduction?" the shopkeeper inquired with a smile. Shang Tingli replied with a slight smile, "No need. I can look around myself." "Very well, please take your time," the shopkeeper said, allowing her the freedom to browse. However, Shang Tingli did not immediately ascend to the third floor. Instead, she opted to explore the first floor first. She chose jewelry based solely on her personal taste, never concerning herself with prices, and thus did not feel pressured by costs. In her past, as a distant cousin of a marquis, she had lived under her aunt's strictures, possessing little money. Even if she wished to purchase something expensive, it was not feasible to do so in one go. Perhaps the jewelry on the first floor was too commonplace, or perhaps her taste had elevated. She found nothing to her liking. "Let us move to the second floor," she suggested as she exited the first floor, only to hear a flirtatious voice say, "Am I seeing things? Is that not the young lady of the Prince of Ren?" Turning to look, she saw a woman dressed in a pale lotus-colored long gown and matching skirt, her figure graceful and elegant. It was Yu Lanxi. Shang Tingli smiled gently. "Ah, it is Madame Ji." This address seemed to strike a nerve with Yu Lanxi, who ground her teeth and curtsied. "Greetings, young lady." Shang Tingli's expression brightened. "Oh, Cousin Lanxi, you are too courteous." Chapter 19. Through the dog hole, she could hardly believe that the man she had once married was capable not only of turning his back on her, but also of offering protection and support to another. This special treatment, which she had never received in her past life, was now bestowed upon someone she loathed most, filling her with resentment and jealousy. Shang Tingli remarked, "I am free to wander any floor I wish. It has nothing to do with you, Cousin Lanxi." She cast a curious glance at her. "What makes you think the young master treats me poorly?" How perplexing. Perhaps the foolish young master was not the one with a twisted mind. It was Yu Lanxi before her. Yet Yu Lanxi believed she had uncovered the truth she sought. Smirking, "It must be that the young master has neglected you. You ventured out today without sufficient funds, hence your reluctance to ascend to the third floor, opting to linger on the first instead." Shang Tingli, puzzled, replied, "I have my own money. Why should it matter where I choose to go? Must I rely solely on him for funds to explore freely?" This woman seemed utterly devoid of sense. It was a waste of heaven's benevolence to grant her another life. Regardless of what she said, Yu Lanxi was adamant. "You are indeed neglected by the young master." Seeing Yu Lanxi so confident yet oblivious to reason, Shang Tingli could not help but smile in amusement. "How can you be so certain, Madame Ji? Have you married my family's young master?" Being neglected was Yu Lanxi's own experience from her past life in the Prince of Ren's household, which explained her eagerness to project that situation onto Shang Tingli. Shang Tingli smiled lightly. "Oh no, then how can you be so sure I am neglected by the young master? Can an outsider know me better than I know myself?" "I know very well." Unfortunately, this was a statement Yu Lanxi dared not utter, resorting instead to merely glaring at her. "Do not rejoice too soon." Shang Tingli held up two fingers, mimicking the motion of scissors cutting through the air, bemused. "This is the second time." Yu Lanxi stood at the corner of the staircase, inadvertently obstructing the path. Shang Tingli flashed her a brilliant smile, saying, "Excuse me, I need to go upstairs." Before Yu Lanxi could react, Shang Tingli brushed past her and ascended the stairs. The two maidservants, Fangji and Gontang, exchanged glances but chose not to follow directly behind Shang Tingli. Instead, they circumvented Yu Lanxi on the other side. Frustrated, Yu Lanxi stamped her foot and pointed at the figure she loathed, exclaiming, "Just wait. I shall become a first-rank noble lady." In her fury, Yu Lanxi failed to notice that the shop was already bustling with people, each individual harboring a keen desire for entertainment. In a corner where she couldn't hear, some were already gossiping, remarking on the illness of the eldest daughter of the Yizhong Marquis, who preferred to pick sesame seeds over melons, yet foolishly hoped that the sesame would earn her nobility. Having selected 2 items of interest on the second floor, Shang Tingli proceeded to the 3rd floor after a brief pause. After a thorough inspection on the 3rd floor, she ultimately purchased 2 sets of headpieces, 2 hairpins, a jade hairpin, and a pair of silver earrings from the Liangyu Pavilion. After settling the bill downstairs, the shopkeeper, understanding and accommodating, instructed an assistant to carry the items to the carriage outside. "Thank you for your trouble." Exiting the Liangyu Pavilion, Shang Tingli, accompanied by her 2 maidservants, entered the adjacent Qingfeng Alley. They had been out for quite a while. The sun was at its zenith, casting the shortest shadows of the day. The street was still bustling with a steady flow of traffic and pedestrians. Shang Tingli glanced up at the sky and suggested, "Let us dine outside today." The 2 maidservants replied, "At your command, my lady." Liangzhu Pavilion was renowned for its jewelry, while the Meisher Pavilion was celebrated as the finest restaurant. Shang Tingli had traversed from Taoli Alley to Qingfeng Alley solely to indulge in a sumptuous meal at Meisher Pavilion. Although she had sampled the cuisine there, she had never actually dined at the establishment. To her surprise, she noticed that across from Meisher Pavilion stood a gambling house. Gontang, a frequent visitor to Meisher Pavilion for takeout, was unfazed. It is said that the Lai Yunfang has been in operation for several years. The wind rustled through the bamboo, casting dappled shadows. In a dormitory shared by 6, 2 small figures sat on the innermost beds, wide-eyed and dressed in the blue scholar's robes of the Guozijian. One of the boys, a lively lad with rosy lips and white teeth, hesitated. "I've decided to quit." He glanced at the others on the outer bed, all engrossed in their books. "Quit gambling." He did not vocalize the word gambling. The slightly plumper boy across from him frowned, expressing dissatisfaction with his hesitance. "Ku Xiaowu, are you still not a man?" Kui raised his chin defiantly. "Of course." "Then why quit?" Zhao Xiaolu challenged. "You don't understand." Kui replied mysteriously, "If you don't quit, you'll get addicted, and addiction can lead to ruin." Ao Chengji rolled his eyes. "Is it really that serious? We don't go every day, so how could we get addicted? If we're not addicted, how could we meet ruin?" Thinking of his sister-in-law's heartache and his own tragic demise, Kui displayed signs of inner conflict. Zhao Chengji continued, "Besides, you are the 5th young master of the Run Princess Manor, and I am the 6th young master of the Inspectorate. The 2nd prince is your cousin and my brother, who would dare take our lives. But no buts, let us go." Kui remained motionless, his round eyes fixed on Zhao Chengji. "We still have classes later, why rush?" Ao Chengji jumped off the bed, rushing over to pull him. "Forget the class. On a holiday, can you sneak out alone?" Kobe shook his head. "I can't. My mother is very strict. During holidays, I must stay at home to complete my assignments." "Hurry," Zhao Chengji urged. "If we leave now, we can still play for a couple of hours." Kobe felt tempted. Then you promise we won't be discovered." Ao Chengji patted his chest with his chubby hand. "Rest assured, if we are caught, I'll just say we went out for good food. Deal." With that, Kui no longer hesitated, slipped on his shoes, and followed Zhao Chengji out of the dormitory. The 2 young boys, brimming with vitality, dashed like the wind to the thicket of bamboo. There lay a small dog hole, concealed by the bamboo, providing perfect secrecy. They had crawled through this hole before and did so with practiced ease. Chapter 20. Li Yunfeng after Shang Tingli and her two maidservants had their fill at Meisher Pavilion. They stepped outside, only to catch sight of two furtive figures. Two young boys were sneakily looking around, and in the next moment, they turned and entered Li Yunfeng. Shang Tingli narrowed her eyes. Although there were attendants stationed at the entrance of the gambling house, they allowed the children to enter, clearly with intent. If even children were permitted inside, it must surely be a disreputable establishment. Let us change our attire. After taking a few steps forward, they arrived at a tailor shop. Shang Tingli entered, and upon seeing a customer, the shopkeeper greeted her with a courteous bow. "Madam, please come in. Are you looking to purchase clothing? Is it for yourself or for someone in your family? Should it be vibrant and eye-catching or subdued and modest?" Abruptly interrupting the shopkeeper's chatter, Shang Tingli requested, "Please find me a gentleman's outfit, along with 2 sets of attire for servants." The shopkeeper was taken aback. Shang Tingli reiterated her request, adding, "It should fit our sizes and be in understated colors." "Understood." Though the shopkeeper was perplexed, he turned to fetch the requested garments. Fangji suddenly felt a flutter in her right eyelid and expressed her unease. "Why are you buying men's clothing?" Her intuition told her that her young lady was about to embark on something significant. Shang Tingli teased, "You shall see shortly." Fangji replied, "My heart grows increasingly anxious." Before long, the shopkeeper returned with 3 sets of men's clothing as requested. Shang Tingli accepted the garments, but upon noticing the absence of a fitting room, she inquired, "Do you have a fitting room?" "Yes, indeed." The shopkeeper led her to the back, where a fitting area was concealed by a hanging fabric. Shang Tingli took the gentleman's outfit into the fitting room, handing the other 2 sets to her maidservants. "I will change first, and then you 2 can follow." As the curtain fell, shielding her from prying eyes, the 2 maidservants exchanged glances. After changing, Fangji helped Shang Tingli remove her headpiece, letting her hair down to restyle it into a gentleman's hairstyle, while Gontang assisted in adjusting the servant outfits. Before stepping out, they applied a light dusting of powder to their faces. Shang Tingli turned to the shopkeeper. "Could you possibly bring us a basin of water? I will take the lady to the back courtyard. It just so happens that my wife is there, and I will ask her to fetch water for you." "Thank you." In less than a tea's time, the 3 women had transformed into 3 young gentlemen. Gontang proceeded to settle the bill. "Kindly keep these garments and accessories safe for us. I will return later to collect them." In addition to the payment for the 3 sets of clothing, Gontang gave the shopkeeper an extra silver ingot. The shopkeeper beamed. "I will ensure they are well guarded for you, young lady." Once outside the tailor shop, Gontang quickly adjusted her address. "Young master, where shall we go now?" Shang Tingli pointed towards Li Yunfeng and nodded. "There." The 2 maidservants followed her gaze. "Where do you mean?" In the brief moment of their confusion, Shang Tingli had already reached the entrance of Li Yunfeng, about to step inside when she was halted by a guard. "Miss, it is now June. It is not yet the first day of the new year," implying that she could not enter. Shang Tingli paused. This amusement was a place where men used to gather, and the gambling house was a favored destination for many women on the first day of the lunar month. Each year on that day, the casino was particularly lively, as the ladies who frequented would immerse themselves in the games, calculating and keeping their eyes peeled for the elusive 3 yuan and 5-fold bounties. Amid the laughter and cheer, the atmosphere was far more vibrant than usual. Cast a glance at herself. Although she donned a man's round-collared robe, tied her hair in a masculine style, and removed her makeup, her face still bore the unmistakable charm of a young lady. The attendant was certainly not blind. Before such a plain yet ethereal visage, he found it impossible to utter a word of young master or young lady. It was not the first day, and their gambling house never entertained female guests. This was not just true for their establishment, but for all gambling houses in the capital. "Please, kind sir, I implore you to allow me entry for but a moment to find someone. I shall depart as soon as I locate them," she said, casting a glance at Gontang, who then retrieved a silver ingot from her pouch and handed it to the attendant with a smile. "I would greatly appreciate your kindness." The attendant hesitated, his eyes fixated on the silver ingot in Gontang's hand, unable to look away. Disguised as a young master in a gambling house, she must be some young lady of a prominent family. Their establishment did house gambling courtesans, and if that young master happened to embrace one of them while allowing this young lady entry, a scene would surely ensue, causing chaos. Noticing the attendant's prolonged silence, turned to Gontang. She produced another ingot and offered it, asking, "Would you be so kind as to facilitate this for us?" The ingots shimmered brightly under the daylight. The attendant's eyes sparkled, and with swift hands, he pocketed both pieces of silver, beaming with delight. "I am not so hard-hearted," he said, addressing. "However, I must ask for your word, young lady, that you will only seek your acquaintance and cause no trouble." Smiled softly, "Rest assured. I shall not put you in a difficult position." With her assurance, the attendant granted them passage. Inside the gambling house, the atmosphere was tumultuous. Some patrons wore expressions of triumph, while others appeared dejected, as the largest gambling house in the capital offered a myriad of games, from betting on treasures to cockfighting, all dazzling to the eye. Yet, amidst the chaos, she could not find the figure she sought. Pressing her fingers to her temples, she continued searching until she finally spotted the person she was looking for at a dice table. The game being played was a simple one, guessing the size based on 3 dice. The dealer would shake the dice under a cover, and players would wager on whether the total would be small, 3 to 10, or large, 11 to 18. The table was surrounded by eager spectators, the air thick with excitement, their voices sharp and loud. The silver on the table caught attention, but more eye-catching was the wide grin revealing a set of white teeth from one particular individual. With a crisp sound, the dice were cast, and the dealer revealed the numbers, 2, 3, and 5, totaling 10, which was small. "Brother," tugged at her sleeve, and Gontang fell silent. Both aware of the unspoken understanding between them, they moved discreetly behind. The dealer rolled again, and the result remained small. The 2 young boys, momentarily deflated yet still defiant, exchanged glances and, without hesitation, reached a consensus. "Let us place a debt for 1 round," declared. "I have wealth at home. I assure you I will not default." "I wish to bet on large," chimed in. "Yes, yes. I will borrow 2 taels for another round. I will bet on large." Their obsession with betting on large appeared almost frantic, as if they could not relent until they achieved it. Typically, gambling houses did not permit debts, but perhaps the dealer saw the boys clad in the attire of the Imperial Academy, which often indicated affluence. Observing their privileged demeanor and audacity, the dealer acquiesced to their request for credit, confirming, "Are we set on 2 taels?" The boys responded in unison, "Absolutely." The dealer moved on, addressing the boys at the table, "Are you ready to place your bets? If not, please make way." Lowered her voice, attempting to sound like a young master, and declared, "I will bet. I choose small." Gontang stepped forward, placing a 50-tael silver note on the small bet. Observing this, companions discreetly shifted positions. Whispered, "Why are you still gambling?" Suddenly felt a chill, scanning the crowd but finding no familiar faces. Questioned, "What are you looking at?" The dealer is about to reveal. Focus. Felt an odd sensation, convinced something was amiss. "I thought I heard a familiar voice," he murmured. Standing behind him, chuckled softly. "How could it not be familiar? Just the other day, I sent you a set of writing implements." Feigned another scan of the surroundings, but when he turned back, he nearly gasped. Behind him stood a slender youth, hair tied up, exuding a delicate beauty that belied his attire. Clad in a round-collared brocade robe, he appeared almost like a fragile scholar. Yet his striking features were captivating. It was his sister-in-law, stared at her, unable to utter a word, averted her gaze, feigning indifference. A wave of despondency washed over. The dealer revealed the dice again, 2, 2, and 4, totaling 8, which was small. The dealer remarked, "Young ones, your 2 taels have been lost. Remember to repay, or we shall seek you out at home for our dues." Bit his lip. "I want to continue. I'll borrow 2 more. I'll bet on large." His stubbornness was evident. grasped his arm urgently. Don't continue. Stop. Instinctively, he glanced at, relieved to see she was not watching, and whispered, You said the same before. Gontang had already pocketed their initial stake and winnings. Feeling embarrassed from S words, scratched his cheek and grinned. If I lose, I'll stop. To assure his resolve, he raised his hand and swore, I promise this time it's true. Rolled his eyes. If you wish to gamble, then gamble. It's futile to advise a fool. Have you made up your minds, young gentlemen? The dealer pressed. Replied, I'm out. Insisted, I'm ready to bet. Bet on what? No more gambling. Glared at them before turning to the dealer. They will not bet any further. I shall cover the 4 taels they owe. The dealer paused. Who are you to them? Elder sister. With those 2 words, grasped collar and led him away. Seized shoulder, guiding him along. While Gontang lingered to drop 4 taels on the table before catching up. The attendant at the entrance, initially wary of causing a ruckus, was taken aback to see her escorting a young boy away. It dawned on him that she was not there to apprehend a gambling husband, but rather to retrieve her mischievous, naive younger brother. Approached. Pausing to smile at the attendant, did you notice when these 2 boys slipped inside? The attendant, looking sheepish, replied, Perhaps there were too many guests. I didn't notice. Smiled but did not respond, leading away from the entrance of. It was arranged by the 4th prince. They clearly let them in. Even the dealer is in his employ. Relying solely on deceit to ensnare others, merely to ensnare 2 mischievous children. Were it not for her desire to repay the debts of these 2 boys, she would not have been so certain when the dealer inquired about their relationship. Kuyi's small frame trembled, as if it were about to shatter. The sister-in-law mentioned that the attendant at the entrance and the dealer were both arranged by the 4th prince. Did this mean he was caught in a trap? Realizing they were in public and that her sister-in-law had deliberately changed her attire, Kuyi altered her words. Brother, could you possibly? Zhao Cheng interrupted in confusion. Ku Xiaowu, when did you acquire such a brother? He frowned at Shang Tingli and, upon recognizing her visage, his eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this the aunt? Kuyi hastily covered his mouth, while Zhao Cheng made muffled sounds. Shang Tingli smiled innocently. Xiaowu. What were you about to say? Kuyi's eyes darted about, refusing to meet hers. Could you refrain from exposing me? Shang Tingli's expression hardened. I cannot. Kuyi, panicked, exclaimed, I will listen to you from now on. Is that so? Baozhen. Sister Baozhen, I am deeply sorry. Chapter 22. Squeezing soft persimmons when Hui initially felt a surge of joy, rising to stretch her neck to catch a glimpse of the guards behind them. But when she saw no trace of anyone, her expression darkened as she frowned. Did you not find the 5th young master? Suddenly recalling something. She did not wait for the guard's response, quickly searched the various gambling houses. When Hui was momentarily stunned. Just then, Shang Tingli stepped inside. Grasping a half-grown boy in one hand, she released the 2 children and, after a moment's thought, bowed respectfully to Wen Hui, calling out, Mother Empress. Ali. What is this? Seeing Kuyi alive, Wen Hui paid no heed to him, but stared blankly at Shang Tingli, puzzled by her son's daughter-in-law's masculine attire. Taking her hand, Wen Hui sighed, You have worked hard. With a gentle smile lingering on her lips, Wen Hui nodded softly, You may go. The 2 children followed Wen Hui, watching Shang Tingli depart. Cheng tugged at Kuyi's sleeve, whispering, Wow, she is your elder brother's wife? No wonder I haven't seen her before. Kuyi responded with a dull tilting his head back in a sigh. He felt finished. Wen Hui cast an impassive glance at the 2 whispering heads and instructed the guards, Go inform the Madam of the Censor that their 6th young master is currently in our residence. Understood. The guard turned to leave. Kuyi scratched his ear and added, Mother Empress, my sister-in-law has already sent someone to the Zhao's 6th young master's residence. Indeed. Bai Xiao slightly bent her knee, retreating from the main hall. Upon hearing this, Kuyi's heart leaped, his ears perked up, awaiting his mother's response. When Hui paused and said, No need, Madam Wen fell silent. Kuyi sighed in relief, narrowly escaping a severe reprimand. Only then did Wen Hui fix a stern gaze upon Ke, sneaking away to gamble? Have you learned such skills? Who taught you these disgraceful habits? Ke dared not reply, while Zhao Cheng buried his head even lower than his. Wen Hui's expression darkened. Today's events had opened her eyes. Fortunately, the union between Ling Yun and the He family's son proceeded smoothly. Both families had exchanged tokens and officially established a marriage contract. Otherwise, she would have been much more distressed. Thinking of the heartfelt sentiments of the heir apparent's wife, Wen Hui's expression grew grave. Indeed, it seemed destined to come to pass. She glanced at Ke, not expecting her son to have truly adopted such poor habits. If discovered late, she shuddered to imagine the consequences. What pain it must be for a child under 10 to face the rod, to be beaten to death. With this thought, anger surged within Wen Hui. Ke, not daring to utter a sound, knelt quickly, his back straight. Zhao Cheng, startled, widened his eyes. Glancing between Ke and Wen Hui, instinctively wanting to kneel as well. Must I kneel too? His voice trembled slightly. Ke, Wen Hui shot Zhao Cheng a glance. Kneel properly. Understood. Originally slow and dragging his movements, Zhao Cheng promptly knelt. A quarter of an hour later, the door attendant announced, "Your Highness, the second prince, along with Censor Zhao and Madame Zhao, has arrived. Let them in." Moments later, 3 figures entered. "Greetings, Aunt Wang. We have met the princess." The 3 spoke in unison. Second prince, Lord Zhao, Madame Zhao. Wen Hui greeted them with a smile and instructed, "Madam, serve tea." "Yes, Your Highness." Ke's forehead throbbed. "Are you still going to gamble?" Zhao Cheng nodded, as if it were the most natural thing, of course. "It's so much more fun than studying." Ke discreetly shifted away, thinking he must not bring ruin upon himself. How could he be kneeling there so innocently? Seeing Zhao Cheng on the ground, Madame Zhao felt immense pity, quickly rushing over to lift him up, carefully brushing off the dust from his knees. Wen Hui merely raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. After a round of polite greetings, Shang Tingli glanced over. The young man, clad in a fine, round-collared robe, sat upright, his expression neither warm nor cold, his features strong and handsome. One cannot deny that royal family members possess striking appearances. The crown prince, the 4th prince, and the 2nd prince before him, alongside the foolish heir, with the latter being the most handsome. Alas, how unfortunate that the most beautiful is also the most foolish. Ko Xin grasped the armrest of his chair, the veins in his hand bulging, fearing he might break it. Madame Zhao looked at Shang Tingli with a subtle smile. How could the heir apparent's wife venture to a gambling house? It is not the first day of the month. How could she enter? Wen Hui smiled at Zhao Cheng. That is a question for your son. Why does a child so young not study diligently in the academy, but instead skip school to visit a gambling house? After all, kneeling for a while had pained Madame Zhao immensely. Wen Hui chuckled lightly, teasingly glancing at Zhao Cheng in Madame Zhao's arms. Who knows if it was merely coincidence or if there were deeper circumstances? After all, we have not witnessed it ourselves. Madame Zhao wished to avoid further conversation with Wen Hui, but shot a meaningful glance at Shang Tingli. Shang Tingli, speechless, merely tugged at the corners of his mouth. Do soft persimmons only get squeezed? Unable to squeeze the heir apparent's mother, shall we turn to the heir apparent's wife? When Huey's demeanor grew cold, Madame Zhao, some words cannot be carelessly spoken. At our age, we should know that disaster often stems from careless speech. Chapter 23. The instigator. It is said that one should not strike those who wear a smile. When Hui chose not to respond, she had heard of the behaviors of the heir apparent's son, known for his capriciousness and indulgence. Madame Zhao dared not provoke him, her face flushing with embarrassment. That was not my intention. Ku Xin remained silent, his expression stoic. Ku Rui stepped in to mediate. Star Minister, you have misunderstood. My aunt did not mean it that way. Censor Zhao added, our Zhao family certainly appreciates the kindness shown by the heir apparent's wife. We will certainly bring gifts in return on another day. Hypocritical. The three members of the family displayed identical expressions, silently agreeing that it was indeed hypocritical. Shang Tingli. more adept at playing the part than anyone, appeared exceedingly understanding and placid. Lord Censor, you are being too courteous. I merely acted out of convenience. It is not a matter of kindness. Censor Zhao replied, that will not do. This is indeed a significant favor, and it must be repaid. Shang Tingli, seemingly reluctantly. Accepted, Lord Zhao. Do as you see fit. When Hui furrowed her brow, Xiao Wu, what have you done? Ku Yi, equally perplexed, responded blankly, yes, what have I done? Shang Tingli glanced at him with a look of sympathy. Oh, how pitiful. They believe you have led their obedient son astray. Ku Yi opened his mouth, nearly blurting out, I didn't, but quickly covered his mouth, managing to hold back and avoid exposing his secret. However, seeing him cover his mouth, Madame Zhao assumed he was feeling guilty and candidly stated, to be honest, Your Highness, in the past, our Chengji was indeed a studious child. It is only recently, due to frequent interactions with your fifth young master, that he has taken to skipping school. And this is not the worst of it, at such a tender age. He has even learned to gamble. When we could not help but sneer, in my opinion, it is your son who has led my son astray. How skillfully you shift the blame. What use is it to be the wife of an imperial censor when you are so adept at passing the buck? You might as well work as a cook at the Imperial Academy. Shang Tingli secretly rolled his eyes, but turned to meet Ku Zin's deep gaze, momentarily taken aback. Then quickly smiled and blinked innocently. What's the matter? Nothing, Ku Xin replied, turning his head away. If it weren't for his ability to hear her thoughts, he might not have recognized her face at all. Are you feeling unwell? It's a bit frightening. Ku Xin observed the ongoing debate over who was right and who was wrong, with neither party willing to accept that their child was the incorrigible ringleader. Shang Tingli, feeling a headache coming on, could not help but suggest, why not ask the two children themselves? They are the ones who understand their situation best. A moment of silence fell over the hall. When Hui and Madame Zhao spoke in unison, youngest, tell us, who led whom astray? It was Zhao Xiaolu, Ku Yi answered. Of course, it was me, Zhao Chengji chimed in. As the children's words settled, an eerie silence enveloped the room. It was when Hui Hu first regained her composure, letting out a laugh that dripped with irony. Adults could hardly be more candid than children. The Zhao couple was taken aback by this unexpected outcome. Zhao Chengji, animatedly recounting, stated, I was the first to discover how fun the dice were. When I played with Benoit and the others, I never found it boring. Later, I secretly brought the dice to the dormitory where Ku Xiaowu saw me, and that's how I got him to play. Once he learned, he found it incredibly entertaining. Benoit was his attendant. Zhao Chengji continued to chatter on, practically confessing with a clean conscience. When Hui fixed her gaze on the Zhao couple, well, it seems it is time to settle the score, don't you think? A misunderstanding, Zhao Yushir promptly interjected. Madame Zhao, feeling quite embarrassed, could scarcely utter a word. Observing the scene for a while, Ku Rui turned to Zhao Chengji and asked, Xiaolu, how did you come to discover such a thing as dice? A pointed question, indeed, Shang Tingli thought, glancing at Zhao Chengji. Children are so easily deceived. Ku Xin also looked at Zhao Chengji. The moment those words were spoken, it became clear to everyone present, provided they were not foolish, that someone was manipulating events from behind the scenes, intentionally guiding matters. Shang Tingli lowered his head to focus on the floor. Indeed, this is the fourth prince's scheme. To stealthily harm Ku Xiaowu, one must target those closest to him. And Zhao Xiaolu, being the one who spends the most time with Ku Xiaowu and a cousin of the second prince, is the most suitable candidate for this role. Ku Xin cast his gaze downward, piecing together the entire situation. The fourth prince had arranged for spies to infiltrate the censor's residence, enticing Zhao Xiaolu to become enamored with the game of dice, knowing he would unwittingly lead Ku Xiaowu down a path of no return. Moreover, they orchestrated for someone to mention the gambling house on Zhao Xiaoyou's way home from school, making it all too easy for events to unfold. The gambling house undoubtedly had its own informants, such as the staff who dared to let children enter. Had it not been for his ability to hear the thoughts of the young master's wife, anyone witnessing the situation would undoubtedly commend the second prince for his cunning strategy, demonstrating a willingness to use children as pawns. Furthermore, in his previous life, only Ku Xiaowu had met a tragic end. It was truly inconceivable that one could suspect the fourth prince of such actions. Ku pouted, on the verge of tears, feeling aggrieved and questioning why he had become a target for the fourth prince. His heart was filled with dissatisfaction towards the fourth prince, unable to comprehend how one could scheme against another to such an extent. The family of three then took their leave. Ku did not rush to depart. When Hui discerned his intent and understood he had something to discuss with her eldest son, she said nothing further. Grabbing Ku by the collar and exiting the main hall, only 3 individuals remained in the hall. Chapter 24: Alliance. As Shang Tingli contemplated rising, a large hand pressed down on her hand resting on the armrest of the chair, prompting her to look questioningly at Ku Xian. What is this about? Ku Xian feigned ignorance and addressed Ku. If you have something to say, Brother Lingo, do not hesitate. Ku glanced at Shang Tingli, thinking, she will always be my young mistress. Does Brother Lingo have any reservations? Ku Xian curled his lips in a slight smirk, somewhat derisive, yet not directed at Shang Tingli but rather at the decree from the Empress Dowager. Ku understood. Indeed, as he said, regardless of what the future holds, his young mistress could not be changed. As partners, the current young mistress of the Prince of Rin would not recklessly court disaster. Having realized this, he felt no need to dwell on it further. Ku narrowed his eyes and said, there are those who wish to target us. How does Xingchen perceive this? Are you asking the minion of the fourth prince what he thinks? Your Highness, are you not inquiring of a shrimp how to catch a big fish? Shang Tingli thought this was rather amusing, nearly laughing out loud, and had to clamp her mouth shut. How had he become the fourth prince's minion? Ku Xian's expression changed slightly, regretting having allowed someone to stay. He had not gleaned any useful information, only received insults. Brother Lingo is jesting. How could anyone target me? Ku Xian stated. Ku lifted his gaze, casting a penetrating look at him, using Xiaolu to harm Xiaowu. Is that not aimed at you? Your Highness has keen insight. It indeed concerns the young master. If not for Ku Xiaowu, Zhao Xiaolu might not have been harmed either. However, with a cousin like the second prince, he cannot escape his fate. Thus, it merely facilitates the opportunity for someone to achieve 2 objectives with 1 action. Shang Tingli lowered her head, adhering to the principle of not eavesdropping when it was not her place to speak, focusing on minimizing her presence. After a pause, Ku Xian smiled at Ku. Brother Lingo, you worry too much. Oh! Ku replied, it seems you are implying that your family possesses only the heir apparent, but no emperor. Shang Tingli looked up in surprise. It appears that you are not as foolish as one might assume. Ku Xian responded. Kurue's expression suddenly turned cold, a shadow crossing his brow, clearly displeased with Ku Xian's remarks. Ku Xian calmly continued, the only one targeted here is you, Brother Lingzhou. Our Xiaowu is merely an unfortunate casualty, an innocent fish caught in the crossfire. Ku adopted a different demeanor, letting out a gentle sigh that exuded a hint of helplessness, looking at him and saying, while that may be true, he is still affected, is he not? Ku Xian smiled. Ku sincerely remarked, I trust Xingchen will not suffer this injustice in silence. Shall we join forces to uncover the culprit? Directly attempting to recruit someone from the fourth prince's faction? Your Highness has quite the audacity, not fearing that an internal conspiracy might lead to your downfall, Shang Tingli observed. Secretly noting the change in Kurue's demeanor, this prince was indeed bold and skilled. Ku Xian's eyes twitched. He truly did not wish to be drawn into Kurue's schemes. He merely stated, those capable of targeting Brother Lingzhou are certainly beyond my means. What can I do? I can only set my mind at ease and hope that Brother Lingzhou's wishes are fulfilled. Huh? Is this truly the foolish young master I know? I hardly recognize him. Shang Tingli exclaimed, astonished once again. Ku Xian felt an itch in his hands, wanting to speak again. Seeing that he had reached this point, Karue chose not to say more, rising to leave, thereby borrowing the auspicious words of Xingchen. Brother Lingzhou, take care. Your Highness, travel safely. The two bid farewell as they watched him depart. Once Karue had walked far enough away, Shang Tingli curiously scrutinized Ko Xian. Do you truly believe that Xiaowu is merely an unfortunate fish caught in the crossfire? Ko Xian concealed his feelings and nodded. What else could it be? That is not entirely accurate. It could also be said so, but it is not Zhao Xiaolu's doing. It is your own involvement that burdens him, Shang Tingli retorted. Ko Xian's body stiffened slightly at her words, feeling a tightness in his chest. Indeed, everything stemmed from his allegiance to the fourth prince. Yet he felt no guilt, believing himself to be blind, while the fourth prince was heartless and treacherous. In this lifetime, Ko Xian's eyes darkened. Repaying debts is a fundamental principle, and paying with one's life is the most equitable resolution. What else could it be? The second prince is unaware of your allegiance to the fourth prince. If the fourth prince were to learn of the second prince's attempts to win you over, he would surely instruct you to feign camaraderie with the second prince, only to strike him at a crucial moment. Frankly, it seems you lack the necessary cunning. The art of war thrives on deception, and you appear oblivious to this. Though her thoughts meandered in this direction, her demeanor remained respectful, her smile warm and sincere as she gently advised, regardless, you must keep a close watch on little Five. He is still just a child, and at this age, he is particularly playful. We cannot allow him to go astray. Curson's expression remained impassive, yet his heart felt as though it were fracturing. What could he do other than silently chastise him? Straying could be fatal. The fourth prince's schemes extend far beyond this. Curson pressed his fingers to his temples in frustration, acknowledging the need to impose some discipline on him to avert potential calamity. After Wen Hui took Kashi away, she left him in the small Buddhist hall to transcribe the classic of filial piety. Kashi's days of leisure were not only devoid of outdoor play, but also required him to diligently copy texts. In fact, Wen Hui had already informed the teacher that Kashi would not be permitted to leave until he had earnestly engaged with his studies. Upon learning of this, Shang Tingli instructed the kitchen to prepare some mung bean cakes and refreshing mung bean soup, intending to visit Kashi in the Buddhist hall. Upon seeing her, Kashi burst into tears, choking out, "Sister-in-law, help." Shang Tingli sighed at his plight. "You are already being helped." As Kashi munched on the mung bean cake, he could not suppress his sobs, his tears streaming down like rain, his hiccups suggesting that one careless moment might lead to his choking. "Studying is so arduous. Oh, my head aches." Shang Tingli observed him with amusement. "Would you not be free from headaches if you lost money at the gambling den?" Kashi replied. "But I could still soar as a military general, could I not?" Shang Tingli, with a serious tone, remarked, "A bird must first flap its wings to fly high. And a person must first study to advance. How could one neglect learning?" Kashi sniffled. "But I could still rise as a military leader, right?" Shang Tingli raised an eyebrow. "Can you comprehend the strategies of warfare?" Kashi, perplexed, responded, "Is it not sufficient to simply win battles?" "Indeed, that holds some merit." Shang Tingli conceded with a nod and a light chuckle. "But what if someone were to take advantage of your illiteracy and claim your achievements as their own?" Kashi frowned. "I am the fifth young master of the Ren Prince's manor. Who would dare be so foolish? Should such a thing occur, I would teach them a lesson." "Very well. Continue with your studies," Shang Tingli said as she rose to leave. Kashi, taken aback, called out, "Sister-in-law?" "Indeed, a bit of scholarly diligence is in order," she mused. "You ought to copy more texts." Kashi? Chapter 25, The Lotus Appreciation Banquet. Fong Ji handed her an invitation. A request from the Duke of the Protectorate's residence, inviting her to attend the Lotus Appreciation Banquet hosted by Miss Su Heir in 2 days. The Duke of the Protectorate's residence is also known as the residence of the current Empress's family. In her past life, Miss Su Heir had held a similar banquet on the same day, but at that time, she had been married to a 6th-rank guard and had not received an invitation. It was only later, upon encountering Yu Lanxi on the streets, That she learned the banquet was not merely a social gathering, but rather a selection event for the crown prince's consort under the guise of the Duke of the Protectorate's hospitality. No wonder, after the banquet concluded, the next day a decree from the Empress arrived at the Grand Tutor's residence. The crown princess had been chosen from that very event. Perhaps the Empress had sensed that the Empress Dowager's days were numbered and sought to secure a future for the crown prince. As for Princess Baozhen's marriage, the Empress, wishing to spare her daughter, likely wanted to delay that for a couple more years, for surely a princess would not remain unmarried. Yet, at this moment, how could the Empress foresee the subsequent turmoil of defeat on the front lines, leading to the humiliating prospect of marrying off the princess? Shang Tingli closed the invitation and inquired with certainty, surely the princess and the county princess have received invitations as well? Feng Ji replied, only you and the county princess have been invited. Shang Tingli nodded, unsurprised. After all, it was Miss Su Heir's gathering, and given that it served the Empress's interests, it was likely that the invitees were of a similar age group among ladies and their families. Logically, the Empress could have easily hosted a grand event within the palace, especially since none of the adult princes had yet taken wives. If she were to hold such a lavish gathering, it would be prudent to include the sons of others as well. Shang Tingli speculated that perhaps the Empress was simply too preoccupied. 2 days swiftly passed, and it was the day of Miss Su Heir's Lotus Appreciation Banquet. Such daytime events typically saw guests arriving at the host's residence in the morning, with hospitable hosts often providing lunch. After partaking in breakfast, Shang Tingli set out, encountering Ku Yichang along the way, and the two decided to proceed together. They shared a carriage, arriving at the Duke of the Protectorate's residence neither too early nor too late. At the foot of the steps stood a young lady clad in a light azure and purple-collared gown paired with a pale blue skirt, radiating elegance and grace. It was none other than Miss Su Heir herself, who had come to greet her guests. As Shang Tingli and Ku Yichang approached, Miss Su Heir stepped forward to pay her respects to Ku Yichang, saying, "Greetings, Princess Lingyun." "Today, Sister Jinfu is being overly courteous," Ku Yichang replied with a smile. Assisting her to her feet, "It is only proper to observe etiquette," Miss Su Heir replied with a smile. Ku Yichang introduced Shang Tingli. "This is my sister-in-law." Only then did Miss Su Heir turn to Shang Tingli, offering her greetings, Lady of the Heir. Having never met the heir's wife from the Ren Prince's residence, she was unsure of her identity and hesitated to greet her for fear of making a mistake. Although Miss Su Heir had only sent invitations to the two of them, she could not dismiss the possibility of the heir's wife accompanying the county princess. "Miss Su Heir," Shang Tingli responded with a gracious nod. Miss Su Heir personally led them into the residence, guiding them to a pavilion by the lotus pond before excusing herself to welcome other guests. "Sister Jinfu is Baozhen's cousin. We often play together," Ku Yichang briefly explained their relationship. Shang Tingli remarked, "Then Miss Su Heir must possess a delightful temperament." Ku Yichang laughed, "Like the saying goes, love is blind. Just as you see the best in Sister Lingyun, surely she is wonderful in every way." Shang Tingli chuckled softly, turning her attention to the lotus flowers. The lotus pond was expansive, and the pavilion where they settled was equally grand, a double pavilion. A gentle breeze stirred the water, creating ripples across the surface. The jade-green plates held glistening pearls, and the lotus flowers flaunted their rosy beauty, while dragonflies danced gracefully above. "Indeed, it is beautiful, worthy of admiration," Ku Yichang remarked, her eyes flickering with thought as she nervously twisted her handkerchief, her expression contemplative. Several times she opened her mouth, but the words she longed to speak remained unuttered. Gathering her courage, Ku Yichang finally began, "Sister-in-law, However, just then, someone approached and inadvertently interrupted her. "I wish to pay my respects to Princess Lingyun." "There's no need for formalities," Ku Yichang replied. The newcomer glanced at Shang Tingli beside her and inquired, "And who might this young lady be?" There was a hint of teasing in her gaze. Ku Yichang, displeased by the way she looked at Shang Tingli, furrowed her brow slightly. "She is naturally my sister-in-law." "Oh, so she is the county princess's sister-in-law," the girl said dismissively. Shang Tingli smiled at her. Indeed, so you ought to pay your respects to me. Suddenly, Ku Yichang felt her irritation dissipate. Her expression softened as she chimed in, Indeed, Miss Zhou. Miss Zhou's demeanor changed, and she bowed deeply. I wish to pay my respects to the lady of the air. Shang Tingli found the encounter tedious. You may rise. Following this exchange, Miss Zhou refrained from further intruding, retreating to join her friends instead. Merely an inconsequential individual, Shang Tingli paid her no mind and turned to Ku Yichang. What were you about to say earlier? Ku Yichang glanced around. Many guests had already arrived. She shifted closer to Shang Tingli and whispered, I wanted to ask if you know which young gentlemen in the capital are worthy of consideration. Shang Tingli was taken aback. I never imagined you to be such a person, Ling Yun. Did mother and I not intend for you to be matched with the esteemed young master he? Why do you still seek others? Ku Yichang exclaimed, What a colossal misunderstanding. Allow me to explain. Shang Tingli replied, Oh? Pray tell. Do you know why Sister Jinfu is hosting today's lotus appreciation banquet? Ku Yichang inquired. Shang Tingli paused, then shook her head, turning her gaze to the lotus pond. Pointing out the beauty before them, the fairies on the waves are blooming in splendor, adorned in their intoxicating beauty. This is not merely a banquet for appreciating lotuses. It is a selection event for the crown prince's consort. Ku Yichang's heart skipped a beat, realizing the implications of the crown prince's involvement. She suppressed her astonishment and whispered, But that is not the only reason. Shang Tingli blinked in surprise. Is there anything else? Did the Empress not arrange my marriage with the eldest son of the He family? After Baozhen learned of this, she even implored the Empress to introduce her to suitors. Ku Yichang's gaze wavered, averting her eyes to avoid direct contact. In truth, she had persuaded Baozhen to approach the Empress regarding potential matches. The mere thought that their nation, Tianzhou, might someday find itself in the unfortunate position of being compelled to marry into another family left her with a dull ache. She and Baozhen were the closest of friends. If she could evade such a fate, what about Baozhen? Having gained foresight, she was powerless to prevent Baozhen from suffering a similar fate. Princess Baozhen? Shang Tingli furrowed her brow. There was no Princess Baozhen in my previous life. What went awry? Is it possible that my interference with Ling Yun's outcome has altered things for Baozhen as well? Has the butterfly effect taken a more profound turn than I anticipated? Chapter 26. One mansion, two banquets. What is there that remains unchanged? Moreover, these alterations are not necessarily detrimental. Rather, they could be advantageous to her. If things have changed, then so be it. Why must there be a reason? Reflecting on this, Shang Tingli questioned, Since we are to find suitors for Princess Baozhen, why are there no male guests in attendance? The journey here had been filled with women. She had yet to see a single man. Ku Yichang replied, Later in the evening, Baozhen's cousin will host a poetry gathering at the mansion, where he will bring guests to enjoy the lotus flowers and compose verses. Shang Tingli smirked slightly. One mansion, two banquets? While such precedents have occurred in the capital, she inquired, is everyone aware of this? If young Master Su were oblivious to Miss Su's lotus banquet, or if Miss Su were unaware of young Master Su's poetry gathering, how could siblings hold a banquet without prior discussion? That would be illogical. How could they not know? Ku Yichang looked at her in surprise. Hasn't sister-in-law closely perused today's invitation from Miss Jinshu? It mentions it. I must have skimmed it. Shang Tingli smiled sheepishly. Although I was never fortunate enough to attend the banquet in my past life, I did not hear Yu Lanxi mention that this was not merely Miss Su's lotus banquet but also young Master Su's poetry gathering. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a poetry gathering? As for how this poetry gathering came to be, Ku Yichang did not dare to elaborate, simply stating, to put it plainly, the poetry gathering is unrelated to us, so there is no need to dwell on it. Shang Tingli nodded. By the way, you previously asked which young men in the capital are noteworthy? She chuckled awkwardly. You should direct that question to your elder brother. As a lonely girl without support, living each day under my aunt's scrutiny, how would I know such matters? Ku Yichang felt a twinge of disappointment, but recognized that her sister-in-law was indeed correct. However, I do know a bit. Ku Yichang's eyes brightened instantly. The third young master of the yeoman Marquis is quite remarkable. He is destined to become a renowned general and is said to dote on his wife. Ku Yichang blushed at this revelation, feeling quite embarrassed, especially since this individual had previously been on her list of suitors. Shang Tingli, unaware that her thoughts had been overheard, pondered, so it is. Ku Yichang appeared surprised outwardly, but remained calm internally. If anyone knew the private conduct of the young men in the capital, it would be her elder brother. She preferred to believe that her brother could also hear her sister-in-law's sentiments. Voices of greetings arose. Greetings to Princess Baozhen. Shang Tingli looked over to see a noble lady in a white standing collar-long gown and a vermilion pleated skirt, draped in a small red gradient cloak. With a countenance as lovely as a lotus flower and a graceful demeanor, slowly ascending the small steps of the pavilion. Behind her was Su Jinshu. The crowd bowed to this noble lady. She raised her hand. No need for formalities. Baozhen. Ling Yun. The sisters exchanged courtesies, their hands intertwining in an intimate manner. In the next moment, Ku Zhenjin released Ku Yichang's hand, playfully winking at Shang Tingli, and said, "Sister-in-law, I am Baozhen." Shang Tingli smiled silently. With the guests gathered, the banquet commenced in earnest, with maidservants presenting an array of cold dishes, lotus flower pastries, mung bean cakes, cloud-shaped cakes, mint cakes, chilled melons, and sweet cherries, all appealing to the appetite. Shang Tingli surveyed the guests seated in the pavilion. Aside from the young maidens, there were no other attendees, whether married or single. Just as her confusion deepened, a lively figure approached, a round-faced noblewoman. She wore a smile. "Ladies, would you mind if I join the festivities?" She stepped aside, revealing the person behind her. It was a beautiful lady in a bright yellow wide-sleeved long gown with an olive-green skirt, adorned with peony cloud embroidery. Her visage gentle yet dignified, exuding grace. This was none other than the current empress. Everyone bowed to the empress. "Su Empress, please rise." The crowd stood. "Mother." Ku Zhenjin walked to the Su Empress's side, gently supporting her arm. "Come with me over here." As they approached, Ku Yichang called out, "Your Majesty, Su Madam." Shang Tingli added, "Your Majesty, Su Madam." The Su Empress turned her gaze toward her, her expression warm. "You must be the wife of Xing Chen. You are truly lovely." "Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty." Shang Tingli bowed slightly. The Su Empress remarked, "You are being too formal. You should address me as you do Xing Chen." Shang Tingli readily complied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Su Madam reciprocated the courtesy. "Young lady." Suddenly, the Su Empress grasped her hand, appraising her from head to toe, her eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion, as if lamenting, "You have grown so much." Indeed. Shang Tingli obediently allowed her to scrutinize her, responding appropriately. In her previous life, upon first meeting the Empress, a similar scenario had unfolded. She mused that the Empress must have been an old acquaintance of her mother. It was inevitable for one to feel nostalgia upon seeing the child of an old friend after many years apart. The Su Empress chuckled, "You do not resemble your mother or your father." Shang Tingli replied, "Everyone says the same." Since her arrival, the crowd had refrained from speaking freely, and it remained so now. Su Madam seized the opportunity to interject. "Just looking at this lotus seems a bit wasteful, does it not? How about this? Let us play some games." Without waiting for a response, she turned to the Su Empress. "Since you are here to join the fun, why not provide a prize?" The Su Empress readily agreed. "Very well. And with a reward comes a penalty. What shall the penalty be?" Ku Zhenjin inquired with keen interest. Su Madam pondered for a moment. "How about the penalty of eating a slice of Lanxi?" Chapter 27. The first prize. Few can tolerate the sourness of Lanxi. Ku Zhenjin clapped her hands, quite pleased with this penalty, exclaiming, "This is a great punishment." Meanwhile, Ku Yichang was more interested in the prize. "Your Majesty, what will the prize be?" The Su Empress had come prepared and responded smoothly. "The first prize will be a set of gold and jade hair ornaments. The second prize will be a gold bracelet inlaid with jade pearls, and the third prize will be a sapphire butterfly hairpin. Such splendid prizes, especially with the Empress's endorsement. I suppose the young ladies will strive earnestly to compete. Kuichong wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that while the attendees had seen many fine things, not every item could boast the Empress's name. The distinction between what was purchased and what was granted by the Empress was unmeasurable. Someone could hardly contain their excitement. "Su madam, what game shall we play?" Su madam replied, "Since this is a lotus banquet, let us play the lotus poetry game. It is both entertaining and simple." The crowd had no objections. Su madam turned to her wet nurse. "Go have someone wash and slice some lahongzi." Was this the same game played at the lotus banquet in my past life? If so, the likely champion today would be Miss He. Kuichong's heart stirred at the thought. Miss He? Could she be the sister of young Master He, as indicated by her sister-in-law? Could it be that Miss He is the final candidate for the crown princess? Shang Tingli merely wished to observe and had no desire to participate in a game unrelated to her. Thus she inquired, "Your Majesty, may I simply watch while others play?" Empress Su was somewhat taken aback. "Why are you not participating?" Her words dripped with sarcasm, implying that the daughter of the loyal Marquis of Shantang was hardly worthy of high society. Shang Tingli turned to see that it was the previous Miss Zhou who had spoken. The Zhou family, known for their connection to the Minister of Rights, was indeed linked to the mother of the fourth prince, Consort Yin. It was regrettable that, despite being the Minister of Rights, Lord Zhou had failed to properly educate his own daughter. Empress Su frowned in displeasure. Shang Tingli addressed her, "Aunt Su, let us consider that Li refrained from speaking out of respect. After all, she too hails from the loyal Marquis of Shantang's household, and it would not be appropriate for Miss Zhou to misunderstand." Empress Su replied, "That is reasonable. Who shall begin?" Mrs. Su inquired. Miss Zhou Jingyu volunteered, saying, "Allow me to start." The fragrant breeze carried the scent of lotus, and the sound of bamboo dew was like a gentle melody. With that, she cast a triumphant glance at Shang Tingli, quite as inexplicable as Yu Lanxi. Could she be afflicted with some ailment? Kuichong supported her forehead, suspecting that these two were seeking vengeance for their close friend. Sitting beside Shang Tingli, she carefully chose her words. Miss Zhou Jingyu has always been the closest companion of Miss Yu. Upon hearing this, Shang Tingli candidly remarked, "No wonder. It seems to be a contagious affliction, and it appears rather severe." Kuichong covered her face. With Zhou Jingyu taking the lead, it was now Shang Tingli's turn. As she was the fourth in this new round, the first round had seen no eliminations, and it was now their turn. The first in the new round began. The delicate lotus seems to speak, grieving the boatman. The voice was like a clear spring, refreshing everyone's ears. Shang Tingli perked up, unable to resist glancing over. The young lady beside Su Jinju wore a sky blue, upright collar-long gown with a snow-purple skirt, draped in a cerulean cloak, cinched at the waist with a palace ribbon, accentuating her slender figure. She was indeed beautiful, delicate, and graceful. Shang Tingli recognized her as Miss He Zhijian. After He Zhijian finished, Su Jinju followed. Round lotus floats, small leaves, fine wheat drops, light flowers. Ku Jinjin continued, brilliant lotus flowers, standing tall from the water. Zhou Jingyu let out a disdainful hum upon hearing this. Shang Tingli ignored her. For some people simply craved attention. The more one engaged with them, the louder they would clamor. Kuichong effortlessly chimed in, lotus leaves 5 inches, the delicate flower, swaying without disturbing the boat. The next two young ladies followed suit, and in this round, no one was eliminated. As the rounds progressed, stamina began to wane among the ladies, leading to eliminations. By the 4th round, 3 had been eliminated, and by the 5th, only 2 remained. They started anew. The lotus has wilted, yet the chrysanthemum stands proud against the frost. The shadows of the lotus are uneven, the ducklings and cranes are drenched. Zhou Jingyu, now in 3rd position, pondered before responding. After the rain, the fragrant lotus fills the courtyard. The heavy plums float, cool as ice and snow. Following her, One lady struggled to respond and was eliminated. As the eliminations continued, it came time for He Zhizhan, now the seventh. Su Jinshu, being the first, said, "Lotus raindrops fall gently from the forest. The reed pipes lie amidst the green rushes." Kujunjin added, "Together, the lotus divine accumulates for 10,000 years." Shang Tingli did not hesitate. In June, the lotus fragrance fills the lake, red garments and green fans reflecting in the clear waves. Ku Yishang quickly added, "Indeed. The pond's lotus dances in the rain, scattering pearls yet gathering again." After 2 more rounds, Zhou Jingyu was eliminated, leaving only 6 participants. Shortly thereafter, Kujunjin, Su Jinshu, and Ku Yishang were also eliminated, leaving just 3 to compete for the prize. Remarkably, Shang Tingli emerged as the victor, while He Zhizhan claimed 3rd place. Shang Tingli felt as if she were in a dream, a sense of confusion washing over her. She even felt a tinge of despair, never anticipating that in such a pivotal prince selection banquet, she would become the greatest variable. Ku Yishang massaged her ears, knowing the risk of hearing her sister-in-law's thoughts could be quite alarming. In truth, Mrs. Su was equally distressed. How did the first prize end up with the heir of the Prince of Ren? All 3 girls thanked the Empress. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious rewards." With reward comes consequence. Those who were not among the top 3 would have to partake in a piece of limingzi. Mrs. Su announced, "Ladies, please partake of the limingzi." Before long, the elegantly dressed ladies wore expressions of dismay, some even contorting their faces in distaste. Zhou Jingyu, now even more displeased with Shang Tingli, fixed her gaze on her as if she could carve out a piece of her flesh. The 2nd place went to the eldest daughter of the loyal Duke of Zhonghua, Pan Qinghuan. As the current daughter-in-law of the Prince of Ren, she would have to be excluded from consideration for the top position. Thus, the choice would fall between the remaining 2. However, choosing between 2nd and 3rd place was hardly a matter of deliberation. Naturally, one would select the 2nd place. Yet, in the previous life, the crown princess had been He Zhizhan, not Pan Qinghuan. Shang Tingli felt somewhat numb. This upheaval felt like a forced dissolution of a marriage. They say it is better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage, yet she had inadvertently shattered someone else's fate. Had anyone else been in 2nd place, Shang Tingli might not have felt so disheartened, but the Pan family was the maternal clan of the Empress. Would the Empress truly allow a member of the Pan family to become the crown princess? She cast a glance towards Empress Su, who was engaged in quiet conversation with Mrs. Su, their whispers inaudible but their expressions revealing. Empress Su remained composed, while Mrs. Su bore a trace of concern, likely in response to something the Empress had said. Yet, after a moment, that hint of worry dissipated. "Madam Su, you mentioned playing some games. Yet we have only played the flower game. Shall we not engage in something else?" Zhou Jingyu proposed, "Perhaps a musical competition?" She turned to Shang Tingli, seemingly amused. As the crown princess is well-versed in literary arts, surely her musical skills exceed the ordinary. "Might we be fortunate enough to hear your melodies?" Behind the facade of composure, Shang Tingli rolled her eyes at the scheming girl, maintaining an air of grace yet laced with barbs. What shall the next competition be? Dance? Or perhaps chess, painting, or calligraphy? Yet still, there were those who sought to provoke Shang Tingli. Zhou Jingyu's smile faltered slightly as she was about to respond when a clear, melodious male voice interjected. "Are you also competing? Perhaps we could join in and enjoy the festivities?" Everyone looked up to see a group of young men approaching, the foremost clad in a peacock blue round-collared robe. Tall and striking, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his gaze cool and composed. Following him, a handsome gentleman in a light chestnut round-collared robe remarked, "We too wish to partake in the throwing of pots to enliven the atmosphere. Would the fair ladies be willing?" As he spoke, all present recognized him as the one whose voice had been heard earlier. The ladies had yet to respond when Empress Su smiled and said, "Oh? You wish to compete in throwing pots? Your son pays his respects to the Empress." The young man in peacock blue addressed Empress Su. This was none other than His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Caillou. Only then did the young men realize the Empress was present. And they all bowed in greeting. "We pay our respects to the Empress." "Please, no need for formalities," Empress Su replied. The ladies then returned their courtesies to Kuyu, and the two groups exchanged greetings. It was then that Shang Tingli noticed a striking figure, locking eyes with him for a moment, her gaze momentarily caught. He wore a deep purple round-collared robe with narrow sleeves, tied at the waist with a black ribbon, his tall stature and graceful presence enhancing his remarkable features. When he smiled, his peach blossom eyes sparkled with the brilliance of 1,000 stars, and the beauty mark on his lip added an alluring charm. She gazed at him. And he, too, gazed back at her. She adorned herself in a white lotus flower-long robe with a standing collar and large sleeves, accompanied by a purple skirt. Over this, she wore a violet cape, cinched at the waist with a vibrant blue sash. Her figure was slender, with a waistline that subtly hinted at alluring curves. Resembling a poetic painting, her delicate face was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating, and graceful. Her slightly dazed gaze rendered her eyes even clearer, exuding an innocent charm, while a small mole on her face tempered her allure, adding an enchanting touch. "What brings her here?" Ko-Xian's smile froze. She's taller than him. Shouldn't he be here? Shang Tingli pondered, feeling perplexed. Could she be secretly observing the situation for the fourth prince? Silly girl, don't create a scene. I don't want to be implicated in a disastrous fate. Ko-Xian clenched his fists behind his back, not angry but unable to smile. No one noticed the brilliant expression on Ko-Ichang's face. She lowered her head, afraid to reveal her feelings. Silly girl? How can sister-in-law refer to her elder brother in such a manner? If he finds out I overheard that, would I risk being silenced? Some things were best left unheard. The double pavilion was spacious enough to accommodate both parties, with ladies on one side and gentlemen on the other. Empress Su and Madame Su had moved to the center of the pavilion. Empress Su suggested, "Since you wish to compete in throwing pots, how about you go first? Once you finish, I shall have the ladies play music. What do you all think?" "Sounds good, but could your majesty provide some incentives? It would make things more interesting," came a voice from the crowd. All eyes turned to him, leaning lazily against a pillar with arms crossed, exuding a charming elegance. The youth's smile outshone countless others. TCH. What a pretentious act, Shang Tingli rolled her eyes. What act was he putting on? Ko-Xian nearly faltered under her words. Incentives? Empress Su had already prepared rewards, declaring, "The first prize is the star sword, the second a jade folding fan, and the third a pair of red iron guards." "These prizes are excellent," Ko-Xian remarked, while Shang Tingli cast him a sidelong glance. Is he trying to join the fray? Silly boy. Don't you know why the Gugong Mansion is hosting 2 banquets today? One is to select the crown princess, the other to choose a consort for Princess Baozhen. What are you trying to get involved in? Ko-Xian had endured her scolding countless times and was gradually getting accustomed to it. He turned to the man in a light chestnut robe beside Kuyu and said, "Brother Fangyi, please have someone bring the arrows." Su Junshin nodded and instructed his attendant. Soon, the attendant brought the pot and arrows for the game. "I'll go first." Su Junshin volunteered eagerly, taking the arrow from the attendant and joyfully throwing the first one. It veered off course and missed the pot. Ko-Xian clapped and cheered. "Well done, Brother Fangyi. Scatter the arrows." Su Junshin exclaimed, "Really? I want to be punished for this, right? I fear I might end up in a sack under the dark moon." Ko-Xian ceased his applause. Su Junshin cheered for him. "Elder brother is impressive." Su Junshin chuckled and continued, managing to land 2 out of 5 arrows in the pot, content with his performance. Chapter 29. A perfect throw. Ko-Xian smiled and declined. "I'll go last." Shang Tingli shook her head in disbelief. "I knew it. You're such a show-off." Ko-Xian quickly suppressed his smile, his expression darkening, realizing that his fiancée delighted in teasing him, finding fault in everything he did. "Then I shall go first." A participant stepped up, threw the first arrow, and successfully landed it in the pot. Cheers erupted, a hit. "Young Master Shi is impressive." This boosted young Master Shi's confidence, but his subsequent throws were all wildly off the mark, with only the first arrow landing in the pot. A chorus of sighs followed. Young Master Shi, flushed with embarrassment, left the stage after a series of disappointing attempts. The group of young masters continued, and finally, it was Kuyu's turn. The crown prince must be extraordinary, someone exclaimed, blushing. Kuyu, undistracted, calmly threw the 5 arrows, one by one, and astonishingly, he landed every single one in the pot. The crowd erupted in amazement. Wow! A perfect throw. Truly the crown prince. Empress Su smiled. Excellent. Ugh, it's so noisy. Shang Tingli quietly covered her ears. Kuxian raised an eyebrow, relieved that not all comments were directed at him. Kuyu was not the last to throw. Another figure approached, clad in a black embroidered robe, tall and imposing, the third young master of the yeoman Marquis, Sima Yuan. He confidently tossed his first arrow, hitting the pot, prompting excitement in the crowd. He followed with a second and third arrow, both successful. Wow, young Master Sima is impressive. Yet, when he threw his 5th arrow, it veered slightly, hitting the pot's ear instead. Some felt disappointed for him, but Sima Yuan merely smiled and graciously acknowledged the other young masters who had already made their throws. While the crowd expressed their disappointment, Shang Tingli thought otherwise. That was no errant throw, it was clearly intentional, a gesture of humility towards the crown prince. Would Kuxian do the same? Shang Tingli secretly glanced at him. Silly heir, how capable could he be? If he also perfects his throw, would he, like Sima Yuan, concede? Kuxian smiled, his intentions clear as he approached the arrows. Determined to claim the star sword, he grasped the 5 arrows and, in an impressive display, released them all at once. They struck the pot simultaneously, resulting in a perfect throw. The crowd fell silent, momentarily stunned. How? Astounded? Shang Tingli took a moment to process the spectacle she had just witnessed. A perfect throw? Kuxian's gaze flicked to her, his smile broadening. Shang Tingli clutched her heart, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Don't you know the crown prince is the ultimate victor? You're practically offering yourself up." Her frustration was palpable. Her plans had yet to be executed, while he, on the other hand, seemed intent on presenting her with such a grand gift. Kuxian covered his ears and bared his teeth, perplexed by her thoughts. Just as they struggled to understand each other, Empress Su spoke up. "This competition has been truly splendid. The prizes will be delivered to you before nightfall." Kuyu expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Mother Empress." Kuxian added, "Thank you, Royal Aunt." Sima Yuan chimed in, "Thank you, Your Majesty." With the tossing game concluded, Su Junsun inquired, "Ladies, have you decided on the pieces you wish to perform?" Zhou Jingyu cheerfully replied, "Indeed, we have." Su Junsun nodded and instructed his attendant, "Fetch the zither." "Su Jin," she remarked, "please bring my plain-string zither." "Yes." Kuxian approached Shang Tingli, pulling her aside. "What are you doing?" "I'm warning you. I'm quite irritated with you right now, you useless fellow, always dragging your feet." Ignoring his words, Kuxian asked, "Are you truly going to compete in zither playing?" Shang Tingli, frustrated with him internally, maintained a gentle demeanor. "Yes, I shall compete. I recently received a set of adornments from Royal Aunt. If there are further prizes, I wish to contend for them." "Bah, what are you competing for?" Kuxian suddenly paused. Shang Tingli regarded him with curiosity. "What do you mean? Why have you stopped speaking? Do you know that today the Su family is hosting an event to select the crown princess and the future duke? Surely you cannot be so well informed? Could it be that the 4th prince, while away in Shabei, has not missed the news from the capital?" Kuxian cleared his throat and replied, "I previously gleaned information from Brother Fang Yi, who mentioned that Royal Aunt intends to use this opportunity to select a crown princess for the crown prince." Feigning surprise, Shang Tingli covered her mouth. "What? Quite the act." Kuxian smirked awkwardly. "This is a competition for the crown princess. After all, you are to be my future wife. Perhaps you should refrain from joining this commotion? You are now aware? Why did you not hold back earlier? You still aimed for the top spot." Although the crown prince is involved, He is still the crown prince, a future sovereign. I shan't speak of him. And what about you? What business do you have in the future duke's competition? Ko Xian touched his nose. He was merely interested in the star sword. Shang Tingli, her expression complex, remarked, "We played a game of poetic verses before you arrived, and I emerged victorious." Ko Xian thought to himself, so she is not to be underestimated either. He sighed slowly. "Very well, Royal Aunt is aware of the situation. You may play freely. It is narrow-minded of me to seek the star sword, while expecting you to remain indifferent to the prizes you desire." Shang Tingli nodded obediently. Contemplating before speaking, Ling Yun mentioned that Royal Aunt also intends to find a suitor for Baozhen today. Does this mean that the third young master of the Sima family is likely to become the duke? Ko Xian paused, directing his gaze toward her. "Do you understand Baozhen's intentions?" Shang Tingli shook her head. Ling Yun said that Baozhen merely wishes to propose now that she has settled on a marriage. It seems she harbors no ulterior motives. It all depends on Royal Aunt's wishes. Alas, Baozhen is treating this lightly. Such a significant matter should not be taken so frivolously. She may face regrets later. Ko Xian pressed his lips together and calmly stated, "Let us leave it to Royal Aunt to decide. Perhaps Baozhen, like Ling Yun, may find herself enamored with someone during the selection. Indeed, it may not necessarily be the third young master of the Sima family," Shang Tingli concurred. Before they could act further, it was as if awakened from a dream. She found herself once again seated in a fiery red bridal sedan, adorned beneath a crimson veil. Ko Xian blinked and lazily remarked, "Brotherly Yen is teasing you. You will know in due time." Shang Tingli's lips curved into a gentle smile. "Very well." Internally, she continued to grumble. "You think I will just wait to find out? Pfft, say what you wish. I am not interested." Ko Xian retorted. He inquired, "Who truly has the affliction?" "Oh dear, newlyweds are certainly different from us single folk, all so clingy," Su Junsen teased, drawing the attention of the assembled crowd towards the couple. Unfazed, Ko Xian smiled, raising an eyebrow. "Envious? Jealous? Covetous?" His beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, his smile fading as he realized she was subtly mocking him. Su Jinshu's plain-stringed zither was brought forth, and Su Junsen announced, "Ladies, you may now discuss who shall perform first." Most were reluctant to take the stage first, leading to a moment of impasse. Su Empress suggested, "Let us draw lots." She glanced at Madame Su, who understood and instructed a nearby maid to fetch writing materials. Su Junsen personally penned numbers on paper, which his attendant then rolled into small balls. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, 30 small paper balls were laid out before the ladies. "Ladies, please proceed. Drawing lots is the fairest method. Whatever number you draw is your fortune, and no one else can be blamed." The women eagerly selected a paper ball from the table, revealing their numbers, some delighted while others were dismayed. This was, in fact, an unexpected addition to the competition, not originally included in her plans. After a moment of contemplation, Su Empress declared, "How can there be none?" She smiled at Shang Tingli. "You little clever girl." Her gaze then shifted to Ko Xian, finding a certain harmony between him and Xingchen. Shang Tingli appeared somewhat shy, offering a bashful smile. Su Empress, no longer teasing her, stated seriously, "First prize will be a Himing Mountain zither, second prize a Yuan zither, and third prize a Mingyu zither." Each zither mentioned was a unique treasure, triggering a chorus of excited cheers. "Very well, let us commence," Su Empress announced. Madame Su instructed, "Ladies, please pay attention to the numbers in your hands. Those who have drawn a number may now take the stage." Ku Zhenjian offered an awkward smile as she approached the plain-string zither, gently plucking the strings to test the tuning before beginning the piece she had prepared. She performed High Mountains and Flowing Water, one of the 10 renowned compositions. As the elegant melody and profound resonance filled the air, the audience felt as though they were amidst towering mountains and flowing streams. Upon concluding her performance, the crowd erupted in applause, exclaiming, "Princess Baozhen plays beautifully. What a splendid start." Ku Zhenjian was overjoyed. After 5 performances, it was Ko Yishang's turn. She also played one of the 10 famous pieces, Xiao Xiang Shui Yun. Through her technique and the ethereal quality of harmonics, she conveyed her longing for the state affairs amidst a swirling mist and rushing waters. The dramatic fluctuations in the melody eventually settled into tranquility, leaving the audience with an echo of helpless sighs, witnessing the once tumultuous Shaoxiang waters now at peace. After her performance, the crowd marveled. Princess Ling Yun plays no worse than Princess Baozhen. Kui Shang beamed. Regardless of Baozhen and Ling Yun, even the others performed admirably. Did you have confidence? Ku Xian approached Shang Tingli. Those around them discreetly distanced themselves, granting the couple some space. Shang Tingli smiled. What do you wish to say? I hardly believe you simply came to ask such a trivial question. Ku Xian paused for a moment before saying, Play well. Do not bring shame upon yourself. I knew it. One cannot expect wisdom from a foolish mouth. Beware. I might just yank out all your teeth. Shang Tingli secretly ground her teeth, closing her eyes, then presenting a demure faade, she obediently replied, Understood, my lord. Among the performances, many more ladies took to the stage, and soon it was Shang Tingli's turn. She approached the plain-stringed zither, first testing the tuning before beginning her chosen piece. Her selection was Lotus, not one of the 10 renowned compositions. As the last notes lingered in the air, the audience remained enraptured, the resonance still echoing. Sister-in-law plays beautifully. Ku Zhenjun praised enthusiastically, smiled subtly, acknowledging the praise from Baozhen, attributing her success merely to the timely relevance of the occasion. While enjoying the Lotus in the pavilion, she played Han Dan, which indeed suited the atmosphere. Nonetheless, one cannot deny her exceptional skill in music, otherwise, it would not have led listeners to truly feel as if they were drifting on a boat upon the lake. Her humility was evident, yet the discerning Empress Su generously commended her, stating, You play remarkably well. Your Highness is too kind, replied with a slight bow. Upon noticing that the next performer was Zhou Jingyu, paused, taken aback by the coincidence. Zhou Jingyu cast a disdainful smile in her direction, seemingly indifferent and exuding confidence as she commenced her chosen piece, Hu Jia 18 Beats, one of the 10 renowned compositions. As the mournful melody resonated, the audience felt as though they were witnessing the tragic life of Kai Yan unfold before their eyes. The poignant notes pierced the heart, high notes were ethereal and sorrowful, while the low notes conveyed deep lament. Someone remarked, Miss Zhou plays quite well. It is truly delightful. Thank you for the compliment, Zhou Jingyu replied. However, shook her head. To be fair, Zhou Jingyu's performance was indeed commendable, her skill even bordering on excellence. Regrettably, her artistry lacked emotional depth, which rendered it somewhat flavorless and made it challenging for the audience to empathize. After a few more performances, it was Su Jinchu's turn. She played Yang Chun by Shui, another of the top 10 pieces. As her cheerful and brisk melody filled the air, the audience envisioned the world transitioning from winter to spring, the earth awakening anew. The fresh and fluid rhythm painted a vivid picture of nature's vibrant renewal. The crowd, basking in the summer warmth, marveled at the essence of spring as gentle breezes caressed their spirits. Thank you all for listening, Su Jinchu expressed. Ku Zhenjun, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Cousin, you are amazing. The echoes are simply enchanting. Su Jinchu blushed, replying, I am not as exaggerated as Baozhen describes. Ku Zhenjun insisted, It is not exaggerated at all. Truly, it is beautiful. Felt somewhat unfulfilled. Ku Xian scoffed lightly, calling him a coward, while Sima Yuyan ignored him. With 30 contestants nearing the end of the competition, only 2 remained. The penultimate contestant, drawn as the 29th, was Pan Jinghuan. Upon seeing her, inexplicably felt a sense of impending crisis for He Jiqiang. What was Pan Jinghuan's fate in her past life? Pondered, unable to recall any memories pertaining to Pan Jinghuan from her previous existence. Ku Xian, with his left hand clenched in a gentle fist against his lips, chuckled, his grin nearly reaching his ears. It was a rare occurrence indeed to hear her criticize herself. At that moment, Pan Qinghuan began to play. She did not select a piece from the top 10, but chose Meiwa Sannong. The delicate notes allowed the audience to appreciate the purity of the plum blossoms, vividly portraying both their stillness and movement, leading them to envision not a pond full of lotuses, but a garden brimming with plum blossoms. The crowd erupted in applause, exclaiming, "Truly splendid." He Jiqiang was the final performer. Before her turn, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "I truly wish I were unaware of who the future crown princess is. If any misfortune arises due to me, I would bear the weight of ruining a marriage." Had she known, she would not have attended the banquet. Ke-chang, hearing these words, felt even more remorseful. Realizing that it was indeed her suggestion to have Baozhen meet someone earlier, she silently grasped his hand. "I thought you were nervous." "Nervous? Sister, you must be mistaken." "Oh, that is good." Ke-chang dared not meet her gaze, knowing her words were mere fabrications. At that moment, the sound of a weeping melody echoed, and realized He Jiqiang had already begun playing. She too had chosen a piece from the top 10, Guangling San. The passionate and stirring melody enveloped the audience, conjuring images of Nie Zheng avenging his father amidst perilous trials. The grand and majestic composition expressed Nie Zheng's tumultuous emotions, transitioning from despair to fervent resolve, vividly portraying a heroic figure who was brave and undaunted. When the music concluded, an extended silence enveloped the room. He Jiqiang gracefully expressed her gratitude, yet remained rooted in astonishment. A woman of such privileged upbringing could evoke the spirit of Guangling San with such fervor, demonstrating her extraordinary talent. "What an extraordinary group you are, not only possessing beauty akin to celestial beings, but also excelling in the art of music." Su Junshin marveled. Ku Junjin chuckled, "Cousin, your words are the sweetest." "Ah," Su Junshin said, touching his ear, and turned to Empress Su, asking, "And to whom do you think the prize will go?" Empress Su wore a troubled expression, finding it difficult to decide, stating, "They all seem quite excellent. It is truly challenging to choose." "How about letting you all vote?" "That is fine," Su Junshin readily agreed. The men began casting their votes. Ultimately, the results revealed in third place, Su Jinshu in second, while the first place was surprisingly a tie between Pan Qinghuan and He Jiqiang. Chapter 32, Fira? If that is the case, does it mean sister-in-law will not receive a prize? Ku Junjin queried, bewildered. Zhou Jingyu sneered. Since Miss Pan and Miss He are tied, they occupy 2 positions. How could there be a place for the future crown princess? She was dissatisfied, having lost to by a mere 2 votes. It was only now that Qian Bao realized this and, along with Shou Ping, gathered the jewelry that had fallen from the cart, dragging Lu Jinghong deep into the fields. The carriages of Gongzi Jinlan and Gongqi could not pass through, forcing their drivers to remain behind with the carriage. Perhaps they would not arrive tonight. Gongzi Jinlan took off his long robe and draped it over Roshin. A sudden attack scattered the encirclement, and as everyone regained their balance in the air, they swiftly turned their weapons toward the direction of the red glow and pulled the triggers. Cheng Ping checked the data, noting that his performance was the lowest at just over 3,000, while Liu Bei had soared to over 5,000 in resources. How could they possibly compete? In fact, Liu Bei had even managed to defeat him without using his ultimate move. Yet, he could still manage as he was financially stable. Treating them to a meal tonight would hardly impact his current resources. King Yuyang had mentioned several times that the final notes were not played well. Yet Chi-Chi remained unconcerned. In her heart, the pale stillness following the fading of splendor revealed true melancholy. Hearing this, Yining hesitated, stating that to protect Lan Luoxue's safety, he could not expose himself. Zhou Tai, with a cold smile, set down his bow, rubbed his sore arms, and headed toward the doorway to see how the injured Yining would plead with him. Boss, at the airport, Pan Peiyu and Georgina witnessed Xiao Peng and Yang Ming laughing uncontrollably. Wanning nodded, raising her glass to her lips. Her throat surprisingly reacted before her brain, and after swallowing a significant amount, she suddenly spat the remaining wine out with a poo. You are so clever. But I still advise you to avoid reckless investments in the future. With your approach, no amount of money will suffice. Xiao Peng remarked. In the next moment, Wang Yu felt considerably lighter. Under the operation of white spiritual energy, his wounds healed rapidly. Fu Bo remained expressionless, stating, "Young mistress, you are indeed overthinking. I have other matters to attend to, and I will relay the master's words." With that, he took his leave, leaving Wanning in a daze. At 9:50 p.m., the alliance was suddenly ambushed by the Mongolian Han, suffering heavy losses right at the outset. If that is the case, what could possibly cause such a significant change in such a short time? Although no further words were exchanged, Li Mingze found himself less wary of the amiable and somewhat benevolent astrologer before him. Meng Qiangpei approached without hesitation, rapping sharply on the grand door. Shortly thereafter, a servant had peeked through the crack. "Young master, we can protect you. In times of chaos, your safety is paramount. But why invite trouble?" Dun Yo inquired during their journey, and the curious guards turned their heads to listen intently. Chapter 33, Persuasion and Learning. Is this Xiaowu reciting? A loud crash echoed from within, drawing attention. The child's recitation grew louder, showcasing his fervor. Cultivate oneself, then family governance. Govern the family, then the state. Govern the state, then the world shall be at peace. The sounds of applause followed. Shang Tingli pushed the door open, and the room fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a sound, save for the crackling flames. At the same moment, both individuals lunged forward towards Lin Hai, striking him with their fists. Qin Wen Yu quickly silenced himself. Why can't I help it? In his previous life, whenever he expressed concern for Qin Wenj, he would receive a disdainful glance, soon followed by inexplicable misfortunes befalling him. Meanwhile, the newcomers silently supported Zhang Li, hoping he could subdue the arrogant individual. Han Chengwang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the man, his eyes burning with fury as he transformed his hand gestures into intricate seals, weaving nets of energy to ensnare the individual. The wedding had reached its final stages, with the bride and groom exchanging vows and receiving red envelopes before descending. Su Mufei and Irina maintained a facade of joy, but Chen Luo understood that they harbored ulterior motives. The music crescendoed. Regrettably, such fluctuations could only affect individuals with around 400 mental vitality. Captivating a master like Tian Jun was utterly unattainable. However, Zhang Jining felt no discomfort. His lord's palace in another realm was far more opulent. 2 single rooms were clearly designed for Su Zian and Chen Yaxin to share, while Wang Chong occupied the other alone. "I am Ding Situang, the president of the Ding Group," she stated, her tone tinged with irritation and resignation. Gu Lingzi received the auras of Chu Xian and Shen Shi, then waved her hand, conjuring a colossal compass in the void. Unbeknownst to her, Vice Mayor Qiu Chongbin was harboring different intentions. He sought Chen Luo's soul-pursuing needle, which prompted him to disregard everything and reveal his identity to lend assistance. "It is you." Yi Yi's gaze narrowed in realization. It had been the Guling Emperor who intervened. Lin Muxiue furrowed her brows. Since the tyrant's soul had departed Wang Chong's body, he should be recovering, so why was he still lifeless? He lifted his head to see Zhou Wei earnestly fixated ahead, his hands firmly gripping the motorcycle handlebars, doing nothing else. Fei Wan instinctively tucked the leaf money into her embrace, bowed to Kaxinqing, and hurriedly departed. Chapter 34. The Empress's decree. Empress Su sent someone to deliver the prize won at today's Su family banquet, while Shang Tingli instructed Gontang to see the guests out. He also directed Fangji and Jihe to move the ornate hairpins and the Mingwei Qin to the storage room. As for Kuexian's star sword, it was retrieved by his shadow guard, Du Heng. Kuexian did not keep any visible servants. He was always accompanied by 2 shadow guards. Where had those extinct creatures he had painstakingly cultivated gone? Was it not contrary to the principle of transaction benefits to cultivate them only to destroy them? Shrouded in darkness, the atmosphere reverberated with the weight of ancient times, evoking a sense of primordial nostalgia that reached out to all present. Indeed, No one knew if there were other remnants lurking in the depths apart from the 6 recently discovered and the one howling underground. The body of Gao Lang plummeted to the ground, skidding along the surface and leaving a deep gash until it collided with the wall, causing cracks to form. Had you not dispelled the recent mist illusion technique, even a peak celestial emperor would struggle to uncover the existence of the world within your palm. The mist illusion over Xing Luoxi was but an extension of the primary illusion here, as the cat master stroked his long whiskers and remarked lightly, "Otherwise, you may as well die." Ma Yunla shot forward without hesitation, thrusting his spear and lifting Tu Li off the ground before slamming him heavily onto the floor. Fang Yu furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the screen, seemingly unwilling to miss a single move from Meng Luo. Wang Xiao felt a fleeting thought pass through his mind, yet he could not grasp it and waved his hand to halt the troops, fixing his gaze on the city bricks. "Humph, do not worry, dear. We'll go together shortly. Right now, I'm hungry." The butler said the kitchen is preparing a meal. "Jiaoer is hungry." Shang Guining ignored the old man, sulking on the ground, and instructed Butler Tian ahead. At the banquet, there were sincere well-wishers, such as her closest family and friends, and envious onlookers, like Wang Wanru and Shi Qiqing. Although only preliminary progress had been made, the power and speed of attacks had seen a significant improvement, at least doubling the initial fusion of the 2 profound principles. At that moment, Lu Lin had no time to concern himself with the leader of the red-beaked blue-tailed birds. He quickly retrieved the fallen braised meat and dashed toward the surrounding green expanse. Qin Chong realized that his attire would likely prevent him from entering, so he opted to slip in through the back door. Within the barrier lay another realm, indeed possessing some Taoist cultivation. So far, Feng Lu had witnessed it rarely. During the time of the Buddha, the abbot had demonstrated it once, and within Qinyo Mountain, he had spent over a decade living within that barrier. If players happened to pass by, they would witness an astonishing sight, a colossal creature resembling a spider, fixating hungrily on its prey, its massive shadow trembling intermittently. With a thought, Feng Lu vanished like a bolt of lightning, reappearing approximately 2 zhang away from Bo Xiqin, gazing at him as he lay on the brink of collapse. "Father, what is the matter? Is there an army invading the borders related to the second prince, Lan Qimian?" he inquired. "Very well, we shall pack our belongings shortly. Tomorrow, when Uncle Lin comes to collect the powder, we will hitch a ride with him to the town and visit Dad. It has been a long while since I last saw him," Lei mused, feeling a pang of longing for her father. Chapter 35. The Empress and the Dowager Empress. A faint sound of footsteps broke the palace's usual tranquility, the silhouette of a lovely figure swaying behind the screen. "What brings you here?" a hoarse and somber voice interrogated. Within moments, the individual began to cough incessantly, as if the sun were setting slowly. "I came to see you," she replied. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, failing to disperse the oppressive atmosphere, while the scent of sandalwood could not mask the bitterness of the medicinal aroma. "Starry sky descend." He Feixiang roared, forcefully stepping on Nan Huaxin's arm before looking up at the corpse refining chamber. Hunting could be considered one of the most popular outdoor activities in the Norman Empire, a favorite pastime among male nobles and a vital platform for aristocratic interactions. Joy is infectious, particularly for the Lord of Chaos, whose excitement had been indescribable in recent days, leaving his spirit in a state of tremor. Had he not possessed formidable strength, he might have already embarrassed himself. Indeed, the wooden artifacts crafted by Lu Lang are reminiscent of the renowned 56th-style military dagger, a cherished item from the memories of the previous generation, which has since been prohibited from production. "This is neither that nor the other," Xian exclaimed with growing impatience. Emperor Henry, unwilling to concede, regarded the prospect of achieving unconditional peace with a barbaric chieftain as a disgrace, a sentiment that filled him with shame and resolved him to wage war against Hungary once more after dealing with the Normans. Yi Haowan possessed limited knowledge of medicine, yet Hu Meyer, who had lived for a millennium, was well-versed in medical lore. When Lin Hao reached the rooftop, he found that Gongzi had yet to awaken. The dawn was breaking, the hazy night slowly receding, and the cool breeze invigorated Lin Hao, alleviating his earlier fatigue. Tonight's events were our oversight. We did not anticipate such a formidable expert within the police bureau. You have only one path before you, are you willing? Qin Jianan observed Wu Tian with a glimmer of fervor in his gaze. Nantian's situation was dire. Aunt Nan was frequently ill, requiring hospitalization and occasional surgeries. Despite Qi Rui's assistance, it was merely a drop in the bucket, and both Nantian and Aunt Nan felt unworthy of such help, leaving them with a troubled conscience. The kitchen was sunlit, the morning sun shining unabated through the unimpeded sycamore leaves, casting a gentle warmth that invigorated the two. This time, Wang Hao and Qin Jianan appeared intent on uniting against me, having reportedly spent a considerable sum to hire foreign mercenaries. It seemed I had no chance of victory. Lin Qing remarked, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Feng. Suchin Daoist had devoted his life to cultivation, his prowess astonishing and unfathomable. Among the countless talents he had encountered, Yun Ying was certainly not the most gifted. He had long ceased to concern himself with the innate talents of his disciples. When fate called, he welcomed it, and when it did not, he would not force the matter. Chapter 36. Cousins after a while. She had no choice but to give up, lying on the grass, panting as she gazed at the fiery bird in the sky. If the North God were to discover that the temple's guardian stone pearl had been taken, how much blood would he spit? Though it was not his. The thought of these two garments being recognized as divine artifacts would surely darken his countenance. Long Yanran remained utterly still, her expression devoid of emotion, clearly shaken. In that fleeting moment, this Ling Yun brother was truly extraordinary. A middle-aged man approached. Li Yuheng scrutinized him carefully, his eyes sharp and piercing. Yun Daoist. Jibei has long awaited your arrival, Li Jibei said, bowing to Yun Longzi. He felt warmth in his heart upon seeing several familiar faces behind her. The remaining strongest of the 7-star monarchs, the Heavenly Wolf, stood at the 150 layers, while the others had been eliminated, causing the crowd to widen their eyes in astonishment. Shiryu's gaze remained fixed on the Shadow Wolf King, who returned the stare with a ferocious glare. The so-called high-end area was located in the spacious backyard of a shop, where stones of various price ranges were neatly arranged. Wang Qian was buffeted by the gust of wind created by the hand, causing his clothes to flutter. His eyes narrowed, yet his expression remained devoid of fear. Do you have a better plan? At this moment, Dai Yuding's earlier hostility dissipated, and she spoke with an air of detachment. Sometimes. Such detachment was merely a fade, as she sought to maintain her aloof persona. Noticing this, Lei Jiuxiao understood that his actions from the previous night had cast a psychological shadow over them. As he pondered whether to evade, he felt a jolt on his shoulder, causing him to involuntarily fall backward. Kong Kong said, "Master, I have a splendid idea. Although that scoundrel severed our connection to the temporal realm, give me time, and I shall surely excavate it." Who could predict what cards she still held in her hand, or what news she might next release to the media? Xia Wanwan chuckled softly, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Mu Sini. She expressed her desire to experience Kyoto's autumn, to witness the red leaves of fragrant mountain, to stroll among the ginkgo trees in Daiten Park, and to visit the Forbidden City after a snowfall, yet none of these dreams had come to fruition. The celestial stars faded, and simultaneously, the outside world witnessed the mist formed by the pure spirit liquid becoming thinner, vanishing altogether. The powerful beings of the Earth Demon Clan, above the level of Golden Immortal, anxiously gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, awaiting the appearance of Yi Xuecheng. Among the 7 parts of beauty, 3 or 4 bore a resemblance to Gunyan. Before Shen Hui underwent cosmetic surgery, only her eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Gu Nian. However, after undergoing facial shaping and nose augmentation, and filling her temples with hyaluronic acid, her visage appeared much more radiant. Of course, attributes such as vitality and sharpness of gaze were common among healthy individuals, thus hardly remarkable. Upon entering, one could see a throng of people, the dazzling lights swaying rendering the endpoint indiscernible. Zhao Jintian's countenance darkened, his eyes harboring murderous intent. He had promised Xianyuan Mingwei to ensure the safety of his sons and grandsons. Chapter 37. Martial Arts. Since the night the Empress issued 2 imperial marriage decrees, the summer rains had fallen incessantly for several days, until today, when the skies finally cleared. After the rain, the clouds dispersed, revealing an azure sky, and the air was imbued with the refreshing essence unique to post-rain freshness. The pomegranate tree in the courtyard was drenched, as morning light cascaded down from the clouds, causing the droplets perched atop the branches to glisten like jewels. Inside the west room, Shang Tingli sat at the desk, pen in hand, writing down several notes. The invention of gunpowder heralded the advent of firearms into human awareness. The escalation of weaponry would inevitably amplify the ambitions of those in power. The 2 world wars were a nightmare for every human being. Upon hearing this, the old black fox gritted his teeth and let out a furious shout, suddenly sweeping his sleeve towards Liangchen. The man in the black robe and the blue-haired man instinctively stepped forward, forming a triangular standoff with Emola. Just as Liangchen lifted his gaze, he noticed Bai Qianyu's figure had inexplicably vanished. Seeing the unusual smile on her face, Yifeng felt a sense of foreboding. An instinct that Li Ilyan would undoubtedly counter his move, and should she do so, he would have to carry her along. Initially, they believed that even if Siqi lost 10 years, his character would allow him to start anew, perhaps even from a better starting point, leading to greater achievements in the future. However, if even the Guangxing treatment was unusable, then any future accomplishments would be unattainable. The remaining intelligence work proved to be somewhat challenging. Ouyang and Xiaodan had no experience in this regard, but fortunately, Ouyang Minglang was humble and willing to seek guidance when faced with uncertainty. Wang Dehai absent-mindedly fiddled with the Bodhi seeds, seemingly lacking interest, his gaze barely lifting to regard Yang Xinchuang across from him. Despite the absence of chaos, some young women peeked out from their rooms to observe, while others mustered the courage to step outside, preparing to ascend the central stage to dance and sing, for this was their profession. Mu Yansong and Lu Yi sat by their respective fires, ignoring each other and the others. Heaven knows what emotions he harbored as he placed food at the Li family's doorstep over the past year. Shen Ming seemed determined not to relent until he won her over. She could neither drive him away nor did she wish to keep him waiting indefinitely. Among the 6 sword servants, the strongest was merely at the level of a potential leader, while the weakest 2 sisters were only at the first-tier realm. On par with Qi Lian, yet when the 6 joined forces, they could subdue Gai Niao within 5 moves. Before the arrival of Zhou Mu Jiao at the Liang residence, those individuals had already relocated Zhao Yunjing. If their destination was Lingshan Temple, it would have been impossible not to leave traces, human footprints that would take more than 7 days to recover, especially given that so many people passed through simultaneously. As the elevator ascended, Chang Yong dismissed everyone inside, dragging Jiao Fei and himself into the compartment, promptly pressing the close button. In the rear hall of the Liao Royal Palace, a robust, middle-aged man occupied the central throne, his garments adorned with a golden dragon. With his legs crossed and a fierce gaze, he bore a square face and short black hair, exuding an oppressive aura. Indeed, the repairs were not yet complete. One simply needed to adapt. Yun Yang's expression remained unchanged, her indifferent visage concealing the fact that her words were deceptive. The king of Baiwei harbored hidden intentions, yet remained merely observant without mobilizing troops, simultaneously dispatching scouts to deliver a letter of surrender to Bai Yi. Chapter 38. The Empress Dowager's Passing. A test on the morning of June 29th. Dark clouds rolled ominously across the horizon, thunder rumbled, and soon torrential rain poured down, enveloping the entire capital in a heavy curtain of rain. The resounding toll of a heavy bell pierced through the downpour, reverberating throughout the city, ringing 27 times in succession. The Empress Dowager had passed away. Outside, the rain fell in torrents, while inside, the fragrance of tea permeated the air. I could slice down gently, and your fingers would sever. Do you believe it? Millie smiled ominously, as if Bin Bin were not her student, but rather a target for assassination. Get away! Shui Ji, witnessing her disciple's reckless devotion to an outsider, knelt in fury, intensifying her animosity towards Xiao Yu. With a swift motion, she sent Ling Long flying, brandishing her massive pincers as she advanced menacingly towards Xiao Yu. Indeed, we are merely discussing which tavern serves the finest chicken. I wonder if Lord Chen has free time this evening. Why not join us? Jin Yixing, having navigated the political arena for over a decade, quickly grasped the situation. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Ning recognized that the game in question was the nation's premier online game, King of Kings. You wouldn't understand. Our Pingshan town is remote, and Fei Bai's father is the tyrant of Pingshan. Another young man gestured animatedly. After calming mushering, Wang Fu found himself troubled once again by the recruitment of new troops. If it proved impossible, they would have to wait until Lu Liangzhua and the others were dealt with. This is your affair. Serene remained indifferent to Seno's concerns, her mind preoccupied with whether the masked swordsman was adept enough, and if not, whether to procure another sword for him. Brother He, why bother with such civility toward these ants? Allow me. A burly cultivator stepped forward, forcefully kicking open the door. The alluring scene inside the room caught their eyes. Lin Hao, are you all right? Upon seeing the deranged man collapse, Qu Yanmeng rushed over, concern etched on her face. Qin Yi, aware of Ma Yi's identity, immediately trusted About S words. At that moment, Jin Xian arrived. Spotting Qin Yi halted by the roadside, he quickly exited his vehicle. They were the ones who instigated this. Qin Yin licked his lips, interrupting Duffy, a mischievous glint in his eyes. As Chang Fei took the items, the group stowed them away and descended, brandishing their flags as they sprinted away. A dim yet terrifying red light erupted from the divergent sword, sweeping across the deceased 120 degrees away, instantly creating a slightly concave plane. This was a matter concerning her family, and she did not wish to trouble Lin Xiu every time, especially after he had resolved the last incident. Their combined forces, totaling over 30 individuals, were unexpectedly thwarted by merely a dozen from the Huaxia alliance, which was truly embarrassing. Sister Yamato, the Admiral has arrived. Chang Fei opened Yamato's door and slipped into the room. Within the forest, trees swayed, branches danced, and occasionally a beastly roar echoed, like distant thunder. Everything felt so real, almost identical to the real world, that Hong Wu nearly believed he had entered a unique realm. The wilderness was filled with towering trees reaching for the heavens, their grandeur magnified in this vibrant era. Chapter 39. Hatred. Yu Lanxi's expression darkened. What are you laughing at? Shang Tingli shook his head. Do you understand what you are saying? Yu Lanxi furrowed her brows. She was fully aware of her words. In her past life, the fate of Princess Ling Yun was precisely as she had described. Compared to the events of her previous life, this one. On the way to the airport, Su Rui had already conducted his investigation and located Lin Cheng and that Xiaofeng, confirming through the media that the photos indeed originated from Xiaofeng. Thank you, boss. I'm fine now, He Nian said, lifting her head. Shui Yi did not release her, while He Nian struggled to break free with quiet determination. Experiencing the atmosphere on site was quite delightful, especially with many celebrities and seasoned actors present. Perhaps she might even catch a glimpse of her favorite idol. Some supported Ling Tanshui's choice of Mo soon, commenting, if Mo Shui loves me too, I could be quite unscrupulous. Duan Kongda and Zhang Anhai, like others, bore the burden of dark circles under their eyes. In terms of anxiety and unease, he felt no less than Zhang Anhai, perhaps even more so. After a significant defeat, the left virtuous King's forces suffered over 7,000 losses, while 12,000 surrendered, with the remainder scattering in flight, unable to pursue them. Ao Su's troops, bolstered by divine eagle warriors and white-eared soldiers, wielded longbows and powerful crossbows, effectively countering the Xiongnu cavalry, resulting in only 1,000 casualties, a resounding victory. Jiang Bai was stubborn. She remembered Lu Ling's kindness, so when Gu Qianjin spoke, Jiang Bai became infuriated. According to reports, the deeper one ventured into the desert, the stronger the monsters became. Thus, if one aimed for the high-level monster region, they would surely reach the desert's depths and discover the ultimate prize. If the second spy possessed such strength, one could only imagine the capabilities of the others. Yi Cheng did not dare to ponder it. My father and grandfather dedicated themselves to the stability of the East, serving the court tirelessly. My family has protected the eastern borders of the Wangfu dynasty for centuries. How could we possibly rebel? Dongfang Xuebao exclaimed, furious. He had never anticipated that such a potent peach could originate from Dai Mubai's martial soul. He originally thought Dai Mubai had stumbled upon a miraculous peach tree. Almost simultaneously as she dashed outside, a large black dog suddenly emerged from around the corner. In a flash, Su Chongqing, wielding the frost-cold sword, floated once again by the side of Erhan, his imposing figure seemingly surveying the masses, looking down upon every weaker being ruling over the Xianwei. Presently, this Qifei had attained the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and as a Yao, he could be deemed invincible. Should anyone discover the whereabouts of the Mad Hand, it would undoubtedly incite unforeseen complications. No one could predict the outcome. And Zi Hao's cold voice drifted like a gentle morning breeze, seemingly light yet laden with dominance and assurance. The individual gazing at the true demon order in hand, terrified, hurriedly returned the token to Mo Ihe, then knelt before the 13 in the sky with utmost sincerity. Duge Shui, accompanied by 12 demonic disciples, surged forth once more, this time targeting the chaotic land of monsters thousands of miles away. Contemplating this, Yi nodded heavily. In that moment, his mind was exceptionally clear. He sensed that what he surmised, even if not the absolute truth, was certainly not far from it. Feng Raoer's stunning visage was marred by a disdainful expression. Clearly yearning to entice Yi Chao, she nonetheless feigned modesty. Did she believe that by pretending to be innocent and naive, she could deceive Yi Yi's suspicions and discontent, thus continuing her duplicity? Chapter 40. The Return of the Virtuous General. The veiled, misty rain shrouded the capital for many days, until the day of the Empress Dowager's burial, when the clouds parted and sunlight cascaded onto the earth, heralding yet another fine and sunny day. In the imperial study, the current sovereign, the Mingwu Emperor, occupied the throne. Before reaching the age of knowing one's destiny, adorned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, he could not help but chuckle softly after arranging the hairdryer. That mischievous girl, daring to pose any question, would shy away afterwards as if caught in a web of embarrassment. Su Jing stepped out of Yu Chuanyun's tent, pondering that the likelihood of all three brothers losing their sanities simultaneously was exceedingly slim. Thus, he hurriedly summoned the entire Lanzhou army, preparing for battle. She could discern that over the past few days, Qin Ying's gaze towards her was rife with self-reproach. He must have blamed himself for not being able to protect her. Yet, how could he be at fault? It was her own folly, as she had been oblivious to her pregnancy while indulging in such thrilling activities. It is worth noting that 100,000 taels of silver represented a significant expenditure for the entire Tiandu sect, although it could be managed. Parting with such a sum was indeed painful. Song Chui, feeling helpless, could only blush and peck his lips gently. A slight movement of her lips prompted Mu Jingxiu to turn the tables, embracing her and deepening the kiss. However, after entangling for several years, could those intricate roots truly be severed cleanly? The Han family's main branch was eager to earn a profit, hoping to overshadow Han Jianhua, thus bringing glory to their lineage. Observing that the island seemed to have completely slipped from Feng Su's control, he feigned ignorance, casually probing for answers. A translucent handprint gleaming with a dark light flew directly into Lin Lei's body, impossible to resist, while Lin Lei himself struggled to create distance and repel the soul attack. "This is merely a fragment of my thoughts," remarked Shirtu. "I believe this approach not only addresses the existing gaps, but also facilitates management, allowing treatment to occur at any time without adhering to a strict schedule. However, expertise in computing is undeniably the most crucial element." Wang Ju spoke softly. From the time Zhou Ro was still her homeroom teacher, to Zhou Ro unwaveringly falling in love with her, she resolutely abandoned her teaching career to support Lu Shi's economic foundation. Yet, Lu Shi's report could hardly equate to merely spending time with Zhou Ro or occasionally dining together. Harris was taken aback by the revelation, while Nick beside him wore an expression of excitement, as did their companions waiting nearby, all hopeful for Harris to nod in agreement. Yuji appeared as if she wished to say something but ultimately remained silent, casting a heavy atmosphere over the treehouse. Rock's eyes revealed disdain as he addressed Dui and Zhuoyun, "Let us eat." The waiter, seeing that Rock no longer acknowledged him, retreated in dismay. As long as the pure yang primordial spirit was present, the Ghost Emperor was indifferent to the fate of the Ghost Realm's denizens. Such matters were far beyond his concern. In the moment the crimson and purple gun tips collided, Yi Inju had already propelled himself into action, denying Martin the opportunity to unleash his combat energy against him. Yet, this maneuver completely shattered Martin's intent to attack. Chapter 41. The Countenance O. Ku Xian replied without a change in expression. "That was the former me speaking." After a moment of silence, Shang Tingli remarked, "If you like it, then so be it. Is this current you truly the present you?" Shang Tingli turned his head away, rolling his eyes in silence. It was said that women are fickle. That child was raised solely by Xianyuan Niao Luo, including the whip technique of Qiansha, all taught by Xianyuan Niao Luo. After a while, she feigned noticing Huan Tian, gradually ceasing her dance, and cast a cold glare towards him. Lu Ming, upon hearing those words, could not help but blush, unaccustomed to receiving such compliments. Tianjiao sought to lead Murong in unifying the world, and Yan Chuhang finally accepted this reality. He was to aid Tianjiao in her endeavors, and after much persuasion, she managed to dissuade him from reconsidering. Moreover, in this world where the strong prevail, people often regard only the final outcome, paying little heed to the journey. The ice source crystal, ice source grass, and spirit root pill instantly transformed into 3 streams of energy, gradually merging under Jiang Ning's control, before being refined by him. However, at that time, no one thought to inquire about Lu Shi's opinion, nor did anyone care for Pingjin's wishes. Fearing repercussions, they forcibly expelled the 3rd branch under the guise of a family separation. "Thus, you schemed meticulously to set me up," Yunqing Shui coldly retorted, her icy gaze fixed upon her and Feng Zi Huang. "Lord Bao, she speaks nonsense. I do not know her. I only have one lawful wife, the princess." Qin Shi Mei stubbornly insisted. "You ask where I acquired such wealth? This indeed is a lengthy tale. I could easily fabricate a lie to brush it off. After all, even if Liang Jingguo were to realize my deception, I am certain he would harbor doubts without pursuing the matter further." After the lightning struck, it did not dissipate immediately but rather transformed into a semicircular shield with a diameter of 6 zhang, enveloping Yucheng Feng within its confines. This Chang'e loft is a business of the Qi family, yet, as the eldest daughter-in-law, she, their sister-in-law, was unable to take anything, forced to merely watch. This left Madame Qi unwilling to comply, so she merely murmured her discontent, not daring to take action, though today felt somewhat lively. Meng Jiayao sensed warmth radiating from her waist, accompanied by a gentle force that lifted her to the ventilation outlet on the rooftop. The 2 swordsmen, in perfect harmony, executed identical moves and footwork, their combined might exceeding the sum of their parts, as they charged towards the black-clad assailants wreaking havoc. Not only that, he also recruited countless martial artists and skilled builders, working in shifts day and night, miraculously completing the entire dojo's construction within 3 days. Sushi watched as droplets of sauce from her red top cascaded onto her skirt while listening to Er Chui's affected voice. Figures such as Shalong, renowned masters, had been beaten to the brink of exhaustion. They dared not act recklessly. Should one gain control over the Black Wolf Stronghold and the June Mountain Water Stronghold, seizing both land and water routes, they could dominate Xiangyang, march towards Changsha, and with a thunderous might occupy the 9 prefectures of Jingxiang, commanding an army of over 100,000, thus holding great potential. Director Ho and the other two directors exchanged peculiar glances, if memory serves. This individual had recently made headlines alongside Jian Han. Chapter 42. A resounding slap. Xin remained unmoved, his expression cold and imposing. Yu Jing paused, fixing a cold stare on Yu Lanxi. Apologize at once. Emperor Xia Tian, after this battle, Heaven's Court is likely to have made quite a name for itself. An elder from a prominent family on Dark Knight Island smiled at Xia Tian. Every enterprise maintains confidentiality regarding its core technologies. Otherwise, being imitated or plagiarized by competitors could drive them to ruin. Warm Jiziyan could not help but lean closer to Xia Nuan's ear and whisper something that left her ears flushed, resembling a boiled shrimp. The Dragon King of the East Sea and the true monarch of Yuqing both discarded their chess pieces and dashed out after the Dragon King of the West Sea, escaping the realm of dreams. If only it were possible, he would be tempted to immediately place a child within her womb, thus securely binding her to him, preventing her from wandering thoughts elsewhere. To enter Lingyun's sect from Kanglan country, one must first reach the Mirage Beast City, traverse the Red Sand Gobi, and only then can one access the endless mountain ranges. It is said that the Lingyun sect resides atop the 5 highest peaks. Though Qiao Fongfeng denied his actions in front of Qiao Yuanfei, upon hearing the marriage announcement from the fan group, he immediately found himself flustered. Are you all right? Why did you run so hastily just now? Is your stomach hurting? Chu Emohan looked at her with concern. In that moment, he could scarcely believe that he had once again been bested by Qianyu. The one whom Fei Yuluyun awaited was Qianyu, and he was oblivious to the events that had transpired over the past millennium. How could Fei Yuluyun have rekindled her connection with Qianyu? Had she truly forgotten the life she once saved? Ling Shun maintained a solemn expression as he attentively listened to Ling Wei's words. As the conversation progressed, his demeanor began to shift, revealing a hint of a smile. Back then, she had never known sorrow. It was only after the 4th brother was dispatched. The Queen Mother passed away, and now even the Emperor had departed from this world. Naturally, Yi Baoding did not allow Dou Xian much time for contemplation. After a few breaths, he mustered his strength and prepared to leave. Ling Heir, you must not come to harm. Dou Zhanlong reassured himself, though his heart raced with anxiety. When she was besieged by the Dark Raven and Ling Tu, ultimately seeking refuge in the Demon Suppression Tower, it was only with the assistance of Chu Zhen and Su Sha that she managed to escape. Yet, the moment she laid eyes on Dong Yin, she was instantly pierced through the heart by a poisoned dagger. Qian Yifei offered a faint smile, choosing silence. In this moment of tranquility, one could truly sense a unique ambience. Is there truly a first path? Zhao Kuang glanced at the rapidly freezing water's surface, his expression betraying an air of wisdom not typical of youth, tinged with an uncharacteristic gravity. Mother, I must earnestly inform you, I am a man, and thus I comprehend the heart of a man, Dodo asserted with increasing seriousness. No, I haven't washed my hands, Yunzi, blushing, stammered out an excuse after much hesitation. Furthermore, the soul-marking method is exceedingly covert, making it difficult to detect. Regardless of how potent one's divine consciousness may be, it cannot uncover the existence of the soul mark. Wang Meng, endowed with thunderous spiritual power, fortuitously discovered the soul mark's presence. Tang Xian rose, placing Li Xinglan's arm over her shoulder. At a height of 1.89 meters, his weight bore down on her like an immense mountain. Were it not for her agility and strength, she would have certainly been flattened. Chapter 43. Military Treatise. Shang Tingli learned of his parents' story from his mother. It was a tale of heroes confronting the allure of beauty. The first encounter between his parents took place by the spring pool on a day of splendid sunshine, with willows swaying gently and kites soaring high in the sky. A maiden, holding a butterfly kite, leaned against a willow tree, her laughter dazzling the eyes of many, including his father. After her departure, a voice, both clear and melodious, unexpectedly resonated atop the peak. Upon touching lips softer than he had imagined, a hint of restraint colored Zhang Fengsong's eyes. Brother Yu, do not act this way, see Tui interjected. C2E also has my best interests at heart. Please do not take it to heart. Ling Qiu hurriedly remarked. It seems that tomorrow's visit to the Yen residence warrants an explanation to prevent her from forcing a smile. Zhang Can grasped the blackened, broken horn and felt the oppressive air of death dissipate, transforming into the normal composition of air, leaving him unscathed. In his recollection, the back entrance of the park opened into a residential area where a real estate agency was located beneath the building. Agreed, it is settled. We swear. If the Heavenly Emperor goes back on his word, we shall sever all ties with him. Yen Emperor proclaimed first, followed by the others echoing their agreement. Su Qing sat in a reclining chair, biting down on a chip, pushing all the chips in front of him to the center of the gambling table with a flourish. Before producing a check from his pocket and tossing it with a flourish, Long Shen Kong proceeded to ask several additional questions. And when he felt he had exhausted the inquiries, he kicked the still hypnotized individual off the tiani, resulting in a most assuredly painful fall. The core disciples of the major sects are numerous. Once one steps into the immortal realm, barring the exceptionally outstanding who may be designated as successors, the others assume the role of elders. These two, like Wan Xiefeng, were originally core disciples of the sect, typically cultivating deep within the Liuli Immortal Palace, rarely making appearances. Although Meng Tianji may not possess the innate talent of Huangfu Ziyuan, it is worth noting that he ranks third on the Luoying list compiled by the Lord of Cold Mountain, surpassing Huangfu Ziyuan by a considerable margin. Moreover, it is evident that Meng Tianji harbors some formidable secret techniques. Positioned at the highest point in the space, Uchiha Madara's voice dripped with mockery, including his own self-derision. Were he at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, Gong Bo Ci could effortlessly evade and counterattack. However, with his cultivation suppressed, how could he escape? Yet here, only Han Lin led the group as the demon sage. In such circumstances, how many would concur with the wind demon sage? Hot Dan thrust his palm forward, transforming it into 9 faint shadowy strikes aimed directly at Richard. Richard found all avenues of escape sealed, forcing him to grit his teeth and retaliate. Ultimately, after much discussion, Xia Emochio took 1 GG along, for this individual could rival a 7th-tier star general when enraged. Following this, after briefing Qin Dong on the matters at hand, Xia Emochio and his entourage were about to depart with a meowing when a melodious voice halted them. The dog nodded, swallowing the accusation of being a villain. This was a dog that dared not challenge authority. The disciples of the beggars sect guided the duo outside the city, shortly after which Daoist Chongqing, Master Qishao, and Master Jian arrived. Yushin approached respectfully and bowed to his master, prompting Chongqing to offer a few polite words of encouragement. Only by rooting oneself in the soil can one claim the right to gaze upon the stars. The realm of heaven and earth is inseparable, just as time and space cannot be distinctly severed. Chapter 44, Journey to Nanwu O Heavens. How can one lose face to such an extent? Koxian could not help but chuckle softly, which, to others, sounded like cruel derision. Shang Tingli, without a second thought, turned over to cover his mouth and glared at him with ire, admonishing no laughing. He remained uncharacteristically calm. The old woman wished to confess. Yet how could she articulate such a betrayal of grace? The number of survivors on the scene indeed dwindled significantly, plummeting to 33. Liang Yizhen suddenly felt a chill wind, sending shivers down her spine. She hastily gathered her belongings, restoring the coffin's cover. In the past, Bai Yimin could have stated this with unwavering calm. However, after receiving that phone call, her once resolute heart inexplicably wavered, though she endeavored to maintain an air of confidence. He entrusted me to protect Yizhen, yet I am unaware of her whereabouts. Without his prompting, I should impose punishment upon myself for failing in this duty. Edward Ripley attempted once more to join the conversation, waving a black remote control as he approached Sean with a smile. Indeed, had any unforeseen event occurred, the original owner might have been subdued before even drawing the dagger. Moreover, her Qilin whip was far superior to that dagger. Nonetheless, her heart felt warm. The current Xing Huan was a mere shadow of the beauty she once was. Yet the way she pouted in a playful manner made Di Qing smile, feeling she was more captivating than ever. Upon reaching the supermarket, Shang Xiao collaborated with the police, feigning an agreement to offer his uncle 1 billion yuan and genuinely arranged for a vehicle loaded with cash for him. Just then, a figure darted past, scooping her up and crashing down, sending a splash of water everywhere. He spoke aloud, contemplating seeking a few midwives to keep at home, preferably accompanied by 2 physicians, to avoid the last-minute scramble for help. After she finished speaking, fearing he might realize she was deliberately deceiving him, she dared not meet his gaze. Instead, staring at the distant peaks and the clouds. Heir had previously donned a new outfit, which he found beautiful. Now, this attire accentuated Han Yingshue's grace to perfection. Here it is. I have a distinct recollection of this place. The source of all things lies right here. Xianshu spoke. When Shang Xiao awakened, he felt his body was still quite feeble, lacking in strength. Had he not been rendered unconscious by the smoke, allowing Ouyangji to escape, he would have long since dealt with that wretched scoundrel and avenged himself. Wang Yu felt overwhelmed, his head spinning, despite being a normal man. Even the most conventional individual would hesitate when confronted with such an extraordinary world. As he observed the dismantling progress, he was taken aback by how rapidly he had been defeated. In a sudden moment of clarity, Shen Chong recalled having seen a bounty once, his reward surpassing even that of Qianshan Shui, which compelled him to examine it closely. It was a major general from the dragon team. Yifei, too, was anxious and emerged from the control room, glancing at Annalou and Pikachu on the deck. The two had transformed into 2 violet orbs of lightning. Not only that, but they had also attracted the surrounding bolts of lightning, creating a scene of sheer awe. Chapter 45. Governor of Nanhua. She did not inquire about his destination or intentions. She merely affirmed within her heart. No need to guess, he must be going to confer with the 4th prince. Hence, the circumstances in Nanhua will be transparent to him. Ku Xian feigned ignorance, continuing his actions without a pause, deftly alighting from the vehicle. As he departed, Shang Tingli instructed the driver to pull over, indicating not to obstruct the way. Understood. Liao Bing's eyes brightened at the sight of Hua Wuxian's appearance, as if he had found a pillar of support. Instantly, his spirits lifted considerably, feeling as though salvation had finally arrived. If left untreated, it would succumb to infection and inflammation, as Julia from the rescue center informed Daniel. Simultaneously, Abe San delivered a kick to Wang Yan's chest, sending him flying. The next day, the news media began to lavish praise on Johnny Lee's performance in the match. How astute he was. During these past few days, he had already sown the seeds of blood oath, firmly establishing control over them, which provided him with the confidence to attack Mao Shan. Wang Tao clenched his teeth, realizing that today's issue appeared insurmountable. Taking action was out of the question, as he could not discern the depth of the opponent's abilities. It seemed he would have to enlist the inner disciples to teach this audacious newcomer a lesson. But he needed to ascertain the name of this new disciple. Fortune favors the bold. Without venturing into the tiger's den, one cannot catch the tiger cubs. He understood these principles well, and knew that only by daring to take risks could he seize a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Previously, the Nanshan patrol officer had intentionally ignored the Erwaba brothers to observe their reactions. Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Bai Mingshui and Ouyang fighting were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances and remaining frozen in place. This time, Jiang Momo chose a different route based on the drone's guidance. This route was visible from above, proving to be quite convenient, likely developed through numerous training exercises. Just then, another graceful figure entered the restaurant, her long hair cascading, her physique enchanting, her features even more beautiful than Yang Jin's. At the peak of semi-saint status, he was no less formidable than the likes of Xia Yaozi or Tonggu Daren, exuding confidence. In mere minutes, they arrived at a pastoral-style farmhouse, with a lengthy walkway flanked by bamboo fences topped with tiles and a layer of golden straw, adorned with 2 rows of red lanterns along the eaves. Convincing him to submit would not be so simple. Dragons are inherently proud beings, and despite their fear of death, they would not yield easily. Such a scandal would be a calamity for the royal family, even if quelled. A mark of debauchery would forever taint the identity of the crown prince. Still grappling with the surprise of resuming the college entrance examinations, Wu Xiangyang stared blankly at a basket of white and pink pork belly, swallowing hard. From a distance, the character's Yunshan jewelry hung above the entrance in the style of ink wash painting, the sign exuding grandeur. Yet, the surrounding crowd murmured with disdain, their eyes betraying contempt as they pointed at the plaque. Embroidery? Li Yugua was astonished, inwardly noting how the name resembled the aliases of courtesans in a brothel, rich with suggestive connotations. As for the five phoenixes' origin, had it not merged with the heavenly source, it would merely be considered a nascent source, exceedingly weak. At this moment, Gao Yalan's gaze was fixated on Liang Hengyu before her, her emotions heightened as she instinctively touched her belly while speaking of children. The halted young Master Ling shook his fan dismissively, his eyes suddenly ablaze with gray light as he directed his gaze toward the net of laws. Chapter 46. Uncle and Aunt. The Yamen officials dared not delay, promptly reporting inside. Shortly after, a slender, middle-aged man emerged, hurrying towards them, taking 3 steps at a time, and saluted. This humble official greets the young master and young mistress. The individual before them appeared somewhat thinner than remembered, yet at the age of standing. His hair had begun to gray. Shang Tingli felt a pang of nostalgia. Time flies, and this person in his memory had once been robust. Upon realizing this, he felt a wave of trepidation. He immediately ordered the surrounding troops to gather and launch a flanking attack on the vanguard army's guard division, addressing the pressing need of their frontal forces. Deep within the forest, beasts roamed freely, and feral creatures lurked, with countless formidable entities posing a constant threat. The sound of the great Tao resonated like thunder, the convergence of 5 thunders producing a magnificent yet indistinct tone, devoid of any discernible meaning. Fear not, fear not. I have concealed my birthmark. They will not recognize me, Moon Li encouraged herself. In 10 minutes, the vitality of the world would reach its limit, and the transformative phase would conclude. The dragon scales on her body would shed, and the flower demon king, amidst the remnants of snow, seemed to glimpse hope, raising its needle to pierce towards me, as if seeking to take me down with it. What? Damn it. I knew it. I knew this must be the doing of the People's Party and the vanguard army. Investigate. Thoroughly investigate. Anyone spreading rumors will be apprehended. I'd rather catch the wrong person than let one slip away. Jiang Guangtou roared in fury. Between the Lan and Dong families, a vast expanse of sharp, blazing wings caused beads of sweat to form on everyone's foreheads. Lan Fengyuan maintained his throwing posture, watching helplessly as the golden arrow he had cast melted and cooled, transforming into a gold ingot resting in the palm of the promise. Those who have never ventured to the plateau may never comprehend the terror of a winter night at an altitude nearing 4,000 meters once the sun sets. The 3 began their ascent leisurely, stopping at a pavilion halfway up the mountain. Fearing fatigue would overcome his companions, Xiao Zhan led them to rest within the pavilion. An immense body with cold, menacing silver snake eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty frenzy. The blue horns and robust physique appeared quite terrifying. No, it isn't uncomfortable. Although Bai Mozi's voice softened, Tang Tang's fear emanated from her very core. Even if he smiled like a flower, her trepidation remained unchanged. His voice was as gentle and refined as ever, yet Nangong Jingwei was acutely aware that this idle prince was seething with rage. Yi Fantian smiled. But the chilling aura within that smile indeed conveyed an underlying terror. At that moment, lanterns and torches suddenly illuminated the surroundings as countless soldiers surrounded the 2, led by a general wielding a long spear commanding the troops. Amidst the flames, a Jiao recognized him. It was the scoundrel Zhang Qiantua. Truly a case of enemies on a narrow path. This auction was held in an enormous underground trading city, located in the largest square of the city of Sin. While it was anticipated that many would gather here, upon arrival, Yi Fantian felt momentarily disoriented. From now until production, they have a full 7 months to spend together every day, engaging in activities they cherish. After a while, Bai Shaozi gently pulled Tang Tang into an embrace, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, being cautious not to exert too much pressure due to her injuries. Chapter 47. Mother and Daughter, Father and Son-in-Law. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiaoyan felt a pang in her heart and hurriedly asked, "Is the heir unkind to Xiaoli?" The woman before her was already in her 30s. Perhaps she had a husband who cherished her deeply, and with no children to worry about, her countenance still bore the beauty of youth. At this moment, her eyes were filled with concern over her daughter's ill-fated marriage. If her mother were still alive, she would likely appear just as anxious. Shang Tingli felt a rush of warmth to his eyes, tears welling up, and suddenly thought, "Very well, this is good." The method of transforming essence into flesh was something he could not teach, but if she devoted herself to her cultivation, perhaps one day she might discover such a technique. After the celestial man of Qingshu finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Lin Feng. With the child in tow, Ning Yuanlan opted for her Volvo instead of walking to the supermarket. It seemed no one had noticed their presence. The robbers had settled at the temple, brazenly tallying the spoils of their plunder. With vacant eyes fixed on the screen, he pondered, what is all of this? How could she possibly be in his father's hospital room? Could it be that she has discovered her true lineage? However, their enthusiasm did not bring even a flicker of joy to the weary monarchy. Instead, it caused the robust young man to recoil and flee, leaving everyone present utterly bewildered as they were at a loss regarding his intentions. Yet, Uncle Zhang suddenly grasped the situation. It seemed that only by doing so could he temporarily escape the embarrassment of his foolish actions. Yet, the sweet, bell-like laughter continued to echo in his ears, rising and falling with the warmth, drifting further away, like a delicate thread that could not be severed. With its dual mystical attributes, the pure white 7-colored extraordinary blade now possessed the might of a high-grade enchanted weapon. But from where did this power originate? A sense of foreboding surged within Yuren's heart. If they were to rise any higher, it would be counterproductive. Resources would surely be insufficient, and their realms would become unstable. Ma Sanyang nodded, standing up to express her gratitude to Zhu Hui on behalf of the old and young in the village. "I shall make a trip to Shahiku now and deliver the items I purchased." With that, she turned to leave, and Zhu Hui couldn't help but be entranced by the silhouette of the woman dressed as a man. Thus, Jiang Yun could only gaze at her aunt with hope, viewing her as an omnipotent figure. Ling Han remained unfazed. Regardless of whether he ensnared Zhao Peng with the star stones, the other party would surely not relent. So he accepted the 10,000 star stones as his entrance fee to entertain the Zhao family. "You know, you shouldn't have followed us here." Sima Yue smiled gently at the group, then infused a surge of spiritual energy into the ground, enveloping everyone within a massive barrier. Li Aiwa's residence was located about a mile from the train station and no more than 2 miles from Fang Pingying's home, making it quite convenient for transportation. The former was sung by Mei Yanfang and Su Jian, achieving considerable popularity, while the latter was performed by Wen Jialuan, posing no challenge for Zhang Jin. Zhu Hui remarked to Wu Yiheng, "After all, they are new recruits. Take it slow. The naval forces cannot be trained in a short period if speed is desired. Only through sailing and combat can it be achieved." Wu Yiheng nodded, aware that the new recruits had not performed satisfactorily. Who could have done this? Han Miaoshuang remarked while rubbing her arms. Chapter 48. Wontons. After leaving the court, Qiu Ming was invited by Shang Tingli to stroll through the streets. Ma Chao parked at the South River Street. Shang Tingli eagerly exited the vehicle. The street was bustling with traffic and lively chatter, the vendors' cries drowning out the sounds of rolling wheels. Although the nation was still in mourning, people donned simple clothing, their faces reflecting hope for a brighter future. Payson felt a slight stiffness in his body. Do not elevate his words to such lofty heights, as if he were a savior. He killed Mo Shirling solely for Xiao Jing. Qi Jingsheng's brown eyes narrowed slightly as he reached out to tuck a restless strand of hair behind her ear. His magnetic voice resonated, clear and soothing. If Mu Baobao pretends not to hear, it would be as if she were profoundly deaf. The sound of an arrow piercing flesh tormented her nerves, warm blood seeping from her back as thunder struck her body. Mo Shangyo looked up at the magical array above, marveling at the wonders of this continent. He and Yen approached with a cheerful demeanor, and upon seeing Shilingyu in a wheelchair, felt a wave of affection. Despite it not being their first encounter, they had never interacted with Han Xiai, but the rumors surrounding her had led to misunderstandings, culminating in complete isolation. He cast a sidelong glance at me, as if questioning who permitted me to speak thus. I felt inexplicably guilty and dared not utter another word. Yin Qingyi closed her eyes, awaiting the creature's attack, yet after a moment of silence, no movement occurred. This esteemed Wang of Lin was said to be nearing 50, however. Upon first sight, one would not hesitate to declare him still in his 30s, his youthful appearance a testament to his skill in preserving his looks. He was assigned to guard the entrance and relay messages, having previously delivered food inside, yet he was unaware if Physician Zheng had prescribed any medicine. This was the renowned antique street of the southern capital, once filled with ancient paintings and artifacts that had been deliberately aged in cesspools. Shin Miao Miao was not polite, directly excluding those who did not meet the 10-person requirement and drawing lots again. By the end, as everyone finished eating and drinking, it was past 11. When Gao Yu went to settle the bill, he discovered the meal had cost him 52,000. Ultimately, after much deliberation, the commander of the Imperial Guard was promoted to the commander of the Liaodong Commandery, tasked with defending the region. Xia Tong pretended to be an ordinary citizen, utilizing her omniscient eye to observe the responses to the divine blade. After becoming a hollow, she gained greater power but sacrificed her rapid regeneration ability, with only a few hollows managing to retain that capability. Upon arriving at Soul Society, he found there was little to occupy his time, so he simply sat at the entrance of the White Path Gate and struck up a conversation with the people there. According to information gathered by Lan Fei, the only change since the beginning of last year was the replacement of Jianing Xiang. This elusive huntress, named Li Yuanyuan, like Wang Jia, had become one of the top 10 hunters in the Bureau of Peculiarities before the strange occurrences began. Subsequently, he and Xia Wan launched an initiative, disseminating this news across medical forums worldwide. Once we reached the island, we immediately took control of that Shijin Runzai. If no one else arrives, we will conduct the interrogation on site. Thus, Princess Anqing was allowed to rest temporarily in this house while he stepped out to fetch her clothing. As long as his grandson wishes to play, once the game warehouses of other companies are launched, he can simply gift another one to his grandson. There is no need for my esteemed father-in-law to be so anxious. Everyone present is family, and no one will leak any information. Now that Luo Feng has been captured, they face no further danger. All that remains is to follow Lu Ying's instructions to attack and discredit Luo Feng. Chapter 49. Small but Mighty. Qi Yan spoke up to remind, "Madam, your words." Kuyu raised a hand, silencing Qi Yan. She smiled sheepishly. "It was not my intention. Please do not take it to heart, dear brother." One almost disrupted the decorum. How could matters concerning the crown prince be within my purview? Lian Chengyazi directly carried Rong Yan to the restroom, took her toothbrush and applied toothpaste for her. He initially intended to brush her teeth himself, but she stopped him. The old ape possesses the pinnacle of the second step of nirvana, yet his realm is profoundly deep, as he commands several of the most treasured sights and creations within the spiritual domain. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such heights? As he passed by, Rong Yan observed that although the photographs had been confiscated by the police, many still lingered around the area. With the attention of a mid-stage transformation practitioner like Yuchan Xianfei, you are indeed fortunate. Lan Yin's gaze towards Sun Yi was imbued with respect. Sun Yi, filled with rage, bit down fiercely, prompting Yanbing to quickly retract his hand and toss an apricot fruit into his mouth, unable to suppress a fit of laughter. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zihao glared at Tang Feng, intending to maintain a tough facade while continuing to mock him. Once Chen Fan was eliminated, everything would be as good as achieved. The conditions presented by the three families were impossible to refuse. After careful consideration, Li Bin resolved to impart the technique of the Spiral 9 Shadows to all core disciples within the Floating Pagoda sect. Just as the radiance surrounding Fong Bingyun reached its zenith, those outside the formation suddenly felt their strength draining away, unable to prevent the loss of life. The light surged forth, a beam shooting skyward, and Fong Bingyun within the formation vanished from sight. The voice and tone were eerily similar, cold to the point of being indistinguishable. Ling Tai stared blankly, unable to withstand the blow. Katsumi signaled to Shizen, who, as a seasoned follower, instantly grasped Katsumi's intentions. However, the current players were unaware that the game King of the Gods, a secondary world virtual online game, operated without any game administrators. Master, I knew you would be fine. Blood Eagle suppressed his excitement, his voice icy. Just as the poised serpent was about to spring forward, it suddenly froze, as if bound by an invisible rope. Unable to move even an inch. Using a binding spell to temporarily restrain the serpent's movements, Zhang Lai seized the precious time to launch a second wave of attack. The ninth sister of the wind and cloud took the stage, clutching her staff, and approached the platform with a resolute belief in her return to the fray. A familiar voice echoed in Su Jijia's mind. It was the illusory dragon, with whom he occasionally shared a mental connection, sensing Su's distress. Players, during their leveling up, would gather numerous materials, which could only be exchanged for a mere 1 copper at the novice village, while Li was purchasing them for 3 copper each, drawing many players to sell. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Pivotal moments in life are rarely encountered. The heavenly flower can refine the divine yet remains void. Although the essence is abundant, the formless lacks radiance and life, hence the divine is sovereign. If the heart is empty of attachment, and the spirit is ever awake and clear, one may shed their shell and return to the void, giving birth to the golden flower. Suchi collected all the magical artifacts from the young man, contemplating his physical form, then unleashed a burst of fiery energy upon Wu Po. In pursuit of information regarding the sealing lock, Ling Xiao boldly ventured to the Xiang family to participate in the outer disciple assessment, fully aware of the inherent risks, especially being a lower-ranking outer disciple, which could lead to troubles and grievances. Chapter 50. The Grand Master of the Crane family. He glanced at Shang Tingli, knowing that his sister lived in Nanwo during her youth. He informed her. Perhaps there might be a clue. Shang Tingli respectfully replied, "Elder brother, please speak. I shall be informed." "Has your sister ever heard of the Crane family?" Qiu inquired. Gao Zhanfei's gaze sharpened as his celestial energy fused with his limbs and bloodlines, a surge of vigorous energy coursing through him, the indestructible body poised for action. However, the question of vocabulary definitions was trivial. Let it be that Cheng Bin's defined universe is a multiverse. Thus, the last of the bombers, the H-35, arrived for the military exercise, and the Air Force Base now boasted 56 brand new H-35s, each far larger than the J-35 fighter jets, creating a breathtaking spectacle from above. Turning away reluctantly, he hailed a taxi and finally arrived at the Xiao family estate, only to be met with the disheartening news that the Lin family had arrived. Upon confirming that Lin Dong was the visitor, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Reflecting on his past experiences of traversing time and the disconnections caused by overlaying consciousness, Asmathiel found himself at a loss for words. Li Chuan looked up to see live footage from the underground shipbuilding dock where a colossal warship dominated most of the screen. It was the first vessel of the Phantom Fleet, the submarine destroyer. At this moment, countless individuals were also viewing the announcements on the Shihe official website and the Zhaicheng Aerospace official homepage. He refrained from entering the upper room because, back then, he and his companions Lu Huayan and Shi Dashi had no privilege to drink upstairs, so his past resided below this establishment. The emotions that inadvertently surfaced were keenly detected by Ao Sheng, who regarded Rong Jia with a hint of surprise before scrutinizing her closely. Everything is a matter of causation. At worst, I could simply cultivate for a few more years. On the path of cultivation, one must never be impatient. Exiting the movie, Xi stood at the center of the stage, observing the slowly opening third door, a faint smile gracing his lips. Like Lin Su, I had been deceiving myself all along, but I was even more foolish, as I spun myself in circles while feeling self-satisfied. I convinced myself that there were no insurmountable obstacles. In reality, I was merely sitting with my back turned to the obstacle, pretending not to see it, deceiving others into believing I had already overcome it. Lin Yu favored decisive action. Once she had made up her mind, she naturally did not intend to delay any further. As he reached this point in his speech, Lu Ji slowly rose, clasping his hands behind his back, gazing at the bustling marketplace before him, though his furrowed brow revealed his inner turmoil. The emerald green dress was tattered, marred by numerous bloodied fist prints. Upon closer inspection, a layer of skin was stuck inside the dress, nearly invisible in the darkness. Huang Wu, upon hearing this, was naturally delighted and, after nodding in agreement, escorted Lin Yu and her companions down the mountain. These revered masters he had long admired were quite unlike what he had imagined. The city gate of Qingshan County comprised 8 massive bronze doors, each adorned with a statue of the unique magical beast of Qingshan County, its single horn faintly glowing with white light, the focal point of the city's grand formation. Chapter 51. The Offering. In my previous life, I never heard of such a secret. Could it be that the young lady of the Crane family had the crown prince seek someone privately, but ultimately failed to find them? Perhaps it was human nature to love a spectacle, as Shang Tingli found himself somewhat curious. Ke Xian scoffed lightly, thinking to himself that with the meager exploits of his past life, it would be surprising if he managed to find anyone. Noticing her daze, Qiu inquired, "What is it? Has your sister ever encountered the realm of spiritual awareness?" Yan Yan also expressed mild surprise, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue, quietly stepping back as if not intending to intervene in the conflict between the two. Huo Yan and the princess, upon seeing Xiang Heir awaken, quickly exclaimed, "Xiang Heir, you are awake. You truly are awake." Xiang Heir nodded in response. Zhang Yuanhao traced his fingers over the elegant characters inscribed on the bamboo flute, his eyes sparkling as he stored the spiritual elixir in his bosom. With a gust of wind beneath his feet, he evaded the numerous tendrils shooting toward him, retrieving several restorative pills from his storage ring, then began to pour spiritual energy into the bamboo flute with fervor. Wei Lin nodded and said, "Junior brother, we should leave quickly." Wei Qing offered a respectful bow to Wei Lin before turning to exit. Yet sometimes, the disparities between people are stark. The wealthy, the powerful, and those with connections invariably enjoy certain privileges over the ordinary, possessing higher social status and receiving distinctly different treatment. Zhao Jin Luo, the tallest among them, was the only one who did not weep. However, considering her circumstances, it was understandable. After all, her husband had been poisoned by Zhao Ji. It would be a farce for her to mourn him. Meanwhile, as the shadow missed its mark, Wu Hao, though he did not turn his head, seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. With a slight tilt of his neck, he deftly dodged the punch aimed at him. It was then that Su Xia noticed the dusty dressing table beside the stone bed, cluttered with a few grimy combs and a round mirror embedded in it, which was also covered in dust. Outside the secret chamber, 3 mermaids with human heads and fish bodies, captivated by the myriad of phenomena, began to engage in a chaotic battle with the powerful undead pursuing them. Upon hearing this, Guojia was instantly filled with excitement. This was a gesture of recognition. It was said that a scholar would sacrifice himself for a true friend. Han Wei's actions perfectly aligned with Guojia's inclinations. Ji Ruohua, however, was entirely different. Her focus was solely on eating, indifferent to the effects of the medicine, reckless with her wealth, and utterly unafraid. The individual who approached me initially inquired whether I was a disciple of Shaolin, perhaps harboring a grudge against my sect. The purple jade rice, harvested once every 3 years, had mutated due to the infusion of spiritual energy, possessing a gentle nature and regarded as the finest foundational material. The soul piercer, appearing from an unknown origin, stabbed directly into the serpent demon's brow, a hint of crimson appearing. Before more blood could flow, the demon's body seemed to fade, gradually approaching transparency. The audience below was invigorated. The sect leader had made a decision, and naturally, they were determined to strive for success. The opportunity had been long awaited by the consort domain. With one hand clutching her chest and the other pressed against her temple, pain caused beads of sweat to form on her forehead and her veins to bulge, yet her immense fortitude allowed her to bite her lip without uttering a word. Indeed. Just 3 years. After 3 years, the day of the Devil's Abyss would arrive. Kong Moyu laughed heartily, expressing his displeasure. Excellent, I am currently in a foul mood. And you are just the one to alleviate my frustration. Fixing his gaze on the Leaf Emperor, the middle-aged man clad in blue armor revealed a fierce expression, his tone icy. In order to prevent her from harming Feng Jian, Pang Zhao took the initiative, summoning the ghost whip which instantly materialized in his hand, its length expanding to over 3 meters, exuding an imposing aura. Hey, you wouldn't dare, would you? Leonai felt a chill as he noticed Rabak's gaze directed at Lu Hao. Chapter 52. Wangzi, she was somewhat indignant. Does that wretch dare to refuse to meet me? Yu Lanxi glared. What is she doing in Nanwu? Could she truly be reborn? No problem. Qishan replied, immediately gesturing to the people behind him, who promptly understood and began to withdraw. All right, remember my words. You must strive diligently. He smiled at her, extending his fist in a gesture of encouragement. The journey from Jiuyuan to the sea cave was not extensive. Yu Xia had traversed this path countless times, and even with his eyes closed, he would not stray from the correct route. What? 2nd grade. Not only Gu Renming, but all the students who heard this gasped in astonishment. After a brief consideration, Luo Chong seized Mena, who was nestled in his hair, and tucked her into his embrace. He then swiftly pursued the direction in which the red-skinned monster had departed. Xin Yi understood his wife's good intentions. The Xin household would still rely on Xin Jia. Currently, Xin Jia was pregnant with the imperial grandson. How could she be allowed to come to harm? Xian Yuanche would certainly not neglect the mother of the imperial grandson. Although Yi Baiwei was aware that Enzuer, as Lu Jinya's assistant, was dutiful, she herself was not well acquainted with Enzuer. Thus, after exchanging a few pleasantries, she took her leave. In just a few days, they would be departing, yet he had been preoccupied with dating, often elusive, causing delays in matters. How could this be? I see this princess as quite amiable. Surely she is not one to engage in political machinations. Jia Lan had not spent much time with this Nan Rong, yet her demeanor and speech commanded respect. Soup is nutritious, it must be consumed. Upon hearing Bai Bai's tone, Yi Si solemnly admonished. These are my private affairs. I have no obligation to share them with you. Lai Yan abruptly turned, unwilling to discuss further. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. She had succeeded remarkably well. Her brother Yuchen felt unwell if he went a day without her cooking, as though under a spell. Thus, elder brother, second brother. I genuinely do not support your excessive vigilance over Jiuzhou. Such behavior will only deprive her of the opportunity to truly meet friends. And I believe Jiuzhou disapproves of your treatment towards her. Su Zima earnestly reproached his brothers. Indeed. Leaving the place where one had lived a lifetime would surely weigh heavily on grandfather's heart. Jiang Luofan recognized that his compass could capture the target's location through its aura. But there should still be a specific point. Just as the question left his lips, Sister Lu had already handed over a cup of water. Xia Yuqing accepted it, feeling the warmth of the cup, just right for drinking, and then presented the quilt to the elder gentleman. At the moment Blue Qianming spoke, Yuan Yahui's tears could no longer be contained and streamed down her face. On a summer morning, the willows by the campus lake swayed gracefully in the breeze. A beautiful sight to behold. However, compared to the overwhelming would-release techniques of Hashirama Senju, Day's would-release could at best be considered a mere imitation. Who are you? A trembling mercenary inquired. They were not unwilling to engage, but an invisible force restricted their movements to a radius of merely 50 centimeters. After spending an entire morning at the antique company, the profit from just that morning reached an astounding 10 million. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fong Cheng was taken aback. The grievances he had endured over the years surged in his mind. The Spring Palace occupied a vast area, housing several hot springs, with a primeval forest in front, suitable for hunting year-round, making it a treasure trove. Chapter 53. Shang Tingli was somewhat incredulous, asking, "Then why has he never taught you how to farm? The master can farm?" Manager Li was momentarily stunned, perhaps because it was harvest season and the yield was decent, leading the master to assume that they understood farming, hence he had said little. Indeed, at least compared to the subordinates he had brought with him, their cultivation was among the highest. Upon reflection, it was clear that too many monsters had been released earlier, leaving numerous hidden dangers. At the same time, the Qingfeng battle team, still in Hangzhou, found that it was their last day at the hotel. Are you saying that the dead black bull would tell her? Let me tell you, if that dead black bull dares to speak, I could break off one of his horns to ensure he never has offspring. Princess Iron Fan was furious at the mention of the Bull Demon King, yet in an instant a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes and tears welled up. Director Han chuckled, immediately looking to Consultant Li for assistance, hoping he would extricate him from this situation, once again revealing his inherent shyness. Consultant Li, a seasoned Communist Party member, was also the most discreet of them all and had little to say on the matter. After the members of the Zixiao sect departed, the middle-aged man sighed with relief. Observing his young master engaging in verbal sparring, causing trouble, the man showed a rare kindness by not intervening, allowing the young master to redirect his attention. Yi Chongfeng's eyes glimmered with a strange light as he coldly scanned the area, spotting Wang Sideo and Zhu Long. A massive protective barrier enveloped the entirety of the underground palace, isolating the sea of blood above. If this were not stopped now, it would undoubtedly lead to disaster in the future. However, some matters could not simply be covered by a single hand. Her heart jolted violently upon hearing those 3 words. Yi Qingcheng involuntarily stiffened. Yet like everyone else, having once been bitten by a snake, she was wary of rope for 10 years. Thus, even if she sensed his sincerity, she could not bring herself to trust him again. Only at this moment did she truly resolve to be with Li Huan, to love and cherish one another, without betrayal. As Ma Lu's sister-in-law saw Lu Meifong enter, her expression stiffened momentarily, yet she instinctively rose to her feet. After all, Lu Meifong was still the head of the Western Kitchen and the foremost among the 3 managers. At this juncture, the young man felt a tinge of grievance. The innocent allure in his gaze was indeed difficult to withstand. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Ruyue began to wonder if he was truly a simpleton whose intellect had stagnated at childhood. If the Bai family genuinely cared for her and treated her well, then it would be worth her while to endure for them. However, it was clear that Bai Chahong only sought to exploit her. His once raven-black hair had transformed into a dazzling golden hue, swirling at the sides of his head like flames of gold. Although Sun Buqin harbored some concerns, Lan Dai had, after all, revived Dongfeng Yunlai. Directly inquiring about Lan Dai's intentions would seem rather abrupt. Chen Huaqin, disregarding those around her, cast aside her reservations and rushed towards Kong Moran. The thought of driving him away, banishing him from Xianyuan Hill, startled even her. Who was Xianyuan? What prowess did he possess? She was not oblivious to this. Following the explosion, the police department had swiftly received a call reporting a massive explosion at the Jinli Group skyscraper, which had devastated numerous nearby buildings, leaving many residents' homes in ruins and resulting in hundreds of injuries and dozens of fatalities. Chapter 54. At the shop, Shang Tingli chuckled, having waited a while. In the next moment, a flurry of wings erupted, swords clashing as 6 neatly arranged falcons, led by a soared into the sky, their white wingtips trailing like ribbons. It was only then that Fang Bai realized he and Jiang Luo had been mistaken for allies of those young men in yellow robes. The final strike of the storm pear blossom sword landed heavily on Chenmo's blade, propelling him backward over 10 meters with the force. This isn't your home. We can come and go as we please. Do you really think you can dictate our actions? Jiang Luo thought this girl was utterly unreasonable, feeling a surge of irritation. After the two had wreaked havoc, the martial arts platform was pockmarked and barely intact. Nero noticed the steel claws and super-heavy artillery formed from steel on either side of the palace, with the lower limbs structured robustly like tubes, while the central portal and windows of the palace vaguely resembled the features of a wild beast. Was it possible that someone had discovered something amiss? Master Li voiced his worries quietly. Ever since he learned that his disciple Li Zhonghe had fallen to these demonic cultivators, he had resolved to avenge him, showing no mercy nor softness. Heaven knows she had already been in the pavilion when she awoke, with her clothes in disarray. Hu Xiaoqin roared, unleashing a torrent of sword light, each strand of sword intent slicing towards Su Zhe from afar. Lian Wan was startled by his expression, instinctively retreating a step and grasping Su Zhen's sleeve, only to find it warm and gentle as if it belonged to someone else. She momentarily forgot that even her master had traversed the trials of resource competition before reaching the realm of a true Yuaning. Though it was not a legendary sword. It was forged from mysterious iron, sharp enough to slice through steel, and was quite rare. She could not believe that a vigorous man like Nangong Yi would look at Tuoba Zihua's figure without feeling a stir of desire. Moreover, her second senior brother had been confined by their master, leaving Lian Wan with a nagging feeling that the situation was far from favorable. As dusk fell, Lian Wan finally arrived at a nearby town, taking her time to reach an inn. She had never witnessed her senior brother speak on behalf of others. Likely, it was due to the presence of the two masters that he felt the need to put on a show. Memory was a blank slate? Ben Borki paused slightly, shifting his gaze to the jagged wound on Lei Zhe's severed left arm. Originally, the Weibo account's posts would not attract much attention. But when Mu Ran saw this particular post, she deliberately retweeted it, liked it, and expressed gratitude for the understanding shown, thereby drawing everyone's attention to it. Wang Ying realized that she had once idolized Su Jinggu to an unrealistic degree. In truth, he was merely ordinary. Had she possessed that confidence back then, perhaps she would not have called him. Habitually blowing on it, Li Zimu took a gentle sip, savoring a fragrance reminiscent of moss on wood. Delicate tea that surprisingly bore a hint of oolong. Chapter 55. Another test the next day. At a quarter past the hour of the rabbit, dawn was approaching. Outside the government office, Ma Chao awaited in a carriage. A group emerged from within. Can't we stay here for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Zhang Xiaoyan grasped Shang Tingli's hand, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she understood that this was an impossibility. Shang Tingli chuckled softly, shaking his head without uttering a word, releasing her hand as he walked towards the carriage with Ke Xian. How did Dong Si set the curse? Pondering this, before I could continue my thoughts, Potato emerged from the hotel, pale and visibly drained, lacking energy. They sought out Dan Tai Wei, who resolutely declined their request. The troops had yet to move, but the provisions must precede them. Entering the Central Plains without adequate supplies would make the direction of Song Nifeng's military ambitions painfully clear. Sister Min felt utterly limp, as if she had turned to a puddle of mud, having previously threatened her not to let Wang Meng touch her again. It could be said that as long as Wu Yong occupied the position of sales department head, his cousin could ensure the well-being of Tianzhong Group. Class 7 of the senior year naturally included Cheng Peng, who had a particular fondness for basketball, serving as the mainstay of the class, alongside sports committee member Chong Jun, as well as Luo Hui, Lu Quan, and Zhang Jian. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air as a shockwave rushed towards Su Nua, forcing him to involuntarily step back. This scene inevitably reminded Su Nua of a past event when Su had asked him to masquerade as her boyfriend, causing Xiang Tian to give up hope. Today, Su uttered the same phrase once more, but this time it was genuine. Of course. Zhao Binglong was unaware of Chu Mu's true strength, which was understandable. TCH, is it really just this trivial matter? Men are entirely normal. What is there to be embarrassed about? The boss said grumpily. In truth, the villagers found it peculiar why Dai Dong, who had profited immensely from this, remained so unresponsive now. Finally, after much anticipation, Wei Yining, who had been anxious, seemed to see a ray of hope as she hurriedly looked towards her. Ascending to the realm of the divine king could grant one the status of a ruler and achieve unparalleled glory. Yet becoming the king of all gods was the true mark of a sovereign's honor. Indeed, Lingo's analysis holds merit, and it is a concern I share. Do you have business here? Asked Emperor Jin. Before them stood a rather unsightly figure clad in black, hunched over, with 2 daggers hanging from his waist, the quality of which was uncertain. He approached with a disconcerting smile, prompting me to assess his attributes. I am Gaowen, as lofty as the mountains and flowing water. The morning's news is as fleeting as the evening's demise. Gaowen performed a customary bow. Good afternoon, Deputy Inspector. Would you care for a drink? Dong Fengju's calm demeanor was a potent disruptor of others' tranquility. Lan Fengyuan faced this accomplished man, rich in experience, yet recently burdened with familial enmity, and felt a mix of restraint and tension. As expected, Guangdong had inexplicably fallen. If he could not even control his subordinates, how could one expect him to achieve anything? The further one ventured toward the center, the more instability one encountered. Gu Siqing moved lightly, yet could not escape the tremors. Professor He, may your journey be safe. Tang San, overwhelmed with sorrow, began to weep openly, his cries resonating with deep grief, drawing tears from Bai Yi and touching the hearts of others, some of whom discreetly dabbed at their eyes. Having fulfilled my desires in this visit, it is time for me to depart. After concluding his discourse, Kunwu uttered a final remark and prepared to depart from the location. Sensing the weakening of the star beast, 6 figures emerged from the blood god's void ship, each as profound as an abyss, their presence as oppressive as a mountain storm, making it difficult for others to breathe. It was evident that these 6 individuals were all devilish cultivators at the tribulation stage, poised to strike and utterly annihilate the star beast while it was vulnerable. Chapter 56. Boiling Noodles. If I truly have to curry favor with the 4th prince, I would be a sinner in the eyes of heaven. Shang Tingli hung his head, internally cursing Ko Xin. Foolish heir, why do you keep an eye on the 4th prince? He does not seem like a man of good nature. His smile is disconcerting. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Gao Chong led Yang Ziqing and Chao Ning, circumventing the main camp and heading straight for the rear. After infusing mana into the communication pearl to request a call, he was unexpectedly met with a unilateral disconnection, causing Sun Shang to stomp in frustration, yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. At that moment, both Hong Chunzhou and Lu Xiangxing felt the weight of numerous tasks ahead. Compared to the Emperor's established goals, the eradication of the Jianlu was merely the beginning. Lacking any cause for excitement, Yan Chen decided to cease further investigations, as those outsiders would never grasp the intricacies involved. They struggled to comprehend how this individual could possess such vast knowledge of their secrets. Although Ali Gua found it peculiar that the Keping army's combat capability had diminished to such an extent that they could not withstand the Song forces, he was compelled to accept the reality as the Song people advanced from the south. Thus, under the incessant urging of Wang Yan, Ali Gua personally led his troops out of the city to confront the enemy. Shang Ji had no intention of contending with those unruly individuals. He merely wished to lead a serene and blissful life with his wife and children. However, fate had other plans, and as those individuals relentlessly challenged Shang Ji's limits, he would no longer hold back. At that moment, a sudden chill coursed through my body, and I realized that this mist was suspicious. My body and Li Xiangxiang's were already trembling uncontrollably. Yanzi's fingers delicately pointed to another diamond ring, her other hand tightly clutching his sleeve, fearful that the shameless Yan Qingru might seize it away. Qian Yuan gripped the celestial sword with both hands, its tip aimed towards the heavens. As countless sword energies surged from his wounds, flowing into the sword like a torrent. Fei Qing'an nodded, acknowledging these as mere facts, known only to her Na'vi mother. Such thoughts rolled through her mind, yet no one dared to utter a word. All eyes were on Song Rui, who appeared unhinged, and none had the courage to provoke the mad Anne. As the swirling sands ceased their motion, the tremors beneath our feet abruptly vanished, and the previously thunderous sound of engines faded into silence. Not long ago, a wealthy individual from Huaxia had risen to prominence through mobile phone manufacturing, amassing a fortune nearing 10 billion, only to lose it all overnight due to gambling. Dr. Mike, ensnared by Jean Tian's terrifying gaze, was rendered speechless, his previously clumsy Chinese now even more stammering. There is something I have yet to clarify before all of you. After the group took their seats haphazardly, Wei Jia pondered before speaking. Liang Yongbai observed Zhang Yi's expression and sensed a change in his third brother, though he could not articulate what had transformed. Chapter 57, Wildflowers and Potted Flowers. How troubled I am. How can I urge my mother to be more vigilant? Shang Tingli was unaware that his heartfelt thoughts had prompted contemplation among the four surrounding him. After all, this is a matter that will unfold next year. And at this juncture, the prince should not yet harbor thoughts of exterminating his wife. Moreover, given the involvement of elders, it becomes quite complicated. At that moment, a vessel from Confronting Company, transporting supplies from China to Nigeria, was hijacked by pirates near the Indian Ocean. Leaders from China Ocean Shipping and Costco breathed a sigh of relief, mocking each other. This is what happens when one engages in wrongful actions. Ultimately, they meet their demise. You two were originally cousins, were you not? Why can't you coexist peacefully and unite against our common enemy? Princess Anna lamented, shaking her head. Of course. It was not merely for money. Aside from the Shui family's wealth, I desired their utter ruin. Xiao Yun declared fiercely, her demeanor instilling genuine fear in me. Who had never imagined the gentle and kind Xiao Yun could reveal such a terrifying side? In the frame, Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled like bright stars, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze held a captivating allure, her figure gracefully poised, emanating an ethereal beauty devoid of earthly trivialities. Half a month later, Qin Nanfeng's results were released, and with an unremarkable score of 533, he secured admission to Fudan University in Shanghai, majoring in statistics within the management department. Qin Beifeng, unfamiliar with statistics, inquired about it from Qin Nanfeng. My condition is for you to call me mother. Can you utter it? Ouyang Shi coldly stated, fixing her gaze on me. President Rong, I will drive. Xiang Dong and Yao Yao will distract the reporters. You two wait for me here for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you can come downstairs. Gu Xiaodong concluded, pressing the elevator button and stepping inside. Suddenly, Tang Yuyu chuckled softly. This Moxin has truly not changed from the moment I laid eyes on her. She has been putting on an act. Even after a life-altering transformation, she continues to pretend. Does she not realize that relying solely on pretense yields nothing? Why does she persist in this charade with such enthusiasm? Master, I am sorry, Bai Ji murmured, unable to recall the last time she spoke to Long Yihuan in such a tone. Child, why do you resist accepting the arrangements of fate? A familiar voice echoed as Lu Shi glimpsed the vague figure of the Long family patriarch materialize in midair. Yun Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, retreating several meters until the energy barrier dissipated. I'll go first. My name is Caroline. I was born in this city, and I am 12 years old. As expected, Caroline was the first to step forward, precisely as Vina had predicted. Yet, beneath the golden mask, her lips merely formed a faint, rolling sound. Without the final emergence of the blood-soul return technique, resistance was futile. Even if the Titan giant possessed formidable strength, it would likely crumble under such cataclysmic assault. Even should it survive the onslaught, the 12 celestial angels awaited, sharpened blades at the ready. Inside the carriage, the 3 individuals glanced outside. Xianyuan Mo stood up first, alighting from the vehicle while he held the hand of Feng Jiao, who emerged next. As for heir, he was cradled by Lung Shuang. What he had conjured then remained unchanged, and as for the spores, there were no signs of emergence whatsoever. It was we who reported the incident, not my brother who struck first. Just as the police approached to place handcuffs on Li Huanfei, the eldest sister rushed forward, presenting her phone to the officer. Chapter 58. Adding insult to injury, Pan Yang, maintaining her composure, remarked, even if she could show her face, she remains but a lowly concubine. How could she ever compare to you? You are the esteemed mistress, and they exist solely to serve you, never to amount to anything significant. Should the heir truly take a woman from outside in the future, you can easily keep these two maidens in check, ensuring control over him. If it weren't for Wang Tietue dealing with that masked figure, the old man would likely be in the underworld, negotiating with the king of hell. Xing Yi did not hasten to take a seat. Instead, he exchanged a few words with the staff of the Qiao Old Courtyard, watching as one of them exited. Shortly thereafter, Su Li entered, carrying a large fish tank. Lu Jingjing observed the 11 martial artists engaged in combat within the Qingying building with a puzzled expression. She was filled with questions about their sluggish movements. She felt that, even against several thousand such martial artists, she would have no difficulty. For their actions were painfully slow and their lethality minimal. For instance, the fierce gale at great heights was unlike any ordinary wind. It was a tempest imbued with violent spiritual energy, capable of eroding flesh and blood from a mere mortal in an instant, and could prove challenging even for cultivators to withstand. Only then did Xing Yi clasp his hands respectfully, and under the gaze of the onlookers, he took a seat in the front row. This position afforded him a clear view of the podium, where he could discern the name on the placard. Judging by its placement, the meeting was likely to be presided over by Feng Yuqin, with director Chen Gaofeng also in attendance. Noticing Lu Jingjing's adorably pouting expression, Zhao Chaogang began to jest. Such beauty, overlooked, was indeed a waste. Alas, no matter how exquisite, to ordinary folk, it bore no practical value. Far less substantial than a handful of copper coins or a measure of grain, they regarded the aesthetically pleasing yet impractical as utterly useless. At that moment, Fan Yingying was deeply conflicted, pondering whether celebrating with Lu Tian, the rogue, might lead him to misinterpret her intentions and assume she harbored feelings for him. Yimo recalled the youth he had sent flying with a whip kick, who had coughed up blood. Now, although Mr. Guiyao Hua followed Principal Zhao into the principal's office, Lu Sasa showed no signs of intimidation. Sister Chu is truly impressive, Jiang Yang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he momentarily forgot their previous squabble. Sir, how much longer? The hand of the king of Xiliang trembled as it rested upon the colossal structure. You have delayed for how many years? While I still have some semblance of peace. Resolve your affairs. The emperor shall not speak ill of it. Concubine Rong interjected sternly, cutting off her refusal. Ning Ning pondered seriously for a moment, rubbing her fingers together to conjure a sphere of spiritual energy, which she hurled toward the mirage ghost. Instantly, its originally ethereal form solidified at a visible pace, restoring a portion of its dispersed soul and augmenting its spectral power significantly. The following day, they boarded a flight to the city, and as they soared over Egypt, they glimpsed the pyramids amidst the desert. Gradually, the attitudes of those around them shifted. They were no longer met with indifference, and a few kind souls even advised them not to overthink, assuring them that true innocence would surely be unharmed. At that moment, the restaurant was filled with small groups of patrons, all discussing the strong winds from the previous night. Even the owner was bewildered. For although they were situated on a mountain, it was not particularly high, and such powerful winds were unprecedented. Chapter 59. The Discovery of Inescapability. 1 of 5. The tea boiled, sending wisps of steam swirling. The ethereal sound of the zither flowed like a gentle stream, mingling with the fragrant aroma of tea that filled the air. At the table, two young individuals faced one another. A chessboard set between them, one wielded the black pieces while the other controlled the white. Star Minister, if you do not take this seriously, I shall not relent, warned Ke Xian, pausing slightly before placing his piece and ultimately laying down a black stone. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Han. Your efficiency is truly remarkable. Ning Hanwei exclaimed joyfully. This was no jest. Even though Wakanda boasted commendable technology, it paled in comparison to that of the United States, particularly in military applications. Mi Haisha lowered her gaze, unable to formulate a rebuttal, and felt that Li Lingyi's words seemed rather accurate. If she were to kill indiscriminately, she would be no different from the criminals who murdered her parents. Upon arriving at the base of the mountain, Tian Xuanzai sensed the presence of hidden observers surrounding the area. He glanced at Hu Xian, who nodded in acknowledgement, and then he called out, "I wonder which friends are lurking nearby?" Hearing this, a bald man was taken aback yet remained motionless, continuing to conceal himself. Han Ge proceeded to print 2 copies of the contract before heading to Yao Xian's residence with Lin Zio, as he was to formally sign the agreement. Not long after, within the confines of the 12 Hours Great Array, shouts of battle erupted, as if shattering the heavens themselves. Numerous figures darted within the array, each employing their abilities to rush toward the Sun God Palace. Meanwhile, Li Lingyi was astonished to find that Ani's body did not move back even a fraction despite the escalating force. The thin layer of black fabric had become remarkably resilient under pressure, dissipating all the force directed at it. Believe it or not, it matters not. If there are no issues, I shall take my leave, Sword Spring declared, making no further inquiries and departing directly. The final group of 5 consumed several dishes before recalling their task of gathering intelligence. After tidying up, they made their way to the heart of Duanzhou City, where cultivators congregated. Ji Qian received the document and, without uttering a word, was met with the swift motion of Yun Muyu's bodyguard, who used his arm to separate her and closed the car door. Miao Kadi rolled her eyes as she floated ahead, followed closely by Lu Han, who appeared as if he were a ghost. Upon arriving at the establishment, one could not fault its cleanliness, especially for a barbecue restaurant, where grease was nearly absent from the seating. Liang Hao respectfully remarked, "Though 10 spirit stones is not exorbitant, I am no fool. Having witnessed numerous chess endgames in my past life, I understand they are all fraught with strategy. The true self is the true self, not defined by strength or convenience. It is eternally rooted in one's essence. I vow that you shall find no rest in death," roared the beast, unleashing its full power, its right fist colliding with Lu Yi, accompanied by the sound of air being shattered. "How painful! My entire body aches." Sword Spring grimaced as he clutched his pained body, his expression contorted. However, Liang Yi was currently unconcerned with her demeanor. Instinctively, he turned his gaze to the street outside, where a trio of dark lines materialized on his forehead. Gu Shinkong noticed that Lang Wang appeared somewhat displeased due to this, and gently nudged Gu Ruxue with his elbow, signaling her to be more considerate and avoid upsetting the prince on such an occasion. Chapter 60. The Art of Performance, 2 of 5, After Breakfast. Ko Xian stepped outside once more. Shang Tingli contemplated checking on Wen Hui's progress with the script, heading toward Ronghua Hall. Upon reaching the corridor outside the main hall, he heard Wen Hui's cheerful laughter. "Wonderful. This is precisely the duty of the Crown Prince. Such dedication to the people is commendable." Though the dragon-horned youth was formidable, Yun Feng did not exhibit excessive trepidation. On the contrary, an unusual glimmer sparked in his eyes. "You are indeed investing considerable resources. It seems the situation in Germany is dire," Chen Ning mused as he gazed at the telegram. As night deepened and silence enveloped the sea, the moonlight cast a silvery sheen upon the surface, resembling a mirror. A fleet of warships glided slowly across this reflective expanse, advancing toward the camp of Fusang. These were Fusang's warships, reinforcements whose arrival heralded the imminent clash. After vanquishing Wang Ting and Liu Yang, Cui Feng and Yu Lanxian continued toward the ruins of the Xianglua sect. Upon their departure, they scavenged numerous valuable items from Wang Ting and his companions. Cui Feng nodded in satisfaction, beckoning with a wave of his hand. Shi Yuehu tightened his grip on the azure jade token, ultimately tossing it to Cui Feng. Jinja opened his eyes, surveying the empty surroundings. Despite his tightly pursed lips, a smirk emerged as he gazed at the sapphire-ringed silver ring on his finger, now tarnished and blackened within its once pristine inner band. "Boss!" At that moment, a group of burly men waiting outside bellowed angrily, bursting through the door, each wielding gleaming steel pipes. "You have perceived it, Xiao Menglu. At present, I am not adorned with that bat mask. Do you still recognize me?" Oyilian smiled. After Situ Jiannan spoke, he gazed at Hua Qingyi, unable to fathom how she could perceive him as a murderer. Once the groom, bridesmaids, and best man were positioned, the bride finally made her grand entrance in a resplendent white wedding gown, escorted by her father, old Comenia, to stand beside the groom. But how shall we find them? We could inquire, yet they would undoubtedly remain silent. We cannot resort to threats with a knife. Bu Fan shrugged helplessly. It has been ages since Jiangnan has witnessed such a heavy snowfall. Lu Shurjiu sighed as he observed the foot-thick layer of ice. All life was captivated by this once-in-a-millennium spectacle. Silence enveloped the crowd, breaths held, as they yearned to continue observing the orb of light and the extraordinary treasure in Damasa's hands, fearing that even a moment's distraction would render this wondrous scene a fleeting mirage. At this moment, noon had arrived, and after deliberation, the major factions decided to pause for a brief respite before resuming their endeavors post-lunch. She had indeed reached her limit. For days on end, her spirit had teetered on the brink of collapse. All the pent-up negative emotions within her finally exploded to extremes due to Damasa's menacing words. Before her lay the rear garden of the Liang residence, larger than the imperial palace's royal garden. Within, flowers bloomed in a riot of colors. Butterflies flitted about. Artificial hills stood tall, and the sound of bubbling springs echoed, creating an ethereal paradise. Without locating Himubua, the funeral could not proceed. These items would have to be discarded as refuse. Chapter 61. Sisters-in-law. After a moment, she remarked, "In any case, I genuinely believe His Highness the Crown Prince surpasses the fourth prince." Kuxian regarded her with a gaze full of meaning, choosing not to respond. "What does that look mean? Could it be that you intend to report to the fourth prince that I claim he is inferior to the crown prince?" Kuxian, how should I know? The rear seat Baojik muttered. They rushed over upon receiving the news, and it appears the police have received the same information. Utilizing the swordsmanship of the sword master's puppet, he inflicted wounds on Xiaoyan to release the fire poison, and then relied on this mysterious wine to suppress the chaotic blood of the wondrous flower within Xiaoyan. Gaocheng cast a glance at me, sighing, "What troubles you?" I responded despondently, "I still cannot find that path." Luring Principal Zhang was no simple task. It had already startled the snake in the grass, and any further exploration would only complicate matters. They were oblivious to these nuances, yet observed that after Qian Shangnan finished drawing the talisman, her figure swayed slightly, her complexion paling. Zhang Kuan assigned a few of his students to weed at the class entrance or along the sides of the cement path, while the rest were allocated to the playground, as each class had its designated area, meticulously measured along the edges to form a perfect square. In the first two matches, Li Chang and his team played at home, thus the Lakers had to fly to Minnesota, where the June temperatures were still somewhat chilly. The Return to Ning narcotics team had only recently enjoyed a brief respite, ever since the last operation to capture the old Ninth Gang at Wuding Mountain. The drug dealers had kept a low profile, daring not to act recklessly, allowing the narcotics officers to relish the rare tranquility of a routine life, commuting to work, picking up children, and spending time with their spouses. The hem of her skirt was adorned with black lines embroidered into waves, embellished with pearls, exuding grandeur. Meanwhile, the bodice was embellished with the black satin ribbon, tied into a bow at the end. However, matters possess dual facets. What may not bode well for Ningling might not be ill tidings for me. The crowd erupted in excitement. The Michigan team was nearly trembling with exhilaration. The Chicago team was stunned. Lian Sheng sighed, lifting Su Jiangxiang into his arms, soaring through a dream, waving his hand. causing a flurry of colorful blossoms to dance in the air as divine dragons and phoenixes weaved through the clouds. It was then that Su Jiangxiang ceased her tears, embracing Lian Sheng's neck, reveling in this dreamlike spectacle. As for the tales of the ghostly sentinels who supposedly donned no armor, relying solely on superhuman perception to evade enemy strikes, with only their garments sustaining injuries while they remained unscathed, it seemed to Yang Chong that this truly created psychological pressure on the adversaries. All eyes were fixed upon him. No elder remained awake, and notably, some had already departed with their apprentices, leaving Lin Yu uncertain of what might transpire without a master. Suddenly, the magical egg ceased its quaking, emitting a dazzling golden light that permeated the entire space, bathing the entire Slansuo living area in a golden hue, transforming it into true daylight. Katara hesitated to approach, for he was unaware of what it was. Rebirth appears as happiness, for the heavens have granted you a second chance. You possess knowledge of what others do not, enabling you to better prepare and respond, potentially living a slightly better life than in your previous existence. Although Chang Huan was taught by Chang Li, she had spent most of her time growing up among her clan and was not particularly close to him. If you marry him, he will surely kill me just the same. My death is of little consequence, but I hope you heed my words and do not marry him. Otherwise, even in death, I shall remain restless. Long Xiaofeng could not help but whisper once more. Chapter 62. The Chrysanthemum Banquet. She was exceedingly curious. One must realize that she had merely gone to the fitting room to try on a garment, and within that brief span, her sister-in-law had undertaken a significant task without her knowledge, which naturally piqued her curiosity. After all, a Zongzi could never possess the intellect of a living being. Moreover, a living person could wield various tools, whereas a Zongzi relied solely on every part of its body. If a living person were to use a black donkey's hoof, it would spell disaster for the Zongzi, as the black donkey's hoof was indeed its nemesis. Li Xian pondered for a moment. Recalling that she had once seen Aunt Wei with skin lesions on her legs, she had suggested a folk remedy. To her surprise, Aunt Wei actually used it. Continue your training. Han Tianfang paid no heed, simply uttering this phrase before soaring into the sky, vanishing in an instant. I supported the gold, descended into the underground passage, tossed my backpack to her, and gazed at the cold corpse of Shuafeng above. I sighed, realizing that I would never again meet Shuafeng and the others in this lifetime. I had not anticipated that the last words exchanged between Shuafeng and me would indeed be our final conversation. The primary reason for our defeat lay in the lack of adaptability during combat, as we had only grasped the profundities of the wind element. As I approached, I thrust a dagger into the void, and while Xiao Ran evaded my attack, he delivered a kick to my ribs. I twisted my body to evade. Yet I ultimately could not match the speed of that rascal Xiao Ran, who struck me, sending me spinning through the air. For he knew precisely how the officials in Kyoto were stationed last night. Prior to the operation, he had ensnared all the officials with various distractions, ultimately eliminating them. Who would believe there was no insider? If you wish to go, then go. Who is stopping you? Hurry up, your brother must not be disturbed while giving me acupuncture, Song Minyun remarked. Taoist Wang had some renown in the village. In this age, there were quite a few monks and Taoists, but attaining fame was no easy feat. One must understand that the Xiliang army advanced directly from Chang'an toward the Central Plains, with Jizhou being the first to bear the brunt of their offensive. A responsibility that Yuan Shao must shoulder. However, Wu Tian's rapid growth left many caught off guard, prompting some to reflect quietly. Initially, he had intended to observe the battle, for he had long frequented gambling dens and could easily discern that Corey and Mr. Sang were both masters of gambling. While he did not know Corey, he certainly recognized Mr. Sang as Asia's foremost gambling expert. Notably, aside from Song Guijun and Shi Wei, who were awaiting their turn. Upon witnessing Wang Tsong and Qiushi's performance, the others had lost their calm demeanor from before the competition, their eyes betraying a sense of unease. In the past, When interviewing athletes, their relatively low skill level often led them to resort to cliché and formulaic responses, rendering it difficult to discern who was speaking during the interview. It was only then that Tong Wu realized his rashness, promptly supporting He-san while scanning the surroundings once more. The patrons lingering before the stall, glancing furtively at one another without inquiring about prices, shared an unspoken understanding, all awaiting the impatient vendor to relent and offer a bargain. Amid the commotion, Wang Tsong felt the softness of the body in his embrace, the intoxicating scent wafting through the air, coupled with Li Lingwei's stunning beauty, stirring within him an unconscious desire. Thus, I suggested that you leave with Senior Pan, although the Pan clan is separated from the Tai Su sacred sect by a ring of star systems. It is certainly preferable to being obstructed by an ancient prohibition, Xia Shuang remarked enigmatically. Chapter 63. The Princess of Jinyang. However, Kuyou's actions are difficult to assess. The Zhang family, infiltrated by the fourth prince, has never been known for their tranquility. Yet, she is young and has not yet borne a single child. A fleeting look of gravity crossed his eyes. Qin Fan understood that the persuasiveness of his subsequent explanation regarding his identity as a killer would be crucial. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, he finally arrived before an oval-shaped white edifice, and upon seeing the words Magic Garden emblazoned above, he knew he had finally reached his destination. After finishing evening study, he shamelessly insisted on accompanying Xiang Yizha and Qi Ji to see off Tang Miao Miao and Meng Yijin. The atmosphere at the scene was somber, as most of the audience had come specifically to watch Su Si and his companions triumph in the competition. The warehouse of the Zhang family had a window covered with wooden boards, allowing a slender figure to escape. And it was evident that Su Guodong had fled through this exit, evading heir Mao. Initially, both individuals had a somewhat deliberate attitude, but soon they were genuinely playing like children. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhao Yun and Marco Polo were knocked back by the ruler, Sun Ce seized the opportunity to enter the arena, crashing the ship forward and executing a series of controls. Although the Demon King successfully defended his territory with a punishing blow, the assist, Niu Emo, having pushed too far, fell victim to 2 bullets from Bai Li Shouyue, losing his life. The gathering within the hall fell into silence, with only Chun Fan and butler Zhao managing to extricate themselves from the impasse through Qian's connections. A week later, the buyer reached out to Zhao Ruaji, expressing their intent. This transaction proved highly successful, with the buyer generously offering 300,000 for the golden bowl, indicating a willingness for future collaboration. Upon spotting a black 3-headed dragon among the items, his eyes sparkled momentarily, and with a swift motion, he darted toward it. This implies that unless one can break the rules of the box garden, obtaining in-game benefits through irregular channels is unattainable. Yet, who among those with the power to defy such rules would covet these offerings? Do not become overly complacent. However, I cannot shake the feeling that such fortuitous circumstances are unlikely. The master of the royal tomb is not likely to be so benevolent. Is the water corpse truly the final line of defense? The mountains were strewn with rubble, and a stone wall encircled the perimeter, constructed from piled stones to deter shepherds. Yet, the wall was not impervious. Someone had long since created a significant breach. We shall reconvene later. The dashing bodyguard finally uttered a complete sentence, albeit the last, before abruptly disconnecting the call. The plump fellow jumped at the news, lowering his voice in excitement. What? Their SA warning now. We're at our wits' end. And it issues a warning. What a predicament. What could it be? He immediately readied his weapon, poised to fire. After hearing Wu Chan's conversation, Shauna nodded resolutely, contemplating how to resolve the on-site predicament. Chapter 64. Sisterly bonds. Huang Wuren, with a swift motion, drew forth a mirrored box. He now faced Du Yuesheng and his companions, and in a hurried glance, he saw the Qihua strike violently against the cabin wall, shattering into countless pieces. It turned out that Du Yuesheng, Yuan Shanao, and Qingda had already taken cover on the ground in anticipation. Yan Shenwu followed instructions to close the door, then tore off his uniform. Beneath the uniform lay another coat, which was riddled with bulges, as if countless tumors had grown from the body within. "I will take care of the bill, initially. There was no pay for just 5 days of work. Yet, you are fortunate to encounter the kindest family in all of Shanghai." Meng Siyuan hurriedly confirmed this matter to prevent any further complications. In truth, had such a situation arisen in the past, she would have been indifferent. However, now, deeply saddened, she became increasingly aware of the changes in her surroundings, perhaps because having someone she cherished had made her emotions more delicate than before. That night, she left, coughing blood, while he risked being discovered by his father to pursue her, only to find no trace of her. In that moment, his heart twisted in anguish. Like an ant on a hot pan, utterly disordered. "Where's the doctor? Why hasn't he emerged?" Zhang Tian inquired as he strolled through the streets of Sky City. The elderly lady had recently arrived from the countryside and had always believed in ghosts and feng shui. Back in her village, she would frequently consult fortune-tellers for guidance in times of trouble. At noon, under the blazing sun with maximum visibility, it was hardly an opportune moment to scale walls and infiltrate the hospital. Yet, his rising anxiety compelled him to make that choice. Establishing connections with Zhao Yi could be either a blessing or a curse, but that was no longer significant. What mattered was that they could no longer extricate themselves from their association with Zhao Yi. The Han family was irrevocably bound to his worship. Ao Feng contemplated retreating but, for certain reasons, remained. To be honest, he truly wished to avoid this murky water. He had come to witness the astonishing Huang Fuqi and to warn the audacious Eastern forces, only to be taken aback by the appearance of that deranged individual. Yang Banzian slightly bowed to the crowd, cleared his throat, but struggled to produce even a word. It turned out that on that tempestuous afternoon yesterday, Bing had already met his demise at his hands, his head severed and skin flayed. The flesh-eating Lu Wuya had evidently consumed the headless corpse of Bing. Why is it that two individuals can bear a single head, yet what one can accomplish, the other cannot? Xiao Lin had not anticipated that upon his suggestion. Zakam would readily agree. Involuntarily, a hint of a smile appeared, only to be observed by Zakam. Xiao Lin stifled his laughter, only to meet Zakam's expression, which was both amused and inscrutable. Bang! Just as her attack was unleashed, Tian Youyu swiftly appeared, intercepting with a palm strike that neutralized the assault. Thus, the young master silently accepted this task. Moments later, two remarkably beautiful figures vanished, yet the young master felt an overwhelming weight in his heart, pondering where in this vast battlefield of dimensions he might locate these sister flowers. Conversely, Quang Kung and Shou Ho, seasoned veterans of the previous incident, wisely chose to trail behind the main force, searching for an escape route. In the last battle against the Seven Fiends, Yun Xiao had fortuitously acquired a fragment of Black Thunder power. To wield it at will was utterly impossible. Though she had transformed into human form, she retained serpentine habits and shed her skin every 3 months. Each shedding allowed her to grow, with the new skin being more resilient than the old. For Huanxi, shedding her skin would further enhance her spiritual power. How could Feng Fan trust the words of the ghostly princess? Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage with his left hand, sending forth several black magic beads and purple jade divine beads that, upon reaching a short distance behind the skull, were detonated by Feng Fan's mental command. Lucian Sakurako coldly stated, her hand now wielding a dagger, and she lunged directly towards Hanyu. However, Xia Xian's passive observation during the incident involving Xia Shin rendered the Xia family members profoundly discontent with this distant relative. Thus, even if Xia Kuei might consent, the other members of the Xia clan would certainly reject any academic exchange with Xia Xian at the private school. The flames searing the humanoid puppet appeared utterly ineffective. It continued its slow advance, brandishing an array of exquisite magical artifacts, seemingly intent on first tormenting all cultivators and demonic beasts before extinguishing their lives entirely. Unbelievable. The soldiers on site fixed their gaze intently on the descent platform, beads of sweat rolling down their cheeks. The prescription posed no issue, however. The choice of medicinal ingredients was rather inappropriate and not stocked in the internal pharmacy. Perhaps a revision of the prescription is in order. The medical officer Li presented the prescription to the internal official, who then handed it to Murong. The Fengqi acupoint is a reservoir of wind evil. When chaotic energy mingles with blood, it surges toward Fengqi, transforming into a mental miasma. By expelling this miasma from the Fengqi acupoint, one can restore clarity and normalcy. As he observed the glistening droplets of fat from the roast duck sizzling upon the fiery charcoal, Yi Yang found it to be an exquisite delight. By this time, darkness enveloped the sky, and the lakeside at night was enchanting, with moonlight, bonfires, and woods, creating an atmosphere that was irresistibly captivating. No, let us wait a moment longer. Murong called for a halt once more, causing Yan Yu to feel a twinge of annoyance. In her heart, she began to doubt whether Murong was afraid of losing, hence his incessant procrastination. Like the cracking of an eggshell or the breaking of some binding force, Lin Meng felt a wave of comfort wash over her, as an immense power surged through her, formidable and terrifying. Gazing down at the crowd bowing with clasped fists, Guanyin emitted a displeased cold huff. Before Guanyin could voice her thoughts, Long Xiaohan interjected. It is precisely because we are practitioners of Buddhism that we find no issue with this name. The speaker just now was a middle-aged woman, her age comparable to Wenhui's, appearing to be an elegant and amiable lady. This was the Princess of Rong. It is indeed surprising that the Princess of Rong would voice her thoughts. Wenhui was momentarily taken aback upon spotting the princess, sharing the same sentiments as the monk, both astonished that the usually aloof princess would propose such a notion. Thus, she harbored great confidence in a man like Su Ming, believing that the outcome between them, at worst, would lead to a situation akin to the flowers have intentions, but the waters are indifferent. Su Xuanzang tightened his embrace around Mao Nu, stating, "I've said it is not my concern. It was the wandering monk from Changtian Temple who insisted. What could I do about it? Now my wife does not trust me, convinced that I am foolish enough to harm her." After expressing his thoughts, he released her and turned away, sighing sorrowfully. Indeed, Chu Yang was correct. At this moment, Lu Yang, accompanied by his subordinates, sat in an inconspicuous sedan, intently watching the hallway entrance. The room was brightly lit, and upon opening his eyes, everything was clearly visible, causing a slight embarrassment. Wang Hen gazed at her mother's solitary figure, feeling an indescribable sorrow. She was uncertain of what to do or how to provide comfort. Each time she considered approaching, she hesitated again. One could say that even this building, if mortgaged, could compensate for the company's deficiencies. However, it was evident that if even Qin Tian could conceive of this, then Zhou Tong would certainly not be oblivious. "Come, everyone. Draw your blades and bind them to your hands," Chu Yang commanded, first securing his knife with a common cloth strip around his hand. Strongzi and the others followed suit, binding their cleavers in the same manner. By the time they had finished, it was already 11:30. High above, the six-winged heirs awaited for over a minute, yet still felt no sign of Dormammu's attack. He could not help but let out a soft gasp of surprise. The two middle-aged men behind continued to follow Tang Yan and Tianxi. Glancing at the clock, it was already 10 o'clock. Tianxi and Tang Yan exchanged glances before heading straight home. Just as Pashi finished mulling over these thoughts, the somewhat raucous voice of the bald African mage Daniel reverberated again. "Sister," she softly called, her voice ethereal, imbued with the weight of solitude that had lingered for millennia. Inside the tent, Niafan, who had been preparing to rush out to rescue the damsel in distress, was infuriated upon hearing the apologies over the phone. After all the arrangements, had it all failed? Li Filiu and Xia Meizhuang were both filled with shock. This was their first encounter with the true form of a celestial emperor-level powerhouse. "Do not speak. I will take you to the hospital," Shen Tianyi shouted hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. His tone was calm, yet the elder of the Mo family, the head of the Xia family, and the sect leader of Ping Tian felt their hearts race, envisioning the brutality and peril of that battle. The clash of treasures often exceeded control. Chapter 66. blank canvas. Shang Tingli turned to look. The speaker was the young lady seated between Su Jinshu and Pan Qinghuan, the eldest daughter of the left minister's residence, and the future bride of Prince Baozhen, Jingyu's biological sister. Pan Qinghuan paused. I have already discussed this matter with General Nohak of the Defying clan. My commander's title with Wan Lu is merely nominal, essentially devoid of any substance. Amo Ran smiled. Having encountered no trace of a ghost along the way, he began to suspect whether Luo Jun was intentionally deceiving him. Yu Aoqing's exquisite visage betrayed a hint of concealed anger, yet she continued to smile and shake her head. Poised and beautiful, was it not the elderly Mu, who was indifferent to village affairs due to his youth, who did not comprehend? Moreover, the cloud energy shrouded beneath the fur of the storm Fong was, in fact, akin to the embryonic form of a barrier, exhibiting a remarkably high resistance to any form of energy intrusion. Although the previous combat had long proven that ordinary individuals had virtually no role in battles of such magnitude. After all, she had resided here for quite some time and was genuinely unaware that the other party had a friend opposite her. Lin Yichen. What do you think you are? How dare you challenge senior brother? With just 2 fingers, he could crush you. Such arrogance is akin to an ant shaking a tree, utterly oblivious to one's own insignificance. Lilei scorned. They meandered in circles, finally becoming familiar with some of the simpler areas here. They had yet to visit the more serious places, and it would not be convenient to directly take them to observe. The formation felt rather peculiar. While one might argue it was an early game setup, the team also included champions like Kasha and Kingshine, who required 3 items to unleash their potential. Conversely, if it were deemed a late-game lineup, the mid-lane selection appeared to clash with the team entirely, as Yu Tong remarked. The sound of wind howling sometimes felt quite close to them, while at other times, it seemed to drift far away. When distant, they could breathe a sigh of relief. But when it approached, it posed a challenge to their fragile nerves. On the afternoon of April 11th, the Taibo team arrived at the Yangcheng Internationally Sports Arena, the home ground of the Suzhou team and the venue for the winners' group finals. After parking the car, Lin Yun leaped into the sea without hesitation, muttering to herself as she fell. I do not desire Su Yuan's possessions. I will not grow fond of him. Even in death, I will not yield to him. If you wish for his belongings, go curry favor with him yourself. Do not force me, Zhang Yan declared. Wolf Xing maintained steady growth despite a dismal start of 0-3, and with commendable teamwork, managed to keep the economic gap between the 2 teams within 2,000. Regrettably, in this match, Lao Gondai still faced defeat. Hearing Zhang Dong's words, Sun Yongxing could not help but secretly admire him. Truly, Zhang Dong was audacious in his artistry. As he swung his blade, a colossal fire dragon descended upon the denizens of the pirate world, leaving no mercy in its wake. After the inferno subsided, only the 5 emperors, the admirals, the marshal, and the father-son duo, Carp, remained. Considering the British top laner was a formidable tank, Bifong deliberately opted for the tank killer, Kog'Maw, to counter him. However, Kog'Maw is a late-game hero and found himself utterly powerless against the incredibly armored Mundo. In Chapter 67, Zhang Drapery, what does this imply? Zhou Jingyu remained unperturbed, casually blinking her eyes as she remarked, Lady Consort, you jest. I did not ascend the stage to paint alongside you, nor did I share a table with you after descending. How could I possibly know? Her retort, once uttered, left those ignorant of the truth swayed by her words. Indeed, Miss Zhou was right. How could she ascertain whether the prince's consort had painted? Yet, he felt quite pleased with his discourse, while the soldiers and generals below had long grown impatient. These men were rather unsophisticated. To unite them in purpose, one must engage with them on their level, at the very least in manner of speech. Sure enough, in a flash of lightning, the man seemed propelled away, retreating beyond the arc of attack, distancing himself from the fiery mountain spirit. The youth declared, then follow me, and soared ahead, with the surrounding soldiers closely in tow. Yi Xiao glanced at the unexpected pair of magnificent snowy peaks that had abruptly appeared in the video on her phone, stealing a glance at her own bosom. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. At that moment, Su Yang exerted every effort to suppress his emotions, ensuring no hint of unease betrayed him. He understood all too well that if the two were to uncover the truth, the operations in the capital would inevitably be halted. If indeed they were remnants of Highland. Su Yang felt little trepidation. After all, he had encountered Highland more than once, fully grasping his tactics and the technologies at his disposal, making it exceedingly improbable for the adversary to gain any advantage. Despite the victory team's acquisition of numerous advanced technologies from Jingzi, confronting monsters remained a daunting challenge. Without the presence of Diga, the victory team would be nearly incapable of combat. Previously, after he had struck Zhao Daxin's acupoint, he was still haunted by the experience. So this time, he was determined to show her some respect, especially after having utilized her earlier. He had not anticipated that in the Ming dynasty, the culinary issues surrounding fish remained unresolved, considering it was already the late Ming period. Thus, the phrases large fish and meat should have emerged in the Qing dynasty, for without addressing the fish's unpleasant odor, it would never grace the tables of the affluent. Having wielded military might to dominate the surface, why revert to pacifism now? A wizard with a short brown beard, Amos Diggory, Cedric's father, spoke. Murky white vapor gushed forth from the crevice, and Ian distinctly heard a ferocious beast exhaling in the darkness. When the contents of the spray bottle came into contact with Zhou Tian's wound, he emitted another wail. It turned out the bottle contained salt powder. The Chengji Shipping Company proved to be a venerable establishment, its resources vast, with timber stacked high, all meticulously dried. Zhou Tian paid it no mind. He tossed another chip into the pot, this time 1,000,000. Watching William's silhouette disappear at the door, Kuan snorted softly, then summoned his close attendant. Before Hubo arrived in the capital, he had never imagined such circumstances. This posed a substantial calamity for humanity, and currently, it seemed there was no remedy in sight. He sure trembled, unable to believe her eyes as she looked up at him. In Zhao's gaze, there was not a shred of paternal affection. The Pei family was causing quite the uproar. Meanwhile, on Pei Senye's end, bad news arrived. A blow of the greatest magnitude. The setting sun caused Mu Yang to scratch his head awkwardly, casting an embarrassed glance at Ningyu, exclaiming, "I don't know." Goodness. What a nonsensical dialogue this was. Even Mu Yang found it utterly absurd. In Chapter 68, "A good idea," Mother Zhou Jingyu called out, her face devoid of color. Madame Zhou's complexion was no better. Who could have guessed that the so-called artistic talent of the Yu family possessed such knowledge? Could it be that the Yu family was deliberately deceiving the mother-daughter duo? She mused, where is this coming from? Am I the type to flaunt? Kong Meng appeared earnest and brave, nearly raising his arm to emulate Lu Hulin. Through this display, in just a few phrases, Jiang Larong crafted an image of a caring junior willing to risk everything to save her senior brother, highlighting her utter innocence while narrating the events before Lu Suyun, as if everything she said were the unvarnished truth and the blame lay elsewhere. Is Chi-Chi really not coming to school? Teacher Wu's gaze flitted among the four of us until she saw all four nodding simultaneously, prompting her to sigh in disappointment before turning her attention kindly towards me and Jin Yixian. It was said that he and Shi were beings from another world, fully aware of matters on our side. At that moment, Tang Yan couldn't help but respond on behalf of the group, admitting she herself was unsure what drunkenly living in dreams truly meant, but judging by Shi Meng's reaction, it must have been a closely guarded secret among the Yunzhou people. Isn't there manga and the young commander of the Li family? Are there matters they cannot resolve? King Lu thought there was a problem with the research, unaware that the safest external environment had turned hazardous. Yet outside were Kong Meng and Li Haguo. With their presence, what could possibly go wrong? A blinding golden light flickered again, perhaps due to prolonged habitation in the cave. This dazzling brilliance posed a significant threat to the beasts residing there. The rock spirits. even with their eyes shut, were profoundly affected, their vision severely diminished, causing their physical responses to lag. Seely looked at him quizzically, unable to comprehend why the typically indolent dowry suddenly showed such enthusiasm for knowledge about magical beasts. Was he contemplating a career as a tamer? Had it not been for Xian Yuan's confrontation, which jolted her from her gloomy state, preventing her from spiraling further into despair, what actions might she have taken? At that point, what would the future of the underworld hold? I stared at him, my eyes wide and unblinking, remaining silent. Ultimately, he succumbed, his gentle tone acting as a soothing balm, allowing me to gradually release my hold on him. How could there be a tomb within the illusion? Jiang Yu found this difficult to fathom momentarily. Brother Gu, what is this? The siblings looked at the object in Gu Wangqian's hand, mildly astonished. Did you sense it too? Come, let us investigate, they said, soaring towards the battlefield. Ling Xiao, look. Lao Zidong senses something amiss, he whispered urgently to Ling Xiao. But before he could finish, Ling Xiao interrupted him. Stark opened his eyes, this time in reality. Everything prior had felt like a dream. Yet he distinctly felt his power surge. At this moment, Zheng Hao had vanished, and through the Darkborn armor, Stark called Zheng Hao. Forget it, whatever was said earlier. Let us resolve it as it comes. Wen Qian waved his hand, expressing his indifference towards Lao Zidong and his cohort. All he desired was a stance from Ling Xiaochun. The Qi family held a status in Misty City that rivaled the Lord's manor, and their reputation there surpassed it. To ensnare the Qi family, he had devised numerous schemes. In Chapter 69, Chongyang Cake, what is it? Shang Tingli inquired. Fang Ji hesitated before replying. It concerns Miss Ling Ling. She felt that the lady consort might not be inclined to listen, unsure if this matter should even be mentioned. Shang Tingli could sense her inner turmoil and chuckled softly. So, has your engagement with the young master of the Liang family been established? Fang Ji nodded in affirmation. Nothing can be concealed from me. On Ning Yue's right sat her mother, and on her left was Yang Xiu, observing the scene. It appeared that both individuals were reminiscent of their own wedding experiences. I've brought you some food. You didn't dine in the cafeteria this evening. Yuetzi placed a variety of dishes on the table. The group of men stepped back while Heibiao covered his eyes with his hands, trembling all over. Indeed, the blood of foreigners and that of my Han ancestry are starkly different. In the realm of the mysterious, this is termed as the barbarian's bane, which can easily disrupt the bloodline and transform one into a corpse. At this juncture, let us see how Daniel fares. With that, I glanced at Daniel, feeling somewhat hesitant. However, the flames of the celestial fire were too intense. Although minimal, sealing him would require an immense expenditure of energy, the consumption in the primal realm being astonishing. Fortunately, the spirit tree provided assistance. His hair danced wildly as brilliant beams of light erupted forth, his fist striking toward the young man in blue, exuding an invincible aura. Meng Guqing, standing over 10 feet away, heard this and recognized it was directed at him, smiling as he stepped inside. Thankfully, Wu Zhu did not believe the allegations and, upon hearing that Zhang Qiyuan had also spoken on matters of personal connections, brought the accuser to him for resolution, not without ulterior motives. Please, take a seat. Let us wait, Zhezhe waved his hand, and Sabuda lifted the cloud pearl, positioning it aside. What? Such an easy defense. Aisha gazed at how effortlessly her attack was thwarted, feeling somewhat puzzled. In the next moment, upon hearing Gai's command, she quickly focused her attention on the arena. Undoubtedly, this was a grand scheme that had begun in the distant past and continued to this day. The merfolk chieftain snorted, "Here comes that tactic again. Let me show you how it's done." In recent years, the merfolk chieftain had been recuperating and contemplating ways to break through profound supernatural powers. Her indifference towards Zhang Fan's mischief stemmed entirely from the fact that he was a member of the Dragon Team. Chairman Zhao, please make a swift decision. If you participate, our city will abstain, the city chairman remarked. Generally, within a celestial realm. Having one member from the White Ma tribe and one from the Black Meng tribe suffices to represent the heavens and the earth. The icy blade of the sword encircled the surroundings, causing the frost that swept in through the wall's cracks to dissipate entirely. Your stamina has depleted so greatly. Why didn't you call us for assistance? Sushi chided as she nudged Luli. Even the roulette had begun to fade, lacking the solid feel it once possessed. It is said that this mysterious place was birthed during the dawn of the Eternal Realm, housing numerous sacred pools. However, as time has passed, the remaining sacred pools have dwindled, with the Qin-Wu Immortal Palace holding one of them. Suddenly, flames erupted from her body, signaling her rebirth through nirvana. A fundamental aspect of the Zhuge Phoenix clan. The Great Fire threatened to collapse the void, showcasing its terrifying power. Zhang Qiao laughed heartily, offering no defense. Embodying a valiant warrior prepared to sacrifice himself for a noble cause. George shook his head at the scene. In Chapter 70, The Art of Grains. There were no bags of corn at her feet, so Ko Xian placed his own bag of corn on the table. His gesture was so natural that it required no inquiry from her. He recognized it instinctively. Shang Tingli found herself momentarily stunned. Perhaps it was her preconceived notions, but she had never seen these affluent young gentlemen recognize grains. For instance, the heir of the Yizhong Marquis. The thunderous roar of time echoed through the ages. Countless years of power transforming into a torrent, sweeping through the deathly land, stirring up a tempest. Zhongli gasped, grateful for his decisiveness in employing a magical scroll to vanquish this great wolf demon. Otherwise, should he have been struck by the Seven Treasures ice fan, he would likely have met his end with a single blow. In truth, with every step he took, he reached new heights, each stride unveiling fresh vistas. When she cried out in pain, Chu Mo was much gentler in his subsequent actions, though some discomfort was inevitable. The three could only remain concealed, refraining from any reckless movements, intently observing the battle between the 8th-tier mage and 2 7th-tier warriors. At that moment, numerous factions surrounding the sacred Snow Palace felt a surge of trepidation. Much like Zhongli, wielding a level 20, defying the heavens, Shura blade, his attack power was formidable, augmented by attributes and additional equipment. Congratulations echoed continuously. Xia Yi scanned the area, noticing that Wu Xian was without He. And there was no sign of Kelly alighting from the trial run train. Qinju pointed towards the watermelon stall, exclaiming, "Tigers, buy 2 more. We'll eat them on the way." Jinzi smiled as she boarded the carriage, while Chu Hu bought 2 large watermelons, each weighing over 40 pounds, and brought them onto the vehicle. Subsequently, the carriage sped away. The watermelon farmer jingled his copper coins, then cast a sly grin in the direction of the departing carriage. In this world, there were many sharing the same name. And she would not be so vain as to believe that a single name would lead this man to search the world for her. Although the emperor had regained the ability to speak, he was still the emperor, delicate and precious. Even though his condition had stabilized, he insisted on keeping Gu Changfeng and Yan Suwen within the palace, claiming it was prudent in case the emperor's illness relapsed, allowing for timely medical attention. Anping was aware that Brother Yanqing did not wish for her to suffer. Princess Anping's eyes sparkled with joy. Rules are rules, none may breach them, lest they pay a heavy price. He only recalled that day when the wind howled, bending the orchid grass, reminiscent of his father nodding and smiling at passers-by in the flower and bird market. The northern Liao princess wept tears of pain, and upon hearing Yan Suwen's words, she gently nodded, slowly removing the hand that had been covering her cheek. "Oh, still running away from home at this age?" Ling Xiao teased, noting that the sky outside had darkened. Was Li Xianyuan planning to stay at the First Inn with them? The individual had just made a grave error in judgment, resulting in significant losses among the elite armored warriors. Naturally, he could not be allowed to remain until the new year. Drinking this fine wine initially felt aromatic and sweet like nectar, but soon revealed the exquisite balance between intoxication and sobriety. Dragon Clan leader, what do you mean by that? Yun Shao was perplexed by Long Zhongkong's intentions. Is the Chief Justice really so unworthy? Jiang Ling scoffed, wiping the blood from his lips before striking again. As 4 tendrils rose around the Chief Justice, viciously lunging at him from all directions. In Chapter 71, Foes on Narrow Paths, Ku Xian was willing to heed her directives. Shang Tingli felt it was likely he remembered when Huey's words, otherwise he would not have so obediently allowed her to dictate matters. The following content is unrelated to this book. Yang Zhendong felt a sharp pain in his back and couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream, a sound that could shake the heavens and make ghosts weep, even cracking his voice. Yet his mind remained clear, realizing he had been struck. He understood he could not remain prone, as the bald man was no pushover and would undoubtedly continue his assault. With this thought, he suddenly turned. Indeed, spotting the bald man, his face contorted with rage, preparing to strike again with an iron pipe. Leveraging his long legs, he quickly curled and kicked. This move, seemingly named the rabbit kicks the eagle, sent the bald man crashing onto the car roof, subsequently landing on the ground, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath. Just as Yang Zhendong was about to endure the pain and deliver a few more blows, he noticed the woman stuffing money into her pants, raising her bundle and bringing it down with a crash. Uncertain of what was in the bundle, it made a loud noise upon colliding with the bald man's head. The bald man's eyelids fluttered, and he lay motionless on the ground. Yang Zhendong looked at the woman in confusion, especially admiring the scarf-turned bundle, marveling at her as a veritable guide to self-defense while traveling. Seeing that the situation was under control, Yang Zhendong refrained from playing the hero and lay on the floor, panting alongside the girl. He wanted to turn over, given his back injury, but every movement sent waves of pain through him. So he decided it was better to stay still. Then they heard, "What are you waiting for? Attack them." A voice called out from the back of the vehicle, prompting many passengers to rise from their seats. Just moments ago, they resembled docile lambs, but now they exuded a ferocity akin to that of tigers descending the mountain. Upon catching sight of the bald man again, it was evident that he had been thoroughly battered. The other 2 individuals fared no better, suffering similar treatment. While the unfortunate soul bitten on the face by the gaunt man had a chunk of flesh gnawed off, causing Yang Zhendong to wince in sympathy. This was far more painful than receiving a blow from a metal pipe. Yet, recalling the sharp pain on his back, he couldn't help but grimace. That had truly hurt. He wondered if he had injured a bone. "Are you all right? Let me see." Upon hearing his sharp intake of breath, the girl, despite her own pain, managed to sit up. "I'm fine. Is your leg serious?" Yang Zhendong finally got a clear view of her face. She was a stunning beauty, with a few curls cascading over her youthful, oval visage. Under different circumstances, he might have asked for her phone number or WeChat, but now all he felt was pain. Still, he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thank you for saving my life today." "No, it was you who saved me." Yang Zhendong mused to himself that the pain was unbearable, not merely due to the presence of a beautiful woman. "Don't speak. Let me help you sit down." The girl, enduring the agony in her leg, assisted him to his seat. By this time, the passengers had successfully bound the 3 assailants, rendering them incapable of further harm. Thank you for saving me." Yang Zhendong whispered his gratitude to the girl. "It's nothing. I was saving myself as well. But I didn't expect to nearly put myself in danger. However, you are quite foolishly brave. I told you they were wanted criminals, yet you rushed forward. Did you honestly believe they would reason with you?" Yang Zhendong's face flushed crimson. What could he say? He had no concept of wanted criminals at that moment. His impulsiveness had simply taken over, and he hadn't anticipated they would actually strike him. It was far too dangerous. These individuals are murderers on the run from Yuzhou. The Ministry of Public Security even issued a notice, offering a reward for their capture. Noticing Yang Zhendong's embarrassed expression, the girl found it amusing. He truly resembled a young boy. When he had charged forward to play the hero, he hadn't shown such shyness. "How do you know they are murderers?" Yang Zhendong recalled her warning when she had grabbed him, informing him of their criminal status. "Because I am a journalist. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tong Yaojia, a reporter from the Linjuan County television station, often referred to as the flower of Linjuan Station. I owe you my life. Tong Yaojia extended her hand, her smile radiant as she gazed at Yang Zhengdong. Ah, a beautiful journalist. Greetings. I am Yang Zhengdong, a teacher at the Mingxi Village Primary School. Thank you for your heroic rescue. Observing her poised demeanor as she extended her hand, he felt compelled to introduce his new profession with a touch of gallantry. So, you're Teacher Yang. You are quite young to be a teacher. Are you 20 yet? Tong Yaojia appraised the tall young man before her. Though he spoke and acted with maturity, his youthful face distinctly revealed his tender age. I will be 18 in a month. You seem to be not much older than I. Standing together, one might even think you are my sister. Yang Zhengdong teased. I hadn't noticed you were so young. You certainly have a charming way with words. You must attract quite a few girls. Tong Yaojia feigned a pout, acting as if wronged. Good day, miss. You look remarkably youthful. Go to hell. Before Yang Zhengdong could continue his jest, Tong Yaojia seized his arm, pinching a bit of flesh between her thumb and forefinger, twisting it painfully. Spare me, fair lady. I apologize. It truly hurts. With the flesh pinched, Yang Zhengdong quickly begged for mercy, while the other passengers regarded them with bemusement, as if to say, you can still joke around in this situation? Tong Yaojia blushed furiously. Once everyone was back on the bus, it made its way toward the county town. Although many passengers were reluctant to remain close to the criminals, the assailants had chosen a secluded route, leaving no one daring to disembark until they reached the county town. The bus pulled directly into the county police station, and soon a throng of officers descended upon them. Tong Yaojia approached a middle-aged officer with a serious expression. Yang Zhengdong observed as she engaged in conversation, her demeanor light and filled with laughter, suggesting that the officer was likely a family acquaintance. Tong Yaojia was indeed beautiful, possessing a classic oval face that lent her a youthful appearance, and her tousled waves added a playful charm. Thus, when she mentioned being 24, Yang Zhengdong was momentarily taken aback. However, having lived through 2 lifetimes and nearing 30 in his previous existence, he dismissed any infatuation. Additionally, with her evident privileged background, he found no cause for further thoughts. Just like in the world of Earth's China, upon arriving at the police station, they were required to give statements. After their testimonies, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Yang Zhengdong exited, finding Tong Yaojia waiting in the courtyard, undoubtedly for him. Waiting for your savior. I see. Were you informed about the reward for your brave act? Yang Zhengdong approached her with a smile. Tong Yaojia's eyes sparkled at his arrival, her vibrant spirit responding, what reward? I was counting on being saved by a handsome man, not receiving a reward. In truth, there was indeed a reward. The 3 criminals were top-tier wanted individuals from Yuzhou, with a total bounty of 50,000. Why the lack of reward? It is clearly stated in the wanted notice. I shall confront them. Tong Yaojia was incensed at Yang Zhengdong's claim of no reward, ready to storm into the police building to demand answers. Wait, my dear lady. There is a reward. It has already been distributed. The driver, that man, the elderly lady, and the passengers who assisted have all received their share. I was merely teasing you. However, when I inquired about your absence from the list, they fell silent. I do not know why. Yang Zhengdong hastily restrained Tong Yaojia. Recognizing her fiery temper, she would not hesitate to create a scene with the police. So you were deceiving me. I knew it. They promised to reward you. It's nothing. I cannot accept the reward. You were the first to step forward, and thus deserve the most recognition. I had planned to treat you to dinner. But now, given my foul mood, you must treat me. Tong Yaojia explained casually, playfully striking his arm, her teeth clenched in mock severity. Absolutely. Whatever you wish to eat. It shall be so. Is your leg all right now? Yang Zhengdong hastily inquired, recalling that her injury had been quite severe. I'm perfectly fine. It merely swelled a little. Have you received treatment as well? How about we dine at Honglu? I have received treatment as well. The service at the police station is truly commendable. embodying the spirit of serving the people. Do not speak of the Red Chamber. Even the pleasure quarters are worth our visit today. My purpose here is to attend to matters at the Red Chamber, and it is fortuitous that we can dine together as well. Yang Zhengdong, of course, had no objections. After all, the legendary Red Chamber, regardless of its expense, could hardly be a concern when one is not short on funds. What affairs could possibly require your presence at the Red Chamber? As Yang Zhengdong conversed with Tong Yaojia, they exited the Public Security Bureau and hailed a rickshaw towards their destination. Wow! Teacher Yang is truly remarkable. Journeying dozens of miles to seek out a student and even supporting him through junior high. I never realized you were such a splendid teacher. Tong Yaojia praised incessantly as she sat in the rickshaw, her gaze fixed on Yang Zhengdong. Yaojia, what I do pales in comparison. My grandfather taught for 36 years, nurturing countless generations of students. My contributions are but a drop in the ocean. Yang Zhengdong felt a tinge of embarrassment from her commendation. Your grandfather? Could you tell me more about him? Such an admirable educator deserves recognition rather than obscurity. With the government's increased investment in education in recent years, I believe his story is significant and worthy of being highlighted. If possible, I would like to compile a feature on it. Tong Yaojia said earnestly, her demeanor shifting to a more serious tone, which made Yang Zhengdong feel somewhat uneasy. I only know a fraction of his story. For a more comprehensive understanding, you would need to inquire with the villagers. Most of them are his students and are likely to provide you with clearer insights. However, my grandfather is merely a private teacher without official credentials. Would it be problematic if you reported this? Yang Zhengdong pondered, recalling that his grandfather was not a formally recognized educator, and it seemed that informal teachers were not regarded highly in this region. There should be no issue. Over 50 years since the establishment of the nation, private educators have played a pivotal role in the history of education in China, and the state has officially acknowledged this in documented policies. Such exemplary cases are indeed worthy of promotion and do not violate any major policies. As they spoke, they arrived at the Red Chamber. Dismounting from the rickshaw, Yang Zhengdong gazed up at the 3-story building, exuding an antique charm and resplendent beauty, akin to a royal palace. Even having witnessed numerous 4- and 5-star hotels in his previous life, he could not help but admire the Red Chamber's tasteful luxury. The welcoming staff, adorned in attire reminiscent of the Ming Dynasty, greeted them, as there were no Qing-style banners in this realm. How extravagant! Tong Yaojia exclaimed in awe. Is this your first visit, miss? Yang Zhengdong inquired, slightly bewildered. Not surprising. Not surprising. He found himself at a loss for words, as he realized that anything happening to this young lady would not be out of the ordinary. Chapter 72, Making Space. Shang Tingli nodded to Yu Lanxi, gesturing for her to proceed. Yu Lanxi scoffed lightly, turning her head to ask a woman, is it permissible to take this beautifully crafted sachet with me? This was not the first time someone had posed such a question, and the woman smiled, answering, of course, it can be taken. At this moment, Liu Xian was particularly sensitive to his surroundings. The appearance of a tall, muscular man immediately caught his attention. Following the passage, the 7 individuals finally emerged from the underground cavern. Upon exiting, the hole in the ground left no trace, appearing exactly as it had before, with thick layers of fallen leaves rendering the area desolate. Long Luo remarked, if that is the case, then the Domain Lord must have triumphed. It is said that the Domain Lord possesses strength equivalent to that of an 8th-level Divine Emperor. I believe there is no error in this. Bian Pu was preparing to unleash the 7th move of the Jade Disc 16 styles against the Wuge Spear when he was taken aback by the spear's swift counterattacks, finding himself enveloped in a blinding flurry of blade shadows conjured by the Wuge Spear. Surprised, Bian Pu quickly withdrew, evading the onslaught. That figure was none other than the lead wolf among the wild pack. Understanding the principle of capturing the leader first, she disregarded all else and charged solely towards Li Dian. In the mundane realm, his strength allowed him to dominate without rivals, yet in the ancient realm, teeming with experts, he would likely be relegated to the role of mere cannon fodder, with little chance of survival. In the air, two individuals clad in black exchanged glances, sharing not a single word before departing in their separate directions. However, you should be aware of the significance of this place. It serves as the burial ground of your former leaders, the dragon clan of the Beastkin. Your once great lineage has long since diminished. And now it is humanity that governs this continent, Chen Nan stated firmly. Nonetheless, what Xiao Jian conveyed was solely his personal experience. Lei Lei held a deep respect for Xiao Jian, attentively listening as he spoke. No need, I have already arrived. The voice of Shang Guanzheng floated in from outside, and soon he entered alongside Li Changgang, his face adorned with a serious expression. Call me Guan Yu. The tone remained cold, and Guan Yu's proud visage was as frosty as ever, droplets of water still clinging to her delicate brows, suggesting she had just washed her face. 3 days of rest had significantly increased the revenue for the Garrett Tan's imperial city, especially with the surge in foot traffic. Dongfeng Jian's body had been battered beyond recognition. Even if he survived, he was gravely injured. His body, flung through the air, fell like a massive stone devoid of support, plummeting towards the ground. Yi Feng and his companions casually chose a spot to sit, observing that nearly all around them were students, many among whom were new arrivals at the Shengwu Academy. The shelves contained numerous martial arts techniques, clearly labeled with grades and the number of pulse points, some even explicitly detailing the characteristics of the skills. Why do you wish for my return? Are you not afraid of me? Xiaozha replied, evading the question. Gazing at the serene slumber of Binglan beside him, a pang of sorrow struck Yifeng. Once, this beautiful mentor had repeatedly saved him from peril, offering her unwavering concern. And it was only after her fall that he realized her esteemed place within his heart. Chapter 73. The Kite, a light blue rabbit's head. Devoid of eyes, but adorned with delicate pink bougainvillea, presented a playful charm. Its ears, whimsically tied with a pale yellow cord, featured auspicious knots, with the cord's ends embellished with soft pink tassels. Shang Tingli smiled, saying, "What my cousin says does not count." Yu Lanxi curved her lips in a slight smile, remaining silent, exuding an attitude that declared, "Even so, I shall not concede." Jiang Ling steadied himself, surrounded by swirling colors of light, revealing a striking shield figure. 5 days prior, Old Ma had proclaimed in Fish Dragon Town that he had witnessed a dragon in the old Huai Well, prompting many townsfolk to rush there, including the youth drawn to the spectacle. The practice of recruiting new talent every decade by Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty had persisted for a millennium, a fact that needed little elaboration. It was astonishing that a promising prodigy would willingly serve as a mere child's attendant, a truly shocking revelation. On Earth, after each failure, he would reflect on the adage of having noble patrons and wise mentors. To him, these were terms he had longed for yet never encountered. In the outer universe, the Medicine King served as both his benefactor and mentor, a figure who was both teacher and friend. Lin Shiming's words cut through the air like sharp blades, leaving Shen Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. 20 years ago, Hans would have been no match for the prowess of the Mountain River great powers, let alone inflicting injury upon them. Now, the entire family found themselves in a stalemate. Murong Bo was a remarkably stubborn child. Once he set his mind on something, he was determined to see it through, and if he could not, he would remain troubled by it. The use of high-level treasured artifacts was not deemed a violation, as they were considered conventional weaponry rather than consumables for protection. Upon exiting the city lord's manor, due to Dong Fei's mobility issues, Shi Jingtian accompanied him into the carriage, guarded by 100 Red Army cavalry as they journeyed beyond the city gates. The group led by Jing Lao was intent on obtaining the spiritual treasure left behind by the swirling king, and they would not easily relent. The blood-red hand waved through the air, resolutely seeking to seize the luminous orb of the treasure. It can be said that the forces capable of maintaining the order of the cultivation world in Pingan City have been utterly depleted. However, will the demon clan truly refrain from harming the mortal realm? After all, the enmity between the demon and human races has persisted since ancient times. Consequently, it is anticipated that matters may evolve into a coalition of military forces and the human armies from beyond the realm uniting against the demon clan. I have already encountered failure once. Should I falter again, I will vanish without a trace. The Flame Emperor spoke with an air of indifference, as if narrating events that bore no relation to him. The ambient spiritual energy had been entirely drained. The once pure spiritual aura of the Buddhist secret realm was now barren, with the land desolate and vegetation annihilated, resembling the onset of the apocalypse. Zhao Yun rushed forward, embracing Liu Bei, only to cast him aside the next moment. As Zhao Yun grasped Liu Bei, the lingering lightning coursing through Liu Bei's body incapacitated Zhao Yun, who instinctively pushed Liu Bei away. Chapter 74. The young master's true intentions. Do you wish for him to act personally? He opted to summon someone else. What are you calling Du Hong for? Surely, you do not intend to act without honor? Shang Tingli was taken aback. In an effort to provoke him into action, he hastily remarked, "The paper kite is imbued with blessings. It is best made by one's own hands." Ko Xian lifted his chin and softly uttered, "Beg me. Am I allowed to act in defiance of propriety and have Gone Tang tear your mouth apart?" Yu Jiang felt a tinge of disappointment. This was clearly an attempt to dismiss him. Yet he could not linger indefinitely, for with so many comings and goings, it was possible he might encounter someone he knew and tarnish Ling Nyong's reputation. Dr. Wang was momentarily taken aback, his lips still coated with sunflower seed husks. He observed Han Jiangxue gazing impassively at the scattered shells, appearing utterly disenchanted. Nevertheless, her striking appearance and impressive gaming skills garnered her a considerable fan base. They possessed no wealth, nor fertile land in this village, essentially waiting to starve. The medicinal bottles and syringes were entirely unfamiliar to them. However, Dr. Wang and his colleagues were already aware of her peculiar methods of treatment, leading to an increasing suspicion surrounding her. With that, the short sword flew from his hand, glimmering coldly as if carrying an unmatched sword intent, overwhelming in its approach. The once chaotic hall, reminiscent of a battlefield, now felt eerily tranquil. Yet the scent of blood and the sight of crimson stains and dismembered bodies suggested that the fierce battle had only recently subsided. The remaining cultivators stood silently, having withdrawn all their magical powers. When Qini summoned the elder, there must surely have been an ulterior motive, since they were unwilling to disclose their intentions. He decided not to pry. Hua Yingtian waved his hand, sending a shadow racing towards Tanning-chung, who soared off at an angle, speeding away into the distance. The shopkeeper intended to persuade the owner further, but the latter turned and departed, leaving the shopkeeper unable to follow. He could only head down to find Muzhen. She had been tormented by all manner of tortures, rendering her unrecognizable. Throughout it all, she maintained that everything was her own idea, with no involvement from the queen. Zhang Qingshan, in a desperate attempt to appease Xiang Fuli, offered suggestions that were rather haphazard, given the limited time available. Qin Yi sensed the disturbance and frowned. Had he controlled the 3 late-stage core formation puppets with his essence blood upon entry, he would have had no fear of the 2 elders. This ring was, if memory serves, the possession of the middle-aged man with grizzled hair from Chunbao Studio, as Fang Xinran recognized it immediately. At that moment, Luo Rulong spotted Zhang Biruo. Or rather, her vehicle, as Zhang Biruo leaned out, waving at him. In the lower left corner of the drawing, Luo Rulong noticed an indentation that perfectly matched the token. While Li Yun and the others competed in the great training grounds, numerous individuals clad in the garb of ordinary folk appeared outside the venue. Though their attire was simple, most bore weapons, and their demeanor suggested they were anything but commoners. They resembled bandits more closely. Upon entering, everyone discovered that the secret chamber was not large, with the stone walls embedded with several illuminating gems, casting a light as bright as day. Chapter 75. Love at First Sight. Whoosh. A young man was strolling along the road, yet before he could step onto the grass of Concubine, he was unexpectedly struck in the face by a runaway paper kite. The attendant behind the young man rushed forward. "Sir, are you all right?" He reached up to remove the kite, examining it closely before shaking his head. "I am fine." The attendant glanced at the sky, where kites were flying high. It seemed a common occurrence for kites to break free of their strings. As for that peculiar nickname, given her persistent usage, there was little to be done but tolerate it. After all, it was merely a form of address. In the center of the screen, the rescue team from Clusen, having received an urgent call for assistance, arrived at the scene with exaggerated fervor. Furthermore, this was Haitian district, not Chaoyang district. How could a superstar like you possibly reside here? The conversation took a convoluted turn, involving Du Su and the potential chaos that might ensue if they meddled with Mudafa. Thus, in the dead of night, the newly crowned Best Actor perused his script on his phone, occasionally chuckling softly, thoroughly enjoying himself. For cultivators, their lifespans are indeed remarkably prolonged, and achieving success in their craft is likely their foremost consideration. Do not despair so dismally if the map cannot be drawn. Why not collaborate to create a military sand table encompassing all key perilous points in the world? Wei Jia suggested with a smile. Therefore, Zhang Yi could only rely on time to determine whether to set aside a particular herb. "Uncle Bao, you are worrying needlessly," Lu Muzi said with a self-satisfied tone, his tendency to boast and tease once again surfacing. Upon seeing the controller's demeanor, Lao Emma realized there was no escaping. He too had to speak up. He then noticed the way everyone regarded the three of them, reminiscent of how they had once looked at Zhang Yi's phone. Various exclamations filled the air, even drawing the attention of Long Tianya and Wu Tianlin, whose expressions shifted as they gazed at Lu Tianming on the battle stage. Zhang Xiang nodded slightly. If they could find someone whose physical characteristics resembled Wei Jia's patrolling the city walls, it would be difficult to discern the truth from deception. This strategy of misdirection had a high chance of success, and Wei Jia's 7-day timeline was not merely an idle remark, but rather based on meticulous calculations. Nonetheless, Zhang Yi paid little heed. After all, these deities had seldom lavished flattery upon him in the past, and now that they were willing to do so, it was already a significant compliment. The Tianwu kingdom was once inhabited by ordinary people, but those who possessed unique abilities and served the deities became immortal, marking a distinction from the divine and expressing reverence. Zhu Laosi was acutely aware of Li Jinglong's character. He would likely be the first to flee at the first sign of danger, abandoning the army in his escape. Chapter 76. Adornment Ceremony. Shang Tingli chuckled awkwardly. "It's merely speculation. Do not be hasty. This is not an impossibility. Do you truly believe your master is a paragon of virtue? In matters of filial piety, he is certainly capable of such actions. No need to mention anything else. He is indeed fearless," Shang Tingli mused inwardly. To her, Concubine was undoubtedly not a safe place. Due to various reasons, Yi Luo ultimately decided to observe from the shadows before taking any action. "What on earth is this?" Li Weidong asked curiously, as a miniature husky approached him, holding a golden fruit in its mouth. It placed the fruit at Li Weidong's feet, gesturing with its paws, urging him to eat it. "I see. It appears we still have some imperfections in our handling of these matters." Dutone nodded slightly, observing Li Tian and Shui Gue Guzi, before casually glancing at Du Weisheng, evidently inquiring about how to proceed with the ensuing matters. Several slender, spider-like legs emerged from the neck of this body, deftly resting upon the headless form and pushing forcefully. Chuyan's eyes widened in shock, and then, bang, she finally collapsed to the ground. Yi Luo had anticipated that Shang Guanlan would respond in such a manner. After all, although Pingcheng was nominally a part of the Xia kingdom, its geographical positioning had long deviated from that of Xia, which was precisely why Yi Luo had chosen this location. Those who merely engaged in physical confrontations were not particularly astute, lacking in commercial acumen. They relied solely on their influence to extort protection fees from their territories as the primary source of revenue for their gangs. Meanwhile, in the external world, after the patterns of the Daqian Dao body emerged, the mirror once again lost Yang Tian's presence. Even cultivators at the 8th level of Foundation establishment would find it impossible to escape from their sword formation, yet Yu Lanxi was no ordinary individual. Should one fail to respond or claim the ability to perform the lightness skill of Flying Moon, it would reflect poorly on the court's reputation. It was peculiar. What weapon was he holding? Tasmi gazed at his empty hands, recalling that he had indeed executed a slashing motion, severing the arm of the 100-armed giant. Zhou Qin kept these matters to himself, holding Wenlan Xian in high regard. It cost him considerable effort to refine the Xingtian, which acts into 12 heavenly Dao swords, after expending the magical energy of 36 yuan wei into it. Indeed, it was unfortunate that I, in a moment of weakness, did not allow Lan Shen to pursue, otherwise my husband would have been spared a significant source of trouble. The fairy Yunxia felt a pang of regret. Regarding the merits of an official, the people of Yuqin had their judgments. As the procession carrying Lu Xueqing's coffin passed, sorrowful cries filled the air, with countless Yuqin individuals clad in white, forming a solemn escort. The flying speed of 4th-tier demon birds was already astonishing, and 5th-tier demon birds surpassed the attack speed of cultivators' magical artifacts, making it exceedingly difficult to strike these high-tier creatures. Chapter 77, Seeking Guidance. Even Fangji remarked, "Miss Lan, she has never harbored good intentions towards you. What does this make her cousin? I wonder what sort of relative would so despise your well-being. She had always behaved thus, so why should you be angered? It would only serve to harm oneself." Ajax's defense was stable, aside from Van der Veer, who frequently pushed forward to assist in attacks. The midfield player Jansen was relentless in his efforts to disrupt Arsenal's passing combinations. Upon exiting the Detail Hall, the warmth from the charcoal basin was instantly swept away by the biting wind. Lu Xiuyi's hand trembled slightly as he discreetly glanced at Pingerer, who understood the gesture and signaled for the remaining individuals in the hall to leave, allowing only her and Fu Shui to remain. The Empress Dowager raised an eyebrow. Though she was not particularly fond of concubine Hua, she was nonetheless concerned about the royal bloodline within her womb. How is Hua? Is the royal heir safe? These 8 characters indicated that the Empress Dowager's worries solely rested upon the unborn royal heir. The match had barely begun, just 58 seconds in. The players of Ozer were invigorated, and in the subsequent game, they began to bombard Ajax's goal relentlessly. So, do the Slin in Central Asia wish to go to India? Chang Ruiqing asked nonchalantly. Zhang Xiuhua sighed in relief. She had previously feared that calling would disturb her son's rest, yet she longed to converse with Jin Yuan. After much hesitation, she decided to make the call, and it appeared that this choice was not in vain. "General, I do not wish to be a useless person." In her heart, she yearned to support her husband and raise their children, yet Milan felt compelled to contribute to her beloved man, thus honoring Liyu's affection for her. Mao Lian noticed the expressions of the two. Emily and Prince Qing were not foolish individuals, and if this continued, they would surely suspect something. Now, it was imperative to separate Prince Qing from Emily, granting the Empress an opportunity to converse with Prince Qing. Although her parents seldom visited the capital, she frequently went to see her grandparents, and naturally, when visiting them, she would also take the time to check on the rapeseed. Li Peong concealed himself within the heart of the Holy Thorn Knights. Should there be any movement from the demons, he would incite Duncan to delay the opposition. Contemplating this, the North Wind's thoughts sank into his mind, gazing at the star tower that floated above his soul. Zhang Jilian had visited once before, when Ping Jin was newly pregnant, and he had been invited to confirm the pregnancy. He was a gaunt, white-bearded elder, one of the most esteemed doctors in Honghe County. Guan Yu turned in confusion, unsure of what Wang Dao had to discuss with him. Logically, this should be a concession from Wang Dao, which would likely leave him displeased and reluctant to engage with a victor like himself. Liao Yuqing smiled downwards, finding the child quite mischievous, although he seemed to have said this before. "I agree," said Shilong, following Mr. Zhuge's directives. "Lord Long has commanded." The funds were already prepared. Lord Long opened a nearby box, which contained the 1 million world coins that Zhuge soon requested. After one strike, the north wind's aura diminished, and he showed no inclination to linger in battle, swiftly retreating to the edge of the battlefield. The time had reached the final 30 seconds. Due to He Jing's 2 missed free throws, the point differential remained at 4, and the match continued. The coach of the Sanfeng team remained silent. Yet upon witnessing this scene, his gaze lingered on Zhang Fei, his eyes glimmering with intrigue, his lips pursed in contemplation. Chapter 78. Entering and exiting, she did not insist. Nor did she require Yu Lingling to acknowledge anything. Everyone was aware of the truth. What she desired was for Yu Lingling to marry into the Liang family with this sense of unease. Shang Tingli had just exited Yu Lingling's courtyard when he was informed by a maid that someone from the Liang family had arrived. Liang Cheng had already reached the main hall. Upon reflection, I found Krachakov's demeanor somewhat odd. How could he have changed so drastically after merely accompanying Major Ziev? Did the Major show him something that provoked his anger? Before the smoke could dissipate, the artillery on the mountaintop resumed firing. Although this time they still failed to hit any German tanks, the impact points were evidently much closer than in the first round. With explosions occurring nearly 10 meters from the tanks, I noticed that Kurilov and Akhromeyev were dressed in ordinary military uniforms without any greatcoats or winter gear. True to his words, he laid down his submachine gun and belt on the table, removing his military coat. The typically expressionless Kitano took this remark with a smile and nodded, before the two vanished into the boundless night. This is a splendid opportunity to weaken the sanctuary. I trust you would not decline this mutually beneficial collaboration? Baron Xvorn stated, his expression unchanging. Rest assured, Sister Yanyan, my husband is fine. He merely fainted. Zhuge Qing reassured, setting aside her prior anxieties. In response, Fat did not inquire further, believing that Guding had installed an advanced voice command system in his watch, connecting it to the spaceship for vocal control. His success in the military-industrial sector stemmed merely from his understanding of the development trajectory of future military technology, coupled with a solid foundation of knowledge, thus becoming a leading figure in the current military-industrial landscape. If Lu Jiaoding's capabilities were merely of this level, he would hardly deserve the title of expert in the future. In ancient times, silver-tiered deities possessed powers comparable to today's high-ranking deities. Yet, their physical forms rivaled those of supreme deities, containing an astonishing reservoir of vital energy. Even now, though only bones remained, the residual essence within the marrow was still considerable. For Fengzhan, love was simply love. Though devoid of reason, he resolved to follow his heart, determined to make her his wife. Indeed, he conferred with Norberto, Houston, and others briefly before signaling for everyone to prepare to set forth once more. However, the words he spoke were so incredulous that even he himself struggled to believe them. Given Fengzhan's demeanor, it would not be easily resolved. He felt fortunate today, having triggered 2 special rewards, and perhaps he might activate another one. Luo Tianzhao's handsome profile appeared even more austere under the moonlight. Zhao Kuanian glanced at him, resolutely nodded, and said, "Teacher Luo, no worries. I have everything planned. They will follow closely behind me and are not permitted to act independently. This way, we can look after each other during the march. I assure you, we will accomplish this mission smoothly." The ancestors of Yuquan and Chimei were aware that their cultivation was inherently inferior to that of Zhang Tianshi, and their foundation was no match for Long Hushan. Given the current circumstances, they realized that only by joining forces did they stand a chance to contend for the dragon essence against Zhang. In Chapter 79, it was revealed that the daughter-in-law had poisoned her son. Shang Tingli ultimately discerned this reason. In her previous life, she had merely observed everything with cold indifference and did not intervene. However, in this lifetime, she found herself unable to remain a passive bystander. Shang Tingli had yet to contemplate how to broach the subject appropriately, her gaze intensely fixed on Ko Xian. She heard him inquire, "Do you wish to visit the Liang family?" Shang Tingli nodded and then shook her head. "What is that?" However, upon learning that the initial victim was Qi Yonghui, Shen Yun felt an intense aversion towards him and had no intention of associating with him. She was at a loss regarding how to manage her relationship with Dongfang Qin, especially with her mother still in Korea, awaiting a heart transplant. This beast should originate from the upper realm, if my conjectures are correct. It must belong to the Tianlang domain Lord Steed. In a luxurious suite, she encountered the 3 leading elders of the Shang and clan. Zhu Dan remarked that the longer they delayed, the more advantageous it would be for Dongfang Qin, while their situation would grow increasingly perilous. In summary, the Jiangxi victory of the Restoration Army was a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. What brought him even greater solace was that, through the relentless efforts of the Kuomintang, Qin Jiangming of Guangdong had finally declared independence, officially joining the anti-Yuan forces, followed by Tan Yankai of Hunan announcing Hunan's independence as well. Should I take action against Vidas? He smirked, revealing a teasing expression. Gu Siqing pondered this, becoming increasingly vigilant as she recognized the complexity of the situation. She hoped to resolve it swiftly, aware that they would likely follow her throughout the journey. By the way, I noticed on my way here that the young man under the prince was also heading this way. Just in case, I dispatched some personnel to deal with it. Wan Yen Luo paused her thoughts, gently clinking her cup against each Chuan's. After a while, the monk Wu Wu made a decision, lowering his gaze to enter a meditative state. Activating his heavenly vision, countless scenes flashed before him. So, what? Su Feng, with wide innocent eyes, continued to ask, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. What a dreadful place! The more Qin Chuan looked, the more disheartened he became. In such an environment devoid of spiritual energy, how could one possibly enhance their cultivation? Even the most inhospitable place of the primitive wilderness would be 100-fold, if not 1,000-fold, better than here. All right, let us proceed inside, Lady Catherine said with a gracious smile, nodding in agreement. She followed Wen Guangxing into the cottage, arriving in the grand hall on the first floor. The high priest, with eyes burned and bloodshot, could see nothing, yet, upon hearing the anguished cry of Wei Weiyan, she knew something was amiss. He did not intervene in the quarrels between the 2 brothers, but if they dared to use their own people, he would certainly take action to rectify the situation. Suddenly, Ji Ziqing exclaimed in surprise, evidently recognizing the origin of the divine stone, which seemed to be a 7-aperture Linglong stone. However, at that moment, a latent power stirred within Luo Chen, awakening within him. Contrary to his expectations, the golden sand worm dared not move, allowing Tang Zheng to bind his spiritual energy to it. The deaf old lady looked at Master Guan, beaming with joy, and quickly invited him and his companion to sit down. Tianzi Si Hao, Zhao Xiying, also known as Lin Yu, was a jincher of the 32nd year of the Qinyu era, succeeding Zhao Xuanqi as the governor of Biwuqing. This led to the Holy Yuan pill typically being crafted by 5th-tier alchemists, who were generally at the nascent soul stage. Noticing the intense changes within her body, Yun Xiar immediately closed her eyes, quietly circulating her spiritual energy. In the next moment, the carefree dwelling transformed into an abyss of terror, as everyone fled in panic. In Chapter 80, Yu Lingling was imprisoned. Yes, General, the steward bowed. To improve the 8th prince's residence, Qin Xuechu must personally recruit. No random individuals should be allowed entry. The white-browed eagle king uttered 2 words. This young man had indeed learned the sacred arts of their sect and was thus qualified to bear the responsibilities of the Ming sect. Li Chao stroked his chin, admitting that he did not hold Bada Ren in high regard. However, out of pity for his family being slaughtered, he thought of letting him seek vengeance to ease his own burden. Now that the primary perpetrator, Chao Jingchen, had been eliminated, he wondered what aim Bada Ren would pursue next. He was uncertain of what he had said to Shen Yan, but now, seeing his relaxed expression, it was a stark contrast to his earlier urgency. As Su Yonga selected a spot, the expressions of the others softened, and they gradually found their seats. Lu Jian also sat beside Su Yonga. 12 recalled what had been said before falling into the cave in Guangdu. The bird tomb had provoked him by saying that Hong Ming as an intelligent being, had developed emotions. He had just seen those high-heeled shoes in the secret chamber. They were placed prominently on the offering table behind him. According to legend, the illuminated area now included the western continent of light, adjacent to the expedition sea, which opened up brilliantly. Being outsmarted could only be attributed to one's lack of skill. Rather than venting frustration on others, it was more prudent to reflect on oneself. This failure could serve as a lesson for future endeavors to be more meticulous and thorough. Cursing others was futile. The yin-yang mirror? Upon seeing the mirror, He Yunfei involuntarily exclaimed, recognizing its origins. However, beside him, Jin Kursin remained baffled, glancing between the mirror, the Ghost King, and He Yunfei. Clearly unfamiliar with the name of the Yin mirror. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself in the present. Ling Jia had not yet had the opportunity to explain what had transpired, but she sensed that during the previous days, her body had been overtaken by the seductive voice. Lately, she had been hearing that name incessantly. One might think there was something between him and Ning Qingyu. Thus, this character began to express himself animatedly, gesticulating wildly to illustrate the sharpness of the Jianggan sword and how the hero would slice his own head. Lin Yun even demonstrated a stance holding the sword with both hands. Utilize some genuine skills, as such trivial attacks do not warrant my intervention, Sun Li remarked indifferently. Yet, he now wore a shirt. If it got wet, a cold breeze could easily lead to a cold, which he ultimately could not bear to risk. Xia Meng merely intended to share the news of her second brother's upcoming marriage, without the implications that Zhou Beiqing suspected. In her tone, there was an undeniable anger that simmered beneath the surface. As a distinguished leader of a demonic sect, he had never been so summarily addressed, all thanks to Anyang's actions. After arranging the dinner, the group gathered around the kotatsu and began to eat, while the television in the corner was turned on, providing background noise. This notion was deemed feasible by Hogg as the creator of spiritual energy. This energy was entirely a fusion of the physical laws of the celestial gods and Hogg's higher dimensional properties that devoured foreign energies. In Chapter 81. During the moment the constable spoke, Yu Lingling had already approached the iron gate, her hands and feet shackled. Upon catching sight of that glaring and vivid crimson hue, she lunged toward the railing, hoarsely questioning, "What are you doing here?" Shang Tingli calmly scrutinized her. Isn't it peculiar to produce a blue lotus from one's mouth? Wouldn't it be better to conceal it within the vastness of one's sleeve? The security guard said, "I sincerely apologize, sir. This is not our rigid requirement. It is merely a command from the boss." Coral's eyes flickered with panic as she retorted, "I have already stated that I am unaware. If that is the case, then perhaps it is only I who knows." The only item left to Qin Feng by Chu Ting was the enchanted disc, a treasure he had never utilized but cherished deeply. Since Chu Ting's departure, he had kept it safely tucked away in his pocket. Not to mention the thoughts of these ladies vying for favor and plotting against one another, Li Zhao could hardly swallow his food. Witnessing this scene, those on the shore felt a sense of anxiety, yet their concern was futile. Mr. Su had been hesitant to raise his head throughout the journey. His status did not warrant entry into the back courtyard, and should he accidentally offend a noble, it would be a grave matter. Huang Tianhua continued to feign death on the ground, and though the Jade Qilin possessed intelligence, it could not muster the courage to confront the might of a Qi cultivator, instead turning into a compliant beast, utterly motionless. These old fellows infuriate me. They can only see the immediate concerns and are utterly oblivious to the future calamities. Bai Yongwu lamented to the remaining two clan elders. Little did they know that Lu Shouguang had already sent Hai Yan into his bean fruit space. Suddenly, upon hearing a certain sound, the Demon King swiftly appeared beside Norm, waving his hand as if to seize something. Mistaking her for being in distress, Yi Feng hurriedly set aside breakfast and ingredients, rushing to gently nudge the sleeping Iris. Yu Yang landed beneath a fractured city wall, surveying his surroundings, where desolation reigned. With decaying corpses strewn about, devoid of any vitality. Jiwei City was immensely vast, being the main city of the Jiwei Immortal Emperor, incomparable to any other city. And certainly, the cities of the other 3 immortal emperors could not rival it. As this child had already plunged into the golden lotus, it was bizarre that the Qin bandit had now opened his massive maw to swallow the golden lotus into his belly. In the deepest recesses of the Black Rose, Leflan sat upon a throne, her gaze as cold and venomous as that of a serpent. When Feng Han saw Guzhen, he was momentarily startled, but then seemed to remember his purpose for being there, to ambush Guzhen. Just when everyone thought he had been driven mad by desperation, a terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. As dusk descended, the onlookers could not help but feel a sense of absurdity rising within them. The Emperor nodded. "I find this proposal quite agreeable. I wonder what your opinions are?" He glanced at Yang Feier and Chu Tiandao, observing their reactions. Chapter 82, Impersonation is my mother grieving for me? But why? She could not fathom that when we could hear her innermost thoughts. Yuan Xiang stood behind Luo Qitian, occasionally leaning in to translate for him. As he inhaled the fragrant scent emanating from Luo Qitian, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, wishing to nestle against him, burying his face in Luo Qitian's chest to savor the aroma that stirred his very soul. I know he is your child. No one can take him away, nor can anyone snatch him from your grasp." Ji Ziki understood her sentiments well. Last time he had merely hinted at it, and she had trembled with anxiety. What if this time, with a kidnapping involved? Who could be behind it? Vines as thick as arms ensnared him, and with a violent throw, he was hurled away like a mere ball. A prolonged, youthful voice suddenly rang out beside them, causing Yan Ku to stiffen, too afraid to even breathe. Gu Shefeng was equally drenched in cold sweat, their lips inadvertently brushing against one another, reluctant to part, each holding their breath and staring at one another. "All right. I will save. Master Yu, esteemed heroes, my martial prowess is limited, so the task of vanquishing the bandits falls to you all. I kindly request Master Yu to find me a quiet chamber to fulfill my promise to rescue," Xue Muhua said helplessly, opening his inbox. The sender's name caught Morong Chan's eye, and he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Surprised that Yumio had taken the initiative to text him, such occurrences were indeed rare. "What the hell did you say?" The roar betrayed Xiao Jin's current panic. He would rather betray himself than others, for at least this way, he could muster the courage to stand before him once more. Yan Luo, though unaware of his true nature, instinctively believed they were allies, and thus continued to strike without hesitation. However, just when he was at a loss, a powerful force of attraction surged through the space, and he felt his body being pulled into a black hole, spinning violently as it was drawn in. Lu Shang Mo Wu parted the curtain, revealing a landscape of yellow. It was nothing but dust, with only a few unbloomed poplar trees stubbornly surviving. This vast expanse of yellow sky, apart from the northern Liang Iron Cavalry, seemed to have no one else standing tall. Chu Yun thought of the Qingping sword. If his cultivation could reach that of a spirit master, he could soar through the skies on a sword, albeit only for short distances. As his cultivation progressed, so too would his flying abilities, yet as a mere second-tier martial artist, he was still leagues away from that goal. The black elemental ropes formed by the dark prison fell upon Zhou Ying, yet they had no effect whatsoever. However, within the borders of Huagua, how fortunate could the Japanese be? No sooner had they entered the Jinglong Alley than they were surrounded by a dozen or so men in black. In the instant they were encircled, the 3 of them simultaneously knelt in surrender, as if it had been prearranged. All these were external possessions. Even she, the true self, did not care much about them. She was busy burying treasures all over the world, scattering treasure maps for others to seek, completely indifferent to those possessions. In the moment of their previous encounter, Suako had sensed that the individual's strength did not match his own, and as a warrior of the axe, he held a significant advantage in close combat over an assassin. One who could not bear to see them starve on the road would not treat them as livestock in the future. Leave of absence request. Acknowledged, owing 246. After the marriage exchange, the husband's family hears my heart and turns the tide leave of absence request, currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. After content updates, please refresh the page to access the latest updates. After the marriage exchange, the husband's family hears my heart and turns the tide. Chapter 83, Rumors. Xin frowned tightly. Star Monarch did not foresee this, did he? Kuming inquired. It is not impossible, Kuming sighed. This is an unavoidable situation. My second brother does not trust me. Xin concealed his emotions. So, does brother Jihua mean? A substantial flow of capital surged into the lunar military base, a voracious black hole that devoured all. Large quantities of newly designed fighter jets, successfully produced based on models tested through the IHA network, filled the secret base established beneath the lunar surface. Cui Feng's gaze was fixated on a tree with glossy bark. Sensing that the faint trace of life emanated from around that tree, I am a refugee. My family perished in the drought, and the court and officials have turned a blind eye. I can no longer endure. How could this be? I refuse to accept it. Some martial artists at the peak of their physical training clenched their fists, letting out a low growl. On the morning of July 4th, in the Wang family's parlor, Wang Ziming detailed the Qingdao trip to the elder Mr. Wang. $70,000, 3,000 guns, able to speak 4 languages, the elder Mr. Wang muttered continuously. After enjoying a hearty meal, Cui Feng felt a significant alleviation of the pent-up frustration within him. He furrowed his brow in contemplation for a while, deciding he must seek out Zhuang Yao for a serious discussion. It is not so much a concern over the revelation of secrets as it is a genuine sense of unease experienced by Cui Fengxin, who wishes to sincerely apologize to the other party. His towering stature, exceeding 10 meters, coupled with those formidable arms resembling hammers, serves as the most intimidating of weapons. He gazes at Ji Heng, seeking any hint of jest on his face. However, Ji Heng's expression remains impassive, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. After much contemplation, Su Muchuan ultimately concludes that Xiao Yueshue is likely unaware of the true reason behind the marital alliance with the Shu kingdom. Otherwise, she could not maintain such a calm demeanor while engaging in light-hearted banter with him. Unless, of course, that individual deliberately obscured the aura of the specter, making it undetectable to ordinary cultivators. Once one steps inside, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Evelyn is aware of her origins from Shadow Island, but since Luo Yi and his companions are all living beings, she had not considered this aspect. In Director Deng's office, the faint sounds of smashing and crashing can be heard. Since last night, he has been in a state of furious agitation. It is his first experience of being publicly humiliated, leaving him red-faced. Ji Heng and Ji Yang express no objections and nod in agreement, while Mu Qian has no qualms, as long as he can accompany his younger siblings over the weekend. However, just at this critical juncture, a panicked Frost Army second lieutenant rushes into the command center. Following the fall of the Qing dynasty, Zhang Sun, in a show of loyalty to the Qing court, forbade his soldiers from cutting their braids, earning him the title of Braid Marshal. With a click, the switch is flipped, and a dim light bulb flickers to life, illuminating the surroundings, revealing that this is likely a basement. The next day, Luo Yu hurriedly delivers He Jinxia to the film crew, moving with great urgency and not pausing for a moment. Chapter 84, The Unmasking of Facades. Yu Jing receives a lesson from Shang Tingli, who is simultaneously impeached by several factions during the morning court session. He is openly reprimanded by the Ming Wu Emperor in front of all the civil and military officials. In recent days, Liang Weifeng has been relentless in his pursuit, leaving Yu Jing overwhelmed and frazzled. Shang Tingli remains indifferent to these matters. He did not expect the inhabitants of Shuwei village to be so formidable. Despite being outnumbered 5-1 after more than an hour of conflict, they still failed to subdue Shuwei village and suffered significant injuries. Though he chose the path of betrayal, he did not end his own life, even when given the chance to kill Yi Sumin. He merely made a superficial cut on her neck. While challenges born of hatred are not particularly rare, it is virtually unheard of for a second-tier clan to challenge a fourth-tier clan in such a manner. Although Su Fan was taken aback, He had encountered various beauties before and maintained remarkable composure, quickly regaining his tranquility after a moment of surprise. In a daze, Qin Tian shivers, hearing the deafening battle cries that shake the very earth. Bloodied and overwhelmed by the onslaught of thunderclouds, he can no longer withstand the brutal attack. After a while, Yun Hao finally shifts his gaze from the stone slab, suppressing his deep longing for Shinbai, calming his turbulent emotions as he looks toward Zhou De. With a gentle rustle of footsteps, Lian has already moved to a distance, yet no sound escapes. At this speed, Lian is entirely adequate. Thus, what remains for him is merely trivial. Professor Sun relentlessly strikes the seated Qiu Hongyao, venting his fury, prompting a bitter smile from Su Fan. The refining array can distill materials, extracting their essence. For instance, from ordinary metals, one can refine a mere 2 taels of elite metal from 1,000 kilograms, an essential component for crafting superior artifacts. The pillar overhears, casting a sharp glance at Chandalin, clearly signaling him not to jeopardize his plans. This object is easily pushed out, concealed beneath the ground, and upon seeing it, Xiao Yun's expression shifts dramatically. This large lock, originally intended to secure the statue of a giant dragon, appears to have been severed by some unknown force, lying quietly on the ground. The illusion likely commenced upon the dripping of blood. Zoran contemplates the duration of his entrapment in the illusion, frowning at the liquid within the vial. All these years, you have cherished her in the palm of your hand, yet in the end, her heart belongs to another. Do you harbor resentment? The man covers his lips with a faint smile, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Luo Wei is the second son of Luo Sheng, and the loss of his elder son remains an indelible sorrow for him. However, a person as astute as Lin Qingya would never feign ignorance. While Su Beichen cannot claim to be indifferent towards her, he can no longer indulge in capriciousness, for only now does he comprehend the weight of his responsibilities. The Sun King Empire is a nation supported by the City of Wizards. Theoretically, every wizard apprentice could be ennobled as a count. Yet the discretion of such titles lies solely with the king, who determines who is elevated and who is not, requiring a justifiable cause for the bestowment of nobility. Chapter 85, using his money to buy jewelry for other women. He Jiqiang's envoy awaits results outside the estate, and Shang Tingli instructs Fang Ji to convey a message to He Jiqiang's people, stating that he will meet with He Jiqiang at Liangzhu Pavilion during the hour of the rooster. Fang Ji then departs. Are you going out? Ku Xian inquires. Shang Tingli replies, it has been a while since I've strolled through the streets. Bu Tianin longs to slap the man before her, who seems to have lost his mind. Indeed, she has attempted to do so, but her hand was grasped and twisted behind her back with elegant force, pinning her against the cold stone pillar. Listening to this, Ji Longshue's face reveals a flicker of surprise as she gazes at Yunyan, realizing that she knows. While she believed herself to be akin to a socialite, she was disappointed to find that Rong Xiaochen still remained distant, leaving her heartbroken. After a sleepless night, she finally manages to doze off at dawn, only to be jolted awake by a loud knock at the door, and in bursts the intruder. It seems there are many intricacies within this matter, murmurs Deng Chao, his face alight with awe. Yun Yi is their husband and the emperor of the great Qin Empire. Should he encounter any peril, their hearts would shatter, and the entire empire would descend into chaos. Is something amiss with Princess Zhaoyang? It appears quite tumultuous ahead, Ziying suddenly interjects, her gaze falling upon the wedding procession in the distance. Have you been crying? As her palm brushes against her unblemished face, it feels cool to the touch. Though she may appear as a servant, the quality of her attire is not something an ordinary servant could afford. Upon hearing my mention of the cover, Su Qingqing furrows her brow, questioning my certainty regarding the individual depicted, to which I affirm, indeed, it is you. I then voice my suspicions regarding Hugo and the others. Hearing this, Su Qingqing's frown deepens, her expression grave as she expresses her hope that this matter bears no relation to her remains. A barely audible hiss resonates within the room, as if threatened. The sound is piercingly harsh. Within mere seconds, the tide of battle has carved multiple wounds into the body of the storm. As Hui Xiao prepares to slice Jeff's throat, the latter, frightened, finds himself wetting his trousers. Drenched in fear, it appears this individual is not as resolute as he first appeared. Perhaps due to facing the formidable Tian number 3. Du's face turns a deep shade of red, and he dares not utter another word. Before the calamity that is Yang Fan, he finally concedes. The crystal ball's prophetic image first morphs into the vast celestial hand seen within the palace, and then it begins to transform. Moreover, the Grand Sorcerers and those of higher rank have already been transported to the outside world by an unfamiliar force. Among the 3 of them, there are 2 senior sorcerers and 1 intermediate sorcerer, capable of handling most perilous situations. Bai Yu entered and called out Grandfather Ji, to which Ji Chongfeng responded with a smile. After Bai Yu stepped inside, she fixed her gaze on Lu Ruoxi, her envious eyes causing Ji Ling to feel a sense of foreboding. Chapter 86. Elephant Game. Shang Tingli was taken aback. For the man before him was none other than the second prince, Kurue. Opposite him sat a woman clad in splendid attire, her hair styled in the latest fashion. Possessing an exquisite appearance, yet he had no recollection of her. What is my sister looking at? Originally, the territory of Yonggao Kingdom was vast, but 50 years ago, Yuezha Kingdom waged war against it, seizing 15 cities outright. A mere 2,000 miles from here lies the territory of Yuezha Kingdom. As Elder Yu recounted to Su Hao and others, millennia? Eons? To live for such a duration, one would become a monster, the earnest Lu Yong mused, while Yu Huanyang rolled her eyes in exasperation. Suddenly, the buildings on both sides of the street collapsed, unleashing a multitude of corpse puppets. Elder Yu sacrificed his life while rescuing us midway, Su Hao said slowly, his voice resonating throughout the Baiyun sect, ensuring all could hear. She felt a momentary daze, her hair gently brushing against her cheek as she took a sip of beer. Lost in thought, I drifted into slumber. The night passed without further incident, and I slept until around 8, when the chubby one roused me. I was somewhat surprised that he had risen before me today, only to learn later that it was Chiu Liming who had woken him. The blue-gray cotton slippers gradually came into her view, without lifting her gaze. She could sense the oppressive aura emanating from him. Menchi, I believe you have changed. Lele suddenly scrutinized her face intently. A wave of anxiety washed over William. An ominous premonition stirring within him, the desire to flirt suppressed to its nadir. His curiosity regarding the extraordinary adventure following his memory lapse deepened. What harrowing experiences could have led to such a fractured psyche? The message from the village has arrived. Uchiha Makoto announced to Shimizu Yang, holding the newly received missive. I may disregard anyone's words, but my elder brother Zhonglong raised me with great effort. I cannot disobey him. Su gazed at the plump raccoon disappearing into the depths of the forest, an involuntary sigh escaping her lips. After observing for so long, this particular raccoon was the most tender and delectable, yet it slipped away for dinner. How could Su not feel profound sorrow over the loss of her quarry? This is the most bustling street in the southern capital, teeming with people. With the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching, visitors from other kingdoms have begun to arrive, thus adding many unfamiliar faces to the vibrant thoroughfare, including a notable presence of peculiar ethnic minorities. Regardless of how much my father dotes on me, the throne will never be mine, the rotund one remarked with a sardonic grin. As for the Gao family, Gao Dijin had heard whispers and could only summarize their predicament in one phrase: life is exceedingly difficult. Bai Yunxiao found himself in a comical predicament. Since others showed no interest in inquiring about his master's name, he might as well introduce himself. Uncertain of her current feelings, Enruren could assert with conviction that she still loved Long Dianchen, even though she felt that his past actions towards her were excessively callous, yet it was also what she desired. Chapter 87. Siblings. Kurue made a casual remark. Like a rat in a sewer, Kurue retorted dismissively. Kurue nodded in agreement, lifting her teacup for a sip, then grimacing as she set it down, expressing disdain. Why isn't this Longjing? Kurue glanced at her. Has Tiguanian offended you? Kurue pouted. I can't get used to it. Long Outing did not wish for such circumstances, for it was her most beloved grandfather who had passed away. Such sorrow is unbearable for anyone. How much comfort can truly alleviate the pain? It cannot bring her grandfather back from the grave to speak with her. At the mention of this, Zhang Linglong suddenly felt a twinge of concern, her gaze inadvertently shifting towards Jinro. The violet sword aura surged fiercely, magnifying before Yun Xian's eyes, its fierce assault unlike anything she had encountered before. How you burst forth like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the boulders, blocking the cave entrance. Behind him, the entrance visibly began to collapse, a thick cloud of dust billowing forth. Duzi, are you feeling any better? Qin-Yi inquired, touching her forehead, relieved to find she did not have a fever, though she complained of total lethargy and a desire for sleep, unable to eat anything. Thus, Takeda Tomomi commanded all to mobilize, establishing contact with the local affairs office in Okinawa, hoping to find an alternative filming location. One must first be a scholar to become a degree holder, and thus most from the southern city are degree holders. What is a degree holder? A degree holder is a master. Seeing Bian Yuhang standing at the doorway of his office, Du Jianxiang took the initiative to approach him. If it were an ordinary man, he would likely be utterly captivated by Selena's stunning allure. At that moment, the film garnered significant attention, both positive and negative. Spare me. I wouldn't accept such tainted money even if it were thrown before me, Lan Fan stated coldly. Curiosity was futile. This was not a superficial matter. But it was certain that you would find out in due time. To be honest, I have quite a bit of faith in you, Baki remarked with a gentle smile. From the fountain of youth, ethereal serpents stealthily coiled upon the students, their forked tongues flickering against their bodies. Yet, an unexpected chi ran emerged, akin to a colossal mountain looming overhead. Baki embraced her and leaped down, ready to inquire, but Nami had already extricated herself from his hold, striding towards Luffy. As long as the accumulated fatigue within Elder Tan is dispersed and the 5 organs are unblocked, his ailment shall surely resolve. Subsequently, Muchen silently donned a covering prepared by the servant to conceal the multitude of kiss marks, stepping gingerly out of the room into the living room. Muchen's sixth sense warned her of impending danger, yet there was no opportunity to flee. Like a sudden accident, it afforded no respite. The ground rapidly cracked and collapsed around the stone tablet, and Muchen felt her body lighten before plunging into an abyss of darkness, losing all sensation. Enga cast a furtive glance at the man, his handsome features set in a grim expression, his jawline taut, his inscrutable gaze fixed ahead. Though he appeared unchanged, her words had stirred the depths of his heart. Moreover, to speak candidly, should this matter come to light, one might argue that I have not been wronged. In this regard, men hardly suffer losses, Wei Wucai commented. Xiao Munian pondered that the foolish Hua Ziyuan could not have conceived such a devious scheme alone. She must have been incited by others to intimidate and frighten Enga. Chapter 88. A peculiar attitude general, Shang Tingli exclaimed merrily as the sound of pieces colliding echoed. Sister He, you are surrounded. My pawns have captured your general. He Zichi laughed in response. I concede defeat. Her chess skills were indeed no match for Tingli's, falling significantly short. Had their father been present, he would likely have relished the opportunity to engage Tingli in a match. And it was very possible that he might not have bested her. Reflecting on the beast's form, approximately 3 meters tall, wielding a spear in its right hand and a shield in the left, it was evident that it was a formidable adversary. If I were to discipline her strictly every day, chastising her for the slightest misstep, how could she have grown so unruly? Could he be dead? Xing Tian's brow furrowed deeply. The profound yellow energy from the Earth's core had been entirely summoned by his father. Even a peak martial artist would be severely injured. How could Qin Ming possibly survive, let alone escape? No one anticipated that a duel between the foremost contender in the realm of the Tao and a pinnacle master would devolve into such chaos. The following morning, when Qin Anhao awoke, Zhang Qincheng had already departed. She stretched lazily and yawned deeply before having breakfast and heading to Zilahua Music School. Zhao Baoyu dug at his ears again. Anyone else in his position would likely have ruptured their eardrums. Those who voluntarily withdrew from the Blackwater mercenary group would never be accepted by the Black-Gray mercenary group again. The onlookers dispersed as Shen Chao declared this while descending from the sky into the temporary encampment. Presently, Lin Chengfei had become somewhat of a veteran in matters of the heart. He understood the crux of the issue and, without hesitation, embraced Jiang Chujian. This was also the reason Shen Hao had refrained from allowing Hua Feiyu and Hua Feiyue to appear, to prevent any unforeseen incidents that might implicate them. Anthony spent an anxious hour counting in silence, growing more agitated with each tally. Is that so? Were you really so thirsty that you had to drown your sorrows in vinegar while eating dumplings yesterday? Zhuo Luan raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The blood spilled onto the ground, igniting black flames, which formed a circular spell that ensnared me, rendering me immobile. He understood she must have been troubled by their father's words. After their engagement banquet concluded, she had been summoned to the cabin for a lengthy reprimand. And he had overheard the harshness of those words. Crossing through a grand arched wooden door, he entered a resplendent hall. Indeed, resplendent was the only fitting description. Various pure gold and silver ornaments adorned the space, while the floor was covered with rare fox fur and the walls were embellished with priceless night pearls. Who have you angered? Just wait. I'm coming over now. The calm demeanor of Ma Tianyun on the phone belied his rising unease. If Bai Kai was not intimidated by Dong Hui, whom he could not afford to provoke, there was also O Chong and Fong Tianyi to contend with. It seemed I had attracted the attention of someone ominous. Tu Shu recalled the last incident outside the school, and his brows knitted once more. While this might pose no issue for others, it certainly did not bode well for a ruler of a vast empire. Gong Sunyi was dubbed the Ghost Doctor entirely due to his unconventional medical practices, and his profound knowledge extended to poisons as well. In his words, medicine and poison were intrinsically linked, serving either to heal or harm, depending solely on the wielder, with the substances themselves being irrelevant. The two departed the Grand Theater and found a verdant lawn outside, settling under the shade of a large locust tree. The warm sunlight bathed their faces, uplifting their spirits. The mighty Badger King, having waited half the day, finally detected the offensive signal from the Thunder Badger King and commanded his entire main force to launch a comprehensive assault against the Dragon Shark Saints' rebel army. The rebel soldiers soon found themselves besieged from both flanks by the hunting badger beasts, rendering their situation dire. Chapter 89. The Masochist After Enjoying Breakfast. Xiao Guanjia hurried in with an invitation in hand. Ko Xian had not yet left, and upon seeing this, he observed Shang Tingli with a sly grin. As Xiao Guanjia entered the courtyard, he greeted the two. Old servant pays his respects to the young master and young mistress. Ko Xian replied, no need for formalities, Guanjia. Thank you, young master. With that, Xiao Guanjia handed the invitation to Shang Tingli. This is from General Guida's wife. The surveillance and documentation tasks were assigned to Qin Lu, while the ideological efforts fell to the deceptively charming Luo Qi Li Guangyan had already fled the capital, rendering the searches and strict inquiries unnecessary. Emperor Yuancheng ordered continued pursuit, and the anxious searches throughout the capital finally ceased. The ground was not ideal for jumping down. Lord Yang, being of advanced age, should use a low stool for support. Just as the bright moonlight radiates elegance, her gentle smile could enchant anyone. But when genuine warmth accompanied it, it became utterly mesmerizing, drawing gazes like moths to a flame. He feared Jiang Yunqing and Jun Jingma might mishandle the precious token, so he made its significance abundantly clear to prevent them from unknowingly squandering a treasure. After such a long wait, arriving at this outcome left him uncertain of her acceptance. Moreover, while the system had not directly treated his body, its previous enhancement would inevitably bolster his recovery abilities, and combined with the 5,000 points of spiritual pressure, Wu Yu believed he would be able to walk within a week. Dongfang Shu shook her head vigorously. The silver glow accentuated her pallor. Yet, upon hearing the statement for the first time, Chen Duo found it increasingly sensible and excitedly ventured out with Yimiao. Wang Xiao and Xia Yang commenced work on the Dingyang project with other team members, while Li Jiayu, with little to occupy her, decided to learn from He Yichuan. As He Yichuan approached her due date, she ceased external engagements and spent her days at the company teaching Li Jiayu. This is the setup program for the initial password. You can guide the formation to take a familiar shape as the unlocking password. The shopkeeper reminded Pei Xian, turning his head aside. The master and mistress, however, intruding uninvited, led events in a rather peculiar direction. Observing the old man's sly grin, the man swiftly reached for the luminous pearl, but was still a moment too late. Su Wanqing, in her manner, recounted her plans alongside Zheng Zuqing regarding the club's layout. For a designer, each creation is akin to a child. Now that her children were about to be stolen, how could she, as a mother, refrain from feeling a surge of anger? Li Shixiang watched his opponent stand resolutely against his assault, seemingly having surrendered all resistance, which led him to believe victory was assured. Although Yilingen appeared indifferent, the firmness in her tone was unmistakable. As long as she could capture Huangfu Ruixiang, a chance to enter the inner sanctum would present itself. Otherwise, with her cultivation talent, she would inevitably reach a bottleneck in a century or two. No wonder the servants fled at the mention of reporting to the authorities if Gao Chongguang's actions were discovered. The Gao family would lose face in the capital. The true instigator, Qi Tianhao, merely cast a disdainful glance at the man before averting his gaze in disgust. Subsequently, Zhang Suishan ceased to engage in idle chatter and swiftly pointed, striking Cheng Kuan at his energy center with lightning speed. Han Dongzhu's greatest concern was his complete lack of awareness. During Jiang Bingru's previous 3 pregnancies, she experienced no issues, no morning sickness, no swelling, and deliveries were smooth. Thinking of this, his expression darkened, and he could not cease blaming himself. Chapter 90. Yu Lanxi reveals her cards as Shang Tingli arrived at the front gate. His eye caught a glimpse of a luxurious carriage, draped in exquisite silks, with gold and gems adorning the windows, veiled by delicate pink gauze, an epitome of opulence. She raised an eyebrow, as expected of Yu Lanxi, always enamored with such extravagant treasures. Even in a humble marriage, her expenditures remain lavish. Waiting beside the carriage, Chun Wan quickly knelt in greeting upon seeing her and then addressed the occupant of the carriage. "Madam, godmother, if you enjoy it, do drink more. In the future, should you wish to retreat for cultivation, feel free to come here, take whatever resources you need, and do not hesitate to ask." Pan Haodong spoke with great generosity. Zhuang Luofei only learned from the bar's call the next morning that Yi Zhichen had spent the night there once more. Only morphine remained. He shook his head, retrieving a metallic box containing morphine from his pocket, just as Li Chang called out to him. Every individual harbors a flicker of anger. Li Chang's simmering resentment had not yet extinguished, and the sarcastic remark paired with a smile began to unsettle him. Qin Tian, having failed his interview with Zhang Shanshui, harbored a vindictive spirit, rallying Chen Yu and others to the company with intentions to extort. He recounted how he had intervened to teach Chen Yu a lesson when he had been insolent to the security guards at the entrance. Ah! Shin Jiqiu genuinely felt a chuckle rising within her. Was she to express gratitude, or perhaps prostrate herself in thanks? Gue Dai, however, fell silent for a moment, instinctively retreating. Seemingly startled and highly alert, Wang Ying, this isn't over. Shang Yihai dared not confront Zhang Tianxian, yet he was unafraid of Wang Ying. Unleashing an angry shout in his direction, he deliberately extracted a plane ticket to examine the date, discovering it was for a flight departing from a neighboring country to Europe in 3 days. Beside him, Teacher Sales muttered in disbelief, her eyes brimming with astonishment, her body quaking with excitement. Tragic events unfolded once more. Indeed, Feng Wu had been captivated by his gallant demeanor. Her heart stirred. Though she would never yield, so long as she drew breath, she would stand firm. The intermediate necromancer was none other than Johnson, who had long secluded himself in the depths of the Necromancer Canyon. At the time when Nye Feng had annihilated the remnants of the Flying Eagle Mercenary Corps with the aid of the Dragon Beast, Johnson had instructed the captain, Layson, to carry a monitoring crystal bowl. Area 51, a place filled with memories, emotions, and nostalgia, was finally within his grasp today. I relished the sensation immensely. It was simply exquisite, and I soon consumed the second morsel as well. Chenyu was in a state of frenzied excitement, having lost his rationality. Perhaps due to prolonged confinement in the stifling underworld and the impending dread of death, which left him breathless. Zhou Shi was taken aback. He recognized that the other party was not jesting, but genuinely had something significant to convey. Lin Mengjiao shouted as she entered. And upon seeing Su Rue and Su Tsong enjoying breakfast together, she was left speechless. At the very least, Lu Hong remained confident at this hour, proving that he indeed possessed some skill. After all, he was a member of the Security Bureau, and regardless of how formidable the ancient figures below were, they would never choose to oppose the authorities unless faced with a life-or-death decision. At that moment, Yan Yuanfeng suddenly sensed a surge of internal energy from the elder's fingertip flowing into his meridians, prompting him to quickly counteract it. The elder glanced at Yang Yuanfeng and nodded, seemingly approving of his internal strength. Chapter 91. No measure it appeared that aside from the fourth prince and Kashingchen himself, no one else was privy to Kashingchen's true allegiance. Even the fourth prince had never disclosed to his own that Kashingchen belonged to his faction. However, considering how the fourth prince had once orchestrated Kashingchen's demise, it was hardly surprising that he viewed him merely as a pawn. What did my cousin have in mind today? As for Jianhua and Zhangwo, both of whom had been injured, it was due to a cold attribute technique. Thus, tracing the origins would ultimately reveal the identity of the perpetrator. Clearly, the assailant would not be foolish enough to lead others to their doorstep. Hence, it could only imply a frame-up. He had continuously yearned for Lu Meng's appearance, for it signified Lu Meng's approval of their transaction, indicating that matters had been settled. Otherwise, he would not have sought him out again. Zhou Qing's excitement grew with each word, clearly genuinely happy for the lady. Whether others believed or not, Lu Xing was certain of extraterrestrial life. The vast universe could not possibly harbor life solely on Earth. Hu Shuangqing's gaze flickered, her thoughts a mystery, yet she followed Lu Xianlong towards the direction of the third young master. Not good. It's the celestial silkworm clan of the Primordial Alliance. I fear the ancestor Guiyuan has arrived. Han Baichi exclaimed. He did not utter this lightly. He could assure within 2 or 3 days that they would be adequately prepared here. The entire competition spanned over 10 days, traversing perilous and complex terrains. In addition to demanding exceptional physical strength, endurance, and mental fortitude from the drivers, the requirements for the racing cars were exceedingly stringent, as nearly every vehicle encountered various malfunctions and issues during the race. The Great Wasteland was distanced far from the central imperial domain of the universe. Han Baichi had not anticipated that they would find themselves here. If you are not here to kill us, then why are you following us? Shimin Juexiue inquired, wary of Si Yuqian's power. Uncertainty about his intentions left him restless. As Mr. Li from the Special Operations Department stated, ordinary incidents were handled by the police, while particularly bizarre supernatural events fell under their jurisdiction. Let us make introductions then. With a simple grin, Tongjin beamed, animated by the encounter with a kindred spirit. Do refrain from cursing my dear heart. My wings are perfectly fine and beautiful, unlike your hideousness. Meng Lian expressed her disdain, turning her head away, unwilling to even glance at her, as if fearing that a mere look would blind her. Thus, it was indeed advisable for me to care for Nuan during her confinement, so that a Qiao would not suffer and could work without error. Yusher excitedly patted Shintiezhen's arm, beaming with joy. However, Zhou Ren did not anticipate that upon their arrival at the exit of Qiyun Mountain, they would encounter Lin Yi, who was wanted by their sect. Who knows? Tao Yaowao replied lazily, closing her eyes, dozing off on the sofa. Consequently, the Su and Shen families need not worry about children lacking awakened abilities, as they could utilize awakening potions for that purpose, correct? If Lin Yi's plan succeeded, They could eliminate over 200 foes without a single soldier lost. After all, Su Qiao's culinary skills were genuinely exceptional. They seldom had the opportunity to savor her dishes. Only Su Qiao's beloved wife could indulge in her culinary delights daily. So this rare chance to taste Su Qiao's cooking would surely attract everyone. Chapter 92. Beg me. The two girls exchanged glances once more, and Gontang curiously inquired, "Is there an inherent connection between these two?" Shang Tingli opened his eyes, smiling sweetly. "Nothing of consequence, no need to dwell on it." Seeing she wished to say no more, the two girls discreetly fell silent. Upon returning to the new garden, they unexpectedly found Confronting lounging comfortably beneath the pomegranate tree on a luxurious couch, utterly content. This aligned perfectly with the warriors players, who, heads bowed, entered the locker room amidst the fervent cheers of the Staples Center crowd. "Li Kan, are you unwell?" Noticing Li Kan's alternating expressions of laughter and frowns, with the extremes of temperature fluctuating before him, Coco felt a twinge of concern. Nevertheless, Sun Yi did not intend to directly blame Neymar. All that needed to be said had been articulated. Now, they must devise a strategy to rectify their disadvantage. Xiao Xian gritted her teeth. Yet Zhao Xiang's reasoning was impeccable, leaving her with no recourse. She could hardly sell herself for a glass of red wine, could she? The power of a love song is never a mere shout. Rather, it is the simple language and voice that weave a narrative. The lyrics tell a story, and the singer brings it to life with their voice. Christine Dayan performed exceptionally well, fully immersing herself in the performance. Such high-difficulty maneuvers did not bring him fortune. After struggling through 4 rounds of the game, he merely managed to win 1 round effortlessly. "No, we have been in a relationship for 4 years. And we know each other very well. There is no need for private understanding. Any issues can be addressed face-to-face," Lucan confidently asserted. Of course, such thoughts remained solely within his mind. When it came to discussing matters with Fengwan Nuda, he deemed it best to refrain, as they were not closely related and, moreover, he genuinely disliked such individuals. Not being hostile was one thing, aiding and guiding you was another, a mere dream to entertain. Du Yan, unaware of Qingyu's inner thoughts, found it unsurprising that the typically taciturn individual took the lead during negotiations. Furthermore, the storm of lightning faced by Xinlan was truly terrifying. Enduring it would only lead to unbearable suffering, and he lacked sufficient protective artifacts to withstand such immense thunder. Thus, beneath the tempest, one could only meet a tragic end. 3 days later, Yi Tian, accompanied by his trusted guards, charged forward alongside Mo Long, disappearing from sight. She now lacked even the strength to roar at the heavens. The pit she had painstakingly dug was not filled with the greed of her adversaries, but rather buried her own ignorance and judgment. Were it not for the wandering players on the path and the occasional passing of dragon god soldiers, this dreamlike and extraordinary scene, along with the grand and exquisite architecture, would undoubtedly be a paradise. Jin Tianming and the 3 demons did not employ magical artifacts, but simply leaped lightly, their bodies soaring into the skies. Watching the departure of Jin Tianming and the 3 demons, Meng Xiongfei finally let out a sigh of relief. Quinn. From the earlier introduction of the Cliff Giant tribe, the team had also guessed that the name of this Dark Realm Titan had now surfaced. As a newly ascended demigod, he was pivotal to Haas's audacity in encroaching upon neutral territories. A chorus of gasps arose, particularly from Leo, whose frustration was palpable. Their plans seemed futile, as entering would inevitably lead to encounters with their own faction, transforming a united front into a potential bloodbath. Kill! Xinlan brandished the punishing heaven staff, taking the lead as the remaining 2 rushed towards Fukong City. Chapter 93. The malicious and filthy carriage of the Prince of Ren stopped outside the gates of the Yizhong Marquis' residence, where Shang Tingli and Ko Xian sat inside. Shang Tingli was indifferent to butler he leading them inside. It was Ko Xian who insisted on waiting for Yu Jing and the others to come out and greet them. Ko Xian, in a fit of irritation, expressed her displeasure. Luchin himself held a neutral view of the Eastern Isles, while Jiang Ko Erlang felt quite favorable. Thus he stepped in to assist him in staunching the bleeding and healing his wounds. As expected, after noon, the oppressive heat in the sky became stifling. The clouds above joined in, as if determined to place an enormous black steamer upon the already sweltering earth. The old man and the others sipped coarse tea, their gazes filled with anticipation as they stared out at the ominous sky. At least you have some sense. It's far more useful to listen to others' discussions when you have nothing to do than to fret over trivial matters, the elder Xian reminded. Yuan Zhen recalled that on that day in Tiger's Den City, he had been poisoned by the cold and desolate toad's toxic gas, and it was Ji who had helped him detoxify immediately. How could Brother Chen's sacred object be an ordinary cross in the hands of the believers? Mr. Hao interjected. Perhaps Zhao Wuchang had truly lost his aspirations, for he did not bargain with Shi Yuan. Instead, lowering his demands to the bare minimum, he only wished to conclude his remaining life with AMO. Yet Zhao's expression was far from pleasant, his eyes flashing with malice as he coldly regarded Yi Tianhao, contemplating his sinister schemes, a cold smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The sound of air being sliced through rang out successively, a fleeting darkness skimming past, tearing through the fabric of space. Dust and gravel rose, swiftly transforming into finer particles, and even as the wind did not stir, it was subdued by the chaotic calm. They abstained from all flesh and blood, refrained from all karmic entanglements, and suppressed all desires, aiming for transcendence from the mundane world, achieving sanctity in body. They called themselves devotees of the world-honored one, yet in truth, they did not believe in Buddha. They firmly believed that Buddha belonged to the past, while humanity represented the future Buddha. Believing in Buddha pales in comparison to believing in oneself. The colossal axe stirred fierce winds, splitting the clouds in midair, while a storm of sand and stone surged between the mountains. In truth, Ling Yuchen had overthought, for the medicine that Yu Xiezhenren provided was indeed for healing. The collaboration of the three great legions was fundamentally impossible, as regions had been delineated from the outset, with each of the four legions performing their respective duties. Successfully using bones as bait, Wei Ren deftly hooked the dog that was gnawing on the bone. Within the Holy Grail world, corrupted heroic spirits were immortal. Thus, imbuing the enchanted axe with his abilities was possible, though it appeared that this capability, which violated the rules, had also disrupted the enchantment. However, he had nothing more to say. Let the conquest be the conquest, for it would be interesting to witness what it was like to be conquered. Tazimi gazed in astonishment at the myriad of creatures around him. Qin Fan may have been oblivious or perhaps aware, yet he did not care. It was mutually beneficial, and there was no need to fuss over who gained more or less. Chapter 94. Slap in the face at present, the father-in-law found himself in an exceedingly awkward situation. As a son-in-law, to earn his father-in-law's favor, he had to learn how to extricate him from distress. What is a joke? Shang Tingli inquired, puzzled. As a Marquis, not only can my uncle admit his mistakes, but also bend low enough to apologize to a junior. How can that be a joke? Is it not a virtue? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally understood, yet just as he was about to speak further, a sudden knock at the door interrupted. Tang Feng arrived, hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile gracing his face as he spotted the imposing young man amidst the throng of heads, even from several dozen meters away. If this were to be pinned on her, how could she possibly continue to navigate the entertainment industry? After all, most people would rather believe the rumors than dismiss them as unfounded. The surrounding private rooms, witnessing such lively commotion, began to glance in this direction, with some even feigning business to sneak a look inside. The fortunate private room quickly became the most discussed topic in the area. Looking at the unconscious Wu Liuqi, Mei Hua Shirsen sighed, picking up his hair tie from the side. Inside the coffin, a man, tall and robust with a long beard, lay quietly. His eyes were tightly shut, hands cradling a 7-star sword at his chest, gradually shifting from lifelessness to breathing deeply. Whether it was due to Lin Feng's tireless efforts or the room's occupant growing impatient, with a soft click, the door was gently opened. Nie Qinglong hovered in the air, wielding the Qinglong sword, gazing solemnly at the ruins that were about to fall from the sky. She had come well prepared this time, having observed Jiang Xueyao's anxious demeanor. It was likely that Gu Haoxiao was already aware of Yun Hongfei's depression. Given the paranoid nature of the Great Demon King, it was possible that all her actions were under his scrutiny. His gaze was icy, but this chill was not as repelling as Gu Chongfeng's, rather. It was laced with cunning and intrigue. If Gu Chongfeng was a wolf, then this man before him was a snake, a crafty serpent skilled at hiding and seizing opportunities. However, in the area selected by Su Nua, there was unexpectedly a patch of farmland. This was quite peculiar. The fortune they had in locating Earth compared to navigating this dimension was unfathomable. Yet they were still late. By the time they reached Earth, Rosa had already been completely left behind in the solar system. A noble and elegant voice, accompanied by a soft and graceful demeanor, carried an indescribable weariness. Just then, the crisp ring of a phone interrupted Xiaoshan's contemplation. He composed himself, easing his tense demeanor as he answered the call. Hearing the resigned voice of Ingzhua Zhaowei on the line, a multitude of students congregated on the playground, eagerly awaiting the commencement of monster hunting after the closure of the instance. Unexpectedly, Yang Wuji turned his head, with a soft ding. The chess piece he had delicately held fell onto the board. Gently, he lifted her in his arms, cautious not to disturb her sweet dreams, creating an atmosphere of sheer lightness and beauty. "What is this?" someone suddenly exclaimed, as an ethereal aura instantly filled the cave. He was acutely aware of his own body. It was evident that Chu Chengjin bore more than just the visible wounds. Following suit, Li Huixin did not forget to mock Su Zi with her biting sarcasm before leaving, swaying her hips with an air of arrogance. "With your capabilities? All the beauty resources are in my possession. What do you have to contest with me?" Once Li Huamei's fleet was entirely surrounded by him, retreat would no longer be an option. She spoke the truth at that moment. He was so weak that even a gentle touch could topple him, prompting his silence. Chapter 95. Interrogation. Ke-Xian squinted, deep in thought. Yu Jing expressed his astonishment. "What?" This day marked the occasion for Zhao Fushen and her son to collect their living expenses, coinciding with the birthday celebration of Zhao Chongbao, the head of the Zhao family. Consequently, the Zhao family was bustling with activity, leaving Zhao Fushen and her son to retrieve the funds on their own. Lu Xinhe, as expected, could never refrain from causing trouble, leaving others exasperated. The Gu sculpture fortuitously discovered Wang Chuan and brought it to the heavenly court. On that day, the blossoms of Wang Chuan were in full bloom, filling the courtyard with a delicate fragrance reminiscent of jade butterflies dancing in the air, intoxicating all who beheld it. His body reacted involuntarily, akin to the forced execution of a contract. This remark caused Gu Meng to narrow her eyes, regarding the man with uncertainty. Yet, he strode confidently toward her, and she noted that although his steps were decisive, they carried a slight stumble, suggestive of an injury. Alice, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, appeared remarkably composed in such a scenario. The tranquility before him was captivating, her face exuding a breathtaking charm, imbued with a striking allure of maturity. Her brows hinting at the arrival of spring, and her eyes shimmering like water. Submerging her in zero-state water, he continuously heated it with divine fire, using this combination to expel the toxins from her body. The system's voice remained calm. The four gazed upon the towering city before them, while a dilapidated sign by the roadside read Jiju City. The specter in the woods remained silent, emotionless, fixated on the monk, wary of him taking the initiative. Li Feng's actions instilled a sense of security in Tang Yongyu, surpassing the trust he had in most others around him, despite them being adversaries rather than allies. Gao Yu understood that Chuya had always avoided solitude with him under the guise of hierarchy. The Holy King of the Dragon Clan is not someone one can meet at will. Since Zhang Bo ascended to this title, he had remained within this courtyard, dedicating himself to cultivating his powers while preserving his authority and mystery, as staying here was the safest option for now. During the training sessions at the main God Square, Whenever Linglong displayed such an expression while sparring or training with others, it signified impending disaster for many. As the dense shadows approached, 128 figures clad in black armor, their heads adorned with helmets, stood in perfect formation midair. The three, taken aback by Qing Yi's somewhat poignant words, fell silent. Fully aware of her sentiments and recognizing the severity of their actions, Su Qing gritted her teeth, ultimately remaining silent. In the past, such behavior would have resulted in her being flayed alive. Chapter 96. Promise. She expressed her heartfelt sentiments, only to find her uncle still unwilling to relent. Persistently seeking to mend their relationship, promising that he would treat her well if she agreed to reconcile. She resolutely proposed severing ties, yet Yu Jing obstinately refused to acquiesce, gritting his teeth in defiance. On the other hand, Bo Huai's son was different. Being a blood relative, should any situation arise, he would undoubtedly intervene. Speak plainly. Half-hearted statements are the most irksome. Nia Wanluo smiled and acted coy, a tactic she often employed on Aunt Gui with consistent success. Ouyang Yanqing remarked, and as Bao Tiantian descended from the soul-summoning cauldron, she trembled, nearly collapsing, prompting Ouyang Yanqing to swiftly support her, to which she shook her head in response. Xiao Shiwang coordinated from the center, Hui Huang managed operations in Anhui, Lai Hanian commanded both naval and land forces to establish a new territory in Hubei and Guangxi, while Lin Finxiang entered Anhui from Qizhou and Linhuai Pass. Yi Kai's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. The presence of Thunder, an undercover agent, provided him with significant advantages in gathering intelligence, enabling him to prepare ahead of others. Even charging a mobile phone required the use of specific tools, essentially no different from wired power supply. A trap? Wang Yank, unusually slow to react, gazed blankly at the cold Li Weigong. I have long admired your boss, but I believe it's best we address the matter at hand, Lin Zhenfeng stated, taking a sip of tea and smacking his lips. His attitude was unmistakably clear, simultaneously conveying a message to Long Aoyang. There were no conditions, only transactions. After the fierce battle, his gaze had lost its fervor and madness, replaced by tranquility. At that moment, when Zhang Xiang looked at her in surprise, Chen Rong slowly smiled at him. Indeed, Gu Chen's curiosity was piqued, leading him to approach for a closer look. At this instant, the crimson tide drained all his vitality, causing him to faint and tumble from the statue, teetering on the brink of death. Although Kuqingqing acted out of momentary pique, aiming merely to make Shangguan Yun acknowledge her mistake, passion has always clouded the judgment of those embroiled in it. Observing the two in close proximity only deepened his discomfort, resulting in further misunderstandings. I apologize. I must step away for a moment, Long Yen hastily declared, leaving to approach someone surrounded by a throng of fluttering butterflies at the center of the venue. The setting sun gently illuminated the peak of the sword-asking summit, casting an even more golden hue upon the originally golden summit. In that case, isn't Wang Yue's army here to support Shenyang? Why is there still no movement? Gong Sunda inquired, a flicker of doubt arising from years of warfare experience. For Yan Yi, it was better to resolve matters sooner rather than later and hasten the wedding, lest prolonged delays lead to unforeseen complications. Gu Chen, feeling anxious as Yan Yi continued her relentless pursuit, frequently glanced toward the north gate of Sihai City, but the throngs of people obstructed his view. Today, he had finally found someone capable of challenging Yan Yi, Jun Hui. He could not afford to let her slip away, or it would spell trouble. Zhang Meng cast a glance at Mo before gradually departing. Her heavy footsteps felt like a weight pressing upon Mo's chest, and her fading silhouette resembled a gradually intensifying pain. Upon entering the cave and navigating through a series of twists and turns, Gu Jian caught sight of a faint glimmer amidst the encompassing darkness. Without the need for pleasantries, Martin's brow suddenly furrowed as if recalling something, directing his gaze toward Magrius. Chapter 97. Underhanded dealings. The old servant offered his greetings to the young lady. Master Xiao, no need for formalities, replied the steward. Thank you, young lady. The steward handed a letter to Shang Tingli, saying, "This is a message from the palace, personally delivered by the maid beside Princess Ruyu, inviting you and the young master to attend the plum appreciation banquet in a few days, especially concerning the water manipulation techniques wielded by Su Ming, which even true martial experts yearn to comprehend. It is certain that this young man will eventually achieve great renown in the years to come, standing among the masters." Fox Infant assessed the situation. After Li Mu's demise, he seldom spoke with such a calm and serene demeanor. Like the other soldiers of the Zhao army, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the royal court, the Empress Dowager, and Guokai. These individuals, driven by their selfish ambitions, had brought ruin upon the entire Zhao state. As Bai descended from the heavens, Shangguan Yuni realized that everything she had just done was laid bare before him. Given his exceptional skills, probing into her depths would be a trivial task, thus Shangguan Yuni refrained from engaging in futile arguments. The newcomer undoubtedly possessed unparalleled mastery over speed, having reached a level where he could influence the perceptions of those around him, rendering him a formidable adversary. Bai took swift strides, and Chun understood that attempting to stop him would be futile. What was the point of such an attempt when he was already at a loss? He could only watch Bai's retreating figure with a heavy heart. As long as he did not express gratitude for the patronage, he would consider it a modest victory. As for the 10,000 points, he was well aware that acquiring them was nearly impossible unless one were to be extraordinarily fortunate. Li Shuatai was indeed the son of Li Yongfeng. But what was the connection between this Tai and Li Yongfeng? Zhang Heir inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Li Wei's reaction was one of honor, as he recalled that in his previous life, Durant bore a similar moniker. "If he does not spare my second brother and leaves no testament, I too shall march on the capital. Rest assured, old Wang. Should my elder brother dare to issue commands against you, it would be tantamount to undermining my right-hand man. I will be the first to oppose it." Though Li Yuanda felt despondent, his mind remained sharp, considering matters from every angle. However, as his abilities grew stronger, the burdens on his shoulders became heavier, and the complexities of his thoughts multiplied. Even when he did not seek to contemplate, various circumstances would compel him to do so. At present, he lacked the emotional capacity to console her. He needed to devise strategies to counter the increasingly frenzied retaliatory actions. For instance, just a few days prior, a colleague had suffered severe injuries after inadvertently crossing paths with a young heir of a financial consortium due to a lack of acquaintance, and now lay in a hospital bed. Nevertheless, this was indeed Nangong Jin's modus operandi. When it came to Mo Zihan, he would become exceedingly anxious, even if it meant compromising his own preferences to please her for an entire evening. The beautiful women exchanged glances. Some appeared increasingly pallid, while others held a hint of springtime warmth in their expressions. Observing him, though he was a god of war, a divine being, as a man, he bore scars, especially the one inflicted by Yunyu, a mark that would never fade. Very well. Yet, he wondered if he would still possess the courage to face her again, to witness her happiness with another by her side. The anguish of such a realization was unbearable. Although acutely aware of the dangers, Yao Qingmu feigned joy as she followed the steward out of the courtyard. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture the cub. Even if a vast abyss lay ahead, today she would dare to confront it. Chapter 98. A fortuitous locale in the realm of employing others. One should not harbor doubts about those they trust. She laid out her plans candidly, thoroughly addressing the matters at hand. After Feiying and Feiyu departed from the West Wing, Ku Xian did not summon them. Only then did Shang Tingli feel truly at ease. The snow fell unexpectedly, blanketing the ground for 2 consecutive days and nights. With no reinforcements in sight, reliance on the Canadian Special Forces was futile. It appeared they would either be captured or face total annihilation. The enemy had set a dense minefield, clearly having dealt with the previously encountered Special Forces. Otherwise, they would not have had the energy to contend with them. Indeed, kneeling before them was Feng He, his complexion pale, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. his breath somewhat erratic. The underworld was stirred by tumultuous waves, the shock resonating as profoundly as in the major nations above ground. Who knows? Su Yuan smirked, contemplating a glowing large egg in his hand. If he were to describe the essence of the infinite spatial will, this would be its representation, oval-shaped, resembling an egg, emitting a translucent white glow. Is it you, Boss Wang? Lin Xiao flexed his fists and squinted at Boss Wang and his entourage. Stop this at once. Lin Xiao, sprawled on the ground, widened his eyes at the scene before him and then let out a fierce roar. Yang Tian momentarily could not think of a course of action, merely refuting the rumors to dissuade others from believing them. Before Tang Feng could discern Uncle Ying's voice, a powerful surge of true energy struck his back. A true master-level expert, the formidable true energy instilled a sense of trepidation in Tang Feng. Li Hong resided in a high-ranking patient room, a suite with an en-suite bathroom and shower, the conditions quite favorable. Aware that Hu Qingqing had seen through his thoughts, Hu Qingsong felt somewhat embarrassed. Yet, he was a general who had faced thousands without a change in demeanor. How could he allow his sister to perceive any weakness? After his sister finished speaking, Hu Qingqing cast an expressionless glance at him, saying nothing. Qin Langia smiled faintly, though his voice had grown hoarse, even difficult to discern. This was Qin Langia's final concern. Yet the vampire lord surprisingly nodded in agreement. Although Lu Xianger only heard one side of the story, her understanding of Princess Jean Gru allowed her to surmise the general course of events. This Jean Gru seemed to have lost her senses, having already married the heir of Gaocheng. She still harbored thoughts for Hu Qingsong. Old Madame Shin had initially intended to invite old Madame Xia and Xiaohua to reconcile and mend their rift. However, she did not anticipate that it would only deepen the animosity between the two families. Contemplating this, she glanced at Shen Huan, her gaze flashing with a hint of coldness. Observing her demeanor, it seemed that even if she entered the drunken spring breeze, she would not be well received. Thus, it would be better to sever her hands and feet and cast her into the local brothel. Xianyuan Lia rarely spoke so much, each word striking Shang Ro like a hammer, driving her into a living hell. Li Hong's face flushed slightly as she rolled her eyes, ambiguously stating, "That depends on your performance. I'm leaving now. Goodbye." With that, Li Hong started her vehicle and departed, leaving Qin Feng in a state of bewilderment. Why? The Divine Guardians were still astonished by the fury of the Divine Clan's war god moments ago, yet they too were curious. Remembering Yun Si's earnest instructions before his passing, Shen Yu felt even more ashamed and guilty. 5 years had swiftly passed, and not only had he failed to take Honshu away and care for her properly, but he also had to watch her struggle in the mortal realm, shouldering the burdens of the Yun family. Moreover, she had repeatedly extended her assistance to him. Chapter 99. The future fourth prince consort. This plum blossom banquet, hosted by Ku Rui, had not a large guest list, but it was certainly not insignificant. Aside from the young nobles of the royal family, she had invited a number of young individuals from families of second-rank officials and above. From the He family of the Grand Tutor's residence to the Pan family of the Duke of Loyalty, the entourage trailing him was neither too few nor too many, perfectly matching the number of experts on par with marquises. After binding them, they followed Ling Shifeng, dragging Ling Yi and the others out through the back door of the Chuanyu mansion. It was only when Luo Xiu glimpsed the mangled, unrecognizable corpses through the gaps between the prison guards that he suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Very well, even the Haotian sect could not sanction them now. But what of the Wuhuan Temple? Would the Wuhuan Temple remain indifferent to this matter? Clad in exaggerated armor, wielding dual axes and hammers, or Grim and Garrosh, whether running or leaping, left the onlookers, including Golan, wide-eyed and unable to keep pace with their movements. Ling Bingbing noticed that Li Xingkai only glanced at her with indifference when Ling Shicheng introduced her, but thereafter, he had not looked her way again. She could not help but scold Ling Yi for having just rejected Li Xingkai. After being enslaved in the vast cosmos of Qianyu, The master of Tiango had long since realized that submitting to the strong was not disgraceful. To gain respect, one must prove their worth. Even if it meant submitting to their own junior disciples, he remained unfazed. Thinking of this, he crouched down and retrieved a black pill from his pocket, placing it into the mouth of a corpse that had just ceased to breathe. In that fleeting moment, Yang Zian felt his life's stature and power elevate once more. For each subsequent upgrade brought immense enhancement. Yi Xuanhuan dashed ahead, while Wu Ming pursued relentlessly from behind, akin to a ravenous wolf fixating on its prey, determined to consume it. For now it was unnecessary. Should my harvest from the 10,000 souls cave prove fruitful, I shall return. Bai Kuan left his words open-ended. The sky remained the same yet bore subtle changes. Under the onslaught of billowing black smoke, the azure hue was tainted, becoming somewhat unsightly. Qin Rui rubbed his throbbing forehead, contemplating the potential consequences, his pale visage reflecting a sense of trepidation. In recent days, he had attempted to refresh the updates on his phone, yet yielded nothing. Only from El Meng's tone of astonishment did Zhao Feng ascertain that someone was clandestinely aiding him. What thoughts could others harbor? To be accepted as a disciple by a sage was not only a matter of honor, but also assured a future of burgeoning cultivation. Thus, death is relative, dependent on one's perspective. Similarly, life is too. To the ordinary, the loss of the physical form signifies death, yet to cultivators, as long as the soul endures, life persists. In the eyes of the Tao ancestor, even the destruction of the soul does not equate to the end of life, provided the true spirit remains. Indeed, I am merely a crew member now, not a young master of an ancient clan. I must remain composed, absolutely composed. The crew member took a deep breath and managed a faint smile towards Bai Kun. Chapter 100. The unpleasant truth. Shang Tingli was slightly taken aback, to speak candidly. She did not expect this individual to defend Yu Lanxi, given that Wan Luzheng had always been close with Pan Qinghuan. After her surprise, she merely smiled. I had no desire to participate in any flower game and declined outright. Was that too excessive? Kuxian was the first to respond. Not at all. Whereas the excess? You acted quite rightly. Wan Luzheng exclaimed, Oh my heavens! Moreover, it was stated that the training and selection of candidates were to be conducted by the professional coach Yang Hongchang, not by him. Thus he held no authority in the matter. When the large convoy adorned with a banner for the Citrus Charity Initiative rolled into Shanglin Township, both Zhong Hanliang and the village officials finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, as Dilu's figure landed on the deck, the entire world fell silent. And he carefully lowered Qi Li while watching her with a tense expression. After the bath, as Fuyue and Mei Qin engaged in casual conversation, the voice of Uchiha Hero suddenly resonated from outside. However, as the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald mischief, were Fuyue not from a prominent family. Mito Gaten would perceive this as his true nature. Alas, being a child of the Uchiha clan necessitated a cautious approach. Gu Kenning did not oppose the advancement of management through the People's Bank. Yet the vast disparity in labor costs between the domestic and developed nations would likely never pass the board. Rein in your instincts. Look, your legs are already trembling. The system chuckled, covering its mouth. I then strode towards the mist-laden cliff, beneath which lay an unfathomable abyss. I wondered if this bridge constructed by the birds could withstand my weight. A misstep would surely result in dire consequences. El Bu could not unleash his full power. Despite the constraints of the alliance preventing Chu He from striking a fatal blow, preserving strength for when Jean Lingjia truly exerted herself provided a measure of survival. At this moment, Chen Bufan unleashed his ultimate move, understanding that failure to do so might lead to loss. The sound of collision reverberated through the sky once more, booming like thunder at midnight, echoing far and wide. There must be a cost, I thought. In an instant, 110 points had been deducted from my cheating score. With no leniency whatsoever. I slightly lifted my head. The dark clouds had dispersed, revealing a moonlit sky speckled with stars. Observing the direction, It nearly aligned with my upward path, and I paused briefly at the intersection. Li Song, David, provide remote support. Sherry, reload. This enemy force is hardly enough to suffice. After Qin Ke departed, the man remained seething with anger. To vent his emotions, he retrieved a lump of clay from the drawer and began to knead it vigorously. Ding Jiangwo no longer glanced at the two, turning away to vanish into the street in mere breaths. Chapter 101. The performance is about to begin. She differed from Yu Lanxi. When Yu Lanxi believed she disliked someone, she rallied allies to denounce that individual, seeking amusement in publicly mocking those she loathed, even if they were her sisters. She, however, held a different view. She believed that regardless of the animosity between sisters, disputes should not be aired before outsiders. This entire ordeal was both thrilling and utterly repugnant. Imagine encountering a corpse that was decayed yet not fully decomposed. What sensation would that invoke? Vehicles, merely seeking profit, incessantly solicited passengers, while the Grim Reaper's vehicle did so not solely for monetary gain, but rather for atonement, striving to extricate itself from this organization and reincarnate. If the great Frank machine arrives, inform me post-haste. I must be prepared, Su Xianchad instructed at last. He detested nothing more than being obstructed in his pursuits when in high spirits. Such interruptions irritated him. However, now in another's territory, Lin Yi refrained from voicing his thoughts. The course of action would depend on Han Qing's discretion. With formidable foes outside and betrayal from his closest kin within, only the loyal eunuch Wei and the Emperor Qianqi, who was an informed time traveler, could evade a grim fate. Are you suggesting this is all part of Tianjin's design? Qin Lingling inquired. As the divine umbrella in her hand spun, enveloping her within a protective barrier of several dozen meters upon hearing Tang Tianhua's words. People feared these monsters, wished to never witness them again, and hoped for their complete disappearance from Earth, never to return. From this moment forth, may I protect you? Zhao Ting smiled as she addressed Chen Fan. My field of vision was severely limited, unable to move. I could only gaze at the sky above and a nearby willow tree, seeing nothing else. Lu Er instinctively squeezed the trigger. Yet as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he realized his grip had lightened. His greatest reliance had inexplicably fallen into Tang Feng's hands. A few remained silent, their thoughts communicating incessantly with the presence within another glaring crystal. Thus, the celestial realm and the tidal realm officially allied, though both parties tacitly chose not to spread the news. The Emperor of the Assassination Guild had yet to react when 4 black tendrils suddenly struck in 4 different directions. Qian Laifu wished to admit his guilt, but as he opened his mouth, no words emerged. His complexion turned ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably. In an instant, Su Yiquang's fist radiated brilliance, swelling as if charged by thunder, resonating with a low rumble akin to a mighty awakening. An overwhelming pressure reverberated throughout. Qin Qingyang seemed shrouded in a mysterious veil, rendering even men incapable of discerning his past life. Among all those who have aided Lin Tiancheng, there are indeed 3 individuals who hold the esteemed title of benefactor in his heart. In the present day, as the Xianjian sect wanes, chaos engulfs the vast world, and the turbulent domains are fraught with blood and strife. Where then can they find refuge? In a fleeting moment, a plethora of medicinal herbs and the golden elixirs of magical beasts have been amassed in the hands of Jingyi, whose alchemical skills have begun to flourish remarkably. The laughter within the rich mountain manor has diminished, and although the days grow increasingly warm in Wang Dong's perception, this place feels ever colder. The people of Bali hold the mountains in high regard, believing them to be the abodes of deities, and thus they revere these majestic heights. Chapter 102. The Dragon Rider Ke Xian, after sipping a cup of plum blossom wine, darkly mused that it would be best if Shang Tingli's plan could severely undermine Kuming. Why must one adhere strictly to such conventions? Could it not commence with the young lady? Yu Lanxi remarked. Surely the young lady would not be too timid to take the initiative. She exuded an assertive demeanor. Shang Tingli smiled silently. At that moment, Kuru, with an instinctual hesitation, expressed her desire for a straight fringe, insisting that it must cover her eyebrows. Gao Yu, in a sharp voice, timidly added his own remarks. Additionally, Wu Lianer, Yi Yunfei, and the stall owner were present, and given the bustling street filled with onlookers, Wu Dao was reluctant to reveal his capabilities. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, causing everyone to change their expressions and hastily invoke protective spells. Given the current stature of a certain director within the industry, it would be unwise to provoke him. Yet, even so, when confronted with Lu Fifan, Yang Zhao wore no pleasant expression and even pretended not to hear Lu Fifan's inquiries. However, Yu Tian had resolutely decided to assist Ji Ke diligently, disregarding the barrage of comments and focused intently on the game. The white wolf howled at the sky. If this battle continued, his black wolf castle would surely be reduced to rubble. Shang Mengqi sat nearby, frowning as she observed Qiu Shaozi, evidently dissatisfied with his current demeanor. The commander of the battle, Xing Fanong, later received a severe reprimand from Li Ningyu, who believed the enemy should not have been allowed to escape. For the Eastern Inner Guard was comprised of elite fighters, proficient in both hand-to-hand combat and firearms. That should suffice, Lin Yun nodded, a faint smile gracing his face. He felt it, through the assistance of the infernal blood bats and blood butterflies, his strength had become sufficient. He had also begun to approach the threshold of the Dragon Warlord's Gate. It would not be long before he would achieve a breakthrough. The extraordinary beast nodded obediently. Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly sensed that the last vestige of water elemental power within the ice type had been completely absorbed by the stone ring. At that moment, the spirit tiger before me let out a reluctant whimper, its massive form transforming into a white light that swiftly vanished into the stone ring on my wrist. My lord, what are you saying? Hearing the peculiar tone from Yun Xian, Dan Taiwaner cast a perplexed glance in his direction. A clear, crisp sound of cicadas filled the air as the mysterious man landed, creating multiple clones that encircled Tu Shu. She could hardly believe her eyes as Dan Taiwaner descended from her family's balcony. Sister Anna, what are you thinking? In the medical room, Lan Hu and Xiao Anna stared blankly at the still-sleeping frozen figure. It was abundantly clear that, without needing to be told by the elder brother, Number 7 had always been our vice-captain in our hearts. During your absence, we had grown accustomed to following his commands. Number 3, being straightforward, never beat around the bush. Whether she can wake up depends on her own will. Furthermore, you must prepare yourselves psychologically. When she awakens, she may become a vegetable. With that, the doctor departed. Everyone remained calm. I believe this group of criminals intends to capture us all at once. As long as not all of us are present, they shouldn't be able to harm us. Milan suggested, now, let us see if there's anything nearby we can utilize for a sudden strike. Trembling, the pilot leader saluted and entered his working position without even taking a sip of water. Lin Zhong had never been a pessimist. When faced with formidable foes, he only grew more resolute. Throughout the years, he had stood firm at the pinnacle of the human world with his soft exterior concealing a steely resolve. Chapter 103. The drenched Kui Chang felt a twinge of panic. She had witnessed her fair share of sordid affairs, in fact, quite a number. However, the sordidness among the royal princesses was simply too chilling. Suddenly, she thought of Kuming and instinctively cast a glance in his direction. The things this fourth brother wished to pursue were truly terrifying. Your Highnesses, what is the situation? A ripple spread through the air as Su Xian's figure emerged from the void, gazing in astonishment at Qinzheng. Mu Kuei was reluctant to act against Fei Xian, but had to block her from interrupting Ji Yun's pursuit of Hong Tian. This leap and escape, along with the pursuit through the grass, was not the first time for this individual, but he knew the moment of true escape was drawing near. Previously, he had held hope, for his bloodline was the purest. According to the test results, Long Yun was merely a half-breed. Perhaps with a bit more effort and given time, his innate abilities could surpass Long Yun's, thereby restoring his grandfather's faith in him. What does this signify? Andre seemed to have guessed the outcome. Yet he found it hard to believe. Although he did not favor the half-breeds from the Sky Curtain Company, he had to admit that it was the most advanced branch in the Elder Council, brimming with talent. Katissi abruptly seized the specially designed Mauser rifle beside him, and the death mark was instantly unleashed, revealing a skull mark above the driver's head that only he could see. Thus, Renbebe handed the live stream rig to Su Cheng, then pulled out a chair, took a deep breath, and slowly lay down on the ground. Her perky rear slightly raised as she began to perform push-ups in a rhythmic manner. Qin Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, his form suddenly transformed, and with a resounding dragon roar, a colossal dragon, akin to a planet, manifested in the void. Slowly, it descended upon this planet, its golden eyes glancing at it before it enveloped it with its claws. Ji Qing's icy tone carried a hint of concern. She did not understand why Ji Yun had appeared here and had severely injured her royal brother, Ji Han, the second prince of the current Yan Emperor. Lin Hao? The same name as that online murderer? Su Mei exclaimed, her voice resonating with disbelief. Yi Yao Tiao felt a deep discomfort, as if she were being scorched by flames. Thus, the head of the Long family, Long Jintong, regarded him with even greater respect than a year prior, which is understandable. Zhang Ruofeng had absolute reason to believe that this television drama could create miracles in this world as well. At this moment, within the golden glazed palace of the Shouyang Star, a remarkably handsome man sat cross-legged, surrounded by waves of fire essence, capable of incinerating even the most accomplished practitioners of the carefree realm. Yet the one seated remained with eyes closed, allowing the boundless fire essence to erode his being. Ansia, I am fine. Perhaps I just consumed some cold food that did not digest well. My apologies, Aunt. I must excuse myself to the restroom for a moment. Ya Yuan replied politely. Yi Yao Tiao set aside the piece of sauced bone she had been gnawing on and nodded to the butler, who subsequently departed. Unbeknownst to them, Long Tao suddenly began to sing, and upon closer inspection of his dragon eyes and face, one would find that he was quite enchanted by his own voice. However, to others, it served as a lethal weapon. Perhaps it was due to the long absence of his kind that Long Tao had become overly excited. Chapter 104. Driving ducks to the rack, General Ji leapt down to rescue Prince Kongfeng. Truly a man of flesh and blood, a valiant general. Driving ducks to the rack is indeed amusing. Ke Xian silently observed her movements, watching her performance. Emo Qinglian was a wonderful elder sister, showering her 3 younger sisters with love, and since her rebirth, she had never uttered a harsh word towards them. At this moment, upon hearing her elder sister scold them, both Honglian and Mulian began to weep in distress. Before Andalier could continue her tirade, several fiery arrows pierced her visage, and the explosive deep green flames instantly engulfed her form. The reason for her reaction was that the photograph depicted not just anyone, but herself alongside a stranger. Lu Tingxin felt his heart sink gradually, his dark eyes void of light, as he sat upon the bed, tears unwittingly pooling in his eyes. Bao Nu shrugged, forcefully rubbing his chin to quell the fear within him. Lu Xuanmiao knew that Li Decai and the others were searching on the first floor, so she left her room and headed straight down. The dense ethereal energy solidified the earth, rendering it impossible for even golden immortals to shatter it. Qinglian ran from house to house, announcing that her parents were remarrying, proclaiming today as the joyous day of her father and mother, urging everyone to come and congratulate them. After walking a short distance down a narrow passage, she heard several voices ahead, with people continually rushing in that direction. Currently, the only lead they had was Huiyu Jiao. If they directly questioned her, given the current relationship between Su Jinsi and Huiyu Jiao, she would certainly divulge nothing. Can I become their hero? Who can tell me, and who can be my brother to save me? Zhang Weihua calculated as he listened. If this continued, the young master would not take action, leaving only 3 potential combatants from the lurking crocodile. This was undoubtedly good news for him. However, Zhao Taiju was the leader of the leaders, and he forbade anyone from following, leaving Kunge hesitant to speak up, caught in a dilemma. Not to mention whether they could withstand the eternal battle spear, even if Yichen could defeat the desolate emperor was uncertain. After all, defeat and obliteration are 2 distinct concepts. However, the current development of Tianxiang Tower left Aunt feeling somewhat overwhelmed, prompting her to vacate this position to allocate more time for planning the future of Tianxiang Tower. Dong Lanxiang remarked, I have pondered over this grand assembly of merit and reward for quite some time, yet when faced with the eager gazes of thousands of warriors, my heart trembled uncontrollably. I tightly wrapped my legs around Ironhead's waist, constricting him like a python, and when his balance faltered for a moment, I pressed my entire weight against him. The gold coins in the chest were not exhausted, yet the number of individuals coming to exchange magic crystals had dwindled significantly. However, this was of little importance. For the soldiers, the jingling of gold coins in their pockets was the most tangible reward, and what could be more delightful than being well-fed and having their horizons broadened? Shi Tuanhai snorted coldly, drawing a serpentine dagger from his waist, twisting his body like a snake as he approached, the sharp dagger aimed at the earth dragon's body. If he truly struck, few would be able to contend with him. At this moment, he was extraordinarily formidable, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals, evoking profound astonishment. Alice Phil did not expect her voice to emerge stern and unfamiliar, prompting Wei Gong Qisher to notice her presence. Chapter 105, An Accidental Encounter. Someone. Drape a robe over the princess, Kaming stated expressionlessly. Because Wang Shi encountered an Yang Yunqi first and shared an unexpected embrace. That heroic rescue did not immediately capture an Yang Yunqi's heart, and their relationship was not as amicable as written. At this moment, Haisha perfectly compensated for her disappointment with an Yang Yunqi. 8th Route Army Commander, my brothers here have long wished to join the 8th Route Army. They are all impoverished children from destitute families, forcibly conscripted to serve in the military. Except for a dozen injured brothers left behind, please take the others with you. He Zhangliang earnestly requested. Linen County, a few miles east of the county town. The northern residential area of the train station. The northwest corner of the eastern district. A courtyard by the dirt road. Feiyun Village's secret hideout, the Fong family. The main room of the backyard. Upon hearing this for the second time, Fu Yan felt a twinge of longing. His greatest concern was indeed for them, driven not only by affection but also by guilt. Now, nearly 4 days into the Holy Grail War, aside from those already eliminated, there were still numerous opponents left to be vanquished on the side of Far Saka Shurchen. The Holy Grail War must proceed in secrecy, without the knowledge of any unrelated ordinary individuals, and must not entangle any unconnected ordinary people. The leader of the Flowing Water Gang, Bao Lianyong, laughed heartily, slicing through the approaching demon cultists as if chopping vegetables, not even pausing to remove their insignias, charging unimpeded toward the shadow altar at the end of the Grand Hall. This single obstruction resolved a real-world dilemma, but immediately presented the challenge of the cliff ahead. In Yu Feng's view, the drop was at least a yard deep, making it easy for him to challenge. Those unacquainted with swimming might face peril. Knowing this, do you still dare to contend? Sima sighed, gazing up at the sky with an air of pride. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Once she expressed some frustration, feeling that all her efforts had been in vain. The eggshell danced in tune with her emotions, causing the man's lips to curl upward involuntarily. Whether it was the Black Lotus or the Heavenly Command Seal, it was all the same, not to mention that the Underworld King's Cauldron was inherently a mid-grade divine artifact, relying entirely on its own essence to operate, with each use costing at least 10 years of lifespan. After witnessing several comrades being shredded into a crimson mist by the hurricane, the remaining beast soldier screamed and fled in the opposite direction. Since his debut, Fan Ziyuan had not made enemies, yet this time he found himself caught unawares, as if the calamity had descended upon him from the heavens. After a long while, those who had harbored hopes of challenging Chiao Moe found their faces adorned with bitter smiles, shaking their heads in unison. Yan Er's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with fury as Guyi suddenly struck, the slight distance between them preventing Xiaozhan, who was also a grand fighter, from offering assistance in time. Talent. Wolf Rider's dominance. When leading wolf cavalry into battle, personal combat power is increased by 30%. And the strength of the subordinate wolf cavalry units is also enhanced by 30%. The left hand continued to needle, while the right hand subtly moved. Countless hand seals flashing, and a water dragon surged in from outside. Just as these creatures were being eliminated, a burst of light shimmered around the two of them, directly merging into their bodies. The matter concerning the Su family had been resolved, and it was the first time Suka witnessed her brother so relaxed and unrestrained, filled with uncontainable excitement. This realm seemed to have lost its voice, devoid of any breeze or movement, resembling a lifeless city, devoid of vitality and conversation. Chapter 106, Abandonment. Yet he was destined to be unable to bear the princess's affection, uncertain whether the fourth prince would treat him coldly because of it. Yu Lanxi maintained a stern expression, her hand hidden within her sleeve, her jaw clenched tightly, unable to feed him. Han Xinghui knew that if he were Yingxinzi, no one else would be able to feed him either. Fang Se entered, speaking as he hoisted the flailing and Ning onto his shoulder, showing no mercy as he sold out his own brother. If anyone else were to say this, Ji Liya would surely scoff, but when Pei Shu said it, he nodded and smiled. Upon returning to Jiaowang Palace, after the physician confirmed that there were no issues with her leg injury, and Rua suddenly remembered that she had yet to eat breakfast and immediately called for someone. The power of human faith and the light of virtue were their finest spiritual energies, aiding them in swiftly achieving their aspirations. In recent days, she has accumulated quite a number of check-in opportunities. Today was her first visit to Harbin, and she signed in at 30 or 40 locations in one go. Although there were no secondary check-in points, she still managed to obtain a considerable amount of delightful items, which brought her immense joy. Apologizing publicly to Pei Shu, she also disclosed that all the malevolent deeds associated with this account were motivated by financial gain. The child, said to be more mischievous than when Xishuan, turned out to be just that. She handled it with ease, unlike Liang Shuang, who was incomparable. In the distance, the feline campus beauty, standing by the barbecue rack, cupped her hands around her red lips and called out to me. What happened next? Dongqing must be a vast place. Yichen felt as if he had been transported into the ancient world of Shijia. Meanwhile, the nine-faced smiling fox drew closer, a sharp dagger in hand, emanating a chilling aura that could suffocate Solomon. Yet, the spirit remained uncontrollable, unbound by the constraints of space and time. It could traverse thousands of miles in an instant, soaring to the heavens and diving into the earth with ease. However, the spirit was severely shackled by the body, existing and vanishing alongside it. Zhang Tieta initially thought he could overpower Yi Junlin through brute force, but soon realized it was a futile endeavor. Lu Dazhang attempted to intimidate Yi Junlin with corpse manipulation, but was swiftly met with a fatal strike. Yichen exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes filled with boundless resentment, appearing utterly lost. It was clear to anyone that this was a summons of dark magic, unreal yet irresistibly enticing. This was also the reason behind Xingtian sending someone to burn down Zhao Keizi's establishment, jealousy and perhaps fear, thus taking preemptive action. As the Tianzhou Society had never publicly declared a ban on the Pingnan Lake Gang, leaving room for maneuvering. Her brow furrowed as she hurriedly rummaged through the sole drawer of the table in the room, relieved to find her mother's photograph still lying inside. Wang Yu was puzzled, unsure why a stone tablet would be stored in such a place, as they were typically placed outside as markers. The ape demon transformed into a wisp of black mist, leaving Lin Fei and Su Yashuan in a silent standoff within the Batcave. Upon hearing Jiang Yikong's intent to kill him, Shiyun trembled in fear. Now aware that the person before him was Jiang Yikong, he no longer dared to act recklessly, even knowing Jiang Yikong desired his demise. He could only helplessly gaze at Tongda. Chapter 107, Downgrade Ku Xian was momentarily speechless, and after a brief silence, he spoke, although Kong Ping was sent to Qingcheng Temple. The incident stirred quite the uproar, providing an opportunity for Dao Yusher to intervene. At this point, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. knowing that the matter of impeachment was not his to handle. Would the Kurue faction let such an opportunity pass? Indeed, Zhao Yushi took action. Taking Lu Li was a slight against me, Xia Lu. Do not take pride in it. When you crossed her arms, smirking, just wait and see. Once you're embroiled in the ensuing events, even the Lu Li family won't be able to save you. Utilizing the dim candlelight in the prison corridor, he discerned the prisoners imprisoned in the adjacent cell, feeling a sense of trepidation. Hey, do we have a dental issue? One person chuckled, deflecting the topic. They would undoubtedly deny it. Ning Yayan had completed a thorough search of the assassin's body, finding no hazardous items. However, it had been quite a while since Mama Yan had prepared something for her, and Yan Fei found herself nostalgically recalling the taste of pan-fried buns. The densely clustered multi-winged blood bats selectively dragged others into their midst. Should a prey exhibit even the slightest inclination to escape, they would launch a reckless, self-destructive attack. Shui Luan hurriedly arrived, and Xia Xian quickly stepped aside to allow him to examine Xia Mingwei. His heart was in turmoil. The mere thought of that child possibly being gone made his heart ache. He pondered what he would do if the child truly perished. Would he really allow the Xia family to bury the child alongside them? The prisoners privy to the truth wore expressions of despair, dragging their faces as if their lives were on the line. Some prisoners frantically knelt outside Lloyd's cell, banging their heads against the ground like lunatics, even to the point of drawing blood and exposing their pale skulls, utterly oblivious to their plight. Yet, they failed to notice that the parachute was still midair, and apart from the seats, it was entirely unoccupied. The half-soul spirit did not wish to grant him much time for contemplation. As it descended from the ceiling, it was already poised for an attack. Yet, it was Gucci who gained the upper hand. One must understand that Tian Tian once had an extremely light sleep. Even the slightest noise would awaken her. The fact that she could sleep during a vehicle ride, only to be carried off without waking, was indeed worrisome. That aside, there were many formidable individuals from the original Yashan continent. Among the acquaintances of Li Wei was a certain Duke Bruce, who resided within the Divine Emperor city. This was a grand event to hunt the Divine Emperor, culminating in the final battle of all strong contenders from the two continents. Fiora nodded, expressionless, leading 4 Kryptonian warriors out, while Kal-El gazed at the screen displaying Batman commanding the Bug Army in a rampage. This time, I will twist off your bat head and see how you differ from a rat, he declared, vanishing in an instant. Regardless, even when in the form of an egg, there exists self-awareness, yet such beings are likely extraordinarily formidable. However, Xia Fan chose not to take this course of action, for while it would indeed minimize losses, it would deprive the soldiers of the opportunity to experience battle and continually hone their skills, which would be far from beneficial for them. The rooftop was blanketed in a vast expanse of ethereal void, adorned with numerous conspicuous banners through the use of magic. The Dragon King, powerful enough to command all, harbors no weaknesses. No one or anything can sway his emotions. Chapter 108. A spectacle regarding the plum appreciation banquet in the palace that day. Shang Tingli remained vigilant, fearing that Kurue might attempt to frame Qiyu, directing all blame towards him. She informed He Zizhan to alert Qiyu to prepare himself. In the 12th month, the opponent was somewhat fierce. Quietly explaining, she noted that the captain's volatile temper was well known throughout the team, especially since they were currently in a competition. He dared not provoke the captain. From the looks of it, the Sea King seemed entirely prepared to engage in a fierce confrontation with Wang Xiu. The emergence of the trickster demoness was one thing, but for her to directly don the Morlin ring was simply disrespectful to Annie. Who else could bear the brunt of Mei Er's anger if not you? You vanished for several months without a word. Do you have any idea how much she misses you? Upon hearing this, Zhong Li Shi should have felt warmth in his heart. Yet a shadow suddenly flashed through his mind, leaving him with a sense of melancholy. Such words had once been spoken to him by Chu Chen. Moreover, the requirements for those implementing the transformation were exceedingly high. One's own strength must reach an unparalleled peak, lest they exhaust themselves before the transformation could succeed, leading to even graver consequences. Each narrow, eerie passage was similar, leaving Yun Xiao anxious as she proceeded forward. With a hint of doubt, the Sea King picked up the contract to scrutinize it. Not having looked at it before was one thing, but upon reading it, his eyes widened. And after 10 minutes of perusal, he exhaled heavily. The Berserker hero boasts impressive burst damage, but lacks control, rendering him somewhat feeble against the single-lane Noxian hand. While the demons are formidable, they have committed a fundamental error by underestimating human strength. Before any action could be taken, Xiaoyi approached her and let out a cold snort, showing no restraint. Princess Taihe, upon hearing Emperor Xian's decree to strip her of her title and confine her, was devastated, pounding her chest and weeping. She could only place her hopes on Yunyang. Her heart was pierced by the warmth radiating from his eyes, akin to the gentle sunlight of winter, slowly engulfing her entire being. He whispered her name, Ning, as he kissed her lips, seemingly intent on etching that name into his memory, into his very essence. Xiaoyu was unaware of how long she had lain there. Upon awakening, she found herself in a pitch-dark room, the cold air seeping through her clothing, chilling her to the bone, realizing that she remained in the dark chamber. The executioners mysteriously absent. Perhaps it was out of pity or perhaps due to He Ning's hopeful recovery concerning Xin Jingyu, Professor Liang still took action. He was truly enraged. If he were to confront the outside world in such a state, many would surely lose their composure. Yet, even if Senior Chu chose not to participate, we had secured the interview opportunity, which is indeed a positive development, isn't it? He Ning remarked. She had long dreamed of having Sister Hua as her agent. However, in 2010, Sister Hua announced she could no longer guide any newcomers, shattering Chu Sun's long-held aspirations. Corazon glanced at Xiaoyi, who was observing them from a distance. Was this the role the film Emperor had sought for so long? Just then, Su Chenxi, sobbing in Conseil's embrace, exclaimed, "Master, I thought I would never see you again." Tears streamed down like rain on a pear flower. Chapter 109. The death of the Jing matriarch. Seeing the anxious expression on Granny Wen's face, could it be that the Empress Dowager sought her? With such doubts, she followed Granny Wen for a quarter of an hour. Xiaoxiang Garden. Shang Tingli looked up at the 3 characters on the plaque, his heart leaping, and his eyelids suddenly twitching, not merely the left eyelid. You are the former head of the Sheki 8 families, responsible for its defense. You should know better than I. Anger stated. Song Yuna did not object. She too wished to see the individuals within the world of Buddhist beads and was eager to expand her horizons. Mothers Debao sings beautifully. Both mom and dad are applauding, Li Fochin praised, applauding her son. Fortunately, the national chain electronics store was efficient. Before they could clarify the issue, someone arrived to install the air conditioning. Now, the monkey had developed a very simple notion, with the skills taught by his master. He could traverse the heavens and seas and obtain anything he desired. Moreover, Qin Yun even felt strands of stellar energy continuously descending from the heavens, being absorbed into his sword. Really, she never imagined she would harbor such resentment even in death. Though she had perished, her essence still bewitched her beloved, her life. Her entirety, her Zhang Asai. Bird feathers. Jean Feiyao suddenly had a brilliant idea, suggesting that the hefty individual be thrown outside the spiritual barrier to test if the poison had dissipated. The hefty man clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. But seeing its lively demeanor suggested the poison was no longer present outside. However, on the Moon Ridge Hills, the 9-tailed fox, continuously struck by lightning, clearly felt its physical and magical resistance rapidly diminishing under the catastrophic rain. Of course, even if the price of grain did not surge excessively, he could still sell it to the distillery for brewing, so despite the damp weather, he remained relatively unconcerned about the market for grain. Yet, for a 7th-tier shadow spirit to conceal its powers and deceive these nascent soul-stage cultivators was perhaps too effortless. Thus, Gu Shaochen had never witnessed a genuine 7th-tier shadow spirit. Yet now, these mechanized weapons faced biobeasts that even the United States, with its elite weaponry, found daunting. It was said that America had already become mired in a bitter struggle. The outcome of the forthcoming battle was largely predictable. Chu Yunxi sighed helplessly, saying, "Master, I shall prepare your meal now." After a pause, she added, should I also invite Luo Tianxia to join us for some? No matter how formidable a zombie might be. Once contained within the heavenly ultimate artifact, it would become obedient, as it could not wield any of its undead energy within the artifact, thus posing no threat to Chu Yunxi. Beneath the spring water lay a shallow pool paved with blue stones, filled with crystal-clear spring water. Every grain of sand at the bottom distinctly visible. Chapter 110. The Rebellion in the North, that scoundrel Kuxingchen. Ku Xian's expression darkened. Was he still cursing him? Rubbing his forehead, he sighed internally, resolving to wait until she rounded the corner. With that thought, he cleared his throat. Ahem. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Young master." She knew her excuse sounded feeble. If the cold poison flared up, he would certainly notice. If she herself felt nothing, how could he be unaware? Although she had anticipated the environment would be poor, she never imagined it would be so arduous. Her expression bore concern, but she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Sometimes, a man's dignity weighs heavily. However, among the three, aside from Li Chun, who had some experience, I truly could not place too much trust in the other two. After all, this matter arose abruptly, and everyone here was merely theorizing, leaving me uncertain of their capabilities. Huang Bingfeng still recalled Yao Yanke, for the unique danger emanating from Yao Yanke undoubtedly marked her as one of the 9. While currently inferior to the great swordsmen, grand cultivators, and grand masters, one day she would possess the strength to rival such formidable beings. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, accompanied by Cho Chao's anguished wail, as it was struck by the bone whip, crashing into the star dome and causing violent tremors. Acceptance is not optional. Zhou Lianer disregarded Yun Chao, drawing her sword from her side and charging towards Yun Chao. Even without a reigning queen, the Huarao Palace still summoned the concubines every 3 days to gather in her chamber. Upon seeing Li Qingmu rush out in a panic, Wen Qing immediately embraced her. Observing Li Qingmu's swollen eyes and disheveled attire, a flicker of pain crossed Wen Qing's gaze. The man in black possessed crimson eyes, his features exquisitely sculpted as if carved from stone, though the bloodstains covering him rendered him akin to a demon. Even if you are injured now, I must warn you, do not call me uncle again. I dislike it. Han Jinfeng firmly separated Mo Qianqian, earnestly conveying his annoyance at being referred to as uncle. Mo Qianqian was well aware of all the gossip. She knew well that the 10 bills in her pocket barely covered a meal. One must have self-awareness, which she understood all too well. Typically, she would ignore those she deemed unworthy of her affection. Yet for some reason, the mere thought of Qin Long filled her with distaste, stirring unrest within her. As the Longong Heart Sutra circulated and her breathing deepened, Qin Long had just entered a meditative state when a strange sensation abruptly emerged. However, he could start with those he trusted around him. Though he could not impart the Longong Heart Sutra, a vague idea had begun to take shape in his mind. Why? Lu Shaoge asked in confusion, why not let the emperor come to judge? The highest authority rests with him, and it is only natural for Yin Zhongjie to do so. His muscles seemed inflated, veins bulging beneath the skin, his eyes bloodshot, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth as he roared. Although he had already suspected something was amiss with the sudden appearance of these individuals, he only felt certain after receiving confirmation from Ajika. Chris, also taken aback, sat silently, unable to suppress a sigh. He lamented his previous arrogance and had thought Radha's merely hailed from an ordinary noble background, unaware of the depths concealed within. Chapter 111. The invitation from the Jinyang Prince's mansion. Do you think you are going on a leisurely trip to the South Wu with Ali? What kind of place is Shabei? Without sending you off, how can the Empress feel at ease? When Hui was slightly irked, do you still wish to depart quietly? Ku Xian raised his hand to his forehead, filled with helplessness. Rest assured, I shall take it easy. Life is paramount. A son must be cautious. Observing the panicked retreat of the human army, relentlessly pursued and slaughtered by the demonic cavalry, a bloodthirsty glint flickered in Yi Hen A Lang's eyes. Was it an illusion? Xingyu, vigilant, stepped forward and pointed sharply at his surroundings, unleashing a tempestuous force of thunder. That night was chaotic. The ogres nearly invaded every sacred site, stopping just short of the holy city, slaying 31 ancient beasts and injuring hundreds of formidable warriors. Yi Yiren, with half-closed eyes, scrutinized Gu Mufan's expression, her hands cradling her face, mimicking the movement as if playing a piano, lightly tapping her cheeks. With a smile that grew increasingly radiant, she inquired, "Mr. Gu, have I misjudged? Are you feeling jealous?" During this time, Zhang Jiayue spoke little, yet I could faintly sense her accelerated heartbeat. In that moment, countless thoughts flashed through the minds of the ministers who discreetly observed Huang Fuchen. Seeing him contemplate the vial for a while, his rage diminished considerably. Thus they grew more convinced that the black bottle contained the antidote to the poison he had been afflicted with. The wet nurse felt a mix of sorrow and impotent anger. Was he truly that important? Important enough to feel as though a rib had been forcibly removed from her own body, leaving her unable to reattach it, leading to a tragic end? Do not move. Do not disrupt the Master's incantation, spanning 7 generations. Despite the shared fear, the old town mayor managed to maintain a semblance of calm, sternly admonishing the crowd to stabilize the situation. These cultivators failed to recognize GMO. His bearded mask effectively thwarted the probing of Void Realm practitioners, let alone that of the Celestial Seekers, unless they possessed extraordinary skills like Gu Xiaoyang's divination technique. His spirit and physical stamina were extraordinary. Unable to sleep after departing the airport hotel, he donned headphones and opened a video player to watch a film, finding it a pleasant way to pass the time. Thus, he refrained from calling out to her, silently trailing her in the car, awaiting her anger to dissipate. The most excruciating part was that it was a confined canyon, devoid of any human paths leading to the summit, save for wings. Ah, what a spirited demeanor! Uncle G observed with pride, while Ivan wore an expression of unrestrained joy. The vehicle was a high-end luxury van for 10, though it differed from previous discussions, it sufficed. The unique seating arrangement fostered face-to-face conversations, enabling discussions of various matters. After several unsuccessful attempts at persuasion, Zheng Laodai relinquished control, turning a blind eye to his dissipated personal life. Xia Yang feigned compliance. But upon delivering Xia Yang to the vehicle at the city's base, he proclaimed loudly, "Reinforcements from Jin will arrive soon. The song must hold fast. Have you awakened? Do you recall what transpired last night?" Shintong shook his head in confusion. In utter frustration, Li Jiaxiu resorted to using Wang Qingyi as his trump card. Yet in the blink of an eye, all of Wang Qingyi's tendrils nearly severed, almost uprooted, before he was pinned against the wall by a spear that seemingly materialized from nowhere. The following day, when Hui accompanied Shang Tingli to the Jinyang Wangfu, at the Scarlet Gates, a woman clad in pink stood on the steps. Upon sighting the pair, she welcomed them, saying, "Sister-in-law and niece have arrived." After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Fang remarked to Wen Hui with an enigmatic smile, "I had a feeling, though he would learn of this matter eventually. I believe the timing was not yet right to divulge it. Not only would he not accept it readily, but I was also unprepared." The surgery was scheduled for the following morning, with the doctor advising that the procedure would cost approximately 100,000 yuan, urging me to brace myself for it. The revered figures Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and the Taoists of Zhuanti and Jian gazed in astonishment at the formidable punch, their eyes widening, hearts racing with disbelief. Lu Su and Zhao Yun, originally troubled by food shortages, found their woes alleviated with Wang Lin's arrival. The desolation and despair expressed in the painting would likely weigh heavily on anyone who beheld it. This was my initial reaction upon first encountering the artwork. As the Taoist spoke, he retreated step by step, drawing closer to the table concealed beneath red cloth. The spirit-extinguishing talisman resembled an expansive net, ensnaring the malevolent spirit tightly, akin to a blood-soaked zongzi. The members of the Dayun Society were unperturbed, happily teaming up to explore the streets, while those disinterested in shopping rested at the hotel to conserve their energy. She, too, had a sudden whim to test the spirit-extinguishing talisman on the malevolent spirit before her and was astonished when it truly worked. Elite bodyguard, possessing a commendable work ethic, a sound legal awareness, unwavering loyalty to the employer, calmness in emergencies, a robust physique, swift movements, excellent flexibility, mastery of combat techniques, abundant practical experience, and capable of serving as a driver, proficient in operating various vehicles. The leader of the Jioli tribe, Chiyu, after years of preparation, unified the Eastern Yi clans and, emboldened by his growing power, began to covet the prosperous Central Plains. Good deeds often go unrewarded. Lin Yu muttered a curse, his eyelids surrendering to fatigue, slowly closing. Su Lan, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle, finding the endearing antics of the grandfather and grandson duo amusing, appreciating their awkward yet genuine concern for one another. Soon after, a thunderous applause erupted in the auction hall. Everyone genuinely admired the individuals in that private room who could compete with the 5 prominent families and successfully bid on the treasures. In this manner, they could not place the mechanism on Yingzhou, for the pedestal of the statue was exceedingly high, towering even above Musan, making it nearly impossible for them to reach, regardless of their stature. Upon hearing this, Li Jilian felt a chill run down her spine. Li Jianqing, having long followed Shen Jitong, could not possibly amass such a vast power unless he had borrowed the strength of the Shao family, or the Shao family had entirely submitted to him. After all, a secret is most secure when known only to oneself. Once revealed, it ceases to be a secret, and no one can guarantee it won't slip from one's lips. He felt little disappointment. Accomplishing the task was fortunate enough, and 5 energy points equated to 5 more days of life, which he promptly exchanged for longevity. Li Qing stammered, but the more he hesitated, the more it seemed he knew something. He, greetings to the 3 immortals. She dusted off the particles from her head, her eyes sparkling as she flashed a bright smile at Tao Bao and the others. That sword. The emergence of the end sword caused the guardian dragon of the Baoshu to narrow his gaze, as instinct told him that the sword was anything but ordinary. Indeed, wearing this thing, one cannot even grasp someone's rear. He Qingsheng's enigmatic confidence garnered Lu Xiaohui's agreement. Chapter 113. The birthday banquet. It was already the 20th of the 12th month. For reasons unknown, Shang Tingli always felt inexplicably timid about attending the Taifu's residence. Before she could prepare herself mentally, an invitation from the Taifu's house arrived at the Run Prince's residence. When Hui summoned her to Ronghua Hall, where the Ku siblings were already seated. Once she settled in, when Hui spoke, informing everyone of a matter. The next day, Si Lin appeared at the company, still bearing the remnants of a rash. Many assumed he had caused trouble and was feigning illness to stay home. Otherwise, if the school's procedures were followed, it would be impossible for me to receive travel expenses. Su Tsong analyzed the situation thoroughly, and Zhou Xiaoyun understood the intricacies of human relations. However, Su Tsong did not regard this as a painting at all. To him, it was merely a scrap of paper. Since you are unwilling to leave, then you need not. At this moment, Su Zhe glanced at the demon tribe, snorted coldly, and then waved the chaos bell in his hand. If one is unwilling to make a blood oath with their heart's demon, then it is likely that Mingju's demise is inextricably linked to them. After a light-hearted jest, Dr. Qian retrieved 2 pieces of ginseng from his medical kit, meant to sustain their lives. Suddenly, a companion of Leonard beside him screamed, his eyes wide with terror, as if he had witnessed something profoundly horrific, and he succumbed to fright. Observing Su Tsong, who was engrossed in his examination, the director felt a surge of anxiety. Although he had specially arranged for invigilators, this was still a significant test for Shieling High School. Si Lin lacked a prominent family background and did not boast good health. His beauty remained unnoticed by others, as none dared to fix their gaze upon him. Why hasn't it arrived? Zhou Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. This is my final opportunity. I have wagered everything on this leg. If I lose, I will have nothing left. Indeed. Since that day when this lady suffered a setback from Zhang Chun and discovered that his identity was rather extraordinary, she had begun contemplating this matter. His eyes transformed into elongated yellow slits, his mouth split open, revealing 4 sharp fangs that grew longer, dripping with an ominous liquid. You should go speak with Zhou Zhao's mother and tell her that whatever means she employs, she must ensure I am admitted to the hospital. She cannot come to pick up Zhou Xiao, and the Yi family would not abandon her in the streets, Fang Nianji instructed. In truth, many students had already gathered. Not merely drawn by Zhang Chen's looks, but rather because Dan Qinzi's reputation within the academy was immense. Everyone aspired to receive even the slightest guidance from him, as it would confer a sense of mentorship, however minimal. After visiting the 9th princess, she spent some time frolicking with the 9th, 10th, and 11th princesses. Su Jinj maneuvered through the inferno with the soldiers, her cheeks blackened by smoke, her body bearing the marks of the flames, yet she pressed on undeterred. She pondered whether Yan Xuanzhou's concerns stemmed from the possibility that her breakup with Pei Yanzhuan would entangle him, especially since they had shared a reckless night not long ago. And now they were neighbors, what a coincidence. Perhaps the ascetics breaking their vows always ignited fierce flames. A kiss, once imbued with comfort, gradually morphed into something more passionate. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. Should one offend me, I shall retaliate without hesitation. The demon players will inevitably clash with the human and spirit players. How could one not prepare in advance? Reflecting on this, the 6 individuals surged into the room, their excitement palpable. It seemed there were indeed ways to counter him, provided they understood how to wield the soul-driving pearl. Chapter 114. The figure in the painting. How old are you? Why call yourself old in front of the younger generation? Have you no shame? A playful rebuke echoed as the elderly matron, adorned with a headpiece, entered with the help of a maid. Upon seeing the individuals present, Lady He froze momentarily. Elder He approached her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, and eagerly inquired, "Do you not think she resembles me?" The remnants of the evil Azura were astonished, because their elder had not orchestrated this particular plan. The elder had intended to remain at the awakening site of the Lord of Shumi to safeguard and await his revival. That evening, Yunfu personally prepared a roasted lamb to treat Qintian. The 3 of them sat around the fire pit in the wooden cabin, enjoying meat and camaraderie, a rather delightful existence. A sharp, piercing, and haunting sound reverberated, emanating from the colossal tree that Yi Xian had struck. The 2 interns realized that they had left an unfavorable impression on Hua Xin and could not help but reprimand him. The bench was shattered into pieces, and the burly man, caught off guard, rolled his eyes back and fainted. Pain? I shall inflict pain upon you. Clearly, second sister. You intentionally sought a topic to provoke Nanfang, Haven to you? Your obsession with your brother has left you hopeless. It seems that Nanfang's proficiency in delivering head blows had only improved. Could it be that his close combat skills were augmented by his mastery of such overwhelming techniques? You best leave now, vacate Silver City, or I shall ensure your family sees no dawn tomorrow, Zhang Ji declared, his countenance dark and menacing, pointing at Hua Xian as if he were a demon poised to devour. Amidst the nonsensical barbs, Zhou Sun opened the food box, and an enticing aroma wafted throughout the room. A chilling scream reverberated through the air as Li Jiqing's sword plunged into the back of the Tianqing wolf. He had no time to withdraw the blade before rolling aside. As it stood, the top contenders of Tianqi and Zhanhuan Academy were Han Shiyu and An Nightingting. If the Tianqing wolf were present, even with Li Jiqing encased in an energy shield, he would not remain undetected. Mr. Jiang, I understand you have lost your memory and cannot recall events from 5 years ago, is that correct? Alice inquired suddenly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Nan. Meanwhile, Wang Feng and Mei Zhao's divorce had yet to be finalized. Should he speak up, it was unlikely Wang Feng would comply. Moreover, this matter resembled their family heirloom, and Wang Feng could not unilaterally decide its fate. Although uncertain of how Fan Wei acquired this information and what transpired prior to his arrival, his words were crystal clear. The other party was relying on their formidable strength, intent on seizing his farm. Previously, he had assumed it was the disheveled Taoist pilfering his belongings. Both individuals swiftly maneuvered to flank Yu, encircling him. The towering elder's eyes had turned crimson. At that moment, the spectral skull had reappeared above him. Yet it seemed devoid of the previous luminescent brilliance, appearing somewhat worn. Chapter 115. The game of chess amidst the conversations of the ladies, time trickled by, approaching noon. The He family prepared a banquet, inviting everyone to partake in the meal. After satisfying their appetites, guests began to depart. Due to Elder He's 60th birthday, the He family held a 3-day flowing banquet, and even as some guests left, new ones arrived. Shortly after Shang Tingli exited the study, Elder He summoned Hisu, who was brimming with questions for her and naturally agreed. The two pushed through the bustling hall toward a secluded area within Wujian Villa. Long Xiao, aware of Su's identity, wished to learn how Su had obtained news of Jia Qianqian's demise, thus silently followed the two. Goner, your mother will always want you. You are her only one. These days, your mother has gone to find gifts for Goner. Just as Gong Moli prepared to select a gift for Goner, a pair of hands presented her with an exquisite handcrafted wooden horse. Understood, you may rest now. I shall head to the palace. Feng Qianxuan turned and left. Recognizing the necessity of decisive action, this could no longer continue. The entire landscape of the competition shifted in an almost abrupt and unforeseen manner. Just as the involved drivers sought to alter their strategies, Pierre's voice crackled through their headsets. Wan Luo. Xiao Ning grasped her arm, demanding, "What are you doing?" She was unaware of how deeply her actions affected his heart. He would rather endure blows and scorn than witness her in such a state. The one who harmed her was him, was it not? I shall have the lawyer inventory the assets immediately and process the transfer, Xiao Neng stated, his tone painfully flat. At this declaration, Jinlan was left utterly stunned. Jia Qianqian surveyed Jinlan, noting her delicate and timid demeanor, her pale oval face, furrowed brows, and soft, melodious voice indeed. A sight to evoke compassion. He dangled a massive green-haired zombie before old Mo, casually discarding it onto the ground, despite its height of merely 5 meters. Its weight seemed to far exceed what its size would suggest, causing the earth to emit a mournful groan. Gong Moli regarded Feng Qianzhang with a smile, pondering how much sincerity lay behind his words at this moment, whether it was genuine emotion, a transient impulse, or merely a test of her resolve. You all push them down. I wish to speak with Ru Fei. In truth, Feng Qianzhang understood that the physician's diagnosis was accurate. Could so many doctors possibly be mistaken? Yet, he could not accept this reality. That night's events had indeed escalated beyond reason, but it was not due to her wrongdoing that he found himself unable to suppress his anger. All right, I promise you, he conceded. Now get up. What is there for a man to cry about? Jiang Emo felt both moved and helpless, yet she had no choice but to acquiesce to Jiang Xingfan's wishes. It was merely a jest. Tian Shiyan smiled teasingly, appearing to have been deliberately mischievous moments ago. Sister Chai set down her juice and glanced at Pei Zijun, sensing a shift in his aura. Why did he allow her to call him Zijun? Only family would address him in such a manner. Furthermore, the inexplicable addition of some makeshift shelters arranged in a line raised suspicion. After all, it was rather dubious. Farm shelters typically housed livestock or tools, and even tractors did not require such an extensive row. A few miles apart would suffice. The leaders at the station regarded the director with curiosity, perplexed by a sudden pause. Was Handong Television about to unveil another dark horse? Chapter 116. New Year's Eve. After listening to the report, Shang Tingli felt a swirl of complex emotions and remained uncertain about the situation. However, she did not dwell on whether it was accurate or not, waiting instead for the final outcome. Only when a client's business demands were substantial, or when there were multiple branches and departments, Or when a large number of recruits were needed for the same position, would a project manager be appointed to alleviate some of the client's requests? Li Chang'an had gleaned some understanding of his second uncle's identity. The matters he dealt with were aligned with international standards, and many insights could not simply be purchased. His creations were limited, yet the synergy of countless young individuals generated boundless sparks. Nonetheless, Qin Zhengyang remained skeptical of Du Xiaoxiao's claims that celebrities were working under the scorching sun to repair roads. Moreover, why reach out to the department when you already had Julie? Were you not concerned about the manager's opinion? Qin Lan asserted confidently. Even with just the initial move, the oppressive atmosphere had already caused everyone present to feel their hearts tremble involuntarily, the primal fear of facing death gripping them tightly. If he could successfully handle this matter and genuinely earn the Emperor's trust, he might one day stand independently. He finally understood what the boss meant when he praised his skills. Chun Kai could hardly believe she would encounter him again. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed as she watched him depart. Being new, she aimed to contribute more, fostering good relations with her colleagues while also recognizing that Yang Xiao required such physical training to enhance her abilities. As the words fell, the first to strike was naturally Sasuke, transforming into a blur as he darted towards Kakashi like a bolt of lightning. Following this, he glanced back, and the people at the next table were overwhelmed by the fragrant aroma, collapsing in a faint. He remained unscathed, as the mesmerizing aroma in the martial world had no effect on him, though he was still filled with indignation. Despite this, there were no signs of him planning further expansion. His seed products merely captured around 30% of the market share in their category. At that time, Gatiani believed that the Black Fire team's decision to avoid conflict was not entirely erroneous, as they sought stability, especially since this was the finals. A more conservative approach was understandable. After his release from prison, he returned to his previous profession, only to face rejection from Wall Street. He was forced to seek investments thousands of kilometers away in Nevada. After destroying the supplies, Ji Shui and Sasuke exchanged smiles before turning to support Itachi and others. Under Sasuke's leadership, Zabuza and Haku entered the square without any hindrance, where the golden statue of Uchiha Fugaku finally came into full view before Zabuza and Haku. Although in the anime, Zhong Wu displayed little prowess and rarely triumphed in direct combat, many Naruto fans deemed him worthless. In truth, he was unafraid of venturing to Kunzu, for he knew that if Yan Jingwei wished to deal with him, he would have done so long ago. Lady Zhuge and her benefactors had already abandoned the Zhao family. If Yan Jingwei sent someone to Beijing to capture him, Lady Zhuge and her benefactors would not intervene. Chapter 117. Reminiscing this year, the borders were devoid of fireworks. In the stillness of the midnight hour, Shabei City lay silent and cold, the chilling wind howling in his ears. Just outside the city, a fierce battle had been fought during the day, and the morrow's circumstances remained uncertain. At this hour, aside from those on night watch, even the alley cats and dogs had likely settled down to sleep. In such times, who still cared about staying up on New Year's Eve or whether the new year would usher in fireworks? Yet there were those who could not sleep. Heejun dove into the water, sinking with the current. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and you tell me I was assisted in a solo kill? Is this Timo jesting with me? The voice of Yu Huang, filled with exasperation, echoed. Without his cultivation, he seemed to have become quite verbose. Adam, a name that held no extraordinary significance, was common, yet, with a surname, it transformed into something regal. Everyone present had witnessed the recent events clearly. Even if they desired to conceal the truth, it was impossible. Failing to address the situation here could lead to complications. Who would have thought that 5 months prior, a 14-year-old boy named Zhong Xinling, aspiring to greatness, would become a household name in the realms of League of Legends and streaming? The official League of Legends platform in the Chinese region had just shifted from an event about lunar eclipses to breaking news of the Spring Championship victory, instantly transforming all headlines into the battleground. At this moment, Heejun felt in exceptional spirits, his mind remarkably tranquil. Although uncertain of what lay ahead, He sensed a change beyond merely enhancing his qi training. Enduring the sensation of a sumptuous feast being rudely expelled from his body was something even Su and I could scarcely bear. Hearing that Gong Shuquang had ascended to the upper realm, Ragnaros the fire demon let out a furious roar, summoning a tempest that raised the temperature of the space once more. Gong Shuyu and the others felt their hair singe and quickly intensified their magical defenses, remaining on high alert. Qin Shanren, seeing him so composed, ceased further discussion, withdrew cash to settle the bill, and returned to the stone-cutting machine to resume his work. Liang Long fully believed Alice's assertion that Sir William, upon learning of his companions' deaths, would leak classified information to the Nut Kingdom and leverage their power against the Republic for self-preservation. Wu Ming struggled momentarily on the ground before losing consciousness, 3 silver needles visibly embedded in his neck. Bei Tang Chong'er, witnessing this, could not help but smile. Fortunately, the stream was not too deep, and soon Yi Xiaoyu climbed back up, although his clothes were thoroughly soaked. In truth, if the traditional Chinese medicine department of the First People's Hospital of Hailing City were to flourish, the elders would likely reminisce fondly about these leisurely moments when they could chat freely. If Long Junwu were to quarrel over this matter now, it could only hinder his plans. Thus, even if he had to flatter Long Junwu, he needed to divert the conversation. Chapter 118, Recognizing Kin. A restful night passed. Once more, it was the first day of the new year. Shang Tingli chose not to venture outside for leisure, but instead gathered with her sisters in the back garden to play leaf cards. After spending the better part of the day engaged in the game, she emerged as the victor, while Conan Jia suffered the most significant defeat. Ha ha. Ku Jinyue laughed heartily at the spectacle. Although she too was among the losers, it did not deter her from mocking the one who finished last. Just as in Fengwenchang, where the top 10 masters of the Southern Dynasty were rendered hesitant to stand alongside him, or in the case of Yi Jingtang, who traversed the martial world of both the North and South, commanding respect throughout the realm, only then could one be acknowledged as the greatest. Conan remarked, "Had I known that Brother Xingji would react so vehemently, I would have advised him against choosing that flavor." The serpent spirit outside was aware that its master remained, and would not disperse so easily. Li Qingxia, not yet at her wit's end, would not cease her struggles, providing an opportunity to ensnare all at once. Given the lack of funds, an agreement could be reached. Li Jinyu was quite confident about this, and had even devised a plan to leverage the influence of the Jade Rakshasa to thoroughly probe the hidden forces in the western regions. Upon noticing Li Ying suddenly approach, Wei Meng instinctively retreated a few steps, inadvertently tripping over something, and stumbled towards Yu Mei. She had recognized Li Jinyu's identity and understood that he was formidable. Even if she wished to act, it would be wiser to do so elsewhere. A silvery moon hung above the capital, casting a serene glow over the silent street, where a figure clad in azure hurried along, as if pursued by a flower thief. At that moment he felt deeply unsettled, for the words he had heard from others seemed overwhelmingly credible. Li Hengchuan remained silent, contemplating as he moved to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down, opening his computer to face Professor Wang. Visiting each individual was impractical, with 365 days in a year. Even visiting one per day would waste a lifetime, let alone the impossibility of visiting one each day. In the competition area, Lu Lei reclined in his gaming chair, his brows slightly furrowed, his expression contemplative, lost in thought. Gao Dui and his companions chose not to disturb Lu Lei's contemplation, maintaining a hushed atmosphere within the team's voice channel. Bai Shui, from a distance, found the wine intoxicatingly fragrant, her fingers twitching with desire, unable to suppress her salivation. Regretting not borrowing the wine gourd from her sword servant before leaving, in 2 days, Su Cheng had frantically purchased a multitude of items, expending 1 million yen entirely. Yet, for him, as long as he could survive in the game, every bit of it was worthwhile. After the conclusion of the season, Kalkoval's rookie contract would end in 2 years, and the following year would rely on the team's option. How can you still find time to grill chicken wings when we owe over 3,000 silver taels? Han Qingyu said sternly, The disparity between the Western and Eastern leagues had become increasingly evident. Despite the severe polarization of the Western team's records, the Spurs, leading the West, had amassed 55 victories, while the Pistons in the East managed only 47. The severed leg, embodying the essence of a butcher's knife, had puzzled Hong Qigong for over 10 days, leaving him still in the dark. At that moment, Tsukishima Mizumi finally sensed something amiss, her heart filled with an unknown dread and despair. Since that is the case, I shall acquire all these superior artifacts for 900 million divine stones. Would that price meet your satisfaction? The boss inquired with slight deference. Chapter 119. Jinli Xian. Upon hearing old lady He's endearing reference to her mother, Shang Tingli was momentarily taken aback. Grandmother knows my mother? Old lady, he chuckled. Your mother was a remarkable child, renowned in the capital, so it is only natural that I am acquainted with her. A true talent indeed, standing at the garden gate. She noticed that the top of Wangjiang Tower was charred and devoid of its former splendor, presenting a scene of utter desolation. Meanwhile, Lu Xianglan had finished her grooming, and upon seeing Qi Qingyun, she appeared even more awkward than during their unexpected encounter days prior, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Steel gorilla, justice fist, Sam exclaimed, excitedly adopting a boxing stance. Liu Yu, who could only watch, felt an urge to join the fray and quietly slipped away in search of her own opponent. In truth, Suabula was perceptive. Upon reflecting on her words, he found merit in her reasoning and acquiesced. In the days that followed, Jun Guxian consistently made his way toward Xuanwu Academy, and with the passage of time, his transformation became increasingly pronounced. However, Jiao Lama merely regarded Naruto with a complex expression, sighed softly, and shook his head slightly. In this scenario, where he was in the light while the enemy lurked in the shadows, Zhong Jiyuan hesitated only briefly before resolutely following into the forest. Now, facing the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, Zhang Li displayed a moment of shock. She then extended her hand to touch her rosy complexion, which still bore traces of youth, offering a somewhat awkward smile. Mo Lily's ire intensified at the remark. If it weren't for Ne Gongchen, how could I have fallen and gotten myself so dirty? It seemed she had dreamed of something ominous, for Ning Qingqing's brow was furrowed, indicating a restless sleep. Seeing her distress, Nangong Yen felt compelled to reach out and comfort her, smoothing her furrowed brow. However, if you are unwilling to concede, we might as well spar. To prevent you from speaking ill of me behind my back, which would not be the mark of a gentleman. Are you not afraid of becoming a subject of ridicule? Bang Yan's tone turned frigid, his voice a sharp command. Oh, by the way, buyer, please arrange for Uncle Zhang to be brought over from Lian Mountain City. Su Yang instructed. This retreatist behavior irked Gu Che, reigniting the smoldering fire within him. He reminded himself to remain calm, should he lose his temper. She would once again erect walls and defenses against him, keeping him at bay. What now? Stumbling back a few steps, she realized she had landed herself in trouble. Frantically dialing a number on her phone, she shouted. The members of the Sword of Justice Mercenary Corps encircled her, shielding her catch behind them, wary of any ill intentions towards her prey. Overwhelmed with guilt and regret, she lowered her head, sitting beside him. Now, having easily dismissed the official from the International Atomic Energy Agency, it further attested to the mysterious gentleman's true prowess. In today's world, who else among hackers possessed such capability? Chapter 120. Chao's tailoring. Shang Tingli was not surprised that He Jiwei would bring her here to select garments, as her intent was evidently to present her with ready-made clothing, which was best found at Chao's tailoring. She turned to He Jiwei, smiling. No wonder sister said she wanted to buy me 2 new outfits. These 2 sets are just perfect to match one from Liangwu Pavilion. You think too highly of yourself. David was internally frantic at that moment. He feared that Li Tong might leave him. At times, he lacked confidence in the outcome because he was uncertain of her choices. Therefore, when undertaking significant endeavors, one must think thrice and not follow the crowd, lest one be left with regrets, Sun Ruoyu cautioned. It was only after this that everyone became aware of the absence of Murongxi and her son from the scene. It's not that complicated. Just run some hot water for me, and I'll be fine with a soak. Yi Zimo felt that seeking a doctor at such a late hour was far too troublesome. Ningyichu still wore a smile, wishing to convey, Jin Wanga, you are truly wonderful. You simply have yet to meet someone who appreciates you. And you continuously yearn for someone out of your reach. Chen Bolin pronounced the words outside enterprise with particular emphasis, glancing at Jin Kong in hopes of swaying him to his side. Yi Yukong understood that wealth provided confidence, observing Meng Xiaochuan's sudden change of demeanor, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Why has Junyi never considered being with you, despite the possibility that he may indeed harbor feelings for you? After escorting Wang Xiaoyan to the branch in the south of the city, she instructed Zhao Deming to stop the car from a distance, opting to walk to work herself to avoid the prying eyes of others. He kicked open the door, only to witness a rotund guard lecherously extending his hands toward Lyena's bosom. In the northeastern corner of Ukexin City lies a renowned flea market, famous not only for its second-hand furniture and fresh produce, but also for its vibrant exchange of antiques and art. The bandits ceased their pursuit, and Sun Chuanting ordered the army to set up camp, urging them to rest early. The potency of the elixir was overwhelming. These individuals, long accustomed to hunger, could not withstand its effects. Fei Zhong pondered the brightly lit kitchen and hastily dismissed everyone, ensuring that all prepared food was concealed, taking away anything that could not be hidden, leaving no trace behind. Perhaps their thoughts diverged too greatly. Sun Yaosh glanced toward the reporters before quietly uttering his words. In the sultry summer evening, a gentle breeze wafted in, carrying the intoxicating scent of flowers, creating a tranquil and beautiful atmosphere. That evening, Yin Tianai joyfully counted his earnings at his stall, his pace of making money far surpassing that of even the most astute business magnates in a single afternoon. The trainee who had yet to dine observed Wu Shuang, whose eyes were as red as embers, racing like the wind toward the restaurant, her fury blazing fiercely upon her back. This cousin, cold and aloof like you, when together, resembled two refrigerators emitting frigid air, competing to see who would freeze first. Lu Yan naturally leaned in, wishing to bid him farewell with a kiss. Wang Bai obliged with a gentle peck before watching her depart. Chapter 121. Xia Family, Xia Wanshu. He Ji closed his eyes gently. Liang Yuba merely exchanged polite greetings, while the two elderly men engaged in their own conversation. Entirely disregarding him, Liang Yuba, of course, did not feel inclined to join them. Merchant, clarify for me why the anti-cold coating is valued at 1 million. Liang Yuba felt quite dissatisfied. It was precisely for this reason that Han Xian, who had previously wavered, reaffirmed his resolve, discarding any thoughts of retreat and choosing to adhere to the original strategic plan, striving to lure the Han army out of Wuguan and compel them to open a battlefield in Nanyang, most advantageous for his forces. Of course, this presupposed that the research would proceed smoothly and that a suitable substitute for the material could be found. Qin Chuan shrugged. The members of the group remained tense and alert. Should Li Ji make even the slightest move, they would spring into action, refusing to remain passive. If it were for saving someone, that would be one thing. However, the thought of risking everyone's safety just to allow Qiao Qiuxue to join in felt somewhat awkward to Dong Qianshan. Gazing into the void, what was once the lively second commander had transformed into mere dust amidst the stars. The fear within one could easily amplify beyond measure. Yet the ordeal was not over. Several servants restrained Shi Lingyu, placing his other leg upon the steps, and without hesitation, Shi Lingpai struck his knee with a stick. It's futile. The charge of excessive punishment can be light or severe for officials. If the county magistrate of Lingxian is determined to protect him, you won't be able to accuse him. Magistrate Zhou shook his head. He understood the gravity of the situation. Fang He was a FAAD. And not only was he after wealth, but he was also adept at taking lives. Ha ha, truly, the heavens favor my serpent clan. If Li Heir reaches the divine realm, she may well ascend to the celestial realm in this lifetime, remarked a powerful demon. if it were not for Wang Jian, but rather on the day when the higher-ups of the 10,000 God sect issued orders to imprison even more dangerous supernatural offenders, exposing the issues and potentially dismantling the entire prison system, allowing all heinous criminals to escape. What a terrifying sight that would be. He invited the iron-faced giant to assist him, which also expressed a sense of closeness and trust. After all, according to the orders issued by Han Wujin in conjunction with Elder Xue Li and others, Ming Di was responsible for this operation, while the iron-faced giant and 2 external aides were merely to follow orders. Having long been deprived of energy nourishment when it fell into Chu Wangshu's hands, its memory had been largely obliterated, leading to minimal resistance against its new master, allowing for its refinement. A tangible gust of wind swept through, and the gates of the Thunder Gate cave swung open. A white silhouette, ethereal as if riding the wind, flew towards them, landing gracefully before the trio. It was a middle-aged man clad in black armor, his aura shrouded in dark divine light, with a helmet obscuring his features except for his profound and cold gaze. Leave? Indeed. You may depart, but your destination shall be the underworld. Chu Yingying's expression shifted dramatically, her icy demeanor causing the cave to freeze. Chapter 122, Beloved Granddaughter. Shang Tingli nodded in agreement repeatedly. The next day, at the He family's engagement banquet, all invited guests arrived early, with no one absent. After a round of congratulations, someone could no longer contain their impatience. Qing Zigo. Lolita gazed at Chen Nan, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Was this truly the same honest and simple Qing Zigo? He appeared resolute and imposing, radiating an aura of dominance that seemed utterly perfect in Lolita's eyes, leaving her entranced. Dog, why not stay and watch over them? After finishing up, Qin Zhen inquired of the dog. He felt a twinge of unease, knowing that a mere wisp of dark energy could lead to ruin. With a powerful strike, he smashed into the ranking board, which instantly erupted with a silver light, as if an abyss had opened, unleashing boundless energy. Mo Zhouyan's complexion turned pale, her once ethereal form aging in an instant, becoming frail and emaciated. The youth remained unperturbed, sidestepping the leading ruffian's dagger, seizing his wrist to pull him forward, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground while the ruffian howled in pain. The young man proceeded to display his skills, leaving the ruffians sprawled on the ground, lamenting their misfortune, while the leader trembled in fear, kneeling and bowing repeatedly. Furthermore, having entered this ancient well willingly, Han Yu would no longer be tempted by Trosliers to sign an unequal contract or betray her family. Before he could react, a blood lotus suddenly blossomed beneath his feet, lunging at him like a monstrous beast. The delicate petals were no longer weak. They were sharper than a steel blade, with teeth that exceeded mere cruelty. As the petals clamped down, they exhaled a crimson mist. Not long after leaving, a striking inn, the Uli Inn, came into view for Wang Jia. Ah, a master. Qiu Shu, who had been meditating, abruptly opened his eyes, caught off guard. His gaze pierced through the layers of obstruction, locking onto Hao Tong. Qing Han. Did you not hear the baby calling for you to eat? Gong Jing's expression darkened, his handsome features clearly etched with discontent. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck Chaotic's body unerringly, and before he could spit out green saliva, his massive form began to topple slowly to the ground. For green shadows dashed toward Ling Xiao, transforming into swirling green leaves, encircling him in a tempest of foliage. The moment of vengeance for the Light Law seemed to foresee the downfall of the detestable Dusk Mage. A distance of 1,000 meters is not long for those in the Tianwu realm. Their gaze could easily catch sight of Yi Qianfeng, who was crawling with his rear end raised. His implication was simple. Under normal circumstances, a novice could not possibly possess such equipment after just 2 deadly team battles. With a hum, a powerful aura field expanded, prompting Cao Cao and his companions to retreat simultaneously. Without the protection of royal energy, they dared not step into the aura field of a war god. The wedding procession continues. Onward. The voice of Guan Hai resonated at the opportune moment. Accompanied by the jubilant cheers of the crowd, as the wedding procession set forth once more. "You scoundrel." Though slightly embarrassed, Sima Xingnan's character was not one to endure quietly. He would voice any grievances directly. Is it possible for a soul to be birthed through a vial of potion? Such a sophisticated maneuver? In the next moment, Yu Jing raised his wine cup, standing to toast the head table with a smile, saying, "As it turns out, we are now in laws. Allow me to toast the esteemed Grand Tutor. From this day forward, our families must forge a harmonious relationship." Although Zhang Dan was a top scholar, handsome, and exceptionally talented, he was still a poor boy at heart. A figure clad in a sports tank top, Mu Yang sprinted down the endless Dream Garden Avenue, gradually aligning with Mu Yang's pace. Ling Feifei could not distinguish whether the words spoken were compliments or something else entirely. However, as things were progressing smoothly, she found comfort in any words that reached her ears. In truth, after slaying the Crimson Scale Demon General, I was rather disheartened by the contents of its storage ring. For the Demon General's worth was far less than anticipated. Ultimately, this was due to the fact that the Crimson Scale was merely a manifestation of the Blood Demon Emperor. A mere avatar could not possess great value, only the true form would keep significant treasures close. Of course, I shall guide you, my friend. As long as you provide a certain amount of spirit stones, we would be willing to accompany you, Chu Liang continued. It was indeed peculiar. The rising sea had sent the folk near the North Sea into a frenzy, some fleeing for their lives while others busied themselves with drainage efforts. Yet, looking around, there was no sign of the golden hammer. Yu Miao stroked his beard contemplatively. This is the manner of things. Regardless of the circumstances, one must apologize first. In the event that there is an issue, I can at least preemptively express my apologies, making it difficult for you to impose further difficulties upon me. It was a realm of profound tranquility. Mariah merely heard her grandmother, Alista, utter a single phrase, and then the entire pyramid illuminated, enveloping her in an overwhelming torrent of power. There was no help for it. The gunfire instilled a degree of fear in the enemies, which in turn quickened their blood circulation, causing several of them to collapse, frothing at the mouth and convulsing as if stricken by terror. Anan ran desperately, as if pursuing a dream, unwilling to awaken from the enchanting experience of the day. At least the voice resembling a golden bell assured her there would be food. The journey from the northern city to the western temple required a considerable detour, yet Anan did not mind. She was content with the promise of food. "Sure, man. Have you been informed of my impending marriage by old Gu?" Given that this matter could no longer be concealed, Li Shuihan felt compelled to explain personally. Early the next morning, Chen Choushan took Chen Chouming to Yaxiang Hospital. Since the American expert team had previously spent a few days in Hong Kong, they were spared the ordeal of adjusting to the time difference and could commence their work directly. I could sense the way he looked at me, an expression that suggested he had experienced something beyond mere coffee, perhaps something more unsettling. In the 8th year of the Republic, when Feng Yuxiang stationed troops in Changde, he had once justly reprimanded the Japanese soldiers, providing a measure of relief to the often oppressed Chinese populace. It was only after old Qi delivered a resounding slap that Dr. Mai Cao realized everything had been set in stone, no matter how he attempted to defend himself. He was merely tarnishing his own reputation. Shi Feng's body temperature had already begun to decline, and with hope now present, Murongzi Yuan could not bear the thought of Shi Feng perishing at this juncture. This bottle would absorb those substances on its own. Once opened, they would float over. And when all was collected, the lid could be sealed, containing a misty essence within. Chapter 124. Happy birthday. Shang Tingli found himself in a state of indulgence. Shang Tingli was momentarily taken aback. It has been quite some time since I last heard from Xingchen. When Hui also paused, momentarily perplexed. Why is that? Mu Yan was inside conducting an examination and had not overheard the conversation between Lin Yu and Aunt Lin, thus remaining unaware of the situation at hand. However, beside this great vortex, even the venerable Yan Quan found it challenging to maintain the light in his hand. I advise you to kill me, otherwise, when my guild leader arrives with his men, you will have nowhere to hide, Lei Ting Out Yen declared. Nonetheless, as a top-tier professional player, understanding how to minimize personal damage when facing enemy attacks and even exploiting a slight misstep to achieve a counterattack is a fundamental professional quality. Is it Ipin Xiang on Chantian Street? It's a bit far, but since you desire it, I shall go by it, Jin Fuyun smiled. Preparing to descend the overpass and hail a cab. Outside the government office, Deng Ling and others had long been awaiting his arrival, and upon seeing Xia Yunjie emerge, they rushed forward, their faces brimming with excitement. Do not waste my time with idle chatter. I need money, not for any frivolous reason, but to save a life. Qin Fuyun succinctly interrupted Gao Fei, who had become overly animated in his speech. Those radiant pathways of light must lead to the celestial realm, yet, among so many, which one is the correct path, or are they all the same? Before them lay a translucent blood-red crystal, intricately carved into the likeness of a fearsome demon bound by chains. As for the gluttonous three-headed hellhound, Morningstar did not dare invite his classmates to partake in the delectable dog meat, as he and Chumu savored a sumptuous dish of braised dog meat. Roar! A golden dragon erupted from Qinlong's body, surging towards the lord of the eastern celestial domain, its overwhelming presence leaving all in awe. Upon hearing Shang Wana's words, Mu Ruqian revealed a victorious smile, casting a venomous glance towards Qin Yun, who was desperately struggling against the relentless assault of the Blood Crows. Well then, a single sentence has overturned the entire year-long company plan established 5 months ago. It is hard to say whether this demonstrates boldness or sheer folly. Truly, she is a product of a prominent family, a business elite graduated from a prestigious international institution. The pained three-headed giant python let out a roar that bore a hint of draconic resonance, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. To be frank, this was entirely of his own making. Yi Xuanji had never launched an offensive after seizing the camera, aside from the time he forcefully grasped his wrist. After all, the vampire had intended to strike at him, meticulously preparing every detail, choosing paths that would remain unseen by the camera. The expert from Yongsun Palace furrowed his brows. Feeling somewhat stifled, what was initially a near-certain capture of Xia Zixuan had suddenly taken an unexpected turn, leaving him utterly frustrated. Chapter 125. Others cannot match my generosity. Shang Tingli gazed down in confusion. The Zetan-inlaid treasure box revealed no hidden mechanisms and opened to display its contents clearly. Aside from a hairpin and a bracelet, the only other item visible was a plain cloth. Could this cloth also be a gift? Shang Tingli discreetly glanced at Coxin. This cloth serves as a base. I originally thought it was merely decorative, replied Coxin. Indeed, Meng Qianshuan nodded again, with him by her side. She felt a sense of security, as if any danger was rendered insignificant. $17,650 was just over $1,000,000 yuan. Not enough to touch Li Qing's resources, but the sting of this loss would certainly weigh on him for quite some time. She felt panic rise within her. Her feet nearly suspended in midair as an overwhelming sense of suffocation engulfed her. Her cheeks no longer flushed, but turned pale from the inability to breathe. Thank you, my lord. Guan Yu caught the tiger talisman and exchanged knowing smiles with Zhang Fei. They both bowed eagerly to Cao Cao before hastily turning to leave. I know all too well how stubborn the wild dog's nature is. He can suppress his rage for so long, fearing to provoke a formidable enemy. But his heart must be bursting with frustration. As it was midday break, when Yi Mo arrived, he found all the office staff gathered outside the building, whispering among themselves. Thompson's roar echoed, proclaiming, "My own money, I shall spend it as I please," followed by indistinct murmurs interspersed with coughs that were difficult to decipher. Mother Yun's complexion turned ashen, her eyes wide with a fierce gaze fixed upon the scene, her anxious hands clenched into fists, unwittingly piercing her palms. Surely, matters must have been settled by now. Yunqing straightened in her seat, patting an empty chaise lounge beside her, signaling Auntie Sher to take a seat. Auntie Sher smiled faintly, reclining comfortably as she and Yunqing gazed together at the lush foliage above. Greener felt a slight tightening in her chest. fearing that the young mistress might misconstrue the situation. Being a more composed individual, she felt a twinge of discomfort, but gently withdrew. Turning to fetch a basin of water infused with peach blossoms, papaya, and cherry blossom juice to cleanse Feng Longjing's face. He had lived in opulence at the Medicine King Valley, a man accustomed to luxury, yet for her, he would often emerge battered and bruised. Scorpions fear fire. And they quickly positioned themselves near the bonfire, brandishing torches to ward off danger. Upon seeing Lu Xinzi standing by the fire, a flicker of hatred crossed her large eyes. Pei Yiqian pondered the odds of surviving if she were to leap from the car now, quietly inching toward the window, only to find the door securely locked. Zhong Luxing's eyes were slightly bloodshot, his face pallid from fever. Even his naturally rosy lips had lost their color and cracked. The news that Mo Yongheng inquired about revealed that Yu Wehan had sustained injuries from jumping from the vehicle, initially not severe. But he struck his head against a rock during the fall. "Thank you," Si Qianai said with a faint smile, then approached to link her arm with Li Yaochun's. "In moments of despair one may only contemplate death, yet I found myself trapped in repeated desolation, left with no recourse but to numb myself with alcohol." "Indeed. It is fine tea," Mu Jun remarked, expressing his appreciation. He had never been fond of alcohol, but held a deep affection for tea, possessing a discerning palate. Rarely satisfied by any brew. The four of them were engaged in an external assault. Should that old man burst in, the formation would surely be compromised. Chapter 126. The bestowal of rewards upon waking. Shang Tingli instinctively reached out beside her, only to grasp at emptiness. With a clearer mind, she opened her eyes to find no one at her side. She was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she had dreamt of Ku Xingchen last night. With a sigh of melancholy, she lamented the loss of 90,000 taels, feeling utterly disheartened. Stretching lazily while lying down, her left hand collided with a wooden object, startling her. The silence was broken as she exchanged glances with Long Diefei, while the burly figure of Mo Duo and the stout figure of Tua Qi also shared a moment of mutual understanding, all eyes turning to Lin Yi. My expression dimmed as others quietly stood by, and in the distance someone approached, shaking their head slightly before taking a seat nearby. Huang had once served as an aide in Lu Wei's residence, later recommended by Gao Su to become Yang Xian's deputy, tasked with the construction of the Hanhai Dam, where his outstanding performance earned him significant favor. After a lengthy pause, the burly man finally spoke, his words sincere. "Even if you truly seek trouble, you must possess adequate strength. There is a saying that a brave man does not suffer losses unnecessarily. Let us not rush." His words resonated with conviction. Upon hearing of the monetary reward, the patron's demeanor softened considerably. 10,000 taels was no small sum, equivalent to a laborer's earnings over 1 or 2 years. "Wait," Song Aijia interrupted, "I shall not involve myself in your masculine discussions. I will prepare dinner while you gentlemen deliberate." With that, she rose to leave. "I mentioned it. Tomorrow is a fortuitous day," Elder Dong remarked softly. I nodded, having no objections to his words. However, from a literal perspective, he could still grasp the general meaning, understanding that it was similar to the previous naval forces, with the primary difference being a more concentrated operational range over the sea. As for subsequent matters, Wang Qin could only react as circumstances unfolded. If concealment proved impossible, the truth must be revealed. After all, Xia Wan was Xia Bin's biological sister, and she had the right to know about his affairs. With a loud crash, Lin Yi unleashed a clone that delivered a powerful punch to the astonished red dragon's cheek. Meanwhile, the teachers who had been escorted out of the preparation room were left dumbfounded upon discovering the problems posed. The formidable presence of the empowered might be capable of slaying even the strongest of super beings, unless a formidable beast intervened. Otherwise, all other beasts would be swiftly repelled by human strength. Among crucial strongholds of the beasts, many ordinary super beings had perished. She chased to the door, only to find him already in the car, reversing madly before turning around and driving toward the provincial city. Fong Hong was ultimately an outsider. The conditions for guarding the boundary gate were tangible: provide information for a divine artifact, capture it to become an elder of the boundary gate. Such profit was irresistible. Did you push him? CG closed the medical box, rolling her eyes as she asked. Amidst the buzzing sound, the flying vessel pulsated violently, transforming in an instant into a massive form. Witnessing the scene, the god of slaughter gasped, his body trembling as he attempted to retreat. However, under Fong Heng's previous 2 pressures, the energy within him had been depleted, leaving him with no time to change direction. Only able to await the piercing of Fong Heng's sword into his chest with trepidation. Strangely, those entities showed no fear of Lu Xia, constantly swirling around him. Remarkably, Lu Xia seemed entirely unaware of this phenomenon. However, as long as he was with her, those entities dared not approach. Uncle Lu had likely intended for Lu Xia to accompany him for this very reason. Chapter 127, Unspeakable Words. The palace hosted an evening banquet, and all the high-ranking officials had made early preparations, bringing their families into the palace well in advance. By noon, the palace entrance was already crowded. This time, Shang Tingli did not share a carriage with Wen Hui and the others, but entered the palace alongside Coxian. Today's banquet was merely a celebration hosted by Emperor Minwu for the soldiers embarking on the campaign in the northern sands. Those like Coxian, who had been appointed as the general of Anbei with a rank of the 3rd grade, were to be honored with a separate table. Consequently, Shang Tingli, as Coxian's consort, was naturally to sit alongside him. It would have been somewhat inappropriate to join Wen Hui and the others. The banquet was set to take place in Jiawang Palace, and Empress Su had already given instructions. As they awaited the commencement of the banquet, the Empress ordered some fruits and snacks to be served, allowing everyone to have a light repast. During the break, many individuals, accompanied by their spouses, approached Coxian to offer congratulations, and Shang Tingli, in turn, responded to numerous well-wishers, ultimately feeling as though her face might freeze in a smile. She sighed inwardly, feeling that perhaps she had been overly optimistic. Why does attending a palace banquet feel more exhausting than hosting one myself? Coxian suppressed his laughter, unable to contain a grin. He thought to himself, if she finds this overwhelming already, how will she manage in the future? Of course, if she truly disliked dealing with these matters, he would not insist. Contemplating such matters seemed premature. As the number of well-wishers increased, Coxian observed Shang Tingli's expression growing increasingly stiff with forced smiles. He paused for a moment, his fist pressed against his lips, and said, "If you do not enjoy these pleasantries, you need not engage. They are merely flattering words unworthy of your concern." Upon hearing this, Shang Tingli turned to him, exclaiming, "But your career has only just begun. If you act aloof now, it may invite criticism." As soon as her words fell, Coxian was taken aback, and she too was momentarily stunned. Coxian soon burst into laughter, and what of it? "In the past, I idled away my days, but today I find myself renowned. I fear that in their eyes, I am no more valuable than the heir of a benevolent prince, and perhaps they secretly murmur their discontent. Whether they genuinely come to congratulate me, only they know in their hearts." He smiled brightly, offering her comfort. If one's assent is merely to burden those close to them, then it is entirely unnecessary. If I soar higher, you need only act according to your own desires. Shang Tingli was momentarily taken aback, opening her mouth but unable to utter a word, perhaps rendered speechless, merely gazing at him in a daze. This man, despite his radiant smile, exuded an inexplicable aura, as if he were unintentionally stifling laughter. Under the gaze of such clear eyes, Coxian felt her heart race uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest. She thought to herself that her words had been quite explicit. Surely she could discern his intentions. Contemplating this, Coxian's ears flushed a deep crimson, an astonishing hue. Unconsciously, she raised her hand to cover her ears, attempting to conceal her emotions. Shang Tingli said, "I understand." Coxian blinked in astonishment. "You understand? She knows his thoughts?" Shang Tingli nodded with a smile. Instantly, Ku Xian's face turned beet red, her neck following suit. Yet she heard the heir's words resonate. If everyone wishes to see me, must I meet each one? Would that not be exhausting? Shang Tingli remarked, one must always consider the nuances of human relationships, naturally. I will grow close to those I favor. Ku Xian replied, very well, that is what she meant by knowing. Suddenly, Ku Xian regained her composure, her expression returning to normal as if it had all been but a fleeting illusion. It is indeed different. Ku Xian glanced over to see Shang Tingli bowing her head. A few individuals hesitated to approach, but Ku Xian waved them away, and they dispersed. For a considerable time, she heard no thoughts from her heart, yet Ku Xian remained unperturbed, content to wait quietly by. She had never considered that she was now the princess consort of the benevolent prince, and her husband, the prince, though General Anbei's reputation might not surpass others. It was not for him to bow and curry favor, nor for her to wear a smile to maintain appearances. As for the opinions of others, most were mere whispers of petty individuals. How many would dare to speak ill of her in person? Such matters required no attention. Shang Tingli chuckled softly. How wonderful! Ku Xian's ears twitched, and she could not help but allow a smile to tug at her lips. Having encountered the heir and the princess consort, Shang Tingli's playful gaze fell upon the couple across from them, Madame Ji and General Ji. Ku Xian remained silent, her expression mirroring that of Shang Tingli. They exchanged glances. Shang Tingli smiled, of course. Yu Lanxi also smiled. Shall we move? Shang Tingli took a step forward, followed by Yu Lanxi, as the two sought a secluded spot. What clandestine matters does Madame Ji wish to discuss with me? Shang Tingli asked directly. Yu Lanxi paused. What clandestine matters? Shang Tingli replied with a laugh. If others cannot hear it, then it must be something secretive. Yu Lanxi glared, but did not retort. Instead, she stated, I have no intention of wasting words with you. Since we are cousins, I relinquished the marriage to the benevolent prince's estate to you, leaving you with all the good fortune. Yu Lanxi inquired, what are you laughing at? Shang Tingli covered her mouth with her hand, a smile lingering at her lips. Please, continue. Shang Tingli's laughter faded, her expression turning serious as she asked, did you see someone else's military merit? Chapter 128. The stingy one. Shang Tingli maintained a placid demeanor. Is that so? She inquired softly. Yu Lanxi stood tall, retorting, is it not true? Allow me to remind you, she said. What? Shang Tingli swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Yu Lanxi's face, the crisp sound reverberating in her ears, leaving Yu Lanxi in disbelief as she clutched her face, indignant. You dare strike me? Her eyes brimmed with disdain. What did it mean that she had garnered all the good fortune? Such words implied that the previous arrangement was for her benefit. Yet did she not remember the reasons behind it? Was it not her own hands that had pushed her into despair? Had everything adhered to the previous life's trajectory, she would have faced an inescapable deadlock. What good fortune was that? How could Yu Lanxi speak so shamelessly? Yu Lanxi bit her lip, choosing not to respond. Madame Ji proclaimed, my heir has stolen your general's military merit. Do you have any evidence? Shang Tingli replied indifferently. She thought to herself that this couple indeed matched well, both equally shameless. Yu Lanxi had no evidence to present, otherwise she would not be merely debating with Shang Tingli, but would have long since escalated the matter to the imperial study. Such baseless accusations needed not sully my ears. If you two truly feel wronged, take your grievances to the emperor. With that statement, Shang Tingli turned and left, leaving Yu Lanxi fuming in place. Shang Tingli shook her head as she walked away. She had certainly brought this upon herself. Yu Lanxi was never one to discern clearly, so why bother with her? After their meal, she contemplated whether to inform Ku Xian. Some believe you have achieved your success through unfair means. Her subtlety was not lost on Ku Xian. He smiled nonchalantly. Exceptional individuals often attract much criticism. It is a common occurrence. One must simply grow accustomed to it. Shang Tingli nodded silently, at a loss for words. She could not muster the encouragement required to bolster his spirits. Time trickled by, and after an indeterminate duration, Yu Lanxi reappeared before her. Shang Tingli paused in her gesture of sipping tea, feeling somewhat speechless, yet when she saw that Yu Lanxi did not approach her again, she let it be. After finishing a cup of tea, Shang Tingli pondered, I wonder if that person has arrived in the capital by now. Ku Xian's heart jolted. What person? He perked up, straining to listen, but Shang Tingli revealed no further thoughts. As the sun dipped below the western hills, the city was bathed in its golden glow. Approaching the hour of the rooster, Empress Su summoned everyone to Jiaowang Palace for the banquet. Upon entering, guests took their seats according to their status. And by the end of the hour, Emperor Min Wu arrived hand in hand with Empress Su, fashionably late. Seeing everyone kneeling, Emperor Min Wu laughed heartily. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Amidst the joyous songs and dances, Emperor Min Wu delivered numerous praises, primarily lauding the prince and the generals who had ventured north. Shang Tingli found little interest in the proceedings. The food at the banquet was not to her liking, far inferior to the dishes they usually enjoyed in private. Even hunger could not evoke her appetite, and she merely tolerated it. However, the wine was excellent. After consuming one cup, she could not resist pouring a second. When she attempted to pour a third, Ku Xian reached out to stop her. Shang Tingli frowned. I am not depriving you. Why the urgency? Besides, I am only pouring a little. She gestured with her hands. Just this much. I'll leave you plenty. She pouted and muttered softly, stingy. It is not your wine. What right do you have to prevent me from pouring more? Ku Xian retorted, I think you are truly intoxicated. Chapter 129. Heartache since the 16th. Ku Xian had risen before dawn each day to attend morning court, allowing Shang Tingli to join him for breakfast upon waking. However, after their meal, he would swiftly depart again. Shang Tingli had never inquired about his whereabouts and was unaware of his daily endeavors. She had her own matters to attend to, currently awaiting a resolution. On the morning of the 16th, Shang Tingli had instructed Fei Luan to investigate a particular matter, and now 3 days had passed with no updates. She was not impatient. For every fox eventually reveals its tail, all she needed was to wait with patience. Before the news of the flying phoenix arrived, a surprising matter was heard. Upon finishing Fang Ji's words, Shang Tingli found himself momentarily unable to digest the information, his eyes wide as he inquired, Is this true? Surely not mere baseless gossip? Fang Ji affirmed with certainty, It is indeed the absolute truth. Otherwise, I would not dare to bring it to your attention. Shang Tingli felt a deep sense of melancholy. At that moment, he entered to announce the arrival of Princess Lingyun. Upon seeing Ku Yichang, Shang Tingli could not contain his curiosity and asked, Has Lingyun heard anything regarding this matter? Ku Yichang nodded with palpable excitement. Yes, I have heard. I came to seek my sister-in-law precisely to discuss this. Observing her demeanor, Shang Tingli smiled. It appears to be true then. Fang Ji had just informed her that this morning, Sima Yuantian, accompanied by a matchmaker, had knocked on the Su family's door to propose to Su Jinfang. As for the outcome, that remains to be seen. Before noon, Sima Yuantian had yet to emerge from the Su residence. The third young master of the Sima family was adept at keeping secrets. Not a whisper of news had escaped. Shang Tingli could not help but exclaim, I see your elder brother maintains a good relationship with him. Could it be that he has kept this from your brother as well? Ku Yichang hesitated briefly before shaking her head. Shang Tingli was once again taken aback. How could Xingchen be such a person? Ku Yichang cast a furtive glance at her, her eyes widening in curiosity. What sort of person does sister-in-law think my brother is? If he is aware of Sima Yuantian's affections, why did he recommend him to Lingyun? If Lingyun had favored someone else, would it not lead to chaos? Shang Tingli gritted her teeth. In truth, she had opposed the idea of displaying Sima Yuantian's likeness from the start. Although she did not recall which young lady he married in her past life, she was certain it was not Lingyun. How could a villain find a match? However, her mother, unaware of the situation, suggested that only displaying He Zhizheng's likeness might be too conspicuous, and Xingchen agreed. She could not reveal that she was a person reborn, thus, she reluctantly acquiesced. At that time, she silently prayed that Ling Yun would not fall for Sima Yuantian, or her conscience would be troubled. Fortunately, the final outcome turned out well. Yet why did Ku Xingchen, fully aware of Sima Yuantian's affections, still allow Ling Yun to meet him? Sister-in-law, Ku Yichang called out. Elder brother is already aware of this. Upon uttering this, Ku Yichang's ears flushed crimson, her head bowed in embarrassment. She wanted to defend her brother, but having eavesdropped on her sister-in-law's thoughts, she could not speak directly, instead choosing to hint, hoping her sister-in-law would understand. Elder brother is not the person you think he is. He must have been teasing you. Yet when it came to revealing his own feelings, he inevitably felt shy. Shang Tingli was momentarily stunned. If that were the case, Ling Yun's previous life was even more tragic. She had an object of affection, and with her status and beauty, she should have been able to fulfill her desires, only to meet a tragic end in a foreign land. Shang Tingli grasped Ku Yichang's hand tightly, feeling a pang in her heart and struggling to breathe. Ku Yichang allowed her to hold her hand without protest, saying nothing. She understood that her sister-in-law must be recalling the events of her past life and felt sorrow for her. However, her current feelings were not as intense, as she lacked memories of her previous life and her present circumstances were favorable. Once a person finds contentment, many matters seem inconsequential. After lunch, the news of the engagement between the third young master of the yeoman Marquis and the second daughter of the Hugwo Duke's residence spread. Shang Tingli felt a whirlwind of emotions. The girl who had been so carefully protected by Sima Yuantian in her past life now appeared vividly in her mind. As she reflected, Fei Wan entered from the courtyard and respectfully approached her. Your Highness, here is a note. My subordinate has been stationed outside the Ji residence for 3 days and has finally obtained this. This is the address. Please take a look. Shang Tingli nodded and opened the note, indeed revealing an address. Squinting thoughtfully, she murmured, West Street? As expected, the events had already begun. She waved her hand. I understand. You may leave now. The subordinate took his leave. After Fei Wan departed, Gan Tang could not resist approaching Shang Tingli, her face a picture of disbelief. Your Highness, is it true that General Ji is hiding someone outside? Shang Tingli smiled faintly. I trust Fei Wan will not err. Fei Wan was originally a confidant of Ku Xian, and she had grown increasingly adept in her role. Not to mention, a competent shadow guard would not cause blunders, so Shang Tingli felt assured in Fei Wan's capabilities. If this person truly became their family son-in-law, would they not be utterly vexed? Shang Tingli chuckled softly, hoping the surprise would be something Yu Lanxi could handle. It was said that he had spent half his life in battle, even when he was but a 6th-rank guard last year. He could forget the promises made to others and accept the marriage proposal from the Marquis without a shred of guilt. Yet, if it were merely that, it would not elicit such disdain. He seemed to be caught between two desires, patiently coaxing the young lady of the Marquis while still clinging to the image of a youthful beauty. Shang Tingli could not help but smile bitterly. It was indeed laughable. She had supported his rise to the rank of a first-class general, only to discover his true nature once everything settled. He truly deserved his fate. Outside the window, the weather was warm and the scent of tea wafted through the room. Someone chuckled lightly. It has been several days since I have seen Xingchen. Could he be ensnared by a gentle charm? Ku Xian rubbed his nose, chuckling awkwardly. What are you saying, Brother Yunyan? That is not the case. From what he had heard, he was nearly despised. How could there be any gentle charm to ensnare him? Brother Yunyan truly had a way of hitting the nail on the head. Kiyu's gaze was mischievous. Are you still uncertain about your feelings? Some people are already deep in their feelings yet remain oblivious to their own stubbornness. With that, he poured himself another cup of tea. Not quite, Ku Xian replied, somewhat speechless. Kiyu smiled without replying. Ku Xian, feeling slightly embarrassed, shifted the topic, clearing his throat. What are your thoughts on the northern barbarians' proposal to send a princess for marriage? Kiyu replied frankly, the Eastern Palace only requires one princess consort. I find the fourth prince and the northern barbarians quite intriguing. The battle against the northern barbarians was primarily due to Kuming's own actions. Although he and Kuyu had suspicions regarding Kuming's collusion with the northern barbarians, they had yet to gather sufficient evidence to expose him. Kuming had never disclosed this matter to him, indicating a lack of complete trust, which allowed them to catch the northern barbarians off guard. It was likely that the northern barbarians harbored resentment towards Kuming, as his false information had led to their significant losses, forcing them to send a princess for marriage while ceding 5 cities. Kuming's future ambitions to leverage the northern barbarians would not come easily. As Ku Xian pondered these matters, a smile crept onto his lips. He began to look forward to the day when Kuming would learn the truth. Bang! Bang! The study of the Wang family was in disarray, with ink and paper scattered everywhere, the aroma of ink suffusing the room, as though the sunlight filtering through the windows had dimmed. After venting his frustration, Kuming finally managed to regain his composure. Come in. Moments later, someone entered to clean the room. Kuming sat with his back to the light, his expression shrouded in gloom, making it difficult to discern his emotions. The recent turmoil in Shabe had not achieved his objectives. On the contrary, it had dealt him a severe blow. His mood has shown no signs of improvement until now, and today he received a letter from the northern barbarians. They expressed their hesitance to trust him any longer, stating that if he truly wished to cooperate, he must demonstrate his sincerity. Kuming felt a surge of anger and frustration. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the door. His confidant, Jiying, entered and announced, "Your Highness, General Ji has arrived." Kuming paused, closed his eyes to massage his temples, and upon reopening them, simply replied, "Do not see him." Understood, Jiying said as he clasped his fists and turned to leave. Wait, Kuming called after him. Inform him that I am currently occupied and to return another day. Jiying complied and exited the room. Kuming pressed his forehead with his hand, his heart heavy with vexation. His emotions were in turmoil. Chapter 131. Fool, how can you keep running back to your family every few days? What kind of propriety is this? In the main hall of the Yizhong Marquis' residence, Yu Jing sat at the head, looking impatiently at his daughter, Yu Lanxi, below him. As of today, he had little affection left for her. He had once indulged her whims, allowing her to exchange a promising match with the Prince of Rin for another suitor, believing that her new husband possessed some merit. The outcome, however, was evident. He was a man with lofty aspirations but little achievement, still less capable than those just starting out. His daughter had never truly endured hardship. He had traded a life-saving favor for a marriage into the Prince of Ren's household, securing her a husband born to be a noble heir. Even without accomplishments, he was destined to succeed the prince, unlike a mere 6th-rank guard. The more he pondered, the more irritated he became. If it were not for the fact that the King of Zhou seemed to hold her new husband in high regard, he would wish to avoid them altogether. Mother, what do you mean by that? Yu Lanxi felt wronged, as if once married, she was no longer valued, like spilled water. Pan Yang glanced between them and attempted to mediate. Your father has been feeling unwell lately. Do not take it to heart. Yu Lanxi pouted. Yu Jing huffed and turned to leave. Frustrated, Yu Lanxi stamped her foot. All right, enough. Do not be angry, Pan Yang said, looking at her. Now you realize the importance of returning to your family? What happened to your stubbornness before? Yu Lanxi retorted defiantly, do not rush me, it has only been a year. One cannot grow fat from a single meal. Pan Yang shook her head, preparing to leave. Go amuse yourself. I have matters to attend to. As Pan Yang's figure vanished from the doorway, Yu Lanxi retrieved a note from her waist pouch, on which was inscribed, at the innermost courtyard of Hutong, West Street. There will be a surprise tomorrow at noon. Upon reading this, Yu Lanxi felt a mix of anger and amusement. Who is behind this prank? Certainly, the King of Zhou. A gentleman of integrity would never leave such a mischievous note. Who could it be? Yu Lanxi could not guess, but today she resolved to uncover the mystery. She was determined to see this surprise for herself. It was already 1:15 noon. and it would take at least 15 minutes to reach the small courtyard from the Yizhang Marquis' residence. After careful consideration, she decided to bid farewell to her mother and arrive early to stake out the place. She circled around to the back door of the courtyard, waiting for noon to arrive. She was not unfamiliar with this courtyard. In fact, she knew it well. She was unaware of who resided there now, but she remembered who had lived there 5 years prior. It was a spring day when she and her sisters, including Shang Tingli, were flying kites in the estate. She had wanted to compete with Shang Tingli, but their kites became entangled. Neither would yield, and ultimately both kites broke free and flew away, heading toward this courtyard. They had found an elderly person and a girl of similar age living there, both holding the kites that had flown away. She recognized them. They were her and Shang Tingli's kites. She recalled that before departing, Shang Tingli had arranged to return the next day to play. The following day, she had followed her sisters behind Shang Tingli to the small courtyard. The girl who was closest to Shang Tingli spoke freely even in front of them, revealing the secret passages of her home without hesitation. Yu Lanxi could not help but call her a fool, yet the girl merely smiled. Even now, thinking back on that person, Yu Lanxi still considered her a fool. What a fool, she muttered again, lowering her head. She recalled the details and stopped 5 steps to the left of the back door. She pointed at a patch of ground by the wall and instructed her 2 maidservants. Dig here. Chapter 132, She is Not as Good as You. The secret passage led to the main hall, where a table had once stood with a statue of a Buddha above it, constantly receiving offerings. The entrance to the passage lay beneath this table. Regardless of how the room was rearranged, the entrance remained unchanged. When the 2 maidservants had excavated the entrance, it was large enough to accommodate 2 adult men comfortably. Not cramped at all. Yu Lanxi stepped directly inside. Meanwhile, someone burst through the main door, heading straight for the eastern room without even closing the door behind them. Hearing the noise, the woman seated at her dressing table turned shyly, laughing as she said, "You certainly did not break your promise." Yin Yujin's smile was radiant, her face glowing with joy as she leaned against him, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat while playfully tracing circles on his chest. She remarked, "I once encountered the eldest daughter of the Yizhang Marquis on the street. She was truly stunning. Are you not at all tempted? In comparison, I am but a lowly bun seller. Even if I possess some beauty, it pales in comparison to her grace. Do you truly wish to forsake her to profess your feelings to me?" In truth, she had expressed these sentiments numerous times, not for any other reason but to seek reassurance from him. Yin Yujin considered himself solitary, and only this person before him mattered to him. In the mire of life, who would relinquish the one lifeline they could grasp? Upon hearing her words, Yin Yujin felt a sweetness in his heart, though he did not show it, simply replying, "Is that true?" "Of course it is," she confirmed, her cheeks flushing under his gaze. He continued to gaze at her until her shyness became palpable, then asked, "Yujin, may I?" His voice was slightly hoarse, and his fervent gaze stirred emotions within her. Yin Yujin turned her head away. "You know me. I could never bear for you to be hurt." Yin Yujin nodded, her face still crimson. "I understand." Before long, they were completely candid with each other, with their hair in disarray and their sashes loosely tied. Yet a wall separated 2 different worlds. Within, the fragrance of blossoms filled the air, while outside, a storm brewed, scattering fallen petals everywhere. Leave of absence note, I will write it properly tomorrow. After the marriage exchange, my family listens to my heart and turns the tide. Leave of absence note currently being typed. Please wait a moment for updates. Refresh the page to receive the latest updates. After the marriage exchange, my family listens to my heart and turns the tide. Chapter 133, Separation. Shang Tingli stepped out of the room. She noticed Gontong's beaming expression and playfully raised an eyebrow. "How is it?" She believed she understood Yu Lanxi well enough. She was leveraging Yu Lanxi's curiosity, confident that Yu Lanxi could not resist pursuing the note upon finding it. Thus, they arrived at the current scene. Gontong stifled a giggle and first praised Fei Wan. "You and Fangji know nothing. Fei Wan is exceptional. As the performance reached its midpoint, the weather turned unfavorable. However, Fei Wan had prepared for this eventuality and surprisingly produced an umbrella from seemingly nowhere. Together, we sheltered under it and enjoyed the remainder of the play. In that moment, several pairs of eyes turned towards her, causing Fei Wan to shyly avert her gaze. She remarked, "Well, as a shadow guard, one cannot always expect clear skies while on a mission." Shang Tingli nodded in agreement, saying, "Oh." Fei Wan fell silent thereafter. Guantang continued, "You must listen, my lady. That General Ji is utterly shameless. During the day, he indulges in scandalous behavior with that Miss Een. Oh, it is simply mortifying." At this point, she hesitated to elaborate further. Upon hearing her words, Fang Ji's face flushed crimson. Yet, Shang Tingli found the tale utterly captivating, teasingly saying, "I thought you would cover your ears to avoid listening." Guantang stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Your Grace." Shang Tingli chuckled, encouraging her to proceed. Suddenly, a fit of laughter overtook Guantang as she remarked, "That man is so bold, he forgot to close the door." Miss Lanxi, who had come up from the secret passage, overheard the commotion and gasped, "Oh, what scandalous antics are occurring in there?" Fei Wan had led her to the rooftop to watch the play, otherwise, she would not have initially praised Fei Wan's skills. Just as the performance reached its climax, rain began to fall, prompting Fei Wan to unfurl the umbrella, allowing them to fully enjoy the show. The noise escalated, drawing the attention of neighbors who came out to witness the spectacle. Somehow, the ruckus eventually attracted visitors from the Yizhong Marquis. Clap. Clap. Shang Tingli clapped her hands and laughed. "Fang Ji, summon everyone from the courtyard. Guantang, fetch the leaf money. I'm in a good mood today and shall distribute some rewards." "Yes, Your Grace." The two maidens replied in unison, their voices ringing clear. Once the servants gathered in the courtyard, Shang Tingli handed the leaf money to Guantang, who distributed it generously, ensuring each person received a handful. The courtyard was filled with the grateful voices of those kneeling, all exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Grace, for your generosity." The newcomers were oblivious to the contrasting emotions around them. After dinner, Fei Wan sought an audience with Shang Tingli to discuss the events that transpired at the Yizhong Marquis that day. However, Yu Jing said little, tacitly accepting the situation, and Pan Yaing felt it inappropriate to add anything further. A separation? Shang Tingli was somewhat taken aback. She understood that Yu Lanxi was not one to tolerate any slight, yet she did not anticipate her to be so resolute. Was this truly a matter of being intolerant, or was it simply foolishness? A separation? Yu Lanxi certainly had high hopes. Shang Tingli found the situation amusing. Initially, when attempting to secure her position within the Prince of Ren's household, Yu Lanxi had shamelessly sought the late Empress's decree. A decree is a decree. Even though the Empress was no longer present, her words still held weight. To seek a separation would be tantamount to defying an imperial order. Did Yu Lanxi truly wish for such a fate? The Yizhong Marquis' expression darkened immediately, unable to contain his rage as he struck Madame Ji across the face, leaving her momentarily stunned. Fei Wan declared, "There is a reward." Shang Tingli beckoned to Guantang with a beaming smile, saying, "Guantang, bring the money." Soon, Guantang returned with the leaf money. After receiving it, Fei Wan smiled broadly and bowed to Shang Tingli, saying, "Your servant thanks you for your generous reward. Indeed, Your Grace is exceedingly magnanimous. I am grateful for your great kindness." "What reward?" Ku Xian entered from outside. Fei Wan instinctively tucked the leaf money into her bosom, bowed to Ku Xian, and hurriedly departed. Ku Xian watched her retreating figure, furrowing his brow, puzzled by her odd behavior. Inside, those gathered around Shang Tingli stifled their laughter, having witnessed Fei Wan's little gesture, finding it quite amusing. As Ku Xian gazed at her, a fleeting glimpse of mirth caught his eye, and he instinctively wanted to mention he had not eaten, but in the next moment, he confidently replied, "I have already eaten." Shang Tingli smiled. "Good." Ku Xian rubbed his nose, wary of consuming anything she had prepared, knowing it was beyond his tolerance. Chapter 134, Virtue During Shang Tingli's Bathing Time. Xian entered the study and quietly instructed Chang Di to ask Aunt Gu to prepare a bowl of noodles for him. For some reason, Shang Tingli was aware of this. When it was time to rest at night, she regarded Xian with an expression akin to that of a fool. Her thoughts echoing the same sentiment. Could it be that Xingchen is a fool? Xian wore a puzzled expression. How had he offended her? The next moment, he heard Shang Tingli's thoughts. Isn't he aware of whether he has eaten out or not? Why claim to have eaten when he hasn't? Is he truly so foolish from hunger? Xian, who could have leaked this? They should be punished with 10 blows. I wonder if this shared bed and differing dreams will be contagious. What if I also become foolish? What then? Xian, at times. I resent the other party for their ignorance. Oblivious to everything, Shang Tingli instinctively moved closer, creating a considerable distance between herself and Xian. Xian felt utterly at a loss for words. After breakfast, they both went to Ronghua Hall to pay respects to Wenhui. They exchanged only a few sentences before Xian excused himself and left. Wenhui scolded, "Little Li, look at his demeanor, coming and going at odd hours. What is he up to? Is he seeking heaven?" She was aware of her son's intentions, yet his attitude showed no hint of wanting a wife. He left without uttering a single word, as if he were running outside to find either his father or mother. His fiancée was still inside. Wenhui was exasperated beyond measure. Shang Tingli, however, was more composed than Wenhui. She comforted her, saying, "Do not be angry, mother. The heir's actions indicate he has matters to attend to. He is no longer the idle young lord, but a prominent general of Anbei. He cannot afford to lounge about as before, can he? Wouldn't you agree?" Wenhui, initially furious, found herself pausing at her words, turning to look at her. As she did, a smile crept onto Wenhui's face. "Little Li speaks wisely." She gently patted Shang Tingli's hand. "It is truly said that while the emperor may not be anxious, the eunuchs are. Those seeking a wife seem unconcerned, yet this mother is in a frenzy. Regardless, Little Li remains her daughter-in-law, and that will never change." Just as she was about to take a midday rest, Fei Luan arrived with news from the Yizhong Marquis. "Your Grace, this morning Madame Ji made quite a scene again. Can you guess the outcome?" Fei Luan inquired. Fang Ji teased, "You've learned to build suspense. So hurry up and tell us." Shang Tingli smiled. "Well, what happened?" After Fei Luan finished her tale, she rubbed her hands together. Shang Tingli laughed, gesturing for Guantang, who skillfully handed Fei Luan a handful of leaf money. Fei Luan beamed. "Thank you for your generous reward, Your Grace." Guantang playfully remarked, "I see Fei Luan has found her knack for business." Fei Luan winked. "Thanks to our magnanimous grace." Shang Tingli, pleased to hear this, waved her hand generously, declaring, "Rewards for all." Fang Ji and Guantang exchanged knowing glances, feigning jealousy as they said to Shang Tingli, "Your heart, could it be biased?" Shang Tingli laughed. "All shall be rewarded." She took the leaf money from Guantang and distributed a generous handful to each of the 3 maidens, bringing them immense joy. Chapter 135. Catching a cold. The national mourning period for the late Empress had concluded, and the envoys from the northern barbarians, along with the princess meant for marriage, had arrived in the capital, now settled in the embassy designated for foreign dignitaries. Emperor Ming Wu organized a banquet in their honor. Coincidentally, Shang Tingli had caught a chill the night before and was still unwell, frequently coughing and experiencing mild fever symptoms. Although she had taken medicine, it only slightly alleviated her fever. The cough remained bothersome. Observing her condition, Wenhui decided she need not attend the palace banquet, allowing her to rest at home. Promising to explain to Emperor Mingwu, Shang Tingli did not refuse, but regretted missing the lively event firsthand. At the hour of you, during the evening meal, Shang Tingli unexpectedly encountered someone she did not anticipate. With a hint of astonishment, she inquired, "Why has the young lord not yet entered the palace?" She raised her gaze to the sky, confirming that it was indeed the hour of you she had not erred. For a moment, Shang Tingli was taken aback. Responding with a perplexed awe, she quickly added, I meant, how are you feeling now? Is the fever still present? Oh! Shang Tingli blinked, using the back of her hand to touch her forehead, noting that she felt somewhat better. Yet, the next moment, she began to cough again, and after a brief pause, she remarked, this cough is likely to linger for a while. If it disturbs you, I can send someone to your study later to tidy up. Last night, Kuxian had been preoccupied outside and had not returned. Despite having slept alone beneath a single blanket, she somehow caught a chill. The incessant coughing next to her had indeed been quite disruptive. Kuxian sighed and turned away momentarily before looking back at her. Please eat first. Did you save any of my meal? Shang Tingli replied, yes, there is some. In truth, there was no food set aside for you. It was merely fortuitous that my mother visited today and instructed Aunt Gu to prepare a bit more. Kuxian. He knows well. Once seated, Shang Tingli observed the sumptuous spread before her, yet felt an inexplicable loss of appetite, her chopsticks remaining still. Alas! How unfortunate it is that discomfort not only affects one's health, but also dampens one's appetite. With so many of my favorite dishes, how am I to eat? It is truly disheartening. Kuxian paused, glancing at the array of dishes, and selected one that was likely to be more appetizing, suggesting, try this? Shang Tingli hesitated for a moment, expressed her gratitude, and finally picked up the dish, placing it in her mouth. After tasting it, she found her appetite had not significantly improved, yet she felt disinclined to refuse food entirely. Kuxian encouraged her. Just take a few bites of this to stimulate your appetite. If you still cannot eat, do not force it. You can have something later if you feel hungry. Shang Tingli nodded, but could not resist asking, is the young lord not entering the palace? Is it not rather bold of you? Are you not afraid of incurring the emperor's displeasure? I cannot go. I have unfortunately caught a chill, and I would not want to inadvertently transmit it to others. Shang Tingli's eyes widened in alarm as she stared at Kuxian. You must not dine with me. I am. In the next moment, she watched in astonishment as Kuxian picked up a piece of food and ate it, then inquired, what is it? Shang Tingli replied, it is nothing. Having eaten, does it not make a difference to miss a single meal? Kuxian chuckled lightly. After I concluded my morning audience, I requested leave from my uncle and shall not attend the banquet in the palace. The emperor actually consented. Shang Tingli was taken aback, though she refrained from voicing her surprise. Kuxian explained, I am merely a young lord of a defeated nation. My presence matters little. Furthermore, the envoy is here to offer a princess in marriage, and the one to wed her is none other than Yun Yan and his companions. I need not partake in this spectacle. Chapter 136. The Achilles heel. Long ago, Kuxian had discerned the peculiarities of Emperor Minwu, which is why he had refrained from taking the lead. Otherwise, with his talents, he would surely have earned the title of a young general. Kuxian was unwilling to gamble on the emperor's trust, hence he maintained a delicate balance. By revealing his abilities to Emperor Minwu, he awaited the opportune moment for the emperor to utilize him. He was not concerned about the day the emperor might not require his services, for the rivalry among princes would eventually necessitate his involvement. He simply awaited the moment when Emperor Minwu would call upon him. Having already done so and elevated him to a high position, he would not act ostentatiously thereafter. As he had articulated, the crux of the northern barbarians' envoy was the marriage proposal of a princess. He was merely a prince's heir and had no need to wade into this murky water. Initially, Kuxian had expressed his stance clearly, yet Emperor Minwu did not permit him to return home. Uncertain of the emperor's intentions at the time, he devised a strategy to appease him. He reasoned that attachments could be viewed as vulnerabilities, and once a person possessed a weakness, it often led to obstacles. As long as one cared for someone, they would inevitably take a step back for that individual. In the Grand Hall, when facing the sovereign, he articulated, Your Majesty, my wife has unfortunately caught a chill last night. I am concerned for her well-being and cannot rest easy leaving her alone at home." His address had shifted from uncle to your majesty, signifying his seriousness. Emperor Minwu scrutinized him for a moment before nodding, smiling with satisfaction. It is rare that my esteemed minister has someone to care for. Time had flown, and it seemed that he had grown up. It appeared that the emperor was aging. Koxian dared not concur with the latter remark, insisting that the emperor remained youthful and vigorous. Is there any truth to this? Will the crown prince marry the princess offered in marriage? That would surely cause distress for my sister. She has always been one to keep her troubles to herself. I fear she will retreat into solitude, which is akin to living in widowhood. Ah, it seems I am rather akin to living in widowhood myself. Koxian, why dwell on such matters? Sighing, Shang Tingli found herself lost in thought, voicing her discontent with a sigh. However, she did not glance at Koxian, continuing to ponder. Koxian, too, was lost in contemplation. His gaze flickered, and he instinctively rolled his throat. A lifetime together as one? That sounded quite appealing. But what of her? He turned his attention to Shang Tingli, wondering if she harbored similar thoughts. In the future? Given the current situation, I fear my sister may not even marry into the Eastern Palace before new faces arrive. It seems I ought to consider visiting my sister to comfort her. Shang Tingli felt a pang of melancholy. This melancholy only served to diminish her appetite further, and she slowly set down her bowl and chopsticks. Chapter 137. The side consort, however. It must be stated that she believed the crown prince would not allow such an occurrence. Koxian sighed silently, placing a piece of food onto her plate, encouraging. Tonight's banquet is merely a reception for the envoy. As Chuyun listened to Pang Yuan's introduction, he became increasingly alarmed. For the grandeur of the Aotian Palace was such that, even in Sangyun Prefecture, it would be considered a major sect. Though it may not rival the 5 great sects of Sangyun, it was certainly far superior to many of the medium-sized sects in the region. Qin Feng opened the gourd, and a torrent of black, viscous liquid spewed forth, carrying with it a foul stench that surged toward the 2 cultivators nearby. Such a substance, known to all, was lethal. Mere contact would lead to a gruesome fate. Lutsong recalled the number, which was indeed the last match, number 10, and thus he nodded at Chuyun, signaling him to continue. Yu Jingyan pondered for a moment, producing a sound from his throat that bore the unique resonance of Yujing City. His expression soured as he remained by Bai Xiang's side. Bai Xiang did not dwell on it too much. After all, they were not yet married. And there were no immediate plans for children, making the use of this method of contraception entirely sensible. Her voice flowed like a gentle breeze rustling through a bamboo grove, crisp and refreshing. Ningxia's face displayed a hint of surprise, for although the green liquid presented itself in liquid form upon closer inspection, its spiritual energy fluctuations bore a faint resemblance to that of a medicinal pill. Moreover, the potency within had evidently endured over time, suggesting something unusual about the water. Qian Yunli felt a twinge of annoyance, realizing that matters concerning Qian Pan were not easily resolved today. However, sending Qian Pan away would likely leave her without a place to rest. After walking 50 meters, Satoni's pupils suddenly constricted as he crouched down, discovering a few drops of bloodstains at the base of a nearby wall. Kneeling, he reached out to touch the fresh blood, which had evidently only recently coagulated. Damn it! Demar quickly raised his alertness, turning to see 3 arrows infused with black mist hurtling toward him. Theoretically, all members of the Legion shared information, especially the apostles in senior positions. Whenever a new apostle joined, they would immediately become aware and attuned to one another. The defenses erected by the guards were effortlessly breached by Eric, a testament to his formidable strength, far exceeding their expectations as the former aide to watch. Beautiful, shy, and resplendent, she stood in a balance between the budding elegance of Tang Wei and the full bloom of young Master Zhou, embodying a perfect blend of both. Her hand was engulfed and crushed, as if a ravenous beast was frantically gnawing at Carp's arm, his eyes shattered, half of his face grotesquely pressed against the door. Bloodied and horrifying, The burning trees resembled pyres, adorned with the remnants of dragon hunters, as the great sword used to slay dragons was hoisted, a collective strength resting upon it. Igus provocatively gazed at the tardy Tans. Had you clashed with him? Upon recalling the elder's terrifying strength, Lan Linfeng felt a wave of trepidation. However, after speaking, he quickly adapted, effortlessly switching to English, a colloquialism he still managed to grasp. Chapter 138, Self-Punishment of 3 Cups. As the prince's palace had yet to designate a primary consort, Princess Qingqing, as a secondary consort, could not enter before the main consort. Nevertheless, as a princess, even from a defeated nation, her status could not be excessively suppressed. Who could predict the circumstances 30 years hence? This banquet served as a gesture of goodwill from Emperor Minggu to the northern barbarians. 3 days had passed, and Shang Tingli's cold had subsided just in time for the occasion. As she left with Xian, she could not help but inquire, "Why is the young master attending the festivities today?" For Shang Tingli, this banquet promised ample entertainment. As the northern barbarians had remained at the envoy's residence since the emperor's decree, Xian casually remarked, "If you can enjoy the revelry, why can't I?" Shang Tingli retorted, "Is that truly what I meant? How could I possibly know? I certainly didn't intend that. I merely inquired casually, must I owe you money?" She pondered about the time Xian had given her money. "Absolutely not. You offered that willingly. A man gives without expecting repayment. What kind of logic is it to ask for money back?" Xian replied, "What did he say? He didn't mention a single word about money." Shang Tingli seemed fearful that the miserly individual before her might demand repayment. She simply closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, only to awaken at the martial field outside the palace. After disembarking from the carriage, she didn't wait for Xian, scanning her surroundings for a familiar figure and hastily departing without a backward glance. Xian stood still, his expression impassive as he questioned Du Hong and Chang Di. "Is your master truly that incompetent?" The two exchanged knowing glances. Chang Di replied, "Not at all, master. You are the best in the world." Du Hong chimed in, "Indeed. Master, you are unparalleled." Xian coldly huffed, "Then why does she think I am stingy?" Du Hong and Chang Di looked bewildered. "Huh? Are you referring to the young mistress? When did she ever insult the master?" Xian's face darkened. "How foolish you are. No wonder you cannot rival Failwan in winning her favor." Du Hong and Chang Di pondered, unsure if they should speak up. Why should we seek the young mistress's approval? Besides, winning her favor should be your own concern. Master, you cannot indiscriminately attack us for your own failings with the young mistress." When Shang Tingli arrived at He Jiqing's side, she found Su Jinshu, Yi Shuya, and Jing Yuan nearby. Upon seeing her, they greeted her, and she playfully remarked, "I must be the last to arrive. I suppose I must self-punish with 3 cups of fruit drink." Yi Shuya raised an eyebrow. "Is that truly a punishment? It seems more like a reward for you." Having attended numerous banquets together, the group had developed a mutual understanding. For instance, they all knew Shang Tingli favored fruit drinks. Shang Tingli nodded unapologetically. "Shuya is correct." He Jiqing took her hand and gently touched her forehead, asking, "Are you fully recovered?" Chapter 139, The Childhood Betrothed, of course. "I am well. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare come so boldly to seek you out. Please do not let me cause you any trouble," Shang Tingli replied with a smile, even taking a moment to twirl around in front of everyone. Su Jinju remarked, "That is good to hear. You are unaware that Jiqing has been quite concerned." Such camaraderie was built upon the foundation of mutual kindness. This alliance further solidified Li Jing'er's determination. A scandal erupted online regarding Cheng Yuan's questionable private life, implicating her in unclear relationships with multiple men, thrusting the topic into the trending discussions. Coupled with the online propaganda financed by Qin Yaya, public sentiment began to shift. Wu Mingwei, veiled by a scarf, lounged on a rattan chair in the courtyard, basking in the warm afternoon sun. Yu Tang's loud voice attracted the attention of other maids and servants, prompting someone to hastily summon Ji Manru. When she arrived in a flurry, she found Zhang Ma anxiously kneeling, pleading for forgiveness. At that moment, his aura grew ever more potent, having refined much of the golden core, his cultivation nearing that pinnacle. Lu Shuqing's abilities had significantly improved, yet he lacked the ability to trace Zhao Ruoji due to the absence of parasitic black silk. Spending a little money to witness a scene that might never be witnessed again was indeed worthwhile. He donned a black shirt, slightly hunched, the fabric draping over him, accentuating a slender waist, exuding youthful vigor. Hua Xuanji shot an indignant glare at Baiyan, poised to rebuke him. However, the soldiers nearby had already surged forward, forcing her to raise her hands defensively. I hurriedly stepped forward, eavesdropping at the doorway while Yu Tang dismissed all the eavesdropping servants, remaining beside me. I looked at the long text message, sighed deeply, unsure whether to lament my impulsive decision to turn on my phone or to marvel at my sister-in-law's ability to create a scene. As if reminded of Ruoxue, warmth surged in my heart, and I recalled the promises I had made to her. Thus, even though the corpse dreamer was among the most potent of the various types of living corpses, records of its existence were exceedingly rare. Perhaps I should consult Zhou Jining. She is resourceful and could surely devise an alternative method to deal with Su Xia. Just then, the crystal in the center of the computer screen shattered, and with the triumphant words appearing, Chiu Mu turned to see his roommate squeezed behind him. Gu Sisi was taken by surprise, stumbling back a few steps. And had it not been for Qin Jiran's timely support, she would have likely collided with the adjacent table. Regardless of the hero, everyone generally defaulted to mid-lane combat in the game. Qi Qingxue gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "He is truly that formidable?" Having witnessed Long Qing's skills firsthand, she regarded him as nearly invincible. She never anticipated that the young Aoqin could match his prowess. Earlier, Lin Shuihan had thought he was motionless, assuming he was casting a spell with the Dusheng mirror, thus hastily flying to Ran Island. Strangely, upon entry, he felt an obstruction, as if a gust of wind had passed through his body, only to vanish in an instant. Han Yenshin reclined, a blade of air slicing through the space before him. His gaze shifted, and he began to cast spells, engaging them in combat. After a brief exchange, Han Yenshin recognized them as assassins of Yu Yanku and showed no mercy, transforming the spiritual light in his hand into a long sword to confront them. It's all right. This can serve as a form of release. Unbeknownst to me, I possessed a noble head yet a solitary soul, and I apologize for the amusement I may have caused. Fong Weinan self-deprecatingly remarked. Chapter 140 concerns Su Jinshu had indeed succumbed to her feelings. However, in her youthful innocence, she, as a young lady of the household, dared not utter a word, burying the fleeting stirrings of her heart deep within. She had thought this fleeting fancy would wither away, but unbeknownst to her, the seeds planted took root and flourished, lingering for a long, long time. Had it not been for that day when Sima Yuan sent a matchmaker to propose, perhaps no one would have glimpsed into her heart. He, youthful and accomplished, and possessing a striking appearance, it was only natural for me to harbor feelings for him, was it not? Su Jinshu remarked, her cheeks flushed. The others hesitated to tease her excessively, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Jing Yuyan interjected with suspicion. All eyes turned towards her as she inquired, "Aren't we supposed to punish Sisterly with 3 cups of fruit drink?" At her words, everyone's gaze shifted to Shang Tingli, only to find that she had already surreptitiously consumed several cups of the drink. Hijichi couldn't help but laugh. "How greedy you are. You'll be in for a punishment when you need to run to the restroom." Shang Tingli was undeterred, smiling brightly. "What's the worst that could happen? I'll just run a few extra times. It won't kill me." This prompted a collective sigh from the group. Hijichi feigned anger. "You just recovered from a serious illness. Why speak such nonsense?" With that, she couldn't help but poke Shang Tingli's forehead, gritting her teeth. "You." Shang Tingli quickly apologized. "Good sister. Little Li knows her mistake." Hijichi turned her head away, clearly unwilling to engage. Shang Tingli approached her, but she merely turned to the other side, feeling helpless. Shang Tingli sought assistance from her sisters, only to find that none would meet her gaze. Realizing her fault, she hurriedly continued her apologies. Good sisters, I was wrong. Truly wrong. Please forgive me. She tugged at Hijichi's sleeve, casting a pitiful look at everyone. Their hearts softened, and Hijichi warned, no more next time. Shang Tingli clasped her hands together. Thank you, good sisters, for forgiving me. She nodded vigorously, assuring them there will certainly be no next time. Yi Xuan offered a cup of the fruit drink, adding, what if there's a next time? It will have to be fruit drink instead of wine. Here. Let us drink to this. Shang Tingli accepted and drank it all at once, exclaiming how delicious it was. Seeing her enjoyment, Su Jinshu expressed her curiosity. Is it really that good? Shang Tingli nodded, prompting Su Jinshu to pour herself a cup, finding the taste indeed delightful. Offering her satisfied approval, it truly is good. Yi Xuan casually grabbed a cup, raising it. Cheers. Cheers, cheers. Shang Tingli echoed, and the remaining three exchanged smiles, lifting their cups to clink with hers. After an unknown number of cups, Shang Tingli felt her belly slightly swell and excused herself to find a restroom. Yi Xuan laughed from behind. Look, how soon it is before she needs to go. A young man clad in the attire of a guard approached. Shang Tingli vaguely recognized him, but couldn't quite place where she had seen him. I have seen the young lady of the He family, the guard said, cupping his fist in greeting. I am called Ji Ying, a servant of His Highness, Prince Zhou. The young master is having a few drinks with His Highness, but has unfortunately succumbed to the effects of alcohol and is feeling somewhat lightheaded. His Highness is concerned for you and has sent me to fetch you. Shang Tingli's expression turned serious. Xingchen cannot hold his liquor? In her memory, she hadn't seen him drink much, but she recalled he was not one to become intoxicated after just a few sips. Her demeanor shifted as she scrutinized the guard before her, recalling that Ji Ying was present when she lost the kite they had painted together last October. Shang Tingli's eyes flickered momentarily. Regardless of whether Xingchen's drunkenness was true, Ji Ying's identity was not to be doubted. Given that Xingchen was aligned with Kuming, there seemed to be no reason for him to deceive her. Yet, an unsettling twitch in her right eyelid suggested that this situation was likely more complex than it appeared. Casting a glance back at Failwan, Shang Tingli nodded toward Ji Ying, who then began to lead the way. As they walked, she pondered the day's unsettling atmosphere. She did not voice her concerns, understanding that caution always serves one well. After a while, they arrived at a room. The path had been quiet, devoid of any other souls, and upon entering, Shang Tingli realized that Xian was not there. Only Kuming sat at a table, preparing tea. Shang Tingli recognized that Ji Ying had been misleading her. You're here, Kuming smiled at her. Shang Tingli paused before bowing slightly. Your Highness. Please, take a seat. Kuming gestured, and she settled across from him. Ji Ying closed the door, leaving only the four of them in the room. After a moment of silence, Kuming inquired, Aren't you curious why I deceived you into coming here? Shang Tingli smiled lightly. Your Highness has your reasons. Kuming chuckled softly. You are quite composed. Shang Tingli maintained her silence, smiling gently. Kuming poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward her. Would you like to taste? Shang Tingli took a casual sip. How does it taste? Kuming asked. Very good, but I am not quite accustomed to it, Shang Tingli replied, setting the cup down. Oh, is that so? Kuming mused, examining his own cup thoughtfully. Peonies are fit for a queen, and tribute tea is reserved for emperors. It is natural that someone like the second miss, he would find it difficult to adjust after just one sip. Shang Tingli was taken aback internally, but her face remained impassive. Kuming remarked, with beauty like yours, the world's most renowned, you deserve to be matched with the esteemed. I find it a pity that you are merely the young master's fiancée. Even the mother of a nation would be worthy of you. What do you think? Miss he? His gaze bore an aggressive intensity, and Shang Tingli sensed hidden emotions lurking beneath the surface, causing her to feel a chill, yet she feigned indifference. Your Highness is overly flattering. I dare not accept such praise. I believe our young master harbors no such intentions, and I hope you will choose your words carefully. Your Highness. Kuming scrutinized her for a long moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Never mind. Shang Tingli rose to leave. Kuming observed her retreating form. What if Xingchen does not mind? Kuming chuckled softly. How intriguing. He lowered his head, a smile playing at his lips. It is not merely an empty beauty that captivates, it is the intriguing nature that ensnares the heart. Chapter 141. Self-respect. No wonder Xingchen suggested that today might be tumultuous. Judging by the current situation, it seemed that Kuming might be plotting a rebellion. The thought barely crossed her mind when her right eyelid twitched uncontrollably, prompting her to quicken her pace. For reasons unknown, at that moment, she truly wished to see Xingchen. What Kuming chose to do was his affair. Behind Xingchen stood the entirety of the Richin Wangfu, and she could not allow him to be entangled with Kuming. The path was somewhat secluded, and as she emerged, she noticed a rockery by the roadside. Shang Tingli understood that Kuming had likely chosen a location far from the training grounds, which explained his audacity to act so openly, seemingly unafraid of being discovered. Shang Tingli's expression darkened. Anyone would feel ill at ease when targeted by such a person. It was difficult to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Stop. Failwan's sharp command broke the silence. Shang Tingli glanced ahead and saw a figure clad in armor standing just a few steps away from Failwan, exuding the air of a young general. As he moved closer, Failwan blocked his path, though he continued to fixate on Shang Tingli. Suddenly speaking, do you feel any regret or sorrow? His gaze remained fixed on the direction she was leaving. He understood the intentions of Prince Zhou, yet he felt a strange unrest within himself, believing she should feel regret. She ought to regret having exchanged their engagement. Had she married him, she would not find herself in such a perilous position under the prince's schemes, for the young master of the Renqin Wangfu was not destined for a favorable outcome. Yet, his feelings contradicted this reasoning entirely. Since the day when the loyal Marquis personally took charge of marrying him to Yin Yang, his household had never known a moment of tranquility. Lanxi herself was rather temperamental, while Yin Yang possessed a soft and yielding disposition, making her an easy target for Lanxi's bullying. Whenever he could no longer bear to witness the injustice, he would speak up for Yin Yang, which only served to further incite Lanxi's ire, leading her to scold him without restraint. His residence was shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere, leaving one utterly drained. It was during such times that he often found himself reminiscing about his former fiancée, the current princess consort of the benevolent Prince Rin. He would ponder whether, had there been no marriage exchange, she might have spared him some of the burdens he now bore. Alas, there was no what if. He and she had never had a chance. He belonged to Prince Zhou, while she was the princess consort of one whom Prince Zhou despised. He doubted he could ever hold the same significance in Prince Zhou's eyes that would grant her a reprieve. By a stroke of fortune, upon finding Xingchen, he discovered that beside him were not only Sima Yuan, Ku Yu, and Ku Rui, but also He Jicheng and Su Jinshu. Shang Tingli thought this fortunate, as it spared her the trouble of sending Fei Wan to convey her greetings. He Jicheng and the others exchanged glances, prompting Shang Tingli to tease, does this mean there have been no further transgressions? Yi Shuya fell silent. After a few more exchanges, Shang Tingli suggested she needed to speak with Xingchen privately, leading him aside. In a tone audible only to them, she remarked, my right eyelid has been twitching incessantly. Perhaps, as you say, today will not be peaceful? Shang Tingli's words bore an element of probing. After having seen Kuming, she speculated that Xingchen, being associated with Kuming, must know something, hence his bold assertions. Did Prince Zhou indeed instruct his subordinates to lure me to the vicinity of the martial arts arena, to utter such bizarre and nauseating words, along with ambiguous insinuations hinting at his rebellion? Is it true that Xingchen is preparing to join him in this insurrection? As she listened to her own heart's murmurs, Xingchen nearly ground his back teeth to dust. One hand clenched into a fist behind his back, his expression impassive. while his usually bright peach blossom eyes appeared inscrutable, like a profound and unfathomable pool. Yet, perhaps my probing is too blatant? Surely. Xingqian would not speak the truth, being a loyal supporter of Prince Zhou, Shang Tingli thought, shaken. She had known such a day would come, but never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. In her previous life, Kuming ultimately became a rebel, yet that was a matter 4 years hence. Shang Tingli vaguely understood that once many events had altered their trajectories, she could no longer regard the occurrences of her past life as prophetic. She was not particularly concerned about Kuming's invincibility. Rather, she feared that Xingqian might, as in her previous life, end up as a scapegoat for Kuming, thereby implicating the entire Prince Ren's household, a fate she wished to avoid. Shang Tingli longed to voice her inquiries, whether Prince Zhou would rebel, whether he too would conspire against the throne, but the words faltered on her lips, ultimately swallowed. Yet, Xingqian understood her meaning, though he had no intention of being forthright with her. Regret or lament? What is regrettable? What is lamentable? Does he believe she would feel regret or loss at not being able to marry him? Initially, there was some regret. But it is truly unfortunate that he still lives to disgust me, Xingqian mused, his fists tightening. Shifting her mindset, Shang Tingli redirected the conversation. I had thought the heir apparent would be with Prince Zhou, yet, unexpectedly, he is with the Crown Prince and Prince Xian. She could not suppress a smile, indeed. This revelation surprised her. Chapter 142, Rebellion. Shang Tingli merely smiled without engaging further, for she could not divulge that she was aware they were allies. Xingqian did not press her, having already discerned her thoughts. Shang Tingli found it somewhat incredulous. In her recollection, Yu and Rui, though not overtly antagonistic, should not coexist in harmony. In her past life, Rui's fate, though slightly better than Kuming's, was still grim, as he was ultimately relegated to his fief. Before long, the Emperor and Empress arrived with the gentle princess. The Mingwu Emperor clarified the purpose of the banquet and introduced the forthcoming martial arts contest, thereafter remaining silent as the participants prepared to showcase their skills. The event, a combination of martial arts demonstration and friendly competition, pitted the young talents of Tianzhou against the valiant warriors of Beiman. After several thrilling matches, the audience was thoroughly captivated. Shang Tingli found initial excitement, but as the contests progressed, her enthusiasm waned, inexplicably, as her right eyelid twitched persistently. She frowned. Today, my right eyelid has been twitching incessantly. It truly vexes me. It is still before noon. Surely, Prince Zhou would not act so swiftly. Though she thought thus, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. A sense of powerlessness in the face of uncontrollable circumstances. Unbeknownst to her, Xingqian, who had been observing her closely, felt a pang of concern upon seeing her frown. Instinctively reaching for her hand. "What's wrong?" she asked, tilting her head in confusion. "Your Majesty." The panicked voice of Empress Su resonated, nearly piercing through the martial arena. Before them, the Mingwu Emperor bore a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth, and the table before him was stained with a splatter of crimson. A wine vessel toppled, its contents spilled across the floor. "Quickly summon the imperial physician," Empress Su urged. Eunuch Lu hastily ran to summon the physician, only to be obstructed in his path. Frustrated, he shouted, "Which dog slave dares to block our way? If the Emperor's condition worsens due to your delay, how many heads will suffice for punishment? Step aside at once." Yet the dog slave did not budge, remaining resolute in his stance. Eunuch Lu scolded, "You are audacious. Have you consumed the heart of a leopard?" The figure remained silent. "How dare you obstruct us before the Emperor and Empress? Are you tired of living?" Eunuch Lu's anger flared, but the figure remained unyielding. Kuming's cold voice cut through. "Eunuch Lu, do not waste your efforts. This is my command." At these words, Eunuch Lu's heart sank, caught in shock. Kuming strode forth from behind the figure, followed by a cadre clad in iron armor. His own armor broad and imposing as he approached with measured steps, while his entourage encircled the arena. Empress Su, incredulous, exclaimed, "Fourth brother, what are you doing?" The Mingwu emperor, struggling to wipe the blood from his lips, regarded Kuming with icy disdain. "Are you planning to rebel?" Kuming opened his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips as Father Emperor observes. Chapter 143, A Life Transformed on That Day in the Martial Arena. Kuming's overt act of rebellion inevitably led to his swift downfall, resulting in his imprisonment alongside his followers. The insurrection was not a mere whim of Kuming's. It was not solely due to the Ming-Wu emperor's marriage of the gentle princess to Kurue, which served merely as a catalyst. Long before, Kuming had harbored designs of rebellion. The question arose, what confidence did Kuming possess that the price of rebellion would not be exorbitant? This was the crux of his alliance with the Bei man. He sought to collaborate with them, offering tempting incentives in exchange for their support, aiming for a coordinated effort bolstered by at least one-third of the court's power, convinced of his success. Furthermore, unbeknownst to others, he had a hidden contingency. More than a year prior, he had secretly poisoned the Ming-Wu emperor with a slow-acting toxin. This poison would not manifest immediately, requiring years to accumulate its effects, all in preparation for the day when the Ming-Wu emperor would decisively establish a successor before Kuming's rebellion. His intention had been to allow the poison to take effect in 3 to 4 years, yet he could no longer wait, resulting in the emperor's bloodied episode. The northern barbarians, in collusion with Kuming, were not merely represented by the gentle princess sent for marriage. There was a multitude lying in ambush for a long time. It was precisely for this reason that Kuming possessed enough confidence to act without regard for the consequences of failure, believing himself to be the assured victor. However, reality did not unfold as he anticipated, leading to an outcome contrary to his calculations. Kuming's failure was, in fact, inevitable. To understand the origins of this situation, we must trace back to the previous year. Kuming believed he had poisoned the Ming-Wu emperor unnoticed, but this was a misconception. Prior to his actions, the Crown Prince Ku had already discerned his intentions. When Kuming executed his plan, the Ming-Wu emperor had already resolved to turn the tables on him. This incident caused the Ming-Wu emperor to lose trust in Kuming, making him a target of suspicion thereafter. As a result, Kuming was imprisoned, awaiting execution by beheading 3 days hence. His biological mother, Consort Yen, was also affected, relegated to the cold palace for life, never to step outside its confines. As for Consort Yan's family, the Minister of Rights, who had supported Kuming, suffered a dire fate, with his entire clan facing execution. The followers of the Zhou king met similar fates. Some were beheaded, while others were exiled. On the day of Kuming's public execution, Shang Tingli did not attend to witness the spectacle. Instead, she went to meet Yu Lanxi, who was also to be exiled that very day. It had been quite some time since she had seen her cousin. When Shang Tingli encountered Yu Lanxi, she was clad in plain garments, her complexion sallow, devoid of any semblance of her former nobility. To Shang Tingli, Yu Lanxi had once been the epitome of arrogance and folly. The person before her now seemed like a stranger. She felt a pang of sympathy, yet did not extend her compassion, believing that Yu Lanxi deserved her plight. Yu Lanxi, gazing at the now more affluent Shang Tingli, felt an intense resentment, her demeanor sharp as she questioned, "What brings you here? To witness my disgrace?" She did not attempt to conceal her true intentions, which only served to further infuriate Yu Lanxi. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "Now that you see my state, are you satisfied?" Shang Tingli shook her head, feigning regret. "Not at all. If given the choice, I would prefer to witness your dismemberment." She had already conferred with the officer responsible for escorting the exiled, intending to speak privately with Yu Lanxi. The officer, aware of her status as the heir to the Prince of Ren, did not dare to treat her with anything less than utmost respect. Hence, their conversation was private, meant solely for Yu Lanxi's ears. With a smile, Shang Tingli remarked, "Alas, you realized your folly too late." Her gentle demeanor belied words that pierced Yu Lanxi's heart like a dagger. Shang Tingli stifled a laugh as she stepped closer, addressing Yu Lanxi in the last life. It was the crown prince who ultimately gained power, not the Zhou king. And the man you believed was virtuous has long been secretly consorting with his favored consort. She shook her head, lamenting, "It is truly unfortunate that you failed to see all this in your past life, though you did put forth some effort." Yu Lanxi was rendered speechless by rage, merely glaring at her. Although she did not personally take her cousin's life, the joy she derived from this encounter was sufficient for her satisfaction. Shang Tingli adjusted her garments, dismissing her cousin's grievances as she turned to leave, leaving Yu Lanxi fuming. After a few paces, Yu Lanxi could no longer contain herself and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was also an amusing turn of events. The disreputable heir, Yi Zhenghe, had surprisingly delivered a letter of divorce to his wife, Feng Qian, before his imprisonment, thus severing their ties. Consequently, Feng Qian was spared the torment of exile. Those who had once wronged her now prostrated themselves, sincerely apologizing. She soon realized that, like Ku Xingqian, the three of them could inadvertently hear her innermost thoughts. No wonder she often found her plans unfolding with ease. Indeed, Ku Xingqian had confessed to her that he could hear her heart's voice and had aligned with the Crown Prince's faction since that revelation. His ability to effortlessly subdue Kuming was due to his foresight, gleaned from her unspoken thoughts. Shang Tingli was caught in a dilemma of whether to laugh or cry, ultimately resigning herself to the belief that fate had played its hand. Could little Li possibly forgive their mother? When Hui gazed at Shang Tingli with pleading eyes, while Ku Yichang and Ku Yi nodded earnestly, all eagerly awaiting her response. Shang Tingli reflected that since their mothers could hear her thoughts, she might as well extend her forgiveness in her heart. Yet, despite her internal declaration of forgiveness, the trio remained cautiously attentive, seemingly afraid she might be displeased. She could not help but wonder, "I just forgave you in my heart. Why do you still look at me like that?" When we? Ku Yi? Ku Yichang? However, they did not hear her words. Ku Xian approached, saying, "Ever since I confided in you, I can no longer hear your thoughts." He glanced at Wen Hui and the others, suggesting that their mothers might be in the same predicament. Hearing this, Wen Hui felt a sense of relief and said to Shang Tingli, "That's good. We can't have little Li devoid of any privacy. It would make future interactions rather complicated." Ku Yichang shared a similar sentiment, placing a hand over her heart. "No longer must we worry about our sister discovering this secret." Ku Yi scratched his neck, nodding vigorously. Shang Tingli chuckled softly. In truth, she was not overly concerned about this matter. Had it not been for this revelation, she would have remained oblivious to her capacity to save her family. Initially, she was merely taken aback upon learning the truth, seeing that she was genuinely unperturbed. And glancing at Ku Xian, when Hui ultimately softened, tactfully suggesting they take their leave. After when Hui departed, Ku Yichang and Ku Yi followed suit. "Ku Xingqian." Shang Tingli called out. Ku Xian looked down at her. "What is it?" Shang Tingli smiled. "You're not as foolish as I once thought." Ku Xian raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Then you owe me an apology." Shang Tingli pouted, realizing how unnecessary it was to say such a thing. He still retained that teasing demeanor. She replied, "I merely said you weren't as foolish as I believed. I never claimed you were not foolish. Besides, I was not wrong, so I owe you nothing." She shot him a sidelong glance. "Thus it is you who should apologize to me." Ku Xian nodded sullenly. "Yes, you are right." Shang Tingli paused, feeling a bit awkward as she turned away, muttering, "I forgive you." Her gaze fell upon the pomegranate tree in the courtyard, its once vibrant red lanterns now hidden, leaving only the lush green leaves. She harbored a suspicion. Perhaps their ability to hear her thoughts was not lost due to his confession, but rather because they were now safe. From this day forth, they would each lead lives entirely different from their past, a life no longer short-lived and tragic, but long-lasting and beautiful. Chapter 144, Fu Ling. With the weight lifted from her heart, Shang Tingli felt remarkably liberated. She decided to venture out shopping with her sisters, He Jiqi and Su Jinshu, first visiting the Liangwu Pavilion. Dear guests, the following content is unrelated to this book. 030, Lin Yimo. disinterested in how Jiang Su knew of her strength, directly exited the school gate. As she spotted Lin Sansui, who was sitting with his small backpack, she called out to him. He came running over in a zigzag manner. Mo. Lin Yimo extended her hand for him to take, noticing the absence of someone. Where's Lin Shisan? He went to fight. Lin Sansui replied, his eyes starting. He added in a hushed tone. But he told me to lie and say he went shopping. Don't tell anyone I said that or he'll get angry with me. Where is he off to fight? Lin Yimo frowned. Lin Sansui shook his head, expressing his ignorance. He brought me here to wait for school to finish, then vanished without a trace. Lin Yimo promptly took out her phone, sending a message about Lin Shisan's fight to Lin Yuqiu, deciding it was best for Lin Yuqiu to manage his own affairs. Observing the obedient Lin Sansui, Lin Yimo mused that having a little father was much less troublesome. Hand in hand, they made their way home, and, along the way, Lin Yimo bought a skewer of candied hawthorn for Lin Sansui. In return, Lin Sansui saved every piece of candy given by the kindergarten for Lin Yimo. She graciously accepted his unconventional offering. Upon returning home, a table brimming with food awaited them. Standing in the living room, a dapper gentleman in a well-tailored suit took Lin Yimo's backpack. His name was Xiang Yi. I said not to call me that, Lin Yimo replied helplessly. Xiang Yi smiled, his voice melodious. The water in the bathtub is ready. Would the princess prefer to dine first or bathe? Forget it, she thought, knowing he wouldn't listen. Entering the bathroom with Xiang Yi trailing behind, he hovered his fingers above the bathtub for a moment, and in an instant, countless pink petals cascaded down, blanketing the surface of the water. Lin Yimo remained composed. As her father would say, Xiang Yi was essentially an alien flower. Princess, would you like me to assist you with your bath? Xiang Yi inquired after strewing the petals. Lin Yimo twitched her lips and gestured towards the door. Xiang Yi adeptly exited the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Step back. Why are you standing so close? No peeking while Mo baits, Lin Sansui declared, positioning a small stool at the bathroom door and glaring at Xiang Yi to maintain his distance. Meow, the cat Lisan, nestled in his arms, shot Xiang Yi a warning glance. Xiang Yi nodded obediently, stepping further away. After a while, hearing some commotion, he opened the door, and Lin Shisan dashed in. Mo. Master, Xiang Yi greeted the last entrant, Lin Yuqiu, with respect. Lin Yuqiu patted his shoulder. You've worked hard. Now can you let me out? Lin Ersan chimed in at the opportune moment. Comfortably soaking in the water, Lin Yimo was too engrossed in her music and phone to notice the activity outside. She glanced at the basketball club's group messages, which included details about a wrist wrestling event scheduled for tomorrow. A WeChat message from Zhu Fanfan popped up. Mo. I've got some shocking news. The class monitor is transferring schools. Lin Yimo replied, slightly surprised. How do you know? Zhu Fanfan explained. I asked my roommate, Yu Xuelian. She said she feels she shouldn't be at Sanzhong, and with her grades, she should go to Yizhong. So she plans to transfer while the term has just begun. Zhu Fanfan added, her high school entrance exam scores are indeed sufficient for Yizhong. She only came to Sanzhong for Jiangsu. Zhu Fanfan speculated, what made her suddenly come to this realization? And continued, but can she still transfer now? As a connoisseur of gossip, Zhu Fanfan eagerly shared all the tidbits she had gathered with Lin Yimo. Lin Yimo's thoughts immediately turned to Lin Yuqiu. Her father had spoken with Shou Yumei, and now her transfer couldn't possibly be mere coincidence. It seemed her father was aware of the rumors Shou Yumei had spread. She worried that if Lin Yuqiu found out, he might become enraged and take drastic measures against her. No matter how much she disliked Shou Yumei, she didn't wish for anyone to lose their life over it. Moreover, she hoped Lin Yuqiu wouldn't resort to violence. Although the world of cultivation was one where the strong preyed upon the weak, it remained distinct from the earth. Considering the wrist wrestling event the next day, she rejoined the basketball club's group and discovered an influx of messages, with hundreds of new posts since her last visit. At that moment, A girl named In Shui directly tagged Jiang Su in the group chat, suggesting they add each other on WeChat since they were in the same club. The boys chimed in, teasing the senior girls to add Jiang, the top student. Most members of the basketball club were second-year students, while first-year girls joined mainly for logistics, as boys had to showcase their skills to be accepted. Initially, many girls joined to see the handsome boys, but after finding the cleaning duties too taxing, they withdrew, leaving only Lin Yimo, who clung on for the sake of a task from the system. Noticing the conversation revolving around Jiang Su, Lin Yimo lost interest in the wrist wrestling topic and exited the group chat, only to find a new notification for a friend request from Jiang Su. He likely added her while trying to connect with the basketball club members. Lin Yimo accepted the request, then scrolled through her moments. She didn't often post, but enjoyed seeing others' updates and was an avid liker. She came across a post from Sujiwoo. I want to resign. I want to change schools. This group of little rascals has gone too far. Accompanied by a humorous meme showing his gradually disappearing hair. Since moving out of Grandpa Chen's house, she hadn't seen Sujiwoo often. But she frequently encountered Grandpa Chen in the evenings when he walked with Lin Yuchio and the others at the nearby square. She liked the post and jokingly commented, "If you're not staying, come to my school." Then she noticed Lin Yuchio and Lin Shursen standing together with peculiar expressions. "Dad, did something happen?" Lin Yimo asked Lin Yuchio, her gaze shifting to Lin Shursen. Did Lin Shursen lose a fight? It seemed unlikely. His speed and strength were formidable. No, Lin Shursen protested, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Mo, I'm your dad. How could I lose? He emphasized the word dad. So, you want to fight? Lin Shursen rubbed his nose, his gaze shifting nervously. I was just trying to establish some order. Why should he be lectured by his daughter? Baby, I need to tell you something, Lin Yuchio said, pulling his precious daughter onto the sofa and placing his hand on her damp hair, drying it in an instant. Lin Yimo had grown accustomed to this and was unfazed. What is it? She inquired. Lin Yuchio held a strand of her silky hair. Actually, it's a surprise. Lin Yimo grimaced. She truly did not wish to hear her father's version of a surprise. Having become the math teacher at school early that morning was already quite a shock. Soon, she froze in motion. The older Lin Yuchio sat on her right, while the two younger versions stood beside him, not seated. So, whose hand was gripping her left arm? Baby, a gentle, familiar voice sounded from her left side, while the Lin Yuchio on her right smiled without moving his lips. Lin Yimo turned slowly to the left, and upon seeing another Lin Yuchio, identical except for the difference in clothing, she was taken aback. Another Lin Yuchio has appeared. The situation seemed endless, and the thought of being surrounded by multiple Lin Yukis overwhelmed her imagination. The image was too much to bear. Chapter 145, The Originator Earlier. Dr. He had explained that the symptoms of wind cold were not incompatible with the use of poria, but in the script, it was mentioned that the doctor had added longan to the medicine prescribed for the governor's wife, and thus, poria could not be added again. Hey, Funga. What's taking this kid so long to come out? One man asked. I don't know, we both came out, and he's still in the water. Is he really going to hold out for 4 hours? On the shore, two men dressed in training uniforms lounged on the grass, basking in the sun. Their 2 backpacks contained neatly folded diving suits. Despite it being past 3 in the afternoon, the sun remained bright. The April afternoon sun, while not scorching, was still warm. One man was named Lin Wenji and the other, Feng Yajun. They belonged to the Divine Sword Military Department and had previously served in the Marine Corps before being selected to join Divine Sword. The Sword Division's selection process always involves us, yet each time we encounter peculiar individuals. It is evident that they are here to educate us rather than the newcomers, Lin Wenji remarked, somewhat speechless. What else can we expect with their limited numbers? Feng Yajun shrugged. They total merely 1,000, scattered across the nation. It basically takes 2 cities to form a small squad, thus leaving little room for specialized assessment teams. Hence, why does our Divine Sword Division still differentiate between the sword and military departments? We might as well merge into a single unit, Lin Wenji added, shrugging again. The management of the sword division is more relaxed, whereas we adhere to a militarized structure. They enjoy a bit more freedom. Otherwise, the constraints would be too restrictive, deterring many from joining, Feng Yajun explained. Indeed, those experts have quite the temper. Lin Wenji clicked his tongue. However, this individual is utterly outrageous. He arrived without any gear, just dressed casually, and has been in the water for over 3 hours. This is simply beyond belief. Moreover, his agility in the water suggests that if he were to harbor malicious intent, neither of us would survive. The members of the sword division are extraordinary indeed. Feng Yajun gently shook his head. The water is his domain. In the future, we might find ourselves seeking his aid. Alas, the world is changing too rapidly, and all sorts of people are emerging. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if someone transformed into a super scion before my very eyes, Lin Wenji remarked, raising his hands in exasperation. The potential of humanity is continuously being explored. Perhaps it will ignite a new technological revolution. Feng Yajun, with a blade of grass in his mouth, chuckled. In the past, our bionics focused on animals. Perhaps in the future, we will model our advancements after these exceptionally gifted humans. Brother Feng, I'm heading to military school next month. Do you have any advice? Lin Wenji scratched his head. Study diligently and strive for improvement. Feng Yajun laughed heartily. Let us tidy up. It's been nearly 4 hours. This lad is quite remarkable. Once given a task, he sees it through to completion. I prefer soldiers like him, especially with such formidable underwater combat skills. It's evident that this young man is destined to be a star in our divine sword division. Routine inquiry? Lin Wenji stood up, adjusting his cap and collar, then assumed a proper stance. Indeed, Feng Yajun nodded slightly. Thus, when Li Yeyu emerged from the water, he was met with the sight of 2 soldiers standing attentively on the shore, their gazes fixed intently upon him. The 2 stood rigidly under the afternoon sun, casting elongated shadows, exuding an aura of sternness. Truth be told, although he had just defeated them, he felt a significant pressure from their penetrating stares. With a splash, Li Yeyu swam swiftly towards them. Upon breaking the surface and standing, he felt a momentary sensation of falling as he lost the buoyancy of the water. But his stance remained steady. No need to ask. Go ahead. Li Yeyu found himself standing at attention, mirroring their posture. The first question, why have you come to the divine sword? Lin Wenji asked earnestly. Why do you ask? Li Yeyu replied. Lin Wenji frowned, about to speak, but Feng Yajun interjected. The divine sword is the nation's sword and shield. Undeniably, we possess considerable privileges, yet these privileges are solely to facilitate our missions. If you seek these privileges, then the divine sword does not welcome you. I understand. Li Yeyu nodded. In truth, I still do not fully comprehend what the divine sword actually does, but ultimately, my purpose is for freedom. This place is hardly free. It comes with numerous constraints. Lin Wenji shook his head. I realize that, but without experiencing constraints, how can one truly understand what freedom is? Li Yeyu's mind conjured images of himself swimming freely across the vast ocean. I wish to explore this world, to see the real world, and to expand my horizons. Feng Yajun nodded and continued. If the collective interest conflicts with personal interest, how would you choose? Such questions have been posed since childhood, yet honestly, I have not encountered such a situation. I am a part of this collective. I cannot fathom a conflict of interest. Therefore, I cannot predict how I would respond. Li Yeyu stated earnestly. I can only say that if such a day were to come, I would adhere to my principles and moral boundaries. Is this your pursuit of freedom? Lin Wenji could not help but inquire. The pursuit of freedom does not imply the abandonment of my principles and boundaries. Li Yeyu replied with a smile. I do not know when it became that the pursuit of freedom equated to lawlessness. I am first and foremost an individual, an educated person of refinement. I am not a beast. Upholding principles and obeying the law is also a form of my freedom. When you face injustice, Will you choose to resolve it through your own strength or through legal means? Feng Yajun pressed on. If I join the divine sword, my strength will be the power of the law, Li Yeyu responded with a smile. Understand that joining the divine sword does not grant you unchecked freedom. The awakening process is fraught with challenges. How do you intend to navigate this? Lin Wenji inquired. Will the divine sword permit me to resolve it as I see fit? Li Yeyu asked. Feng Yajun smiled slightly, then fixed a piercing gaze on Li Yeyu. The ethos of the divine sword is one of retribution for blood debts. Lin Wenji grinned broadly, adding, if an enemy injures me, I will retaliate against one. If they kill one of us, I shall annihilate them all. Blood debts must be repaid. And we will not rest until justice is served. Who spoke such words? They are quite inspiring, Li Yeyu chuckled. The supreme commander of the divine sword, Song Yuanqing. Feng Yajun stated. Remember this name. He is the highest authority of the divine sword and the mightiest in our nation. Is that yet another pseudonym? No. It is his true name. Lin Wenji shook his head. Song Yuanqing asserts that he does not require a pseudonym. Anyone seeking vengeance against him is welcomed. And there is no need to mention his rank or title. Simply address him by name upon meeting. Then, does this mean I can seek revenge? Li Yeyu laughed heartily. You may do so freely, as long as you have evidence. Your actions will be permitted. Feng Yajun nodded. However, without evidence, you would face execution. We must discern who our enemies are. Our swords are to be wielded solely against them. Chapter 146. He kneels before her parents. Shang Tingli was unaware of how Qixinjing entered the palace to speak with Emperor Minwu. Only knowing that once the matter was presented to the emperor, Wu Feng, the princess of Jinong, was imprisoned, awaiting execution. Upon discovering the truth, Jin Yawang Kuyuyi did not plead for Wu Feng but instead questioned her motives. Wu Feng laughed maniacally, asserting that even now he still harbored feelings for Yu Yang. How could she not act in such a manner? Kuyuyi furiously berated Wu Feng as mad. Yet, amidst this apparent harmony, the 6 black-clad guards surrounding the pavilion utterly shattered the tranquility. Their dark armor, along with the long swords and crossbows they bore, radiated an aura of lethal intent. However, the situation was far from over. Mere seconds after the initial attack, 2 snakefish warriors approached, yet Yu Hanhua remained entirely unperturbed, even displaying a slight smile. Since acquiring the sword pile and the celestial sword chain, he seldom needed to personally seize treasures. Any valuable items would be directly absorbed into the sword pile upon contact with the celestial sword chain, exceedingly convenient. Goodness, you actually fell asleep here? Aren't you afraid someone might steal your money? A long lamented from behind me. Indeed, but are you certain you can handle them? Malak moved towards a row of coffins. But at the Taoist level, unless one controls the path of time, it is impossible to unify the past, present, and future. As the members of the Zhangzhou team secured their 2 mechs and 4 off-road vehicles, they positioned themselves accordingly and fastened their safety harnesses. Suddenly, the landing craft trembled, as if it had been grasped by a massive mechanical arm and hoisted aboard the spaceship. This was precisely why the will of Wu Mu held no sway over these individuals of the martial world. The Wang family's sons-in-law regarded Xu Xianfang with a scrutinizing gaze. As they huddled together in conversation, Xu Xianfang could not comprehend their words, yet he maintained a sincere smile, attentively listening to their discourse. Zhang Wuji felt a surge of excitement. Since assuming the role of sect leader, he had employed countless methods to heal his injuries. Fortunately, the response from his side's defensive line was commendable. As the enemy's halfback advanced a step, they swiftly executed a waist-hugging tackle, effectively halting the initial momentum. Xiaoyang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. It was a masterclass in feigning humility, considering he was a formidable force. However, it seemed that when confronted with those of lesser prowess, he adeptly assumed a position of authority. Both families felt that the 2 youngsters were still quite young, nonetheless. The Su family insisted on establishing the engagement, with the wedding date to be discussed and possibly postponed by a year or 2. After accompanying someone downstairs, Zhou Shi departed in his vehicle, while Dan Tang staggered toward the elevator, bearing the weight of the land. Yet, when he earnestly declared, "I will take responsibility," Qingxin was startled, choking on her own saliva, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Bai Li and Mo Cheng. Faced with this unyielding figure, who was solely focused on personal gain, Bill was left with no choice but to reveal his final trump card. At once, Qiming forcefully adapted the Mingyu, which, unlike previous mech components that were merely separated from special weaponry, disassembled the entire unit. His lung condition had worsened, necessitating ample rest, and a good night's sleep was imperative. Otherwise, it would lead to dire consequences in the long run. Chapter 147, The Hairpin Gifted to the Wife. Finale. The new emperor was preoccupied with myriad duties. Although the two shared the same chamber, it had been several days since Shang Tingli had encountered Coxian. In recent days, the new emperor, Yu, had announced numerous proclamations, among which Shang Tingli was most interested in the wedding date between Yu and He Jiqi. It was set for an auspicious day in the spring after the new year. Shang Tingli surmised that the new emperor wished for her sister to celebrate one more new year at home, a testament to his considerate nature. As another year approached its end, he initially believed the elder beside him was a mere anomaly, yet now another similar instance had arisen, rendering the margin for error exceedingly high. Although she had never visited the headquarters, she was acutely aware of the information regarding their pursuit. This time, Mu Ningyo had once again entered the realm of bloodshed, and the aura of killing she exuded surpassed that of Lang Yi. However, unlike the previous occasion, she was now clear-headed, devoid of the previous madness. The murderous intent laid by Oda Nobuna was suddenly disrupted, erupting violently. With a scream, Oda Nobuna swung her blade at the bewildered H, the weapon transforming into a colossal blade sphere that descended upon H, who had no means of defense and could only watch helplessly as it approached. Upon learning that the vanguard tasked with clearing the path had been annihilated, Miyamoto Aikir erupted in furious rage, vociferously cursing. When Li Jun witnessed this, he couldn't help but gasp, a palpable fear washing over him, for he distinctly sensed the terrifying power of Yi Kai, a sensation he had only previously experienced from his older brother, Li Yufeng. In that moment, a gust of cold wind swept past, causing Yi Kai to twitch his nose and furrow his brow once more. They stood in the downwind, catching the scent carried by the breeze. Observing that the emotional turmoil of the killing Fistyasa was gradually subsiding, the dark white lotus regarded Yi Kai with a chilling demeanor, his voice low and foreboding. Lin Feng instructed Li Guangji to assist Sun Xiaoyu to her feet. Li Guangji grunted as he approached Sun Xiaoyu, helping her up. Be more vigilant these days. Having you send someone to keep watch is not an invitation for a dog to take their place. The speaker's icy tone was unsettling. Everyone was dumbfounded. Not far ahead lay the Hanji River, and the explosion appeared to have occurred above it. Had the bridge been destroyed? The test fabric's scent was remarkably similar, making it difficult for humans to distinguish, yet it served as a test for the dog's sense of smell and intelligence. The Americans favored hosting conferences in Las Vegas, as it provided a rare opportunity for everyone to gather and, after conducting business, enjoy themselves thoroughly. Jiang Haoran had to consider the bigger picture, often facing various constraints. Even the possibility of sacrificing the female warriors for the victory of the campaign was not beyond consideration. This was not ruthlessness, but rather the broader perspective expected of a leader. Crack! The stone monster shattered into several large pieces under Haoyu's palm strike, propelling him a considerable distance away. Li Xiang realized he needed to contemplate how to bring this unreasonable princess to submission before addressing any matters. Noting Li Xiang's silence, Jin Yun pressed, "What about the 2 toys you promised me? Hand them over." With an abrupt thud, Haoyu, slightly slower than his opponent, received a slap to his left shoulder from a middle-aged man, causing him to tumble to the ground, feeling as though he had lost sensation in that shoulder. A new book has been released, with the following synopsis: Yan Lingshu and her best friend have traversed time together. The good news: they have become sisters under the same roof. The bad news: their blissful days were cut short by exile. On the road to banishment, Her friend couldn't help but sob. Heaven, I will no longer be your granddaughter unless you grant us a golden finger. Yen Lingxi replied, may our dreams come true. Suddenly, a series of chimes echoed in her mind, revealing a message from another friend. Faced with a row of white candles, Yen Lingxu helplessly remarked, white candles are inauspicious. What do you think? In modern times, her friend exclaimed, resurrected. The unfortunate time-traveling duo responded, darling, it's us. We've made it to ancient times. From then on, Yen Lingxu, seemingly endowed with divine assistance from her modern friend, found joy in what others deemed a harsh exile, while those who looked upon them unfavorably unleashed a barrage of subtle attacks along the way, and Yen Lingxu confronted them with resolute determination. A timid voice emerged from behind. Lady, I am frightened, Yen Lingxu replied, who just shielded her from a fatal blow.